If it's beef on the plate, you'll get chipped like a bowl of nachos. 100 shots and the next one's with Johnny Bravo. Long convos with Ben Frank and Miley Cyrus. Both on my wrist, bitch, I blind everyone inside here. Sticks with high beams, I promise you don't wanna fight me. Put his head in a box like he on a IG. A movie Spike Lee, a pizza party Peter Piper. Call your girlfriend, she cheating on you. Shit, we laughing at him, all my ops need bags to use the restroom. Wayne Gretzky, the ice on me and lethal weapons. Moves from Tekken, wanna ride you, kick or Jet Li. Hot dog, stupid chop, it ain't past school. Yeah, my ops finally come outside, we should pass through there. Her little Pooh Bear got metal rods and 30 screws. And a stupid rule, really, a bitch can get a Happy Meal from me. Jack and Jill calling, that's the pills call. I don't know why these pussy niggas think it's sweet with me. I don't know why you even call yourself competing with me. I don't know why they keep mistaking me for Mr. T and shit. He's a clown, but we turn him to a Cheeto man today. I don't know why you pussy niggas think it's sweet with me. I don't know why you even call yourself competing with me. I don't know why you keep mistaking me for Mr. T and shit. He's a clown, but we turn him to a Cheeto man today. Shit. I don't know why they keep mistaking me for Mr. T and shit. He's a clown, but we turn him to a Cheeto man today. For real. Man, I don't know why these pussy niggas think it's sweet with me, it's not. Shit. I don't know why you even competing with me, nigga.
Muddy ass poppin' drinking Trish today. I just made 20K, I'm feeling rich today. The way I'm feeling, I might take a nigga bitch today. Hood nigga, I just made a sale at a Chick-fil-A. On country time, and the roll I made was Minute Man. She call, I asked her, please, 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 can you save the drink? Fiend texting, please, hurry up, I still make him wait. Passing out testers to the fiends, giving temps away. Can't believe that I seen some ops, I let them get away. Came to Cali, Flint too hot, I came to LA. I had to get away, I ain't bring none of my niggas with me, it's just me and back. I don't know who be in bullshit, more it's between 20. When I go to slide, I don't know which one to grab, I always hesitate. Glock, FN, PLR, should I grab? It don't matter which one I grab, cause they gon' die anyway. 2, 4, a 6, should I pull it? High tech, Tristan Morton Grove, I love all the drink. Can't figure if the little real or is it really fake. Should I stash my money in the safe or should I play the bank? Fuck it, I'ma leave the crib with no money and see what I make. Some pie in the 20-ounce Sprite, let these pussy fucking with A1 selection like fuck the house today. Some advice, if you in the trap and got that bitch on, you keep it off a safe.
I don't know why these pussy niggas think it's sweet with me. I don't know why you even call yourself competing with me. I don't know why they keep mistaking me for Mr. T and shit. He's a clown, but we turn him to a Cheeto man today. I don't know why you pussy niggas think it's sweet with me. I don't know why you even call yourself competing with me. I don't know why you keep mistaking me for Mr. T and shit. He's a clown, but we turn him to a Cheeto man today. Shit. I don't know why they keep mistaking me for Mr. T and shit. He's a clown, but we turn him to a Cheeto man today. For real. Man, I don't know why these pussy niggas think it's sweet with me, it's not. Shit. I don't know why you even call yourself competing with me, nigga.
Why the fuck you call yourself tryna compete with me, nigga? Heard his ass tryna fight, thought he beating on the nigga. I just left 2-1 to get some green for my cut. He got a pill of life sentence, blood, gotta fight the system. Hey, boy, this a new time. Last shot, tryna hit your melon, watch your rooftop. Put a switch on that 22, now it's a new Glock. Damn, it's gon' go off. Nigga, I ain't worried about a sucker, boy, we pop it off. Ay, bitch, take your panties off. Nigga, we keep spinning around this bitch till we take you off. Cuddy, I'm getting dizzy with this chop, nigga, you acting soft. Ay, bitch, what's the program? Nigga, I'm from 9 Gil, I don't know them. Ooh, I ain't trippin', we got the pose in. Got 30, but you can hold 10. Ay, bitch, what's the program? Nigga, I'm from 9 Gil, I don't know them. Ooh, I ain't trippin', we got the pose in. Got 30, but you can hold 10. Why the fuck you call yourself tryna compete with me, nigga? Heard his ass tryna fight, thought he beating on the nigga. I just left 2-1 to get some green for my cut. He got a pill of life shit, and blood, gotta fight the system.
I don't know why you pussy niggas think it's sweet with me. I don't know why you even call yourself competing with me. I don't know why you keep mistaking me for Mr. T and shit. He's a clown, but we turn him to a Cheeto man today. Shit. I don't know why they keep mistaking me for Mr. T and shit. He's a clown, but we turn him to a Cheeto man today. For real. Man, I don't know why these pussy niggas think it's sweet with me, it's not. Shit. I don't know why you even call yourself competing with me, nigga.
We Japanese still. You getting cooked in front of your family like a Japanese meal. It's just shoot the hibachi and none of you niggas can stop me, but can't help but watch me. Yo, it's the next episode. Y'all know how we rocking, man. Today's topic, we're going to be dealing with Nathaniel Jeanson's work, traced, but we're going to be dealing with a video that he did. So hopefully they allow us to review this video because we're within our right. Section 107 of the Copyright Act. It gives us the right to cover copywritten material. We're giving our commentary and our critiques today. And we're doing it for scholarship and research purposes, so we're well within our right. This guy, Nathaniel Jeanson, I have quoted his work in the past. I like some of his ideas, like 3 nodes. I used that before. The way he breaks down Noah is what inspired me to break down Noah and put him at the head of the tree and not somewhere in between the family tree, the phylogenetic tree of the planet. So I can't really just rag on him a lot because there's certain things that I did draw inspiration from this guy, this Harvard grad, right? I drew some things from him, but I believe that with Trace, he just threw all of that out the window and he just went complete, a pseudo to me. So I did not like his book Trace. I pre-ordered his book Trace. I bought it twice. I bought it on 2 different platforms. I got it on Kindle and I got it on Google Play Books. And I was very excited to see what was going to be in this book. It was such a letdown from the material that I was, privy of seeing and reading. And I'm just like, nah, man, this ain't it. So we're going to be going into this video blind when he's dealing with the ancient Egyptians. And the reason why I want to deal with this video because he talks about YAP, he talks about E1B1A, E1B1B. So we'll see where his mind is when it comes to those 2 clades, those 2 brother clades, and what he says in regards to ancient Egyptians. He even mentions West Africa, but I didn't really watch this video. So right now you guys are going to get my blind reaction to this video in its entirety. I did read the chapter in his book Trace dealing with E1B1A, E1B1B. I think it's insane the way he breaks it down. I think it's very implausible because he says E1B1A, E1B1B split in 600 BCE, which doesn't make any sense to me. So anyway, let's get into this video. Let's review what's being said here, bro. Before we go into it, I have to just remind everybody that we are covered under Section 107 of the Copyright Act. So we are using this for purposes such as criticism, commentary, teaching, scholarship, or research purposes. And it's not an infringement on copyright because we're trying to give critiques, commentary, and making people aware by teaching them and using this for research, right? So we are covered under the fair use. And throughout the video, you will see the fair use banner flash on the bottom of the screen. So with that being said, let's get into this material and let's review it, give our reaction, dissect it, all that good jazz. Let's get to it. All right, let's see what he got to say about YAP.
Hi, everyone. This is Simon Turpin of Answers in Genesis UK, and thank you for joining us. Today, we're going to be talking about a very exciting new book, Traced, Human DNA's Big Surprise. And I've got with me the author, Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson, and Nathaniel will be taking us through an overview of the book. And so if you haven't yet got this book, you might want to go to the Answers in Genesis web store. You can see that on the link below, and make sure you get your copy as soon as possible. But we're going to have an overview of this exciting book today, and Nathaniel Jeanson will be giving a presentation. Nathaniel.
Thank you very much, Simon. And just for our audience, to reiterate the overarching purpose of this lecture, it'll be part of a YouTube playlist in which we'll elaborate on many of the points that I'm making today even further. My goal in this talk is to give you a flavor of the first and foremost point of this book. We'll spend about 40 minutes on that, talking about its implications for history. And then I've got about 8 other points I'll make rather quickly near the end that deal with other implications of the book, the ramifications of this research. And again, this isn't a testimony to me as much as it's a testimony to what the biblical framework and the 4,500-year timescale for human history can do for science. But there'll be a lot more in this YouTube playlist you can find on the Answers in Genesis YouTube channel that elaborates on these points. I can also say that there'll be even more videos coming, depending on when you access this playlist, that'll go through and give you a preview about as much of the book as possible. We'll eventually get to also some of the responses from the critics in this series. So there's a ton at your fingertips to access related to this research. I would argue, and you can evaluate for yourself, that we are at a watershed moment in the creation evolution debate, a watershed moment for understanding of human history, and this has massive ramifications going forward.
Introducing Voomly.
So without further ado, I want to walk you through some of the highlights from this new book, Traced Human DNA's Big Surprise. And before I get into some of the details, I want to put it in an even wider context to justify, in a sense, what I've just said about this being a watershed moment in the creation evolution debate. 4.5 years ago, I published another book, October 2017, called Replacing Darwin. And the thesis of that book is exactly what the title implies, that creation scientists have moved on from simply defending Genesis and rebutting Darwin to proposing, advancing, testing, and confirming ideas that surpass him. One of the major features of this book is showing how the creation science model makes bona fide testable predictions. And a few months after this book was published, this book, of course, excuse me, back up a moment here. This book focuses, of course, on the broader question of the origin of species. Well, one of the icons of the origin of species, at least in modern times, Darwin's finches, it was announced for this group of finches that a new species had been formed. The formation of a new species had been observed. It was announced in Science magazine, January 2018. And if you look at the details of this paper, the timing of the formation of the species, or the rate at which these finches were forming new species, as well as the mechanism by which these new species formed, both fit exactly what I put in print just a few months prior in Replacing Darwin. You can find these articles on our website, answersingenesis.org. Just type in bombshell. You should come up with that article that talks about the timing. The second bombshell is that second article dealing with the mechanism. And so this was encouraging for me that creation scientists were on the right track when it came to biology. I tell you all that background because another prediction that I made in this book dealt with human history. And on the question of human origins and human history, what I hope to show you in this video, and hopefully what you see in the book, and perhaps in other videos in this series, is that creationist ideas are now performing even better than expected. Creationists are now making major scientific discoveries. So defense, then offense, or I should say defense, rebutting Darwin, then replacing Darwin, and now.
And I like that. I can't really front on that. I like not only having offense, but not only having defense, but having offense, right? So, a lot of times when you're in certain groups or whatever, especially in this Afrocentric BHI mode or group or whatever you want to call us, in this niche, let's say that. When you're in that, you always find yourself having to defend. No, you have to have defense and offense. Defense and offense. You got to be able to defend your doctrine or defend what you believe in or what you stand for. And you also have to be able to go on the offense and attack those that try to come on the offense towards you. A lot of times the people like Sonetta and Garfield and all these other pundits that are Afrocentrics or even within the BHI community, they only know how to go on offense because all they do is go on the damn offense, right? They never had to stand up for the things they claim. They never had to stand up for the things they believe in. They never had to sit back and defend none of those things. All they did was sit on a high horse and try to, scrutinize everyone else's beliefs or hypothesis and whatnot. So you gotta learn how to. Hey, it's your turn to put your feet to the fire. Wait, you said X? No, bro, prove that. You know what I'm saying? And I believe YAP, we do a good job of providing offense and defense on all angles. Right? Because we will light you up, man, and put 50 on the scoreboard quick. Oh, you said what? Oh, okay. Bet. You know what I'm saying? So I like Nathaniel Jeanson's attitude on that too, even though I don't agree with his worldview and I don't agree with his time scale. So a lot of things I don't agree with this brother on, but at least, we can see eye to eye on that, man. You got to have defense and offense. That's just that simple, bro. It's just that simple. You got to be ready to shoot and defend.
Taking the lead on major scientific questions. And in this case, as it deals with human origins and human history, I would argue that creation scientists are not adding just new chapters, but new volumes to our understanding of the past. And so in the next 40 minutes or so, I want to focus heavily on one of these major volumes and give you a taste of it. And once I've done that, because that's the major focus of the book, I want to talk about 8 other ramifications briefly at the end that you'll see in more detail in the book, as well as in other videos in this YouTube playlist, this series. To illustrate this new volume that creation scientists are contributing to our understanding of our past, I want to focus on the question of one of the most popular, well-known civilizations in the world, that of ancient Egypt. My last history course I took in high school, and if you're like me and you took history in high school and took world history, you likely learned a history that focused primarily on politics, culture, religion, everything basically but the people themselves. And what I mean is this. Typical history course will tell you, here's when Egypt was founded. Here are the major pharaohs. Here's the dynasties. Here's the culture, the religious practices, the beliefs, the monumental structures that they've built. Those, of course, catch a lot of attention. Some of the mysteries of ancient Egypt. And here's when ancient Egypt fell. And what's missing from all of that is the story of the Egyptian peoples themselves. For example, who did the ancient Egyptians come from? What's their origin? Now, you might say, well, we learned that in history class. Egypt is one of the major cradles of civilization. There's several sites in the globe where there was a concentration of humanity and civilization got going. Egypt, as you can see on this map, is one of them. Ancient Sumer, the Minoans would be another, the Indus River Valley, near India and Pakistan, the Yellow River Valley in China, the Olmecs of Mexico. These are all cradles. Egypt falls in that category. Well, that answer simply bumps our question back one step. What were the Egyptians doing before they birthed a cradle of civilization? History books don't seem to cover this. The other end of the question is fast forward through that long political history of Egypt, the Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom. Once Egypt is overthrown by invaders from Asia and is ruled by Europeans, what happened to the Egyptian people themselves? Or to make it personal, are the modern Egyptians the descendants of these ancient African peoples? And these questions aren't as simple as they might first sound. And to show you what I mean, I want us to reflect for a moment.
I hope he ain't going the route I think he's going, but when we look at ancient Egypt was a hodgepodge of peoples, man. It's not like a uniform, homogeneous group, right? That's like we read earlier, the Green Sahara once it desiccated and became the Sahara that we know today. A lot of people would the Nile River act as a magnet for people because most people are river centric. They need to have a river to survive, so they went towards the Nile. So it sucked in those people. Then you have people coming from the Near East. Well, Egypt is the Near East, but deeper into the Near East, Mesopotamia, and around those regions, also playing a role and coming down there again. Remember, Egypt had Lapazuli in the pre-dynastic period. That comes from Afghanistan. So you have a hodgepodge of peoples, hodgepodge of complexion, a hodgepodge of ancestries melting in this melting pot of ancient Egypt. That's the proper way of understanding these metropolitan ancient societies. A lot of people try to teach it as, through the lens of racism or through the lens of the racial theory or continental racial theory, where they think everything's uniform and civilizations or societies are always static. And that's not true. Societies change over time. People die, people migrate, famines happen, wars happen, invasions happen. So trying to put one group of people indefinitely across millennia, it just does not work, But let's see what he's saying.
Much on the nature of that ancient Egyptian political entity and kingdom and civilization. And the first thing I want you to notice is that great civilization was an African one. It's pretty obvious when you just look at it on a map. It was centered around the Nile River, which of course is in northeast Africa. It's part of the African continent. Modern Egypt still exists in Africa. The pharaohs themselves were African. Some were Libyans, some were Cushites. Occasionally invaders from Asia came in and interrupted this pharaonic rule. But by and large, it's African dynasties that we're talking about when we talk about this series of pharaohs. You think about the major monuments of Egypt, the Valley of the Kings, the Great Pyramids of Giza. These are built by African people. When we talk about hieroglyphics, we're talking about in African language. When we're talking about this whole complex series of deities that the Egyptians worship, these are African deities. And the reason I emphasize this point so strongly is because that geographic element of all this undergoes a fundamental change in around the 600s BC. When the Assyrians invade from Asia, this is a map of the growth of the Assyrian kingdom, the main thing I want to draw your attention to is this teal and blue element of the Assyrian rule. You can respond, in case you can't read it, to the expansion of Hadden in 675 BC and another Assyrian ruler when they came in and sacked Egypt. So Egypt is overthrown in the 600s BC by Asian invaders, but this time, this spells the beginning of the end for that long-standing series of African rulers. The African Egyptians eventually overthrow or throw off the Assyrian rule, and there's conflict for about a century. Then eventually the Persians come in, and you can see here as part of the Persian Empire, it includes Egypt. Persia conquers Egypt in 525 BC. Over the next 2 centuries or so, there's back and forth rebellions on the part of the Egyptians against the Persians. The next major event in this sequence, as it relates to ancient Egypt, is the overthrow of the Persians by Alexander the Great. This is what brings the African pharaonic rule to a permanent end. Of course, Alexander himself does not last very long, dies, I think, in Baghdad. His kingdom is broken up among his various generals. And so Egypt then is ruled not by Africans, but by the people running Alexander's army. And of course, the Greeks themselves are eventually overthrown by the Romans. So Egypt, as you can see on this map here, is ruled again by Europeans. The Roman rule is eventually thrown off by, not Africans, but Asians, invaders from the Arabian Peninsula, Muhammad and his followers. You can see here conquer Egypt, parts of North Africa. Long story short, when we fast forward later in history, there's Turkic rulers who arise during the Middle Ages and such, much closer to the present, before Egypt has independence. You can see here it's the Ottoman Turks of Asian origin who are ruling the Egyptian people. So this is about 2000, 2005, so about 2.5 millennia after the great pharaohs have come and gone, where Egypt is ruled by foreigners, Asians, Europeans. And so it's worth asking the question anew, when we investigate the origin of modern Egyptians.
Right, like a lot of Afrocentrists think that way, LeBron. You said they all look like Michael Blackson until the Ptolemy period. Exactly. A lot of Afrocentrists think that way. And it's not based off anthropology. It's not based off of archaeology. It's damn shame based off genetics. It's all based off this reverse engineered white supremacy and blackface. So what they're trying to do is say that black people were inundated in these areas. It was only darker skin types and skin tones that existed in Egypt, because they think if they say that, then that means it's exclusively to the African American, the African paradigm, which don't make no damn sense, because Africa itself is the most genetically diverse place on the planet. So you have different skin tones, different eye types, different skin colors, different heights, everything, the whole nine, all in that continent. So to even think like that, it's just paradoxical, to say the least. And no, the ancient Egypt was a hodgepodge of different groups, different peoples, different complexions, from blue, black, all the way down to pink, pink pale. So that's why I try so hard to give y'all as much source material as I can and try to give you guys a first shake on this channel. Because these other channels are not. They're just trying to push their dogma. Like at the end of the day, you don't have to agree with my, what my thesis are, my hypothesis is. But what you're going to get from this channel is source material you can make your own mind up on, that goes and date back to those periods, that we can say, okay, this is what's objective and this is what's subjective. We're going to separate the two. We got to stop painting these ancient societies with these color brushes, saying, hey, this one's black and this one's white. Did not work that way. Not at all. All right. We just have to understand that. You had to get over that. You just got to learn those concepts. And I'm going to keep drilling those concepts into your head as long as you're watching my video. I'm going to purge the Woodrow Wilson out of you. I'm going to purge the Walter Plecker out of you, the Ernest Cox out of you. I'm going to purge the Marcus Garvey out of you, because those individuals have rotten your brain and rotten your thought process and made you think about the world in terms of ancestry, in terms of color, instead of in terms of peoples, and in terms of migrations, and in terms of history. So, just keep that in mind, right?
Do they have any connection to the pharaohs of old, to the Egyptian people of old, who get all the news in the press? And just to reiterate this point, how different modern Egypt looks from ancient Egypt. Today, rulers don't build pyramids to commemorate their rules after they die. The language that the people speak is Arabic, which of course harkens back to the Arab Muslim invasions, not to the African hieroglyphic language. The dominant religion is not the religion of the ancient Egyptians. It's the religion of the Arab Muslim conquerors, Islam. If you go to modern Egypt today, there's a strong Asian flavor, not so much the ancient African one. So who are the modern Egyptians? Who do they, and who are the ancient Egyptians? We're going to start by trying to ask and answer the question, who did modern Egyptians descend from, in hopes that we'll find a lineage, a genealogical connection back to the ancient Egyptians, which would then allow us to go back and ask the question, who do these ancient peoples come from? The goal here is to fill in the rest of the story of history, the part that I never learned growing up in school, which, as we'll soon see, part of the reason I never learned it, you probably never learned it, is because you need DNA to do it. And we've only recently acquired the tools. And what we're going to see here is the effectiveness of these tools depends very strongly on the overall timescale that a researcher invokes when doing this sort of investigation. Now, we've got here an endorsement at the top of my book saying that I found the Rosetta Stone of human history. What we're referring to, and this will be the theme now going forward in this lecture, is a DNA-based, generation by generation, family tree for global humanity. This is based on the Y chromosome, male inherited DNA. And if you're wondering how DNA can be used to reconstruct a family tree, just reflect briefly for a moment on what traditional family trees record. It's obvious if you just think about it. In one element, in one sense, what family trees record is the who of human history. What is the name of your parent, of your dad, of your mom, of your grandmother, of your grandfather? The who of human history. It also records a time element implicitly. Just the terms I used already have a generational component to them. Mother and father means 1 generation prior. Grandmother, grandfather, 2 generations prior. Great-grandmother, great-grandfather, 3 generations prior. So the who question and the time question are what traditional family trees record. DNA can do the same thing. I don't think I have to justify the fact that DNA records the who of human history. The popularity of genetic testing is so great that I think everyone just takes for granted now that DNA tells you who you came from. We use paternity testing to resolve questions of who the father is. It's just commonplace in today's world. So there's one element that DNA records that a traditional family tree does as well. What about the time component? In this case, since we're focusing on...
I'm going to show you guys some. As you can see, these long branches in E1B1B are extended up here. But then when you look at E1B1A, and you see how that branch extends down and then explodes and goes wide and wider. That's because the divergence coming from E1B1A, a lot of these branches are rapid. So these longer branches mean it took a little bit more time, or more mutations need to be accumulated, which many people interpret more mutations mean more time, right? So it took longer to get these mutations down here and branch off. But when you look at E1B1A, it looks as if it drops, it splits from E1B1 and it splits down here later on. And then once it splits, it keeps splitting. It keeps splitting like it's rapid, like rapid. It's just spitting out mutation after mutation. That's what rapid radiation is. And, you know, fortunately, E1B1A has been blessed, the carriers been blessed, you know, have agriculture and iron smelting to help them expand quickly and also support larger populations. The more populations you have, the more Y chromosomes are being passed down. The more Y chromosomes being passed down, the more likelihood mutations can accumulate. So this is why you see a lot of this is rapid here. Also, you see that with R1B and R1A. The primary R1B, see, look at that. A lot of clades being spit out because it happened very rapidly, very fast. They're coming in, invading Europe. They're acquiring agriculture. They have the tools that's necessary to provide population boom, population growth. Usually you see that with that. You also see it with O. A lot of branches getting spit out of O because, again, they're spreading in through Asia because, again, they were not originally dominant in Asia, but they become dominant and successful and begin to, you know, pop out a lot of clades over time. So just something to be duly, you know, to be aware of. And we got the savant from the Levant in the building. What's going on, Avery?
On the Y chromosome.
Hey, shalom. See, y'all are reviewing a video by Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson.
Yep. He slipped under our radar, man. But he's been making videos that correspond to his video to his recent book, Traced, which you and I have talked about it, and some of the things and claims he makes in the book that we disagree with. One of them being that A, B, C, D, E, F, G on some tail shit is all ham.
No.
But even looking at this chart is telling you that that's not the case.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because F is the parent of all of these haplogroups to the right. You know, so let's see what else he has to say here.
Chromosome in particular, the way in which the male inherited DNA, the Y chromosome, records time is straightforward. Every generation, and I'll get more to some of this either in this lecture or in later lectures, some of the details of this. Every generation, when fathers pass on DNA to their sons, when the sperm stem cells in dad copy DNA and pass it on, and they eventually end up in his offspring, there are mistakes that are made. On average, out of about 10 million Y chromosome letters, the 10 million we have easy access to with modern technology, it's 60 million letters long, but there's only a subsection that modern technology can reliably assess. Out of those 10 million letters, only about 3 mistakes happen per generation. Not that much, really a literal needle in a haystack. But that's enough then to mark off time. If you compare my Y chromosome to one of my sons, on average, you'd find about 3 differences. If you were to compare my son's Y chromosome to my dad's, his grandfather, 2 generations ago, you should find on average about 6 DNA differences. So if you compare my Y chromosome to any of you males watching, we can count the number of differences between us and figure out approximately how many generations ago we shared a common ancestor. That's the principle. DNA records the who of human history, and the Y chromosome in this manner also records a time element. So this diagram that you see here on the screen is a Y chromosome-based tree, and it comes from comparing the Y chromosomes among 600 men from around the globe. In this case, in this example, you have people, you have Native Americans, you have people from Europe, you have North Africans, Sub-Saharan Africans, Middle Easterners, Central Asians, East Asians, people from New Guinea. This is a pretty good sampling, a pretty good swath of the ethnic diversity that exists on our planet today. 600 men, you get their Y chromosome sequence, you compare them, you count the number of differences, and you plug those numbers into a program, say, give us a graphical depiction of the DNA differences among these various men, and this is what emerges. And you can see even from this zoomed out view, it has the appearance of a branching structure that looks like a family tree, where the beginning of the family tree is up here near the top, and the present is closer here to the bottom. Now, why the various colors and letters and numbers and labels and such? Well, the mainstream community has adopted a sort of shorthand to tell us exactly where we are in the tree at any given moment. As a general rule of thumb, deep branches are assigned semi-arbitrary letters of the alphabet. So you can see here in blue, there's a fairly deep branch going back deep in history, and it's separate from this yellow branch, N. So O here in blue, N in yellow. There's some really deep branches right here, S, or the teal one is M. There's I think a single K lineage, and S in green, hard to see. Over here might be easier because there's more men represented. Q in these pink branches is separate from R. And here's where the methodology becomes more relevant. R subdivides, and when a branch subdivides, you assign then a number. So on this side is R1, here's R2. When this subdivides further, then you add a letter. R1A in lavender, R1B in this brownish green, and so on and so forth until you get a very long string of letter number alterations. Not pretty, but it tells you in an instance, at a glance, exactly where you are in the tree. What we want to do in the next few minutes is walk through the history embedded in one of these branches, one that's most relevant to modern Egyptians, in the hopes that we'll be able to walk back in time through this branch to see if there's any connection to ancient Egypt, to try to figure out the answer to the question, what happened to the ancient Egyptians? And then going back even further in time, who do they come from? If you were to survey modern Egyptian males, which has been done, this data has been published, there is a branch that is most abundant among them. It's a branch known as E1B1B. It exists in more than 40% of Egyptian males. Now, you might say 40% is not even a majority. So why are we even talking about this? And that's the right question to ask. What that means is every other branch that exists among modern Egyptians exists at levels less than 40%. And so to make the math work, the clear implication is there's a tremendous amount of genetic diversity among modern Egyptian males today. Frankly, that's what we see all around the globe in pretty much every single people group that we survey. But it should be no surprise, in light of what I've just discussed, given the somewhat tumultuous history of Egypt. And I'm talking both the ancient times, when you had all the pharaohs and various points of invasion during their history, and also the last 2,000, 2,500 years of Egyptian history, where there have been all sorts of foreign invaders, time and time again. So what does E1B1B imply or tell us about the history of modern Egyptians? Who do they come from? The first thing I want to show you is a map of where E1B1B exists in the globe today. The size of these circles represents relatively how much E1B1B, or at what levels E1B1B exists in various populations. So I mentioned just over 40% of Egyptian males belong to E1B1B. In Somalia, I think it's close to 80%, 77, 80% of Somali males belong to E1B1B, so their circle is bigger. You can see the largest circles are here in North Africa. They spill down over here into East Africa. There are some down here in Africa. There are smaller circles over here in the Middle East, also over here into Europe. I've omitted E1B1B in the Americas because nearly all of it, from what I can tell, is due to recent European colonialism or to the ugly history of the transatlantic slave trade. I'm interested, and we're interested for our purposes today, the history of the indigenous peoples. So I've just omitted that sort of data from this particular map. That said, for the rest of the old world, if you don't see a circle, what that means is E1B1B exists at levels of less than 1%.
Yeah, that is a great map. But I also want to announce I just got my big Y results back, and I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, while this video is going. Golly, this is a lot of information.
You want to? You're going to do a second live or what?
Yeah, I will later. I'm EFT 185884. That's my specific clade.
How long did it take for you to get your results?
Man, it took over a month.
Because I might get mine, but
I tested positive for M96. I tested positive for CTS 1008, P147. I tested positive for M2. I tested positive for V38. Tested positive for M180. I tested positive for U175, P277, all the way down to M4041, Z211821. So they got, and then U290. So 23andMe just stops at U290, right?
right.
They went all the way down to my particular branch within U290. From UT90, I branch off to CTS 6773, CTS 421, M3943, FGC, and then all the way down to FT185844, which is me. So I know the particular branch that I'm a part of. Let's see. Variants, branch. So I'll be playing with this while this video is playing, bro.
Does it show you maps and all that stuff?
I have to just go through the website. I'm not too familiar with family tree DNA as far as testing. So I have to get acclimated and know what the hell I'm looking at, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, nice map. I do agree with him that E1B1B played a major role in ancient Egypt. So I have no disagreements here. But I like his map. And as you can see, E1B1B is in West Africa. A lot of people don't they think that that's not the case, but yeah, you do have EM78 descendants in E1B1B in West Africa.
Right. That's
The
why I like
people,
that map.
The Toba people are a great example of that.
Mm-hmm. I might have to download that map from his website so I can use that as well. It's pretty good. We should make our own maps of these things, you know? We actually should make our own.
Well, we definitely can.
Yeah.
Laban, yeah. I'm familiar with 214 area code.
Wait, what? Y'all brothers from Dallas? From Dallas, right? I'm not from Dallas. What?
You're not, but I'm familiar with the 214 area code. My uncle, when I was a kid, we was out there. My uncle actually passed away in Oak Cliff. You know, we went back and forth in Northeast Texas, all the way back there. So when I was adult, I went back. So, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not from Dallas. But why'd you ask that, Laban?
Because I think he took a test. Oh yeah. We did get Kyrie. We did just get Kyrie. which is a toss up. Just depends on how everything goes. He's talking about basketball.
Y'all talking about sports.
Okay. Yeah. All right, we're gonna let the video play. I'm gonna be looking at my big Y results while this is playing. So
it is entirely undetectable. So there you have it. One of the first things that strikes me about this map, where E1B1B exists and where it doesn't, is its resemblance to the geographic extent of one of the kingdoms that I just mentioned a few minutes ago.
Universal Technical Institute is here to help make your dream of working on cars a reality.
That of the Arab Muslims. Muhammad and his followers came out of the Arabian Peninsula, conquered parts of North Africa into Spain. They went the other direction as well, over here to the borders of India, up here into Central Asia. And so if you look at where the Arab Muslims went and where they didn't, there's an intriguing overlap with where E1B1B exists and where it doesn't. It exists in North Africa, up here into Europe, part of the Middle East, over here into Central Asia. Sure, it exists.
I can actually rock a little bit with what he's saying in terms of Arabs bringing certain E markers into North Africa and the Mediterranean. That's not to say that there wasn't E markers already there, because you did. You had the Amazigh, the Berbers, but they are specifically E-M81. They have a very specific E subclade. But there are other E clades that are younger that enter into North Africa around the time of the Arab slave trade. There's like EV65, which is connected to certain Arab tribes, certain Arab families. If you're in the Arab Twitter space and Facebook pages, you know, they go really deep into this. But he's actually kind of right about uh, uh, certain E clades, not all E1B1B. I think he might be trying to say it's all E1B1B. It's not the entire branch, but there are certain clades that are definitely connected to Arabs from the Middle East going into North Africa and the Mediterranean. So y'all need to check out those Arab Twitter and Facebook groups if you want to learn more about it. Go ahead.
Beyond that as well, all the way up into Scandinavia, down here into South Africa. But there's enough of a correlation where I think it'd be worth our while to ask the question, is there any other data that might imply a connection to this period of Asian and North African history? And so what I want to do now is zoom in on this section of the tree. Again, we're zoomed way out here so we can see that the data from all 600 men that are part of this particular study. And I'm going to zoom in on the branches right here. I should clarify, by the way, these data right here are drawn from multiple studies, and I give the documentation in the book. I've been focusing on this tree from 600 men because it's a nice summary of the data we have from around the globe. I want to now zoom in on this section of the tree to show you the details. I'm going to change the coloring scheme here briefly so you can see what I want to highlight. Same color here coming in, but then I've assigned separate colors to the major sub-branches here. You'll notice that the date I've assigned, 300s to 600s AD, is when you see this major bifurcation or separation of these branches. What I want you to notice is something that'll be hard to unsee once it clicks. May not be obvious at first glance, but there's a key clue embedded in the history in the family tree branches of E1B1B. And if you're a Christian, you're a creationist watching this, I want to explain it by analogy to a familiar
So I pause it. Yeah. So I have an exact match, bro. One exact match out of all the people. So why y'all gotta go take y'all DNA test, bro? Go. Everybody need more people need to go take the DNA test. I got an exact match on 12 of my markers. That's an E1B1A. So I wonder if this is Sean. It says the match was dated to January 27, 2023. So maybe this is Sean. See a link.
I mean, it would make sense. Y'all technically would be distant cousins because y'all are both from the same branch.
Yeah, you gotta get more and more people taking the test, so you can run it. I gotta be stopped. I gotta stop being scared of DNA tests. They're not. It's not the boogie monster.
It's not the boogeyman. Yeah.
Okay, so you can build a family tree on this thing. Hold on, let me go back. That is crazy. Well, whoever this is, he matches.
Does it have a name?
No, it doesn't say. Oh, yeah,
No.
it does. Mr. Carl Vincent Clark.
Okay, no, that's not Sean.
No, it's not Sean. I didn't see that part. Mr. Carl Vincent Clark. He's EM2, and I match him on the first 12 markers. So, yeah, I have no other matches.
It's only one person.
Yep.
Does it show maps and all that?
Let me
What
go
people
back.
groups it could be connected to in Africa?
Go back to my big Y results. Just see what the hell's going on here. But I literally just got this, so
Right.
it's got all my SNPs out here. Y-chromosome variants and stuff of that nature. All right, so I'll let this play while I try to figure this out.
Okay.
Oh wow! So my recent ancestry is 1350 BCE.
Biblical concept, biblical family tree. If you're not familiar,
1350 BC.
Yeah.
So that is that's the late Bronze Age.
Yeah, it says descendants are from the United States and the unknown country.
Like the founder effect was in an unknown country.
No, people that took a test to family tree, one of them's from an unknown country and one's from the United States.
Unknown country. What the heck?
Yeah. So both of my haplogroups are in the Middle Ages.
The Middle Ages.
The
Both
metal,
of your
metal.
metal. Okay.
Yeah,
Metal.
like iron. Yeah, iron, bronze.
So that's when your ancestor, the father of your specific clade, was
Yeah, it was
popping out the
formed.
baby sons. All right.
Yeah, it says EFT185844's paternal line was formed when it branched off from his ancestor EBY151871 and the rest of mankind around 1750 BCE. The man who is the most recent common ancestor of this line is estimated to have been born around 1350 BCE. He is the most recent paternal line ancestor of all the members of this group. There are 2 DNA tested descendants, and they specify that their earliest known origins are from the United States, with one from an unknown country. So the other one just put United States, and the other one just said, "I don't know where I'm from."
He didn't want nobody to. He probably, how those people, how some people are. They don't want to have the company know where you're from.
Yeah, more people got to take their big Y, man. But the story does not end here. As more people test, the history of this genetic lineage will be further refined. Now, if a brother R1B and he take this big Y, you're gonna get a lot of pings because there are more people from other groups that take these tests than we do.
Yeah, white people and Middle Easterners love DNA tests, especially Middle Easterners, because they love to rub it in people's face.
So I have my haplogroup story, my country, my frequency, notable connections, migration map. And my migration map, of course, is across the Sahelian and then down into West Africa.
Oh, you got a map? Now that's what I'm talking about. I like maps.
Mm-hmm. It says we went into Ethiopia.
Oh, all right.
I have ancestry in Spain.
Does it show where the founder effect was, where your forefather was? Does it?
It just says your ancestral haplogroup EM2. You know what we already know. What they say is in Western Central Africa, like by Cameroon. You know, I gotta show this real quick. Hold on. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. We'll get back to Nathaniel here in a minute. Yeah, Sean, I just came in. I just got the email in the middle of the show. Like literally while I'm doing the show, I check let me check my email because it's something else I'm waiting for too. And it said, "Hey, congratulations, your big Y results are in." So I just went and checked it out.
It's always when you least expect it when you get your results back.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens every time.
When I was looking for it, I couldn't find it, bro. I was like, "Yo, where is this at?"
Did they forget about me?
Mm-hmm.
Shoot.
See, I definitely came from the my ancestor comes from the Bronze Age and the Metal Age. Let me show you. So look, you guys can see what I'm seeing now, right?
No, that's impossible. You're supposed to go all the way back to Shumalanka 8,000 years ago.
Nah, go back to here.
Yeah, let me see if I can blow this up here.
So they posit that EM2 comes about 12,000 BCE. And then my haplogroup comes in fairly recent right here.
Bronze Age. Okay.
Yeah. Between 1 and 2000 BCE. And I have a relative in Spain, right?
Right.
With the Moors.
Oh yeah, Grenada. Yeah, yeah.
I have one here in the Congo. This is in the historical period, right? 1964 to 1950 CE. Nambia,
16.
700,000 CE, 900,000 CE.
Botswana.
You know, your boy was like, "Oh, 1100 BP. That's 3100." What an idiot!
Yeah, a BP means the Iron Age.
Oh my god!
Oh man, that dude felt school, bro. The school system felt him.
And then, of course, over here with slave burials, EZ 5970, and then one in Mexico, EZ 42552. And then I think this is the welding. Yeah, Maryland. The Catton Furnace, EZ 16130, EFTC 600. All that's in Charleston, South Carolina. This is all
Modern, yeah.
yeah, historical period.
Go down a little bit. All the way down. Now go back up. All right. Go. Well, actually, go halfway down. I want to see something. Check something out.
Okay.
Now go up just a tad bit. Right. Wait. Go down, and then stop right there. I'm just trying to look at something. All right. So E. That. So your E does look like it's Sahelan because it stretches from, like, the founder effect and all of that stretches from Ethiopia, Sudan, Chad, Niger, then all the way to Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
There was
Yep.
no black people in Ethiopia and Sudan and Chad and Niger. That's North Africa and East Africa. No E1B1As there, but the eastern branch of E1B1A, which is EM394. Ain't no E1B1A.
So people in my direct paternal group, mainly American centric.
Yeah, because enough people haven't been taking DNA tests.
Mm-hmm. I think there's ancient connections. So we've seen some of these already. Denisovia. Oh yeah, because all of us have this connection. Nika.
Pre-Civil War age, what?
Share ancestor 7300 BCE. He
Did they
associated
fight for the Confederates or the Yankees?
Peter.
Looks like you gotta do some history.
Slave African American, Lima. His direct maternal line belong to L3B, L2C.
Daba, Uda. Wait a minute. Daba, Uda, Judah, the kingdom of Judah.
Belong to related.
Babatunde.
Associated with the Afro-Caribbeans.
San Jose or Josue or Jos, whatever. Any work on
Lorraine. So basically other stuff we already knew. But now I know my exact clade.
Mexico, hey. That explains some things. All these Mexican matches explain a lot.
Yeah, he was associated with the Afro-Mexican cultural group. Yeah. Afro group story.
1750.
And then,
Wait,
1350, my branch comes out. Ancestral path. See? All in the Middle Ages.
Right. Man, I might have to get mine done, but it's so expensive. It should not be $500, bro. It should be way cheaper than that.
Mine was like 400, 300.
That's still expensive. It's like
So
buying a PlayStation 5.
they put EM2 at 15,000 BCE,
Green
and then
Sahara.
they put EM4901 at 13,000, and then E180 at 8,000 BCE. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I was looking at the different ages for all the breakdowns of these haplogroups and when they had their founder effects. I have it listed in my notes.
And look, they have how many people that tested with modern descendants
Two.
there. Yeah, my branch is only 2 people so far have have been tested with my particular branch, which is FT185844. The
And your
branch,
founder effect was in 1350 BCE.
yeah.
Wow.
Then look, they got here
Mm.
13, 28, 30. A lot of people get the 290 snip, right? So
Yeah.
only a few people are going to get this level because they're not doing a big Y. They're probably doing the other ones, the cheaper ones.
Yeah, 23andMe, Ancestry.com, stuff like that.
Yeah, y'all gotta do the big Y, man. I told y'all, go do the big Y.
I
But
guess
if
the
you
best time to wait is during holidays when it's typically cheaper. Things like Black Friday, Father's Day, Mother's Day, Christmas, stuff like that. That's when they're typically cheaper. Y'all want to wait.
Yep. So far only 2 people.
Let me look online right now, see how much it costs.
And only let's see. 20,000 people are EM96. Then when you get to EM2, EV38, it's like 6. So only about 6,100 people have tested that have E1B1A. We
Yes.
gotta raise those. I guarantee you, when you go to like R1B or like J1, those numbers are skyrocketing.
1,000 people.
No. We got 6,000 people that are E1B1A specific.
Oh, really? Okay, never mind. Maybe like 1 million.
I guarantee you it's a lot bigger than that. Because they actually care about ancestry and stuff like that. Like we trying to, we're in the infant stages when it comes to African Americans caring about their ancestry.
Right.
We're in the infant stages.
Unfortunately, we're too busy wiping out each other's ancestry, but I ain't gonna get into that.
Ain't that the truth? Then they have their scientific details. What's here? Calendar date years before present. 95% certainty. 68% certainty. And the average. You always go with the average, which is 1332. So a lot of people take these dates for face value, but you have to go read up on it. Look, it tells you they think they're 99% certainty that they think that my clay popped in between this range.
Mm-hmm.
They usually give you the mean. So this is the mean. This is the average, the 1332.
Mm-hmm.
But it could have popped.
It was literally that same day. I mean, same year.
Right. All these dates are like this, where they give you the range. They give it. They test it. They test it and see how many mutations they go through. The mutation, the mutational accumulation, to see how long it took with each when they twisting each value or inputting different values, and then they come up with different numbers, and then they put all the numbers together and they take the median value. So when you see where it says EM2 formed 15,000 years ago, that's the median value. They pull in the middle number out and say, okay, possibly could have arose then. But this is the range they develop here, which is like 3899 BC to 345 common. So it could have happened in the common era. We don't know, but that's what we have in the science. Somewhere in this range, maybe possibly is when my most recent common ancestor popped up on the scene. Let's see, variants. All right, time tree. Hey, what is this right here? Oh, somebody in Saudi Arabia, President Saudi Arabia. Earliest known paternal ancestor was Saudi Arabia. Okay, got you.
Kuwait.
Someone in Kuwait has the DNA. Saudi Arabia.
A lot of Saudi. Well, remember what Ngozi said. He believes that EDE would have been in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, got a lot of cousins in Saudi Arabia.
So technically, you can say you have distant Middle Eastern relatives, distant distant cousin Arabs.
Yeah, because we all branch off from EFGC 9357.
Mm-hmm.
I got kinfolk in Nigeria.
Yep, say that as well.
Of course, I got kinfolk in America, right? One right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got kinfolk in Saudi Arabia, and then these people don't know what country their ancestors come from. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. I got some kinfolk in Qatar.
Southern Iraq, I think that is. Wait, Qatar? No, I think that's North
Kuwait.
West Arabia.
Kuwait
Kuwait is in Southern Iraq.
That's some Saudi Arabian cousins here.
That's what I mean. The Middle Easterners love DNA tests. Most of that's Middle Easterners because they take these tests.
Mm-hmm.
They love DNA.
All right, let's get back to the video.
But I think the people who take the least DNA tests on the planet would probably be East Asians because they 100% know who they are. Like they have their family trees, and Chinese people don't really leave China very much. Not just Chinese, but East Asians in general.
Connected to the Hyundai family. We share the EP177, so they're probably E1B1B.
Yeah, probably some E1B1B royalty. Was this an Arab person?
Yeah, the Harfush dynasty. Yeah, that
a lot of
a lot
of Arabs connect to him.
It says they come from EBY172H71.
Yeah, probably a lot of Arabs probably connect to him.
Global Explorer.
Why is this guy here? Is he like a celebrity or something? Did he save a lot of people from a fire?
It says he co-hosted episodes of Storm Hunters.
Oh, okay. Yeah, celebrity. Okay.
Steven Pinker. Yeah, shoot, got a lot of white people. Yeah, the E1B1B.
The white man.
We already knew Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Right.
Best.
Who's that?
It's a lead musician of IBM and Bambuti Music and Movement Group.
It looks like he's Fulani. He has the hat.
John Bunch. Of course, Desmond Tutu. And Giuseppe. I was like an E1B1B. Yes, EM35.
Yep.
All right, man. Let's get back to I'm done playing with this. Hold on.
Yeah, that's interesting, though. And now we're going to the family tree of the Israelites.
This is the example I'm using. Think of the history of Israel and their origins. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. And Jacob then has 12 sons, which have become the ancestors of the 12 tribes of Israel. So if you were to draw out the male family tree for Jacob and his sons, because again, we're focusing on the Y chromosome, you've got one branch from Jacob down and multiplying into 12 branches, leading to his 12 sons. Take the names away, that basic, fundamental, simple mathematical fact emerges. And the point that I want you to see is that family trees not only record the who of human history and the time of human history, timing of your ancestry, but also there's an inherent, thirdly, implicit element of changes in population size. This is a really simple point. You go from one dad to 12 sons, great explosion in the number of males and going from one generation to the next. This simple principle is true not only for nuclear families, but for families around the globe. And so when we go to E1B1B and revisit the diagram that we just looked at, what does this section of the tree imply? You've got one branch,
Pause.
300s to 600s AD, 1, 2, 3
I
branches.
know he ain't gonna try to connect haplogroup E to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, is he? Because why did he bring them up?
I don't think he is. But I haven't seen him. This is blind. I'm watching this blindly. As you can see, you see the ones that are designated Palestinian. E1B1A also have clades that are designated as Palestinian too, as you see over here on the bottom right of the graph here.
Right.
Oh, look, he's got one Mandinka.
Right. Uh-huh.
One Mandinka E1B1B. Then you have the Druze E1B1B. Yeah, E1B1B has a large dispersal in the modern populations. Bedouin, look, yeah, Bantu Kenya E1B1B. Mozambique E1B1B. Yeah, they got a lot of. They have like a lion's share of clades. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, because Mozabites are they're the Amazigh of North Africa.
Yeah, so that came from what's the clade called? EM 183 or 83? I can't remember right now. It exploded within the last 2,000 years, 2,000 or 3,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
Multiplies. It increases threefold. It implies some sort of population growth in that point in history. Now, why does this matter? I now want to show you some graphs based not on genetics.
And when Abraham said his son was named after one of Abraham's, EM81, thank you, brother. I don't know why I can't remember that. Abraham said his sons, well, Josephus says that one of the sons of Abraham are responsible for the name of Africa. I mean, you could kind of argue that son could have been E1B1B, you know.
Yep.
There's multiple ways of looking at things, and it could be these Amazigh people because they do explode, you know, after Abraham existed.
I
Quite
believe
recently.
it. I mean, it is convincing. I actually can see that. I was going to do a video on that a long time ago, but I didn't.
And you do get the name Africa from the Amazigh people, the Afri people, right? You do get the name Africa from them. And then according to the Jewish tradition through Josephus, right? You get the name Africa from one of the sons of Abraham.
Yep. You see it all throughout Jewish and Arab literature that those North Africans are the descendants of Abraham. So, and then they got nothing but E markers. So, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got, well, you know,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah. Was it Abraham's son with Keturah? That was the Afir?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Afir and Ophir. And then there's another Afir from Keturah. There's two Afirs from Keturah and Abraham.
Mm.
It's like Afir and Afra, something like that.
Yeah. Got Sean Michaels in the building.
Shalom, Sean.
Shalom, fam. What's happening? Oh man, you got your big Y. I just went through mine last night, hoping that it came through. It didn't come through yet. So I know you did. Nah, you did yours like remember I had got sick, so you did yours like maybe a week and a half before me, and I had to wait until I wasn't sick before I submitted mine, before I actually swabbed myself. Yeah, so hopefully this week or next week it'll come through. I wanna compare them.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't think it did go through. I think we might match when it go through. I think we might match. You might never know.
Y'all should.
Well, we're gonna match on the U290 part. I'm talking about maybe there's a deeper match. You never know.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Hey, LeBron. We said I seen that paper on EM81 proposing that it form approximately 2,200 years before a president moved west. Yeah, like it is very recent. Very recent.
And it came from the Levant. So, yeah, definitely could be the descendants of Abraham. And when it comes to Berber language, Lucille Berber and Semitic, in terms of the Afro-Asiatic family, Lucille Berber and Semitic are the closest. Like they're the closest in the whole Afro-Asiatic tree.
Yeah, and our brother James made it clear too, like, which fits into the Punic, the time of the framework of the Punic Wars. James had brung that out a couple of times. So yeah.
That's what we call YAP facts.
You get what I'm saying?
He's spreading them YAP facts, Sean.
Exactly. I mean, for a while now, he's been saying that for some years, I would say.
But on mainstream history, historical records, and mainstream archaeology for the Middle East. And what I want you to see is that there's a unique population history for the Arabian Peninsula, the site, the origin of the Arab Muslims when they went about and went on their conquests in the early Middle Ages. First thing I want to show you here is how I've broken up the various sections of the Middle East. I've got the Arabian Peninsula here in the upper left. Upper right here is sort of the heart of the Middle East: Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, Iraq, and then two of the other major countries, Turkey and Iran. And just to refresh our memory, the Arabian Peninsula would include the modern countries of Saudi Arabia and Yemen and Oman and the UAE and other countries. The heart of the Middle East would basically be that section, those countries. And of course, I've included Turkey and Iran. So basically the entire Middle East broken up into 4 sections. And this is their population histories. You'll see there's 2 lines in each of these 4 graphs. I'm going to zoom in here more in a moment so that you can see the details. I'll explain those in just a second. What I want you to notice is what each of these graphs have in common. On the horizontal axis for each is the time element number. Here, in each case, the far leftmost number here, negative 200, is 200 BC. Then going to the right, all these numbers are positive. They're AD. I've included the year 0 here, even though it doesn't exist, just because it's easier to graph in Excel. So you have the time element on the horizontal axis and the population sizes on the vertical axis. And these absolute values differ in these various places because the population histories have been different in these various places. So it's in terms of millions: 2 million, 4 million, 6 million, 8 million people, 5 million, 10 million, 40 million, 40 million. That's what's going on here. So you've got a graph of how the populations have risen and fallen with time in these various locations. Another point of commonality among these various locations is the overall shape. All of them have, at their rightmost element, a sudden shooting upward. And this is true basically everywhere you go around the globe. In the last 600 years, the global population has increased 20-fold. It's been this massive spike. Each of these graphs have basically a hockey stick shape to them. Now, I want to zoom in because the magnitude of this recent growth tends to swamp out all that occurred prior, and you can't see the details quite as much. So I'm going to zoom in and kind of eliminate that last upward spike. That's what you see right here. And here's where the differences, I think, will become more obvious. And also, I'll be able to explain better what the dashed line versus the solid line means. The dashed line represents the actual rises and falls in the various locations. The black line represents what I'm going to call the effective or minimum population growth curve. The reason I'm doing this is because when we look at these family trees, we're looking at family trees based on the DNA from living men. In other words, we're looking at the DNA from the survivors of human history. So, fine, maybe the heart of the Middle East had a population rise that peaked in the 800s AD, but then it dropped suddenly. And many of these men likely did not leave descendants. Effectively, the men who survived to this point are the ones who left descendants to this day. And so if you're trying to infer what's going on in the family trees of the survivors of human history, you want to compare apples to apples, so to speak. So the dashed line represents the actual rises and falls. The solid black line represents the part that matters based on the DNA that we're looking at. Okay, now that I've told you why I'm focusing on the black lines, the solid lines, here's where I want you to see the differences among these various regions and how the Arabian Peninsula stands out as an outlier. Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, Iraq, their history is essentially flat because of this very late population collapse due to various causes, Mongol invasions, Black Death, and so forth. Effectively a flat line for 1,600 years, slight rise, flat again, and then late in history, boom, it shoots up. Similar history in Turkey and Iran, flat for 1,600 years or so, and then a rise, flat, and then a permanent rise. Turkey, flat for 1,300 years, slight rise, effectively 1,600 years, and then the permanent rise. The Arabian Peninsula also has a flat element, or basically flat element with a rise, but it's preceded by not a flat line, but from 200 BC here in this graph up to about 500 AD, a population rise. This early population rise versus effectively flat population growth is what sets the Arabian Peninsula apart. And so the fact that we see a flat line and then a tripling of the population sizes is evidence consistent with the origin of E1b1b in the Arabian Peninsula, not elsewhere in the Middle East. And once again, or just to emphasize another element of this, notice that in the 200s BC, the population numbers in the Arabian Peninsula are about 1.5 million. By the time you get about to the 500s, it's grown to over 4 million. Well, 1.5 times 2 would be 3. 1.5 times 3 would be 4.5. So what we see here effectively is about a threefold population growth in the Arabian Peninsula. And we've gone from one branch to 3 branches right around the same time. An additional line of evidence that seems to suggest that E1b1b has something to do with the political history of the Arab Muslims. So that's 2 lines of evidence now. The moderate correlation between where the Arab Muslims once were, where their kingdom once was, and where E1b1b exists today, especially at its highest levels. Secondly, the population history embedded in the family tree branches of E1b1b.
Yo, this dude said that they have their origin in Arabia. I can rock with that.
Yeah.
Because most Arabian haplogroups start off with E.
I mean, we just saw it in your DNA, so.
Yeah, and actually, I just figured out how to play with that little map I showed y'all. You can go back to earlier clades and where it split off U290. I got a lot of damn U290 is serious, bro. It's in Kuwait. It's in Qatar. It's in hold on, let me go back. Scotland. Scotland. Yeah, I got 2 matches in Scotland, bro. Sierra Leone, it's a lot, bro. And then you can keep going back and then see who all tested.
And they probably don't look like us too over in Ireland.
I guarantee you they don't.
U290s.
Exactly.
I guarantee you they don't, because they put their origin, their country of origin, as Scotland. You know, so this is most likely not like an African or recent African migrant. A lot of Arabian and a lot of course, West Coast African, Congo. That's what I'm seeing. And then Kuwait keeps popping up, and Qatar keeps popping up. And then I got one hit from Morocco on U290.
Shout out to Morocco. We can't see your screen, by the way. You're trying to share it.
No, I wasn't sharing. I was just looking for here. So I went back. So this little arrow lets you go back a clade. You see that? So I started looking at all these clades.
Yeah, I was playing with that as well. Because all you have to do is put in your Y chromosome, your Y haplogroup, and it'll pretty much run back. So I don't know if yours fully came through yet.
Who?
Your big Y.
It did.
Because this looked like the same it looks like the same screen. Let me go into mine.
No, yeah, anybody can go to Family Tree DNA, discover.familytreedna and play with this. But it's not going to show you a particular, like with me, I can see my particular haplogroup. That's my particular haplogroup from U290, FT185844.
Right. Yeah, mine's is EFT. Hold on, let me open mine's up. Hold on.
So you got yours.
No, but it still gave a downstream clade that I belong to just by plugging in. You see up here where it said example, RM222. You just put your Y chromosome in there, and you'll get this map.
Yeah, but I didn't know I was at EFT185844.
Right.
I didn't know I was
think I'm the same
U290.
thing.
Yeah.
Let me pull mine up. Let me hold on.
When you go to time tree, you can go to my specific clade, which is down here. Look. And they only got 2 people with it in that database. So I can click back again and go before that clade and go before that clade, and that's U290. I can go before U290. Then I can see all the clades, what country or origin these guys come from. Central African Republican, Fabez. But look, what's this one? Congo. This one's from Kenya, from Mexico. And the ones
wait
that
a minute. Wait a minute. I think mine says it says your Y-DNA results are complete.
Yeah, yours in there.
Your Y-DNA terminal SNP is EFT4748.
Oh, you got a different clade than me.
Yeah. To learn more about your haplogroup or SNP, simply go to the Learning Center and join. Okay, cool. Let me look at my stuff right now. All right. Yeah, but it doesn't say complete on the thing.
It didn't say big Y results are in?
It did, but down when you go in, where it says autosomal, oh, that's my autosomal. Hasn't come back yet. Okay.
See, look, Scotland. This guy put his country of origin at Scotland.
All I gotta say, family, is that you stay away from that DNA. It's nothing but confusion. It ain't gonna help you. All you need is them curses.
Look, I got a EU290 cousin on old man.
Man, this is great.
Look, another one, Scotland. So you just keep going back, boom. Go deeper in time. Palestinian territory.
How you hide your kit number?
You can't see my kit number, can't you? You got to go to Discover.
Yeah, but up on the top where it says my name, it has my kit number right below it.
Yeah, because
Before I
so
share it.
you're on the family tree DNA portion, right? You have to go to Discover. So
Discover haplogroup. I got it.
yeah. So once you click Discover haplogroup, it'll send you here. It
Yeah,
won't
it's
show
not
none of
there.
it won't show you none of your personal. Yeah.
All right, so this is mine. Hold up, let me share.
Yeah, let's take a
Share
look.
screen.
So you have EPH1537 in Palestine.
Palestine.
Let me know when you, because I'm about to share. I don't want to cut yours off.
Yeah, hold on, let me just go back one more time. Thank God for these people that took tests, man. We didn't even know this shit.
Right. But imagine the very first people who were taking these tests to begin with, they would have had nothing for a long time. Like
Puerto
the very
Rico.
few people who bought it.
Yeah, the people that first did it, yeah. Hey, somebody got to lay the bricks.
Yeah.
So it's a nice little tool. Algeria, Nigeria, Germany, EL609. Somebody put their origin in Germany. And it says this line of estimate had been born around 963 CE in Austria. You want to be one of these in Austria and Germany. Gambia.
We should make a show titled Yeshub reveals his DNA results. Because you know how Taylor likes to say that we're white.
Palestinian territory.
Wait, what's that green? What is it? Oh,
Algeria.
Shout out to Algeria. Got some DNA from there. But it's autosomal.
Go back.
Egypt.
Egypt.
I know that flag.
Oh, I gotta go down because it's branching off all the way down here.
A lot of Saudi.
This thing is getting bigger and bigger.
Wait, what's that? Go back up. I saw that red and black. What country is that?
That's Angola.
Angola. Okay.
I think that we're going to get more stuff out of it as they update. We're going to get hits. We're going to constantly get like emails letting us know that it's been updated. You know, I guess it's more samples are sequenced.
Yeah.
Gambia, Guatemala, Gambia, a lot of Gambia. Sierra Leone. Yeah, man, you spent that $300 on what's that other one? France. What's that other one you got? The African one, African ancestry.
Yeah, I got that one. Yeah, that one's
Spent
good
three-
too.
You
Yeah, I
spent
think we
$300 on
paid.
that.
I think me and Yeshua paid like with delivery and everything, $378. It was a sale.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait for the sale when I get it. I'll probably do it.
The DR.
Dominican Republic.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this shit's slow as fuck. Go down. All right, man. Da-da-da. All right, I'll pass it to you, man. Go ahead.
All right. So EU 290, 2,450 BCE. My particular clade, 2150 BCE, EFT 4748. EFT 4748's paternal line was formed when it branched off from the ancestor EU 290 and the rest of mankind around 2450 BCE. The man who is most recent common ancestor of this line is estimated to have been born around 2150 BCE. He is the ancestor of at least 10 descendant lineage known as EZ 5958, EZ 8038, EBY 175160, EZ 5954, EZ 1731, and EFTT 53, and 4 more. Okay. Metal age, again, same as Yeshua, 19 in Nigeria, and Nigeria, 8 in Saudi Arabia, 7 in the United States, and 7 in other countries.
Oh man, you got way more hits than me with yours, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Country free. Anything on the tab you guys want me to go into? Y'all want to see ancient connections?
Go to time tree.
Time tree.
And then after that, go to migration map when you're done.
All right.
So yeah, Nigeria, then the one dude from America.
Mm-hmm.
Nigeria.
Barbados. Nigeria. Oh, Morocco.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out
United
to
States. Yeah.
Palestine, is that Palestine right there? No, it's not. Palestine.
Yeah, that's Palestine. That's Palestine. That's Palestinian flags.
Kuwait.
It's Kuwait? Okay.
Yeah. It looked like the Palestine look.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
We got
Let's go
family
to.
everywhere, man.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to the migration map.
Yeah, let's see that. Okay, it's the same as
No.
That makes sense.
You just need to instead of buying African ancestry, get a real DNA test.
Nah, bro. It did help me out with last.
Okay, so I got Kendoki 2. Was a man who lived between 1645 and 1950 CE during the historical age and was found in the region now known as Kendoki, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Did you get that as well, Yeshua?
Yeah.
Okay. Notable connections, ancestral path. Yeah, Metal Age, 300 years. Immediate descendants, 10. Test modern descendants, 69. What was yours again? You said East ET. What was yours?
Mine is, hold on, let me get it. Colombia. All right, haplogroup. My haplogroup is EFT185884. 844.
EFT, okay.
That's my exact haplogroup, and it's descendant of U290.
All right, so I guess we could like really navigate through this stuff when we get a chance on our own and just really do a StreamYard and walk through this stuff. I got Desmond Tutu, John Bunch, Nelson Mandela, Lyndon Baines Johnson, the Hyundai family, the Hanyadi family. Where's that at? Hanyadi family, most powerful, influential noble families in Central Europe in the Kingdom of Hungary around 15th century. Okay. Of course, we got Ramsey III. Yeah. All right.
Hey, if a brother got R1B, that thing gonna have like a million damn.
Yeah.
I want to see James.
Yeah.
You have a million. Oh yeah. So go to suggested projects. You can go look and see.
Yeah. The different projects that you could go into and be like forums. I guess you could go in, and then these guys they always post different things. So 0 belongs to in the Torah. 0 belongs to EFT 4748.
You got 3 in the Middle East.
Yeah.
6 Arab tribes. How many got to the East Arab? 3.
Yeah, 3. The Black Belt of Alabama, 3. Iraq got 2. Arabian Gulf, 2. And again, I don't know what that is, but there's 2 there as well.
Shout out to the Arabian YAP, man.
Yeah.
They've been holding it down with the E marker.
Yeah. All right. I guess that's it.
Fighting the I ain't gonna say what they be saying, but
man, y'all done sidestepped this brother, man.
Who?
This brother here. Y'all done made him
And thirdly, I don't have time to go through this in any sort of detail, but if you look at where Afro-Asiatic languages are spoken today, why would I talk about Afro-Asiatic languages and what does it have to do with anything? Arabic is a language from the Arabian Peninsula that belongs to the Afro-Asiatic language family. There's an overlap linguistically and genetically here. This would be the third line of evidence. All that to say, I just zoomed through that just for sake of time. E1B1B seems to have originated, at least going back to the 600s AD, in the Arabian Peninsula. No surprise again, modern Egypt has Arabic as a language. It's dominantly Muslim. Should we expect anything different for the genetics of modern Egyptians to be dominated by something that came out of Arabia? And
that means he believes E1B1A evolved in Asia, because in his book,
he would have to.
Yeah, E1B1A, E1B1B splits in 700 BC.
Well, I wonder if he's going to change that in this video and kind of give a different hypothesis, maybe.
Let's see.
But why did he bring up Abraham?
Another point I want to make here.
I don't know, man. I have no clue.
It seems to have come out of Arabia, not Africa. So we could stop our story here and our investigation here and say, let's move on and look for something else. Maybe the signature of the ancient Egyptians is one of these other branches that exist at lower levels among modern Egyptians. But I don't want to stop the story yet, because I've only taken you back to the 600s AD with E1B1B. If we go back even further, the deeper history of E1B1B it gets quite intriguing. In this particular tree, the next.
What did I tell you?
Yep.
What they say right there?
Hold on, let me blow this up. 700 BC to 400 BC.
I told you.
Dang.
Major point of connection, which the date here is the 700s BC to 400s BC, takes you over to a branch that I've labeled here E1B1A. Okay, so what? Work with me here. E1B1A is one of the most dominant lineages in sub-Saharan Africa today. These are.
I actually like that map. I'll give them that.
Yeah, it puts us in Arabia, Egypt, Libya, all over. That's a more honest representation of us over here, over there. And of course, we radiate like crazy down here because we dominate it.
Right. We should download this map.
YAP really own Africa. When you talk about Africa, you gotta talk about YAP. YAP own Africa. You go north, E1B1B. You go south, E1B1A. We own the whole continent. We dominate the whole damn thing.
And that's why y'all are Hamites.
Yeah. We went ham.
Large circles here. Nigerian men, I think over 90% of them belong to E1B1A. Because of the ugly history of the transatlantic slave trade, I think about 60% of African American males belong to E1B1A. It's this very dominantly sub-Saharan African lineage. If we overlay it with language again, languages can be classified into higher and higher categories. Family is the one I'm using here. There is a language family that contains a whole bunch of African languages in this sort of tan color, Niger-Congo, yellowish tan color. Bantu is a subset of that, which I'll get to in a moment. But if you look where the Niger-Congo languages exist and where the highest levels of E1B1A exist, there's a pretty strong correlation. This will become more relevant in a moment. I'm going to return to this question or this concept of the Bantu subgroup of Niger-Congo languages. And I'm going to give you a quote from a mainstream historian, no creationist that I know of, in which he talks about how the mainstream view of the Bantu language origin has changed with time. So Kevin Shillington, I've got his textbook on the history of Africa. He says, before the development of radiocarbon dating and the widespread archaeological research that has taken place since the 1950s, it was believed that Bantu speakers spread across Eastern, Central, and Southern Africa in the comparatively recent past. How recent? Well, here's what he says. The main source of evidence was oral traditions, which seldom trace ruling lineages back more than 500 years. So just to pause here for a moment and summarize, Shillington is saying people used to think that this Bantu language group had originated fairly recently because of oral traditions. But that's changed, he says. It was assumed, therefore, that to have populated the subcontinent in so short a time, there must have been large-scale conquering migrations of whole new peoples. And just to add some detail here on this view, based on linguistics, it's thought that the Bantu speakers were originally up here in the Nigeria area, and based on oral tradition, would have then spread down here into Central and Southern Africa in the last few centuries. He says, no, we don't think that anymore because of radiocarbon dating. Well, here's what's intriguing to me. If you look at the E1B1A branching structure and the dates and the geography of E1B1A at these various dates, there's a pattern that emerges. Some of the earliest branches in E1B1A belong to West African peoples. In this particular study, you had Mandenkas from Guinea, this country way out here, far Western Africa. I've highlighted their branches in pink. Other members of the study include Yorubans from Nigeria, Bantu speakers from Kenya. You have Bianca Pygmies. Trying to see who else is here in this study. We have a sampling of sub-Saharan Africa. And some of the earliest branches, and other studies have confirmed this, some of the earliest branches belong to the West African peoples, and subsequent branches, so here again, this branch to the Mandenka up here, 1200s to 1400s, the separation between these pink ones and the rest of them, 14 to 1600s, 1400s separate the branches from these ones over here. It seems that E1B1A...
You know from my last video that ain't true.
Yeah, I heard him say pygmies had E1B1A. I'm like, what?
Yeah, through introgression. Yeah, because some of them do for introgression.
Yeah, from mixing, but not originally.
Yeah.
Was West African originally, and then about the 1400s, 1500s, you see branches out here in Kenya and in the jungles of Central Africa. You do see some Yorubans and such. It has this intriguing pattern that is reminiscent of what mainstream history would say about the origin of the Bantu peoples. Starting out here, West African, and then going here just a few centuries ago. Now, this is an agreement then with the oral histories of the peoples themselves. Shillington says based on archaeology, we're revising that. Can archaeology actually tell you the who of human history? It can tell you dinner plate patterns and such, can it tell you who made these patterns? Now, I'm emphasizing this point for a number of reasons. Number one, you can see clear echoes of indigenous history in this Y chromosome tree. Number two, you see them only if you have the overall young Earth timescale. If you were to convert these dates, or excuse me, if you were to ask the question, what are the dates assigned to these branches within a mainstream view of history, these would go back thousands of years. I think even before the origins of the first civilizations. You'd completely lose this history of migrations and correlations with Ubuntu speakers. But you see it when you have the young Earth timescale. This is a timescale that works and makes sense of human history.
That's not true.
Okay. Ubuntu speakers start up here. Genetically, it looks like the earliest branches of E1B1B are.
That's what I was saying. If you guys been paying attention to what we've been putting out the last week, you should know that this is all hogwash. Like,
for lack of a better word.
This is why I was like, oh, y'all want to do an interview with this? I'm like, I don't want to have to tell him. But anyway.
Yeah, all language families are younger than the formation of the haplogroup. So saying that the young Earth time scale fits with the oral history of the Bantu people migrating in Africa in recent times, maybe it's because they weren't always in the places that they were thousands and thousands of years ago, instead of having to like shift the entire time scale of humanity.
Oh, let me help them out, man. Let's go to the people in the Green Sahara. Look, Nathaniel Jeanson. You see the ancestral EM2 branch? Majority is Northern Africa. Maybe that's a clue right there for you, bro. You know, and this one I don't understand. Look at EM58. Majority of it is admixed African American. You don't even see it in Africa no more. You see that? You see a very small slither. And then EM191, like, is all, like, almost all admixed African American. You see that?
Right. And this is from the peopling of the Green Sahara, correct?
Yeah.
And all that blue is Northern Africa. And so E-M2 star, which means basal E1B1A, is pretty much exclusively North African.
Mm-hmm. And it shows you that in this paper. And a lot of the stuff that was discovered in this paper is novel because they brought up new clades. And the paper tells you that. Let me go here. Let's go to this chart here. Well, let's read this right here for my brother Nathaniel Jeanson. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a Harvard. I'm not a Harvard grad like you. You know what I'm saying? All I can do is show you this, right? So it says the topology M2 is characterized by the main multiplication downstream to branch 71, dating back to the beginning of the last Green Sahara. So the main multiplication when E1B1A begins to split is dated to the last Green Sahara, which he's not going to agree with because it's 10,000 years ago, right? So he thinks this happened yesterday. So anyway, and including all the deep sequence samples except one branch 70, consistent with the tree reported in phase 3 of 1,000 Genome Project. However, we found 11 subclades, branches 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 79, 81, 82, 95, 98, and 99, which share no markers with the 262 EM2 chromosomes analyzed by Posnick and colleagues. It's worth noting that 72 and 81 are two deep sister lineages within the EM2 main multiplication, meaning where it first branched off. That's why it's labeled EM2 ancestral, right? And both of them include chromosomes from Northern Africa. Similarly, the other terminal lineages absent in the 1,000 Genomes Project trees are mainly represented by samples from Northern Africa, or to a lesser extent, from the northernmost regions of sub-Saharan Africa. These people are definitely starting off in North Africa and then going south. That's what this is telling you. So when you go here, my brother Nathaniel Jeanson, you go to full size. That green bracket here is saying all of this happened in the Green Sahara. The main multiplication when it starts to split, when E1B1A starts to split, is here in the Green Sahara in North Africa. And then when you look at its descendants, so he named all these out, right? 70, 72, 73, 78, and 80, all the way down to 83. When you read these, where it branches off, This is northeastern Africa. S166 is northeastern Africa. S163 is northeastern Africa. S164 is northeastern Africa. S165 is northeastern Africa. And then northwest Africa is S170, S1680, S167, all deemed to be ancestral E1B1A. Everything else is downstream, right? So northwest Africa has the lion's share, or North Africa in general has the lion's share of ancestral EM2s. Everything else is downstream. You do have these three here, but again, those are the northernmost parts of sub-Saharan Africa, right? Which is, orange. Central Sahel is orange. So you have two that are from the Central Sahel. Let me go back to it. S177, S175, and Western Africa, you have one that's Western African right here, S171. So that's what this showing is. That's how they came to the conclusion that they converge and correlate in North Africa in the Green Sahara. All right, so let's go back to the paper. Now his doctor is in genetics. It's not even he's serious about. He learned. He got the tools and everything. He's just misusing them, bro. I believe he just misusing them. And it's all to fit that 6,000 year paradigm, bro. That's all it is. But anyway.
Mainstream view of history, these would go back thousands of years. I think even before the origins of the first civilizations. You completely lose this history of migrations and correlations with the Bantu speakers. But you see it when you have the young Earth timescale. This is a timescale that works and makes sense of human history. Okay. Bantu speakers start up here. Genetically, it looks like the earliest branches of E1B1B are in West Africa, and later ones are down here in Central and Southern Africa. There's this clear echo. Okay, I forgot to mention this. So I've got the dates in my notes. Mainstream timescale would put these dates not just a few centuries ago, but 6,000 to 10,000 years ago. The young Earth dates are the ones that work. The point I'm driving at is that E1B1A appears to be the genetic echo of the Bantu expansion. And you only see this when you have the young Earth timescale. So this would seem to put the origin of E1B1A out here in West Africa, at least several. So let's stop and reflect on this. E1B1A seems to fit the history of the Bantu expansion. It seems to then imply that in the 1500s, 1400s, 1200s, E1B1A, those people were in Nigeria, Cameroon, West Africa area. I just mentioned a few minutes ago, we concluded that E1B1B has multiple lines of evidence pointing towards its origins in Arabia. Yet somehow, these two branches were once in the same spot. Why do I say that? Because they share a common ancestor in the 700s to 400s BC. So to put this on a map so you can see what we're talking about, I'm saying the 1500s would put E1B1A individuals out here. In the 600s AD, the E1B1B individuals were probably right here, and then expanded across North Africa, Middle East, into Europe, into Central Asia as a result of these conquests. Where is the most likely spot of origin for the ancestor to both of these groups? Notice that the geography connecting them is almost exclusively Egypt. Straight line that would connect them. These two places goes through Sudan and Eritrea. That's interesting to me because if you go back in time to history that precedes the dates I've given for both of these. So I said I can trace you back to the 1500s AD for E1B1A. I can go back to the 600s AD for E1B1B. Go back before both of these in this section of the globe, and you have a kingdom known as Axum that connects Northeast Africa and the Arabian Peninsula.
Okay, never mind.
This would seem to fit and imply an origin of E1B1B and E1B1A, the ancestors to them, somewhere over here in Africa.
Hold on.
In the first few centuries after Christ, some of E1B1B ending up in the Arabian Peninsula. And if we had time, I could tell you about some subsequent work that seems to.
Hey, fam, hold on. Real quick. I got to step off for a second. I'll be back in a little while.
All right. Shalom.
The Axum Kingdom.
So he said that E1B1A and E1B1B originated in 700 BC, correct?
Yes.
But he's saying that the founder effect for E1B1A, E1B1B is Axum. Does someone need to tell him that Axum, the earliest of Axum, is in the earliest 1st century AD? It's not even a BC era civilization. Hold on. Some people might say, hey, you're using Wiki. That's not good. All right, let's just go to National Geographic then. How about that? Aksum. The major empire of the ancient world, the kingdom of Aksum, arose in Ethiopia during the 1st century CE, Common Era. So he's saying E1B1A and E1B1B originated in the Common Era? If it's in Aksum? Hold on. Let's go to the Smithsonian history.com. I believe this is, wait, no, Smart History. My bad. What does it say? Research shows that Aksum was a major naval and trading power from the 1st to the 7th century CE, Common Era. But he's saying that E1B1A and E1B1B originated in 700 BC. Hold on, I gotta see 700 BC. I'm just gonna use Wiki for this one, but so what happened in 700 BC? We have Sargon II, king of Assyria, dies. Sennacherib succeeds his father, Sargon II. There is no Ethiopia. Let me look at the timeline map. What's going on in 700? Well, that's AD.
Sargon.
700 BC. We can go back to the video here in a second, but I just want to see what's going on historically in this time. So we have the expansion of the Assyrian Empire at 700 BC. Probably a lot of J markers. 700 BC. There ain't much going down on in Ethiopia. Probably a lot of like Cushitic tribes. He could at least said the 25th dynasty. He might have had something there. But yeah, timeline's all off. Basically, is what I'm pointing out. I think that should be obvious, but I'm back on your screen, you shoot.
Confirm exactly that. Even earlier branches of E1B1B than the ones I've shown you in this particular study that are found right here, exactly as I would have predicted. The point I'm driving at in this right here suggests that the ancestors of both these groups lived somewhere up here. If we had time, and I go through this in the book, I could give you geographic reasons why this seems to fit, given how Africa is surrounded by water, and then the north has the Saharan desert to keep invaders out, and the most likely point of origin for entry into Africa from the outside is down here through northeastern Africa. All that to say, the data seem to put these people, the ancestors to these groups, in northeastern Africa. And then something happens apparently in the 700s to 400s BC that sends them on their separate ways. What possibly could have happened? Well, this time frame just so happens to overlap with a period of Egyptian history in which the pharaohs were of Nubian origin.
Okay,
Nubia was basically modern Sudan. The 25th dynasty
wait a minute.
From about the 7.
I thought you said Aksum. Now he's going to the 25th dynasty. What? So did Aksum in the 25th dynasty rule at the same time period?
Contemporaneous. They sandwich everything together. It's contemporaneous.
Oh my goodness. That's like saying Julius Caesar and Alexander the Great lived at the same time period.
That's your boy.
Okay.
That's your boy.
20s, 719 BC to the 650s BC were these dark-skinned individuals from Sudan. And that is right in line with the dates right here. Now, why does it end in the 650s BC? It ends because of the invasion that I referred to earlier in this lecture, the Assyrians. The Assyrians come in, they sack Egypt, drive out the Nubian pharaohs. Perhaps this is what sent and split up this population into two groups and sent them on their way, as the genetics seem to imply. So just to summarize, E1B1, the ancestor to E1B1A and E1B1B, appears to have been in the first millennium BC up this way, and then later on split into these two groups. My point is, the plurality of Egyptian males belong to E1B1B. If you go back 1,600, 1,400 years, you would conclude that the plurality of Egyptian males are Asian in origin, not African. However, the Arabs themselves, at least in part, appear to have originated from a northeast African group who themselves may have sat on the throne of ancient Egypt. So it does seem that after all, the plurality of Egyptian males are indeed African in origin, a part of Africa that is in close geographic proximity to ancient Egypt, and implies some sort of connection. So this sort of messy interconnectedness implies that modern Egyptians may indeed be the descendants of some of the pharaohs of old. This is the type of thing you can do for, in theory, any other civilization, any other people group on the planet.
So I'm gonna say this. He's right that E1B1B, where they did play a part with Ancestral Egypt. The issue is that his Egypt is too damn young.
Way too young.
And the people are too damn young to fit every damn thing he's talking about.
Yeah. I wonder what the comments are saying.
Praise Jesus.
Oh
Although I'm a proud descendant of Africa. I have 3 grandparents who either half or part Native American. What's that got to do with any damn thing? I don't even want to read that, man. It's stupid.
That's the main thing this book Traced does. It's first and foremost a history book that fills in the story that I never learned in school, that you may have not ever learned in school, the history of the peoples of the planet. Not just the politics, the religion, the culture, but the peoples themselves. I've filled in part of the rest of the story for the ancient Egyptians. We'll get to that, to the early question, the origin of these peoples in a moment. What I want to walk through now very quickly in the few minutes that we have together that remain is some of the other major ramifications of this new Rosetta Stone of human history, this DNA-based, generation by generation family tree for global humanity that just so happens to record history within a young Earth timescale. And in future episodes of this YouTube series, we're going to talk about some of the scientific backstory to this, as well as some of the responses to the critics. What I want to do now is very, very quickly sketch some of the other ramifications.
Saw your videos.
Subsequent episodes in this series will go into more detail. So, to give you a metaphor in a sense, this new Rosetta Stone holds many secrets. The first secret is the history of the peoples of the globe. The second secret is what I'm going to call the prehistory of peoples. So if you're a creationist, you might associate the term prehistory with cavemen or dinosaurs or prehistoric. There's, in a sense, an ambiguity, I guess, in this term prehistory because it's used to refer to things that creationists would reject. Millions of years of history. It's also used in human history context to refer simply to the era before written records, and that's the fundamental meaning of it. So if you're a creationist, we might use the term prehistory to refer to the post-Babel, pre-written records era. Pre-Columbian history is one of the perhaps most well-known eras that fits this description. Sure, creationists would say the Native Americans originated after the confusion of languages at Babel. Some eventually landed in the Americas, but either they didn't write their history down, or if they did, it was lost, destroyed. Pre-Columbian era is considered, in mainstream science, a prehistory era because of this lack of written records, different from other parts of the globe. This new Rosetta Stone has explosive ramifications for how we understand this era. I've got a whole other video on this that I encourage you to see. And again, there's a whole chapter on this in the book. Today's Native Americans do not appear to have been the first. There have been multiple settlings of the Americas. And it appears, just like we saw for the Bantu-speaking peoples in Africa, the Native Americans themselves have written this down, and it's been neglected by mainstream science or completely rejected because it doesn't seem to fit the timescale or for whatever reasons they invoke. When you've got this new Rosetta Stone, the data match up in a remarkable way. And there's, again, so much more we can talk about. I don't have time to do so in this lecture. The same sort of analyses with major ramifications you can do in other parts of the globe that are currently under the label prehistory, pre-colonial Africa, pre-colonial Pacific, these sorts of things. There's major ramifications here. One of the secrets of the new Rosetta Stone is on what we can understand and learn about so-called prehistory. Third secret of this new Rosetta Stone. I'm going fast, again, for sake of time, and there's subsequent lectures that cover this in more detail. If you look at the biblical history of the globe and read the Bible in a straightforward way, it says humanity starts with Adam and Eve 6,000 years ago. Their descendants multiply. Eventually, they go wicked. God decides to destroy everyone on the planet except Noah, his wife, his sons, and their wives.
This is why I don't support the 6,000 years, because then you're going to have to be like this guy and try to cram everything in within 6,000 years to try to make everything fit. Don't make no damn sense, man. It makes no sense at all. You got to allow for these 3 branches or Noah. You have to allow for Noah to have enough time to generate, or his descendants to generate enough people and enough migration, enough dispersals to fill the earth the way it is today. You have to give it enough time. There's not enough time in 6,000 years to explain languages, to explain human dispersals and migrations. There's not enough time. And population growth. It's not enough time, especially when you put into the equation agriculture, because when agriculture comes in place, that's when you can start getting these things. You have a long period of time where we're dealing with hunter-gathering, we're dealing with the Stone Age, and then we get into the Natufians introducing agrarian lifestyles into the scene. And then from there, we start seeing populations rapidly grow and be more innovative. But if you start saying 6,000 years, now we're saying you're trying to cram all these thousands and thousands of years into this little small square of time, and it just doesn't work. That's why I tell people, if we're reading the scripture and we're looking at the Tower of Babel concept, all people have to be together, right? What time period was that? You can't say that was 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, because you had people over here in the Americas. You had the Native Indians, the antecedents of the Native Indians. You had people in Malaysia. You had people in Australia. You had people in Europe. You had people in Africa. You had people, Newfoundland. You had people there, Greenland and all that. You had people
Not
there.
just people. You had animals. You had, bro. It gets deep. But go ahead.
Yeah, so you got to find a period of time where that makes sense. When we're all known extant humans in one place, and it wasn't 6,004, well, actually 4,400 years ago. Y'all even giving yourself less time, because they believe 6,000 years ago Adam was created. So they put Noah around 4,400 years ago. So 2,400 BCE. You're trying to put all this stuff after 2,400 BCE, language dispersal, diversification, migrations, humans separating and becoming their own things. It just does not work. It doesn't work.
They restart after this global flood, and Genesis 10 records the male descendants of Noah's three sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And for, again, reasons I don't have time to go into, I would argue that these 70 or so names in Genesis 10 represent the earliest heads of the ethno-linguistic groups that were separated at the Tower of Babel. I've just zoomed through a bunch of biblical history for sake of time. My point is, these are at the fountainhead of the human race after the flood, according to the Bible. And this diagram right here represents just a facsimile, basically, of the genealogical details in Genesis 10. In chapter 13 of this book, so 12 goes to Native American history, chapter 13 of Traced, I walk through multiple independent lines of evidence that show at the base of the Y-chromosome tree, there's almost a mirror image of that history. It's remarkable to me. The subtitle of this book is Human DNA's Big Surprise. There's many surprises. We could have made it plural in this book. This is one of the biggest shocks to me. This is I had an early draft of this book in February 2021 that didn't have this data, and a deeper study of the scriptural data in April of 2021 led me to.
So look, he has Ham. Ham is H, G, F, C, B, D, and E.
F. That's funny.
How are you going to put F and G and H as Ham, but the damn descendants of F, which includes G, H, and I, J, K, over here, or I and J over here? And how are you separating Japheth, I and J, from their brothers K, right here? I and J comes from I, J, K. That's why our model make the most. You can be mad at it all you want. Our model makes more sense, because we'll say, okay, Japheth represents C and F in all of the F lineages. They're all interconnected. All these people here have the M89. If you got R1A, if you're R1A, you carry R1A on your Y chromosome. You have the M89 chromosome, which comes from F. The only way you can get it is from a man. So that means deep in ancestry, somewhere down the line, you go back to F. So how the hell is Japheth and Shem all going back to F, which you're saying is Ham? There's confusion. Our model actually tries to, deviate up and split it up where it makes some type of sense. This doesn't even try. And it seems like this is racially inspired because you'd be like, oh, Dravidians, they're dark.
See, Australians.
Yeah, see, Australians, they're dark.
Now, I don't get how he has G and F, because I don't know any dark-skinned people from those haplotypes.
Yeah, I'm confused on that one, but this is him. This is his explanation.
Mm-hmm.
A number of other biblical lines of evidence to a deeper understanding of what the Bible says about the fate of these men in Genesis 10. And with that biblical data on hand and the history I'd already worked out for the Y chromosome, there's this tremendous overlap that emerged, and you can see the details again in chapter 13.
At Universal Technical Institute, you don't have to explain your passion for cars. We get it. That's why we're making more than $15 million
In theory, every single people group on this planet can trace their ancestry back to specific men in Genesis 10. And here's where I can fill in then the beginning of the story of ancient Egypt, or really the beginning of the story of E1B1B and its ancestor E1B1. Mizraim is listed in Genesis 10. Mizraim is who the Bible identifies as the ancestor of the Egyptians. Does the E branch trace back to Mizraim himself? Mizraim was a son of Ham. And the way I've worked this tree out, E1B1B is on the Hamitic side of the tree, as is E1B1A. Zooming in here so you can see the names from Genesis 10. There's Mizraim. Cush is also a son of Ham. The scripture seems to imply that Cush gave rise to the Sudanese, the Ethiopians, these Northeast Africans. Mizraim again to the Egyptians. I don't yet have a precise answer. There's some more data still to be gathered. If I had to guess, I would say E1B1B is likely from Cush, not from Mizraim. But then again, Cush and Mizraim, Cush and Egypt, the Nubians and the Egyptians had a constant back and forth throughout their ancient histories. So it's almost 6 of one, half a dozen of the other when you think about how history is played out after Babel. Third secret of this Rosetta Stone is the genetic echo of Noah and his descendants as recorded in Genesis 10 at the base of the Y chromosome tree. There's another biblical echo in this tree that I'm calling a separate secret. Zooming in here on the Semitic line, traced down in Genesis 10 through Arphaxad, Salah, Eber, and Peleg. If you go to the genealogical data in Genesis 11, Peleg's offspring are traced down to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And once again, you have an exquisite genealogical detail, which I give again in chapter 13 of the book. That echo, which implies then that there's branches of the tree that represent the direct genealogical descendants of Abraham. There may be a little bit of ambiguity whether or not this is Isaac or Ishmael. In the book, I lean towards it being Isaac, Jacob, and such. It's clearly Abrahamic, whichever way you take it. That's a remarkable echo that you can see in the tree as well. Fourth secret of this new Rosetta Stone. Fifth secret, an application of what I just described to you. You and I,
So he believes that haplogroup T is the true Israelite branch. He talks about that in his book. T is the Jacob branch.
Yeah, that's like how music likes his information a lot.
Yeah. Which makes no sense because T is a descendant of FM89. So T is actually a Hamite according to him. Actually, everybody to the right is Ham.
Bro.
Right, YAP's model is way more solid. It makes my head hurts.
If you're a male, can be found on this tree. I've had my Y chromosome tested. Like so many people of Western European descent, I belong to R1b, or my family line belongs to R1b. I can tell you that R1b goes back to one of the sons of Joktan, who's a descendant of Shem. That's the type of thing you can do.
Oh my goodness.
And I should clarify here.
That. R1b is Joktan?
It's Joktan, bro.
Bro, the Arabs having their genealogy. Hold on, I just got.
But this is what it is. This is what it is, bro. Give what you got, but this is what it is. He's doing what a lot of BHIs do, and a lot of you guys in the chat do. You go to Genesis 10 and say, "Oh, I can trace all the haplogroups to every specific name." No, you can't. You can't. It's impossible. Those names and those genealogies are telescope. Everybody that had a son is not mentioned there. Otherwise, that damn Genesis 10 would be like a book in itself. It's a very telescope genealogy. It's a very brief description of how they viewed the world and how the lineages was broken up. It's not representing everybody on the planet Earth or everybody that had descendants.
Joktan, if y'all do a deep dive on Joktan, and I have videos on them, but Joktan was always known to represent like the progenitor of all the purest Arabs of southern Arabia. Like, for instance, if you go and search the Qatani or the Qahtanites, they have the traditions of descending from Joktan, people of South Arabia or Yemen. Those are typically the Joktanites. And you can fit it easily when it comes to languages because these people speak Southern Arabian, which is part of the Semitic branch of Proto-Semitic branch descending from the Northern Arabian. Like, there's a real deep history when you learn about the Qahtani or the Qakhtan, Qakhtan, Yaktan. Like, they're not R1B people. Like, it's pretty much well established when it comes to the tribe of Qakhtan. It's the Arabs. It's not R1B people in Europe. There's a lot of books on it too. Here, let's just go to Britannica because Wikipedia. Nobody shouldn't be using that. But Qakhtan, Arabian legendary figure. From South Arabia, from a Southern Arabian ancestor, Qakhtan, forebearer of the pure or genuine Arabs, and a Northern Arabian ancestor, Adnan, forebearer of the Arabized Arabs. And it talks about a tradition seemingly derived from the Bible makes Adnan and perhaps Qakhtan also descendant from Ishmael, son of Abraham. And then there's a deep whole story about how the Ishmaelites went to the Joktanites and stuff. But that should be good right there. Joktan is not no R1B. It's gonna be an E marker. It's gonna be literally the E markers he's talking about in Arabia.
Right.
Oh man.
So, this is bad. This is like real bad.
Yeah.
So who are the Afro-Asiatic people are all Shem?
Yeah.
IUIC used to teach that, and they probably still do. That Moab was Shem or was China.
Mm-hmm.
Moab and Ammon. So that fits with that. I guess he can go with that.
Yeah, he could. Maybe that's where he got it from.
Moab and Ammon is the Chinese, bro, and the Japanese.
Yep, because we all know how the Chinese and the Japanese are when it comes to keeping kosher.
Yeah, so let me go to a real book on genetics because this dude is just he's too much, man.
He's hurting your brain.
He's hurting my brain, bro.
Ah.
Let me go. And if he went on a more rational route, maybe I wouldn't care as much. But this is like you're not even being rational with this shit. So this is evolution of the human genome to page 153. And it talks about the peopling of Saudi Arabia. So it says here the Levant and West Asia have been the cradle of civilization. A lot of people hate to admit that, but all the evidence is there. It said, although at least 11 regions of the Old and New World are involved in the independent centers of origin of agriculture encompassing geographically isolated regions on most continents, the earliest development was 11,500 years ago, separately in both the Fertile Crescent at Golan in modern-day Iran about 9,800 years ago. This discovery of agriculture has hugely increased the carrying capacity of human populations. This led to exponential population growth in epicenters of the discovery and also led to rampant and extensive population migrations. As an example, the subgroups descending from the Y chromosome haplogroups F, which he says is Shem, right? Well, he says F is Ham. But who came from F? G, H, I, J, and K. How are I, J, K, Japhet, but F is Ham? And how does the descendants of K, which is the rest of the haplogroups, Shem, they all go back to F, are found at greater than 80% of the world's population, but almost exclusively outside of sub-Saharan Africa. All these haplogroups arose in different parts of West, Central, and South Asia, but have expanded or widespread in a large part of Eurasia, South Asia, East Asia, and have also spread out of Oceania and Australia. These migrations from West, Central, and South Asia were all possibly associated with demic diffusion of agriculture, meaning the actual movement of people in the carriage of idea, in the carriage of an idea or technology. So let's go here and jump to the part about the Arabian Peninsula. It says similar to mtDNA, the Y-chromosome gene pool in the Arabian Peninsula is mostly of African ancestry, and the diversity can be ascribed to the Levantine expansions. So most of the Arabian, early Arabian is due to African haplogroups. All right. And then it goes with the correlation time for the most prominent J1M267 haplogroup in Saudi Arabia, 11.6.1.9 thousand years ago, plus or minus 1.9 thousand years ago, similar to that attained previously of Yemen, 11.3 plus or minus 2,000 years ago. But significantly older than those estimated are Qatar, 7.3 1.8 thousand years ago, and UAE, 6.8 1.5 thousand years ago. These facts and time estimates are consistent with the inference made from the mtDNA analysis that the area has mainly been a recipient or gene flow from its African and Asian surrounding areas. So early on, you would have African chromosomes, and later you would get your trans-Caucasian chromosomes J coming down later after the African chromosomes were harboring there. All right, so let's get back to your boy. Let's go back to your boys.
Because I've had many people write to me about this sort of research. I think all of us tend to assume there is one son of Noah that we come from. If I take a Y chromosome test, I'm going to find the one come from. Well, all of us have a complicated family tree, multiple genealogical inputs. The Y chromosome represents just a single line of unbroken male descent that I've tried to highlight here in this diagram. My Y chromosome got from my dad, who got it from his dad, who got it from his dad, and on back in the tree. Well, what about my dad's mother's side, or my mother's side, or my mother's father's side? There's ways to try to access this with the Y chromosome as well. And so if you're a lady watching and how are you leaving me out? I'm not. There's ways both men and women have to deal with this question. And the way to do it is to find male relatives on that part of the tree. Dad's mother's side, see if you can find dad's mother's brother or dad's mother's brother's son or someone along that part of the tree who can get a Y chromosome test. We've had my mother's brother have his Y chromosome tested. We've been exploring my wife's side of the family tree. My father-in-law's had his Y chromosome tested. My mother-in-law's brother has had his Y chromosome tested. And for some of you, you may not have to do anything. For my father-in-law's mother's side, there was already a Facebook page dedicated to the origin of the family name, and multiple males had taken a Y chromosome test. So you might be able to uncover your family history just sitting at your computer. The point being, all of us, every family line can trace their ancestry in theory back to specific sons of Noah. And I want to emphasize this point because there's an element of mystery here that you might be a part of. You might have an answer to a mystery. I said here there's a mirror image of this genealogy of Genesis 10 in the Y chromosome tree. I should clarify, there are 70 names listed here in Genesis 10. There are not 70 ancient lineages at the base of the tree yet. 99% of the men on the globe today have yet to get a Y chromosome test. Some of you watching may belong to one of these yet undiscovered ancient lines. You may have in your DNA some of the secrets to the lost people of the ancient past, the lost peoples of Genesis 10, who spread out and maybe were conquered or assimilated into other people in the next 4,000 years of history. So just to stop for a moment, you can trace your ancestry, your family's ancestry back to specific sons of Noah. If you want some help on that, I've set up a web page. It's our homepage, answersingenesis.org/go/traced. So if you go to that link, you'll find a little button, or you can just scroll down on the page. It's the Hidden History of Every People project. This is the next phase of the research. Traced really represents the beginning of what will likely be a lifelong research project. And this will take you down to a place where you enter your name, email, message.
Hey, Shub, are you going to take this DNA test?
Over 450 people already email me in this way. This goes directly to my
Yeah, sure. Why not? I took the what's the other dude name? I took his shit.
Oh, Aaron Elhite.
Yeah. Why
Yeah.
not take Nathaniel Jeanson's?
Yeah, let's see what you get.
Inbox. Many of them saying, "Hey, I took a Y chromosome test. What does it mean? Or how can I go about doing this? Or what company do you recommend?" Company offers and details change. Some of the best data that I've seen is from 23andMe in terms of resolution of which precise branch you use on this Y chromosome tree. We've had
That's bullshit. It's family tree. It's family tree DNA if you want to know your specific clade, because you can do the big Y. 23andMe is good because it's cheap, fast, and you can get your information right there, right? And it will give you, like it gave me EU290, which is the clade I ultimately derive from. But if you want a specific, when it does the more snips, and give you a specific clade family tree, it's just expensive. It's just expensive. That's all.
I've personally used family.
But I do recommend 23andMe because if you just want to know the basic of it, just the surface level of what your Y DNA, what your mtDNA is, very great site and educational. So I do recommend that for everybody because more people can get it. But if you can't get that big Y, go get that big Y, bro.
Tree DNA with some of my relatives. They haven't given us as precise a detail. Again, by the time you watch this, offers may change. My recommendation is to explore it or just email me via this link to find out where things stand currently. So that's the fifth secret of this new Rosetta Stone. Sixth secret comes from this history we just explored. I'm going to summarize it very quickly in terms of its so-called racial and ethnic implications. And I want to draw your attention to the fact that there exist members of E1B1B way up here in Scandinavia. What do Scandinavians look like? Typically pale-faced, light-haired, light-skinned. What we've just seen, though, is that men like this in Scandinavia, some of them, if you trace their ancestry, male ancestry back in time, it goes back to, not the Vikings, but to olive-skinned Arabs who arose in the Arabian Peninsula. We also just saw that some of these olive-skinned Arabs do not trace their ancestry back to Abraham per se, because they're in the Middle East. If they're on E1B1B, they go back to the ancient Nubians, dark-skinned peoples of Northeast Africa, which again, some of them ruled the throne of ancient Egypt. Tut was not one of them, but there's this complicated, fascinating, glorious history for some Scandinavians. Some Scandinavians have royal Egyptian blood in them. And who would have guessed? These are the sorts of wild implications of uncovering the history of peoples of the globe. It dramatically changes how we think about the concepts of so-called race and ethnicity. My point here is the so-called races have changed multiple times in human history. That's one example. But you can see it all throughout the tree. Dark-skinned people with light-skinned ancestors, light-skinned people with dark-skinned ancestors, Asians who have African ancestry, Africans with Asian, and on the mix-up goes.
Finally, a part that I can agree with. This is one of the most sane parts of the video. Yes, this is true. You can have someone that descends from a darker-skinned person or vice versa. African Americans are a great example of this because 40% of African Americans have non-African origin on the male side. So, like Marcus Garvey, he descends from a West European. Most likely, this West European was not a dark-skinned, woolly-haired individual with Nigerian features. Most likely, looked like a Ethan Hawke type of person or Russell Crowe. Western European coming, look like Nathaniel Jeanson probably. You never know. So he's right about this concept.
Imagine if every school child learned this growing up about human history. How much more difficult would it be for racists to advance a narrative about racial superiority and inferiority? How can you even talk about that if the very terms you're trying to use have undergone multiple changes throughout human history? Very quickly, for sake of time, I've already given you one example, but the seventh secret then of the new Rosetta Stone is that there are countless, or I should say an increasing number of examples of indigenous histories that find loud and clear confirmation in this Y chromosome tree. So if you belong to a minority group and you're watching this, or you might say, hey, I belong to a particular group and I don't know that we have any Y chromosome data, or here's what we say about who we came from. Would love to have you contact me through that web portal, ancestralgenesis.org/go/traced. I've already had multiple Native Americans contact me. We're developing, in a sense, a sort of Native American study group to combine indigenous histories with this genetic data, with linguistic data, with archaeological data, to try to recover the pre-Columbian history of the Americas. I never learned any of that growing up in school. Or maybe we briefly touched on the Aztecs and the Incas and the Mayans, but it just was largely a blank slate. We learned about the various tribes that the Europeans encountered pushing westward in what's now the United States, but I had no concept of their history, who they came from, what they were doing for thousands of years. There's a lot of history left to recover. This also has applications to missions, I would argue. So if you're a missionary watching this, you're working with a people group, who do they come from in terms of Genesis 10? Where does their story start? I've already had a couple of missionaries do just that. Would love to hear from more of you. If there's any way I can assist or questions that you have, again, go to this website that I mentioned. This goes directly to my inbox, can respond to you directly in that manner. If there's any way I can be of assistance, would love to do it. Eighth and ninth secrets, which have the most explosive apologetic ramifications and take us back to where I started in the context of this book, Replacing Darwin, and the concept of creation scientists now making major scientific discoveries. I don't think I have to tell you that this concept of humanity being just 6,000 years old and more immediately 4,500 years old back to Noah is viewed as ridiculous in Western society. What this book shows is multiple independent lines of evidence confirming the young Earth timescale back to Noah in a manner that answers long-standing evolutionary objections and puts evolution on the defensive. Once we get to some of the videos that talk about the critics' responses, which end up being these great gifts to creation science, we'll see this loud and clear. I've already talked about the echo of Genesis 10 being at the base of this family tree. One of the predictions that I put in Replacing Darwin was that you should be able to see the echoes of civilization all throughout our DNA. It's a different expectation than in a very qualitative and quantitative way from evolution. This book is really a book-length argument for that. It's primarily a history book, but it has these massive apologetic ramifications, one of the strongest arguments in print for the recent origin of humanity. Now, the last secret I want to set up by asking the question, number one, why is creation science still not considered mainstream? Why do 99% of evolutionists agree with evolution, which implies then they would disagree with the conclusions of this book? And why have the efforts of creationists over the years not been successful in changing that? Well, one of the things I want you to consider very quickly is what the evolutionists themselves have said in answer to that question. They've long said that creation science isn't science at all, and therefore shouldn't even be allowed in the discussion. Now, if you're a creationist or you followed the creation evolution debate, you'd say, well, hasn't there been a lot of anti-evolutionary arguments advanced by creation scientists? Yes. I would personally argue that many of them are fairly airtight. Here's where evolution can't explain things. Here's where evolution is impossible. You might also say, well, haven't creationist community advanced large amounts of evidence for design? Yes. Even Richard Dawkins will say that biology is the study of complicated things that give the appearance of having been designed for a purpose. Evolutionists recognize life looks designed. They will still say evolution is the explanation for it. So what gives? What needs to change? The evolutionary community has said this is not enough. There's something else that creation scientists need to do before their ideas are considered mainstream. So I'll give you one quote. I could give you more from court decisions, from other authors that all say this and emphasize the same thing. Niles Eldredge, a famous paleontologist, wrote an anti-creationist book in 1982. Here's a quote from it that I think succinctly captures one of the longest standing arguments against creation science. He says creation science isn't science at all, nor have creation scientists managed to come up with even a single intellectually compelling, scientifically testable statement about the natural world. Very briefly, what would they say is science? They'd say gravity is science. They'd say, I've got my cell phone here in my hand. If I release my grip, gravity predicts it'll fall. Of course it does. But in theory, I could have disproven gravity by that experiment. It's testable. Evolutionists would say, fine, creation scientists believe that God created kinds of creatures, that Noah took kinds of creatures on board the ark, that species formed from these kinds that he took on board the ark. Who cares? If you want to be science, if you want those ideas to be considered scientific, make some predictions. Based on that view, predict for us, creationists, how many new species will form this year. That's what they've been demanding for at least 4 decades. They've said evidence against evolution for design is not enough. I'm not giving you my opinion. I'm saying this is what the evolutionary community has said. Evolutionists have demanded testable predictions. That's exactly what this book does. I won't walk you through this complicated quote, mouthful of a quote, but I put in print 4.5 years ago specific predictions about finding the history of civilization in human DNA. I said specifically in the Y-chromosome, male inherited DNA. That's exactly what this book does. It not only did Replacing Darwin have testable predictions, this book fulfills them and makes even more. And again, perhaps one of the biggest fulfilled predictions is this echo of Genesis 10 at the base of the Y-chromosome tree.
It is okay to be so stressed and overwhelmed that you feel like you need to talk to someone about it. And by that, I mean going to therapy. Make the transition from college into post-grad and working full-time.
Creation science is meeting the highest standards for science. That demand for testable predictions isn't some invention of the evolutionary community. That just comes from the basic philosophy of science. That's how science works. So what I'm saying is it's right to demand of any idea that there should be testable predictions. We could ask the question, does evolution make testable predictions? Which would be another discussion for another day. We'll talk about the critics here in a moment, or excuse me, in a subsequent lecture. But from a creation science alone perspective, has it met the standard? Yes, and it's exceeded them. What else can the evolutionists raise as an objection to this that is philosophically coherent? My answer is they can't come up with any other objection. Creationists have met this objection. They've exceeded it. They're taking the lead in science. They're advancing scientific ideas. They're advancing our knowledge of the world. We're witnessing the dawn of a new era in the creation of.
All right, so he just going into creationism. We sit up here and watch what he was talking about. So now let's just read his book, and I'll just end it off on that because yikes.
By the way, Brian TV is live.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I just saw that he went live. I'll take a look.
Man, do I want to read this, man? I don't even think I want to read this.
It's up to you. You don't really have to, but it's up to you.
Chapter 6. Fuck. This is chapter 6 of the book Trace by Nathaniel Jeanson. He says here, November 17, 1855, deep in sub-Saharan Africa. It says, after 20 minutes sail from Kalai, which sits on the modern Zambia-Zimbabwe border, we came in sight for the first time of the columns of vapor, appropriately called smoke, rising at the distance of 5 or 6 miles, exactly as when large tracts of grass are burned in Africa. 5 columns now arose, and bending in the direction of the wind, they seemed to place against a low ridge covered with trees. The tops of the columns at the distance appeared to mingle with the clouds. They were white below, and higher up became dark, so as to stimulate smoke very closely, the whole scene was extremely beautiful. The banks and the islands dotted over the river are adorned with sylvan vegetation of great variety of color and form. At the period of our visit, several trees were spangled over the blossoms. Trees have each of their own physiognomy, while towering over all stands the great burly baobab, each of whose enormous arms will form the trunk of a large tree, beside groups of graceful palms, which, with their feathery sheep leaves depicted on the sky, lend their beauty to the scene. As a hieroglyphic, they always mean far from home. For one can never get over their foreign air in a picture of the landscape. Silvery Mahonono, which is in the tropics, is in form like the cedar of Lebanon, stand in pleasing contrast to the dark color of the Matsuri, whose cypress from is dotted over at present when its pleasant scarlet fruit. Some trees resemble a great spreading oak, others assume the character of our own elms and chestnuts, but no one can imagine the beauty of the view from anything witnessed in England. It had never been seen before by European eyes, but scenes so lovely must have been gazed upon by angels in their flight. Why you put this in your book? But anyway. All right. These lines written by the famous Scottish explorer and missionary David Livingstone in a book published in 1857 memorialize his encounter with Victoria Falls. While he modestly confessed to being the first European to witness the site, his discovery may have been much more far-reaching. It's likely that he was not just the first European, but the first person outside of sub-Saharan Africa to see the falls. Thousands of years earlier, and about 3,000 miles to the north, the pharaohs made no mention of Victoria Falls. In fact, geographic landmarks near to Egypt were equally mysterious. The world's longest river, the Nile, provided the basis for the pharaohs' existence, yet they had no knowledge of its source. For this perspective, ancient Egypt was isolated from the rest of Africa. In theory, this fact could provide clues to the fate of the ancient Egyptians. Today, we have DNA from all peoples throughout modern Africa. If among the modern Egyptian lineages, we found one that was isolated from the rest of Africa, this could lead us to the Egyptians of old. Mainstream science encourages this pursuit. In the context of the mainstream timescale, the separation between Egypt and the rest of Africa has deep roots. 200,000 to 300,000 years ago, long before the first Egyptian dynasties, mainstream science indicates the anatomically modern humans arose on the warm savannas of sub-Saharan Africa. Then around 50 to 100,000 years ago, a group of Africans split off and left for the colder climates of Europe and Asia. Those who remained in sunny Africa diversified. By 10,000 BC, Africans were already divided into language families. The Niger Congo speakers were in West Africa, Nilo-Saharans in modern Sudan, and the Khoisan in modern Tanzania. Egyptian and Afro-Asiatic speakers were in the northeast. Then around 7,000 years later, i.e. 3050 BC, Norma founded the first Egyptian dynasty along the banks of the Nile. Thus, according to mainstream science, Egypt may have been the first African civilization, but Egyptians weren't the first African peoples, not by a long shot. The ancient Egyptian civilization that dominates the popular imagination, King Tut and the rest, was born thousands of years after the earliest Egyptian lineages separated from the rest of Africa. The Y-chromosome of Africa told a very different story without size ramifications for the fate of the ancient Egyptians. Well, King Tut would be R1b. If anybody doesn't know that, he would be R1b. The brother said, was this book also written by Ron Dalton? Hey, all right. A geographic divide. Today, across Africa, Y chromosome sequences tend to fall into a few easily identifiable lineages. Initially, the geography of these lineages seemed to lend support to a fundamental divide between Egypt and sub-Saharan Africa. For example, haplogroup A occurs infrequently across Africa. It does so in a manner that overlaps the distribution of two of the major language families, Nilo-Saharan and Khoisan. In modern Egypt, a place where primarily Afro-Asiatic languages are spoken and not Nilo-Saharan or Khoisan, haplogroup A exists in just 1% or 2% of the men. As another example, haplogroup B exists all throughout sub-Saharan Africa. Though it lacks strong correlation with language families, haplogroup B still avoids Egypt. It is undetectable there. Haplogroup E provides a third example of Egyptian isolation. The earliest separation divides E1 from E2. The next separation subdivides E1 into E1A and E1B. The geographic distribution of haplogroup E1A and E2 resembles that of haplogroup B. They are found across sub-Saharan Africa, but are largely absent from North Africa. Haplogroup E1A and E2 are undetectable in modern Egypt. That's a lie. But anyway, all of these results appear to fit the idea of a deep separation between Egypt and the rest of Africa. However, recent experiments on the Y chromosome have cast all of these conditions in a new light. In the following section, you might find that the discussion wades. Hold on, take over real quick, Avery, please. Oh, never mind. I thought that was a phone call. That's on more. Anyway, I got it. It says in the following section, you might find that the discussion wades at times into the technical. Normally, I would move such an explanation to the endnotes or to an appendix. However, because this discussion flows from a sequence of events that are so unusual and so dramatic in their implications, especially with regard to the timeline of African and Egyptian history, I've left them in the main text. Contemporaries. For all of African history, the Y chromosome has marked the passage of time in a simple way. When the sperm cells of African men copied their Y chromosome DNA, they did so imperfectly. Think of it like trying to rapidly transcribe a lecture from a fast-talking speaker. Mistakes happen. Within cells, elaborate DNA error correction methods exist. But mistakes still slip through. These genetic copying errors accumulated with time. The men from one African generation would imperfectly copy their Y chromosomes. The men from subsequent generations would repeat the process. As mistakes occurred, they compounded. By analogy, it's like trying to retype a retyped document, but with an imperfect spell checker, and then repeating the retyping process from the partially corrected version, and then doing it again. The more you copy the copies, the more mistakes get introduced. By the 100th copy, the document will have hundreds of errors. The accumulation of DNA mistakes acted like a clock. Every new mistake represented another tick of the clock. After the ticking for 200,000 years, the African Y chromosome clock produced DNA that was riddled with copied errors. Globally, the same process played out with the same result. Y chromosome clocks have been ticking in men outside of Africa for as long as men have been there. The DNA from a non-African man has also become riddled with errors. Well, Y chromosome DNA should become riddled with errors. If humans have been in existence for hundreds of thousands of years, how does our DNA look? Do our Y chromosome bear the signature of hundreds of thousands of years of human existence, or do they tell a different story? The way to find out entailed a two-step process. The first step involved comparing the DNA from men around the globe. Scientists counted the number of Y chromosome differences that separated one male from another. African men tend to differ from non-African men by 100 to 3,000 DNA letters. Non-African men tend to differ from one another by 700 to 1,000 DNA letters. These results represented the total number of ticks of the Y chromosome clock. But did this DNA difference represent many ticks or a few? The answers to these questions rewrote the temporal context in which we think about ancient Egypt. The answers also arose from the second verification step. In these experiments, the scientific community selected father-son pairs or other male relatives of known genealogy and sequenced their Y chromosome DNA. Then they counted the number of differences between the relatives. The number of Y chromosome DNA differences between them revealed how many copying errors occurred each generation. These differences told them how fast the Y chromosome clock ticked. One of the first studies to measure the error rate was published in 2009. Two Chinese men of known genealogical relationship going back to the 1800s had their Y chromosome DNA sequence determined. The resulting rate of copying errors was slow. It fit the existence of a Y chromosome atom about 200,000 years ago. In 2015, a study of hundreds of Icelandic men produced the same result. So far, these results will leave the mainstream time scale as is. They would change nothing in our understanding of the relationship between ancient Egypt and the rest of Africa. However, due to financial and time constraints, these earlier studies were based on low-quality DNA sequence. Then in 2015, another research group compared father and son Y chromosome DNA sequences. This time, they used high-quality methods. The results was a copying error rate that was much faster than the previous lower quality studies. The number of father-son Y chromosome differences was approximately 10-fold higher than the expected number, considering the range of published Y chromosome copy and mistake rates. In fact, data from this study implied the Y chromosome atom lived just a few thousand years ago. What was the mainstream scientific community to do? Oddly, they filtered their results, removing data that contradicted 200,000 years timescale. They did so until the Y chromosome copying error rate matched expectations. They forced the results from the high-quality methods to fit the results from the lower-quality methods. Why? Because the latter fit their expectations. These actions represent a form of circular reasoning. They do not constitute an independent experimental scientific test of the time scale of human origins. But I would have to say this is kind of paradoxical because he does his own circular reasoning where he says the earth must be 6,000 years because the Bible says so. That's a circular reasoning argument, even though the Bible doesn't say that, but that's the type of argumentum that he pushed forth. So to try to call out circular reasoning somewhere else, it's kind of odd to me, but I'll continue to read. It says these actions represent a form of circular reasoning. They do not constitute an independent experimental scientific test of the time scale of human origins. Class between experiments and expectations did not stop there. 2017, researchers compared the DNA sequences between 50 paired offspring trios, i.e., they obtained DNA from father, mother, and child. Again, they did so by using high-quality DNA sequencing methods. Among these 50 trios, several father-son pairs existed. The researchers published detailed analysis of copying error rates in these people. They discussed the rate that occurs in the DNA that is inherited from both parents. This DNA represents about 98% of our total DNA, but conspicuously absent from their published results was a statement on the father-son Y chromosome copying error rate. Why? From the raw data that did make it into their published study, potential answer emerged. From this raw data, the father-to-son Y chromosome DNA copying error rate could be extracted. The results were consistent with the 2015 high-quality study. The 2017 Y chromosome copying error rate implied that Y chromosome atom existed about 4,500 years ago. So he uses this to establish the belief that 4,500 years ago, Noah, we all come from Noah. I'm just going to go ahead and spoil it. He said this Y chromosome atom of 4,500 years ago happens to fall right in line with a unique ancient written history. This history has profound implications for the relationship between ancient Egypt and the rest of Africa. A straightforward reading of the Bible leads to a specific, detailed anthropology for the entire globe. The book of Genesis names Adam and Eve as the ancestors of the entire human race. In combination with other scripture passages, Genesis puts the dates of the creation by around 6,000 years ago. And I will have to dispute this claim because the Bible does not give a definitive age. It's just eisegesis, people reading that by trying to add up the dates of the people that's listed in a genealogical record. Again, if those things are telescoped, that's not an accurate way of dating that, right? So that's what I would raise to Nathaniel Jeanson on that claim there. So Genesis also describes the fate of their descendants, all but Noah, his wife, his three sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their wives were destroyed in the global flood. The flood occurred around 4,500 years ago. So that's the date he's giving you guys that all extant humans go back to, which again makes no sense. It says, of our 4 male survivors of the flood, 3 received their Y chromosomes from the same ancestor. Shem, Ham, and Japheth were all direct descendants of Noah. All inherit their Y chromosomes from him. Naturally, this implies that all males today descend from Noah. Or to flip the equation around, males today should be able to dial their Y chromosome differences back to 0, which is Noah, in just 4,500 years. For the remainder of this book, I will refer to this point 4,500 years ago with Noah. As the beginning is technically the re-beginning after Adam, but just beginning makes for simpler shorthand. Based on these results, 10,000 BC and 3,050 BC must be more recent, at least 2,500 BC. So this is why he has E1B1A, E1B1B splitting in 700 BC, because he believes all humans go back 4,500 years ago, which means 2,500 BCE is the upper limit, upper bound. So this flies in the face of archaeology, anthropology, everything we know about Egypt, everything we know about early Levant, early peoples. He's just going to throw that out to give this, make this 4,500 human history work, right? It says at least 2,500 BC or sooner. However, for technical reasons, these dates are also unlikely to be more than 1,000 BC. Long story short, the most plausible scenario at present is one in which dates are bunched up near 2,500 BC. In other words, the supposedly separate African peoples, the early speakers of Afro-Asiatic, Niger-Congo, Nilo-Saharan, and Khoisan languages may have arisen within a few centuries of each other. So that's what he believes. Practically, these early African peoples would have been especially conducive to mixing, despite continent's large size. Africa hasn't historically harbored large numbers of people. Throughout much of human history, Africa has only around 15% of the world's population. For example, in 1000 BC, Africa would have held only 15% of the 50 million people alive, or only 7.5 million total in the entire continent. Thus, when looking for spouses, Egyptians and other Africans would have had fewer options than today. These factors, small ancestral population sizes, and revised historical timeline, recast the relationship between Egypt and the rest of Africa. These factors suggest that Egypt and sub-Saharan Africa were not separated by a deep historical division. Instead, these results hinted the Egyptian lineages might be found all throughout Africa. In fact, they were found far beyond. Connected far and wide. Geographically, the major African Y chromosome lineages show a clear break between Egypt and sub-Saharan Africa. Genetically, these African Y chromosomes have the roots all connected. The most recently joined E1B1A and E1B1B in the 700s to 400s BC. So again, he believes E1B1A, E1B1B splits at 700 to 400 between that bracket, that range, which would mean E1B1A didn't exist during the time of the Israelites. It didn't exist during the time of dynastic Egypt. But here's the thing: dynastic Egypt to him, in pre-dynastic Egypt, doesn't mean anything because that starts in 3000.
Was there even a pre-dynastic Egypt to him?
That's what I'm saying. It makes no damn sense.
And yeah,
right. Nobody join while reading because I want to read and get through this. See, put the link out there. Nobody join while reading. It says, going back in time, 2 more unions happened almost simultaneously. E1A and E1B joined in 1300 to 900 BC. Haplogroup E1 and E12 in the 1400s to 1000 BC. Prior to these events, haplogroup A and B connected to one another in the 2100 BC to 1800 BC. The earliest connections joined haplogroup AB with haplogroup E. Their linkage occurred 2400 to 2000 BC. Now, this is completely out of bounds. A and B does not connect with haplogroup E. But Nathaniel Jeanson, he said it in black and white, so it must be true, right? Harvard graduate, right? Harvard grad. I believe he has his master's in genetics. He said A and B join with haplogroup E. Now, if anybody knows a little bit about haplogroups, they know this is false. So I'm going to show you guys a phylogenetic tree here. Then I want you guys to connect A and B. Try to connect A and B to E. You have a very difficult time.
You can't. They're YAP negative. You can't do it.
Exactly. Really, we can just go back to the Green Sahara. The utility of the people in the Green Sahara has been great, right? So look, you can go back to this page because it gives you the phylogenetic tree here. Let's go to the full-size image. Go down. This is A. We are not A001 and A2 and 3 and all that. We're not that. Even though this is deep divergent branches, people don't even teach genetics right. We branch off from a separate branch that starts off with this ancestral group of humans. Then they branch off. Then that group branches off, right? Until we go down here. So A is all the way up here. And these are the branches that come off of that ancestral group. Then you go down. You also see haplogroup B here. They have their own separate branch. Now you go down. Then this branch. This branches off to E. Well, D and E. As you can see, D here and E. We have our own separate branch. And then C and F have their own separate branch. It has nothing to do with A and B. A and B is all the way up here. But pseudos will be pseudos, right? So let's go back. Let's go back to Nathaniel Jeanson's book. So not only is he off on dates, he's off on phylogenetics, the phylogenetic tree. So as a side note, you may have noticed that haplogroup A and B branches are significantly longer than E branches. At first pass, the fact raises a troubling question. What do these branches represent? Events in the future? Their long length suggests that they represent lineages whose Y-chromosome clock ticks faster than the rest, or ones tick faster than the rest. However, no one has yet measured the rate at which copying errors occurs in these people. The published father to son Y-chromosome studies are all focused on non-African peoples. Hence, the copying errors rate in the people on these longer branches remains a mystery. Or you can just say that they were around longer. Boom, solves the problem. My suspicion of a faster mutation rate is something that is yet to be determined. In other words, it's a testable prediction, the hallmark of scientific framework. In light of genetic connections among haplogroup A, B, and E, let's revisit the linguistic relationships between Egypt and the rest of Africa. Today, the major African language families, Nilo-Saharan, Khoisan, Congo, and Afro-Asiatic, correlate with the distribution of major Y-chromosomes on haplogroups A, E1B1A, and E1B1B. That's not true, because you also have to put in RVA8 in there as well. Then you got your T and your J clades. It's more complex than you try to make it. Anyway, haplogroups E1B1A and E1B1B were once a single lineage. So were haplogroups E, to which E1B1A and E1B1B belong, and A. No, A and E were never a single lineage. These are separate, distinct lineages. Presumably, this means that language families to which they correlate were also once in a close proximity. Also, the dates for the common ancestors of haplogroup A and E and of haplogroups within E all fall contemporaneous with ancient Egyptian civilization. Ay, ay, ay. Dang, somebody give me that Power Ranger clip when old boy would say, ay, ay, ay. I need that, man. It says not 1,000 years prior. In other words, the peoples belonging to the 4 major African language families don't look so deeply divided after all. Could all 4 of these groups have originated in Egypt? Might the history of the entire African continent have found its source in Northeast Africa? Let's rephrase these questions. Where would the common ancestors of haplogroup A and B and E have lived? The answer takes us even closer to ancient civilization, astride the Nile. I know, Rue. I know, Rue. It pains me just to read it to you guys. Well, we're going to read it. That shit dumb as fuck. It's Nathaniel Jeanson, man, Harvard grad.
This nigga was clearly lying.
To uncover this answer, let's follow the geographic clues backwards in time. Let's map the homelands for each Y chromosome haplogroup until we arrive at its most ancient source population. The most recent genetic splits separated E1B1A from E1B1B. As we saw in Chapter 5, E1B1A homeland appears to have been West Central Africa. Conversely, E1B1B homeland was at one point Arabia. So this is basically said in the video, right? Since these 2 lineages are linked, the geographic area between the 2, the Sudan, Ethiopian region, represents a good candidate for the homeland of the peoples of E1B1A, E1B1B, which he also says. And if you remember, he says that it's the Aksum Empire. The Aksum Empire is the
whole... a common era empire.
This nigga was clearly lying.
These E1B1A, E1B1B lineages share a common ancestor with E1A and E2 lineages. The distribution of E1A and E2 are almost mirrored. The line divided the locations of E1A from the locations of E2 seems to pass through Cameroon and similar to the line connecting E1B1A and E1B1B homelands through the Sudan, Ethiopia region. Perhaps E1A and E2 arose near Sudan, Ethiopia. In support of this inference, one study of Ethiopian men showed that up to 30% of them contained E lineages that were even older than E1 and E2. In another study, the Maasai males of Kenya, neighbor to Ethiopia, had a deep E lineage at levels around 25%. If haplogroups E originated in Northeast Africa, this is the type of evidence that you would expect to find. This emerging geographic narratives find an echo in African history. The sequence of African state formation points toward a hub of activity in the Northeast. The earliest African state, Egypt, arose there. Contemporary with ancient Egypt, the neighboring Nubian/Kushite kingdom ruled from Kerma to Meroe, 2 cities along the Nile and what is now Sudan. Ethiopia existed at a greater distance from Egypt. Ethiopian states arose later in history. The first Ethiopian kingdom, Aksum, didn't flourish until the early AD era. See also discussions in Chapter 5. In faraway sub-Saharan Africa, states formed at even later dates. It's almost as if African society and African peoples were concentrated in Egypt and Sudan early in history. Then later in history, they spilled over into Ethiopia and beyond. In these early days, other peoples may have existed at greater distances from Egypt and Nubia, but their numbers were very likely small. The major locus of activity seem to have in Northeast Africa. You need to learn about the Saharan peoples, man. You need to learn about that, bro. Consistent with this inference, key events in history of ancient Egypt/Nubia plausibly explains the splits in African Y chromosome haplogroups. The most recent split, the one between E1B1A and E1B1B, occurred in the 700s to 400 BC.
This nigga was clearly lying.
This overlaps with the time Nubians were ruling Egypt, and when Assyrians' invasions of Egypt brought Kushite rule to an end. Perhaps these events pushed E1B1A into sub-Saharan Africa and E1B1B down into Ethiopia and eventually into Arabia. So he believes the Assyrian invasion is the reason why E1B1A went south. Hold on. Where am I at? Yeah, the E1B1A went south the Sahara, and E1B1B ran from Ethiopia into Arabia because of the Assyrians. But there were E1B1A markers in Egypt and all over before that, in ancient Levant. Like he's just scrambling he's scrambling all of history and jumbling it. Like it's just stupid, bro.
This nigga was clearly lying.
How much more are you going to read of this?
I'm gonna finish it. I got it.
That's some dumb shit.
All right. Going backward in time, the next split spanned the 1400 to 900 BC. The ancestral lineage of E1B1A, E1B1B, namely E1B, split from E1A, with E1A ending up in West Africa. Presumably, E1B remained in Northeast Africa until E1B1A and E1B1B split several centuries later. It says around the same time as E1A and E1B1B split, haplogroups E2 split away from E1 and ended up in Central and Southern Africa. The upper end of this date range, 1400 BC, covers the time of a major downfall in Egypt's history. The traditional dates for the exodus of Israel from Egypt land in 1400 BC, according to the Bible. The 10 plagues that preceded the exodus devastated the nation of Egypt. It's not hard to imagine that the trauma would send Egyptians fleeing far away.
Wait a minute, pause. I'm sorry, but he said that the exodus took place in the 1400s BC. But the Israelites are supposed to be haplogroup T because it's one of the youngest haplogroups in the world. But didn't he say that the split between E1B1A and E1B1B was in 700 BC? So wouldn't that make it the youngest haplogroup in the world, according to him?
Yeah, according to him. And
So
then
we should be the Israelites.
He's saying all these E markers were concentrated in Egypt, and the plagues of Egypt is what made them spread out away from Egypt and disperse. That's what he's saying.
Wouldn't that make us the Israelites?
I don't know what it make us. I guess Hamites that were ruling Egypt.
Yeah, but according to the scriptures, it said a mixed multitude was with the Israelites. That would have been the Egyptians.
He's not taking that into consideration. I don't know what he's doing, bro. To be honest, it's like a little kid with spaghetti. You know, he's gonna make a goddamn mess.
He's just playing with the
Yeah. The lower end of this date range included 900 BC, a century in which the Kush Ethiopia region saw a major military defeat. Zerati Ethiopian came out against the kingdom of Judah with an army of 1,000,000 men and 300 chariots, and he came to Marshah. So Asa, king of Judah, went out against him, and they set troops in battle array in the valley of Zapata at Marshah. And Asa cried out to the Lord his God and said, Lord, it is nothing for you to help, whether with many or with those who have no power. Help us, O Lord our God, for we rest on you. And in your name we go against the multitude. O Lord, you are our God. Do not let man prevail against you. So the Lord struck the Ethiopians before Asa and Judah, and the Ethiopians fled.
You dirty Cushites. No, I'm playing. Vile Cush, wretched Cush.
Oh, man. And Asa and the people who were with him pursued them to Gerar. So the Ethiopians were overthrown, and they could not recover, for they were broken before the Lord and his army, and they carried away very much spoil. 2 Chronicles 14, 9-13. Perhaps this even provoked migration out of Northeast Africa into Southern.
Okay.
I do agree that around this time you do see a spill of people coming from Near East into, and we do argue like that. So I'm not.
Yeah.
But he's saying all E have.
Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah.
All of E dispersed,
and I don't think we would have been the Ethiopians either. So, but that's just me.
Perhaps this event provoked migrations out of Northeast Africa into the Sub-Saharan Africa. So far, this only genetic split that we haven't mapped is the one between haplogroup A, B, and E. That's because that never happened. It doesn't make any sense. This event takes us back to one of the most ancient time points in Y-chromosome tree. Historically, little is known about this era. It is in a range of mainstream dates that require significant correction in light of recent Y-chromosome mutation rate results.
Like little is known of what era?
About 2,400 years or 2,000 years ago.
We know a lot about what happened 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, but according to him, that's all, hogwash. That's just it's conspiracy.
Well, we even know what happened in the Neolithic 10,000 years ago. But anyways,
it says at this stage, it's difficult to know history which events caused this divide. Nevertheless, where history leaves off, topography takes over. By itself, topography of Africa implied a narrative for this history of people movements that took us right to the doorstep of ancient Egypt. So he's already invoked two things. He invoked this, the Ethiopians fighting against Asa, which these would be Nubians, by the way, right? And then before that, the plagues of the Exodus narrative is what split all these E markers away from Egypt. So these two events, he's saying, split them away from Egypt and the Assyrians. So three events. It says departure. North Africa, the massive sands of Sahara strike a sharp contrast to the greenery of West Africa and below. The divide between two regions forms an almost perfect horizontal line from west to east. In the east, the line takes us into our region of interest, Sudan and Ethiopia. At least it does in our current era. In ancient times, this eastern section would have been farther north. Even into the last millennium before Christ, Sudan was more wooded than it is now. This horizontal line also marks a distinctive disincentive to human migration. To get a sub-Saharan Africa from the north, you have to brave the desert. Even with the help of the camel, regular crossing in the desert wouldn't have been attractive. Travel by sea would have also been difficult. For the Mediterranean, your options were limited. The Suez Canal, the connection between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean, wasn't built until 1869. For several, huh?
I was going to say, you do know there's this thing called the Sahel, right? That people have been going back and forth for thousands of years, like the Fulani and the Tuareg and the Hausa. I guess he hasn't heard of the Sahel.
No, he just conveniently don't mention that. Maybe he doesn't know. I don't know what he knows. I just got to go off what he says in the book. It says, for the several millennia prior, you would have to go south around the West African coast until the European age of discovery. This path was effectively closed.
He did the whole Sahara Desert was a prison scenario.
Yeah. Alternatively, so how do we get there in the first place? Because the Sahara Desert would have been formed by your time date that they split or whatever. Anyway, alternatively, you could sneak up the Nile from its mouth to its source in sub-Saharan Africa. This path takes you into the eastern section of African greenery. In other words, the topography of Africa suggests that the Sudan-Ethiopia region acted like a corridor between ancient Egypt and ancient sub-Saharan Africa. People likely arose in Egypt and then migrated to the rest of the African continent. So that's what he believes. The Egyptian dispersal of Haplogroup E. However, it seems they didn't return to Egypt. See the absence of Haplogroup B, E1A, and E2 from modern Egypt. Hence the ignorance of the pharaohs of Victoria Falls. These observations make the fate of the ancient Egyptians clearer. Given the small sizes of early African populations and given the concentration of early Africans in Northeast Africa, it's virtually guaranteed that the ancient Egyptian lineage intermingled with those of the African neighbors. It's also likely we currently possess the record of its intermingling. It's hard to believe that haplogroup E1A, E2, E1B1A, E1B1B, perhaps even A and B were not somehow tied to ancient Egypt. So again, he believes all these haplogroups were together, which I do believe. A and even B was there because you see A in Northern Sudan. You see them there. AM13. E1, E2, but he believed they all were there, and the reason why they split because the plagues of Egypt, the event with Asa and the Ethiopians, and also the Assyrian conquest. Today, some of these lineages, especially E1, B1B, exist far beyond the borders of Africa. Based on these data, it would seem then that the ancient Egyptian blood has persisted not just in Africa, but all the way to Pakistan and Norway. There is some truth to that because E1, B1B did play a role in ancient Egypt. And then he says mainstream science says that major African ethno-linguistic groups were already separate peoples 12,000 years ago. This implies that ancient Egyptian genealogies separated from the rest of Africa a long time ago. Several major African Y-chromosome lineages, A, B, E1A, E1, B1A, E2, are found primarily in sub-Saharan Africa and not North Africa / Egypt. This would imply that Egypt is disconnected from sub-Saharan Africa, as mainstream science has contended. Detailed studies have been performed on the rate at which the Y chromosome undergoes copying errors. These studies imply a revised time scale for human history. The revised time scale makes the ancient Egyptians and other ancient African contemporaries. The revised time scale also changes the date for when a major African Y chromosome haplogroups are linked. The timing of their connections is contemporaneous with ancient Egypt. The geography of Africa is an additional line of evidence implying that Egypt was an entry point, the corridor to the rest of Africa. Together, these findings imply that much of Africa found its source in ancient Egypt, and that ancient Egyptian lineages eventually spread across 3 continents. And that's the end of that chapter, which basically goes hand in hand with the video we just watched. That's why I read it to you. Anyway, that's his book, man. What you got?
What I got is some questions for him. And the day will arise soon. That's all I gotta say. I ain't gonna spoil nothing, but I just got a couple of questions. As people say. So, did you want to throw the link in the chat for anybody who may support Nathaniel Jeanson and maybe we're misinterpreting him, or maybe anybody can give information that supports his theory. I don't know.
Yeah, show evidence of A and B was once fused with E somehow. So I can just go to E of 96 and I can just go to, their friend. Let's go to Wiki.
By the way, the link is in the chat. Now y'all can come up if y'all want. Anybody.
So if you go to E of 96, which is the most basal of haplogroup E, it tells you its descendants, EP147 and EM75. Its ancestor is DE. Possible place of origin, East Africa or Eurasia. Okay. So then we can go to DE. Possible place of origin, Africa or Eurasia. Its descendants is D and E. What's their ancestor? Because remember, he said A and B. The ancestors, it's a hypothetical haplogroup CT, and that's because they see men with CF and DE. They seem to have chromosomes that look similar, so they think they all go back together, right? This is not A. This is a separate group. CT is a separate group. This is not A.
Pull up the phylogenetic tree in general, because another weird thing he says is that haplogroup T is the Israelites because it's the youngest, and it's not even the youngest haplogroup. I think R is the youngest haplogroup in the phylogenetic tree. So I don't get it how T is Israel.
Look, CT, DE, CF. If anything, you can make an argument that how close we are to CF. We're far off from A. This is A right here.
No, you shoot A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
H, I, J, K, L, M, N, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X. I mean, look, man. You got to stop this, man. Look at this. A has its own separate branch. And most of y'all that watch us, you mess this up all the time. You think we directly descend from the descendants of A. No, we have we go from a splinter group that breaks off into this BT group here, and then it also breaks off again to this CT group, and then breaks off again to this DE group.
Right.
That's
we don't descend from A.
That's how you properly break that down. Y'all don't know how to do it. I keep trying to show y'all. And then we go off here to our own distinct lineage, E and D. Okay. So
very simple stuff. Very simple.
And then what's the descendant? BT, and then from BT, A2T, which is that branch that I was talking about. That's how it works. We're genetically far off from A, but he's trying to merge all that together. You know, you ever had jambalaya or gumbo? This is that. Bunch of stuff thrown together.
Yeah, gumbo, yeah.
And look at it tell you. Haplogroup F. Its subclades of GHIJ, or specifically the broader haplogroup K in its subclades. So all the rest of the haplogroups come from IJK, right? And K gives the rest of the haplogroups. K is the ancestor of IJK, its descendants is haplogroup K2 and LT. So we go to LT. LT is descendants is L and T. Then we go to T. T was formed. Go back. Possible time of origin. It's got a huge. Oh, this is very huge. Look, 48 to 10,000 BP. They don't even know. So a large confidence interval. Possible place of origin, Western Asia.
Yep.
The people that have A today is what you said: the Sun, the Khoi, then a lot of Nilotics have it. Some Ethiopians that have it. And when we say Ethiopia, we don't mean in the biblical sense because that word was translated from Cush, and that is actually talking about Northern Sudan, not the Horn of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know.
Yep. Talking about Nubia, basically.
He says methodology is worse than Yahushua ben Ephraim. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah.
And
I would almost say that it's a little bit better than Yahushua because at least Nathaniel Jeanson says that E1B1A and E1B1B are related, are basically brothers, and that E1B1B is the Arabs. But Ben Ephraim says E1B1B is Ham and E1B1A is Israel. That's the issue. So that part is just weirdo stuff, bro.
The only thing saving, well, what's making him worse is that Ephraim, the dude Ephraim is not going to, he's not trying to explain everything else. That's what's saving him. I guarantee you, if he tried to explain everything else, he'll make these same mistakes, if not worse.
Yeah, try to explain Genesis 10 to everybody. Yeah, he'll probably be crazy.
Mm-hmm. So this is R1B, 27,000 years ago.
If anybody wants to come on the panel, just click the link. We don't bite. We promise. I'm just kidding. I ain't gonna make that promise. You shoot might bite.
I might bite your ass. I just had to read that in, watch that. Yeah, you getting bit. See, these are all the descendants of F, and he thinks F is Ham.
Right.
And he thinks G is Ham, and he thinks H is Ham. Remember, Ham is a man, right? He has one Y chromosome that his group would pass on Y chromosome. So you gotta make it make sense. So
yeah, really don't. Yeah, that's weird.
It's weird shit, bro. So let's go all the way back. K2 is the father P. K2. Go back. IJK. HIJK. GHIJK. So he says G and H are Ham and F is Ham. But GHIJK splits into HIJK. He says IJK is Japhet.
Right.
Don't make it up. IJK produces IJ and K. If you go K, all those groups that he said was Shem come from K. A more logical, again, our model is more logical that CF represents Japhet.
Right.
Boom. Everybody underneath the CF lineage is Japhet. You know, boom, that's it. Nothing else to talk about. Him trying to parse out this lineage is just it's an incohesive mess.
A mess, to put it lightly.
Good grief, man. What's the ancestor HIJK? What's the ancestor GHIJK? F from 89. GHIJK is the major clade of haplogroup F in 89. It branches subsequently into two direct descendants, haplogroup G and haplogroup HIJK. The other haplotypes of haplogroup F are F1, F2, and F3. Subclades of GHIJK and the HIJK lineage include HIJK. The downstream descendants of IJK include the major haplogroups IJKL, MNO, PQRSNT. So how the hell are you making them Shem, but IJK is Japhet, and then the father of IJK is Ham? Hey, my hands up. I don't know what to say to you, Jeanson. I really don't. Let me see if I can get to that segment there. Let me see if I can get to that part of the book. I mean, part of the video. There it is. So y'all won't think I'm fibbing. I'm lying on the man. This is his breakdown. Ham is HG as FNC. That's literally his breakdown.
So Teo is a Hamite, according to Jeanson.
And then IJK is I and J is Japhet. And then K, pretty much all the descendants of K are Shem.
He made sure to make himself a Shemite.
Mm-hmm. From Joktan.
He's the descendant of Eber, because Joktan descends from Eber, and Joktan's brother was Peleg. So he would be basically a cousin family group to Abraham and them, because Abraham descends from Peleg. So he put himself in in the range of the Israelites.
Oh man.
So the Israelites is wait a minute. Oh my goodness. It just dawned on me. So he's Joktan. And Joktan is the father of Eber, like I just said. And Peleg is the brother of Joktan, another descendant of Eber. But the Israelites are supposed to be T. So R is Joktan, but somehow Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is going to be T. That makes no sense.
Yeah. That's your boy. That's your boy. So if I type in Israelites, let me type in Israelites.
What'd you say?
Let me type in Israelites.
Israelites? Oh, in his book?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just in case people think I'm lying about him saying T is the Israelites. That's Israel.
Yeah, ain't nobody fibbing up here, man. If I'm lying, I'm flying, and my feet ain't left the ground. And I remember when Jacob Israel wanted to cry because he was quoting Nathaniel Jeanson to say, "Oh, see, this geneticist says the E markers are Hamites." I was like, "You didn't read this, did you?"
It says that J markers are Japhet.
Yeah. Then he was like, "Oh, he's full of shit." No, he ain't full of shit. You just used them, right? He basically was trying to Christian what he said, right?
Right.
No, he ain't full of shit now. And I was like, bro, you obviously ain't read this, bro.
Hey, I agree with Nathaniel Jeanson on that. J markers are Japhet.
Yep.
I give him that, brother.
Oh, he does mention that the Israelites picked up E1B1B from Egypt. He does mention that.
Oh, he does? Okay.
He breaks down modern Jewish DNA.
All right. That's good, at least.
All right, here we go. This is when he talks about it here. On page 363. He say the best for the last.
Right.
Let's go to the Israelite portion.
And it's funny. Every time we put the link down, either nobody joins or one person joins.
Who joined?
No, I'm saying like when we do it, either no
crap.
one joins or one person joins.
All right, y'all see that? So he starts over here, and he uses the limba as his source, right? Because the limba have T.
Bro.
Which the limba do have T. That's the funny thing about it. But he's using it as a source, like, oh, okay, these people are Jews because they got T.
They're the true Shemites.
Yeah.
Even though they got E and J.
So he says right here, so I'm gonna start here with the limba stuff, man. He says in the most intriguing levels of T are found in sub-Saharan African group. The Limba people reside in South Africa and Zimbabwe. Yet they claim Jewish ancestry. They also might not be indigenous to Southern Africa. According to oral tradition of origin, the Limba claim to come from a place in the north called Sina, sometimes called Sina 1. The Limba habitually refer to themselves as the white man who came from Sina. Today, the Limba have the physical characteristics of dark-skinned sub-Saharan Africans. The terms of Y-chromosome haplogroups, one study found that almost a fifth of the Limba belong to haplogroup T. Direct comparisons of national levels of T in Zimbabwe.
Is that true?
I know they do have T. I don't know if it's a fifth or not. I don't know.
Okay.
It says see following table, so right here. National haplogroup T, Turks, Limba.
Hold on, let me blow that up.
17.6% of them have T. And then 18% of them have T.
Okay.
It says direct comparisons of national levels of T in Zimbabwe and South Africa are not currently available, but T is generally absent from sub-Saharan Africa. If true, then the Limba are more enriched for T than the Middle Eastern and Iranian Jewish groups. The Limba T individuals are now found scattered throughout the T branches. Around AD 300 to 600, haplogroup T split to T1A1.
Oh boy.
In T1A2 branches, this happened in the Common Era. Jews from Iraq and Iran reside exclusively in T1A1. Limba are found exclusively in T1A2. Why? If the Limba did indeed come from the north and they are indeed of Jewish heritage, if they are linked on haplogroup T to the Jews in northern or northeast part of the Middle East, Iraq and Iran, then it's plausible that they originated from the lands between Iraq, Iran, and South Africa. There's a lot of ifs, but these ifs suggest that one of the potential Limba homelands is the Arabian Peninsula, a region known to have harbored Jews in the early centuries AD. And it's also an area in the AD 600 would have been threatening to the Jewish existence. Muhammad began his Islamic conquest from Arabia. His antipathy towards Jews who refused to convert to Islam is well known. It's not hard to imagine that in the face of Muslim opposition, Jews would flee in all directions. Some could have gone northeast, others across the Red Sea to Africa and then south. Together, these lines of evidence suggest that a link may indeed exist between Abraham and haplogroup T. The deeper history of T added to this evidence. Before T became his own haplogroup, it was joined to another haplogroup deep in human history in the 2200s BC and 1900s BC. Haplogroup T joined haplogroup L. This date range overlaps the time of early Israelite patriarchs.
Wait, hold on. Haplogroup T joined haplogroup L?
Yeah.
What do you mean by join? What?
I don't know. Maybe
it joined it, and then he says the date range overlaps with the time of the early Israelites, patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't LT like 40,000 something years old or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh my! So Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob lived 40,000 years ago. Okay.
Man.
Okay. And
All
again,
right.
this makes absolutely no sense because he said that R is Joktan. So if R is Joktan, who is a descendant of Eber, then how is T the Israelites? Because T is Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Joktan is R. Who's Eber? Like, none of this makes sense.
All right. It says LT is Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So could L also be the descendant of Abraham? Initially, geography seems to suggest that the answer was no. Today, L is concentrated in South Asia and spills over into Central Asia and parts of the Middle East. Unlike haplogroup T, haplogroup L does not have a distribution suggestive of indigenous Middle Eastern lineage. In fact, the distribution of L and T are mostly non-overlapping. Where they occur together, one haplogroup exists at levels 2 to 8 times higher than the other. Otherwise, they reside in separate locations. Nevertheless, at one point, both T and L were in the same location. They must have been, since they are genetically linked. Then in 2200 BC to 1900 BC, something caused T and L to disperse. But what? The history of the patriarchs suggests a number of possible explanations. Each of the patriarchs had sons who went their separate ways, who could have ended up living far from the Middle East. Abraham's son Ishmael founded tribes of his own. Ishmaelites and Israelites, through Abraham's son Isaac, mostly kept to themselves. Isaac's son Esau founded the Edomites. The Edomites largely mainly separated a separate identity from the Israelites who came through Isaac's other son, Jacob. Jacob's 12 sons originally lived as part of the unified nation, but after Solomon's death, the 10 northern tribes separated from the other southern ones. Division between north and south became permanent when the Assyrians conquered the northern tribes and resettled them elsewhere. In each of these scenarios, T could have belonged to the line eventually lead to the southern tribes of Israel. In other words, T could have been a line of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Haplogroup L, there you go. Haplogroup L could have represented the splinter population, the Ishmaelites, Edomites, or lost tribes of Israel. I.e., the northern tribes conquered by Assyria.
So Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are the T markers. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are the T markers, but L is the Ishmaelites, Edomites, or lost tribes of Israel. What?
He's saying the patriarchs are LT.
Oh, okay. That confused me for a second there. Okay. LT is Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. All right, got it.
2200 BC.
So what is he saying? Like L would be the Edomites and T would be the Israelites?
Yeah.
But what about the Midianites and the Midianites and the Ishmaelites?
You had to email him,
bro.
It says in the context of these scenarios, the South Central Asian distribution of haplogroup L contain an unexpected hint. Today, L exists among people of Afghanistan at levels between 6 to 7%. The major ethnic group of Afghanistan, the Pashtun people, also possess L at a similar frequency. With regards to their own rights, origins, the Pashtuns claim descent from King Saul of ancient Israel through a purported grandson named Afghana. Perhaps L does indeed connect the line of
Wait, repeat that again. I missed it.
He says the Pashtuns claim descent from King Saul of ancient Israel through a purported grandson named Afghana.
Wait, what? I never heard that.
Hence the name of their country, Afghanistan. Perhaps
that's not where Afghanistan comes from.
Perhaps L does indeed connect to the line of Abraham. How can we know whether this connection is real? Though we've traced T and L back to the time of Abraham, we haven't yet reached the beginning of the TL lineage. The deeper history.
That sounds like some Ron Dalton stuff. You know how he says, "How do we know this is true?" Like, you know how he makes those same questions.
Yo, he said the deepest history of TL reveals a spectacular confirmation of the connection of Abraham's genealogy. It also moved us one step closer to uncover the beginning of the story of the rest of the world. In the following sections, the discussion wades a bit into the weeds of genetics. Normally, I would move such technical discussions into an appendix or into the endnotes. However, the implications of these details are so profound that I left them in the main text. They hold the most explosive insights at the beginning of human history. On the Y chromosome tree, the TL lineage eventually joins with the ancestor in O lineage, the KMS lineage, and the QR lineages. This fact holds a key to clue the history of Israel and of the world. The display on color plate 22 is zoomed out too far to see how the branches connect deep history. Let's rest our visual bearings on an alternate display of the same tree. Color plate 205 is the same as color plate 22, but with 4 changes. Let's go to that real quick and see what it says. Shut up. Shut up, man.
What happened? I missed.
He's showing the line of shim here in Peleg. Let me go
zoom in on that, please.
Hold on.
So
I'm trying.
It's kind of funny. So Peleg, you have Peleg there, you have Joktan. He's supposed to be Joktan, remember, the R markers.
I can't zoom.
That's all right. If you can, then that's fine. Well, actually, push. You see that that go up with your mouse. Go over. Yeah, right there. Wait, no, go back. Go back again. Right there. Push that. And now zoom in. You got to go back to where you was at, though.
I don't know where. I don't know. I don't even know how. Okay, here you go. The beginning. This nigga really. He made this tree. He made this. The beginning. This nigga made his own tree, bro. Look. You want B1A, you want B1B, you want E2, D, A, and
put A in the middle.
Yeah, he put it all right here and bunched them together. Boy,
Really,
you a fucking pseudo, boy.
Yeah.
What a fucking pseudo.
All right, there we are. Okay, so he has Joktan right there. Actually, let me make this bigger for the people. For the peeps. All right. There we go. All right. So Peleg is supposed to be, I guess. Well, actually, he's not even that. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are supposed to be LT, but R is supposed to be Joktan. How does that work when they both descend from Eber?
That don't make no sense. Eber, then Peleg. Nah, bro. You going the hell off. R is Joktan.
And which son of Joktan does he descend from? Is he from Havilah, Ophir, all of these locations in either Eastern Africa or Arabia?
Well. Now I gotta find, because I clicked that link. I want to go back to the page I was on.
You know, there's another pseudo channel we should review in the future. Well, I don't know. Like, they don't talk a lot about DNA, but I don't know. We can talk about it. I might tell you about this other one.
So he goes on to say here. I've also zoomed the early branches, which cuts off the long links to haplogroup C, B, A, D, E, to E1A, E1B, E1B, E1B1A. Yeah, you butchered that, man. You made your own fucking thing. I don't know. I'm done with this shit, bro. The nearest geological neighbors to haplogroup TL are NO, KMS, and QR. In a sense, we could infer this fact that observations that made in previous chapters. We discovered that deep roots of haplogroup H are genetically close to the deep roots of haplogroup IJ. So how the hell are you making them? How's H Ham, IJ, Japheth?
I don't know.
Things around her.
Stupid shit.
Yeah.
I'm done, bro. We'll finish. I don't know what else to say.
I don't think there's anything else to say.
So
the only thing else to say is to ask him himself, you know, right there on the spot, his model and why he believes what he believes. Verbally ask him instead of, you know, because that's the final thing at this point. Hear it from the horse's mouth, you know.
Shit, garbage. Garbage truck juice.
Dang.
At least he ain't talking about aliens, but damn, bro, they might as well talk about aliens. Jay says if Canaan was light skinned, then what haplogroup A and B does he still? Trying to figure out what you're trying to say here. So
I put the link in the chat, by the way, if anybody wants to come up and ask their questions.
He said if Canaan was light skinned,
you can click the link, Jay, because we don't quite understand your question. So if you can click the link, Jay, we can bring you up and we can talk about A and B and light skin and the Canaanites and all that stuff. But we don't quite. It's worded strangely. Let me put it that way.
Let me pull up this scientific article real quick.
But the link is right there for anybody that wants to come up, ask questions.
What article was that? The Southern Arc.
Yeah, Southern Arc. Yeah.
But also there's another article too. Hold on.
There's a few.
Where was it?
You can pull up the one dealing with the Canaanites, the Lebanese Canaanite study, the one from Sidon. That one also talks about the skin tone of the Canaanite population at the time when they dug them up.
Yeah, so if I go to my downloads, yeah, here it is. Should be able to open it here. Boom. All right, so if we go to the supplementary materials, Evil Thought said he cooking, man. He can't get on here. And I think I see how music in the back when I'm doing something. Hold on. We go here to this paper, A Genetic Probe into the Ancient and Medieval History of Southern Europe and West Asia. So yes, you did have light-skinned Canaanites. No one's disagreeing with that.
Yeah.
You also had intermediate and dark-skinned Canaanites too. Now, skin color doesn't tell you what haplogroup they had.
Exactly.
You know. I'll show you. So here's the point right here. So you have the Levant, which where the Canaanites would have been at. You have 44 tested from the Levant samples, ancient samples, and 17 of them were dark skin, 6 of them were dark to black skin, and 21 of them were intermediate. So the lion's share will go to the intermediate. Next will be just dark skin, and 6 to dark to black skin. Let's see if there's one in particular for Canaan. Let's see, Armenian. You know, a lot of darker intermediate skin people during this time. Ebla or Ebla, Turkey.
Yeah, Ebla was Syrian.
Yeah, Syrians. Let's see what Ebla was. They tested 6. So it looks like, if I remember, what is it? 6303. 0 pale, 3 intermediate, 0 dark to black, and 3 dark skin. So I'll let the brother up real quick. So hopefully that answers your question. And, the question about A and B haplogroups, I do believe A did have a more wider dispersal than they have today. Even though they do have a wide dispersal, they're in Greece, they're in the island of Crete, they're in Sardinia, they're in Egypt, they're around there. LeBron says there are light-skinned Arabs and family tree DNA groups, and on Twitter that carry AMB. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, skin color doesn't teach you that. He says, "Yo, those Lebanese Canaanites are E1B1B Amorites." What do you mean?
Nah.
E1B1B was in the land of Canaan. That what you mean?
Yeah, but in that study, they're not E1B1B, they're J.
Oh yeah. In the study, they're J. They're J. Okay, Hebrew Thought 2 says, do you guys see a route? Like, do you see what he was trying to do or how he's claiming to he's coming to his conclusion? Yeah, I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to explain the planet Earth and humanity in just 6,000 years. Well, humanity in 4,500 years, which you can't do.
Not with haplogroups, no.
Yeah, you can't do that. Yes, but us raised, so he accepts that there are black Israelites, I ain't limb, but straight up nonsense. E has nothing to do with Shem. Okay, duly noted. Appreciate that, Jay. You watch all our videos and comment on all our videos. Appreciate you. Let's see. What else here? Said he had to have been talking about aliens because E1B1A came through the Stargate. What else? Hey, how music? Don't be attacking Hope, man. Hope is an OG. New Hope is an OG, bro. Supporter of the channel. LeBron Jeanson is R1B, but somehow connects it to Shem, which is a direct contradiction to the phylogenetic tree since he's asserting T as Abraham. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. He just scrambled that shit. What study do you need? The one on the screen? You want this study here?
Yeah, I don't know what study you're talking about.
Here. Well, I got you. Hold on. A genetic probe. A genetic probe into the ancient and medieval history of Southern Europe and West Asia. So we're going to do this. That's the link right there. And you can get the supplemental, which is what I was reading from there as well. So if you go down, it gives you a graph. of skin tones, phenotypes. And as you can see, everybody in those regions, Naya, the ancestors of Minoans, all those people eventually go back to darker skinned people.
Right.
If you go from, let's say, 11 to 15,000 years ago, you only have dark to black, and intermediate skin tones. You see that pink right there? That's when you start seeing pale skin, a very light skin. You see that here. Between 8 and 10,000 years ago is when that pops up. And even in modern times, this is still rare in comparison to the other skin tones. You know? And that's the source of that. And then, like, if you just go to the bottom, you see where it says supplementary information. Right here, supplementary materials. You can download that paper that breaks down each region, what skin color, what hair type, what hair color, what eye color they had. Gives you a whole breakdown through that phenotype predictor. You know, it said this study illustrates the potential of archaeogenetic studies of people of the civilizations of the ancient world in conjunction with archaeological and textual evidence. Ancient writings are replete with the descriptions of little-known groups such as numerous tribes encountered by Xenophon, the Athenian, at the end of the 15th century BCE, and recorded by Anabasis as he and his fellow mercenaries escaped from Mesopotamia northward to the Black Sea. To what extent did these and other named entities of antiquity correspond to ancestral groups that they may one day be placed on the genetic landscape of the ancient world? Ancient DNA is bringing some of the stories of these forgotten peoples back to life, paying homage to their legacies. As you can hear, the model phenotypes of Western Eurasia had brown eyes, intermediate skin pigmentation, and brown hair, with the highest prevalence of low pigmentation outside of Southern Arc and the rest of Europe and the Eurasian steppe. So that's how this area would look at that time. But Avery, anything you got, man? We got How Music here. Anything you want to bring up and share? Go right ahead.
No, I don't got anything.
Brother How?
Shalom, peace, brothers. It's been a minute. That's it, y'all doing your thing continuously and getting it in. Just calling, you know what I mean? Show some love. Representing.
Yeah, man.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
New Hope. I thought he was like just stirring things up, like instigating or whatever. I didn't know that he was OG or whatever. So apologies to New Hope. And then with the Genesis 49ers group, there was a guy, I was trying to figure out the name, but somebody like he was in there, you know, egging me on or whatever. Like I was going back and forth with him. Then James had came in, and then, you know, I challenged him to a debate. And then he said, "Oh, we'll do preliminary tonight or whatever." And then I'm like, "All right." But then, you know, I just felt like I don't want to make it like if I'm ever debating to like try to attack E and the brothers that is E. I do believe that E are Israelites, you know, but I do feel that also, you know, haplogroup T has a strong argument for being a presence. And when you do look at it from like a confederation model of like these different elements coming together from different regions, you know, you have like, you know, even with Christians, you have like incense that comes from East Africa, the donkey, East Africa, other things that come from like East Africa, different regions, like wine production is from like the Lesser Caucasus. So that's the elements of that. And when you see the Fertile Crescent, and you know everything that encompasses there. So you have Anatolia, you have Iran with they say the goats come from there. So all of these staples come together, and then people were semi-pastoralists, and you know also farmers and herders. So they had animals too. Back in Ian Ghazal, where you see E dominates at that time, and you do find the singleton T, you do find other DNAs at Ian Ghazal, and that's considered a pivotal, find Ian Ghazal. Besides, the little finds with the Natufians, but they don't really make a big deal out of the Natufian finds as much as like Ian Ghazal they would. So, just all of the history, all of it, the way that y'all brothers is putting it together is powerful, very strong. And definitely I feel that anybody that in the Hebrew Israelite community, that they could embrace y'all and have y'all speak on their behalf for the DNA, that would be definitely a good look for them, to put a strong claim. But I feel like y'all always evolving, so y'all just don't have just a Y chromosome model. You have different models and stuff, I guess, to encompass, bring people more together or whatever, I guess. Unless it's just strictly YAP.
No, Israel was a mixed multitude, so we understand that there are different elements and different components all coming together to make that. So no one ever said that. So you do have T, you have E, you got J. Those are the three major, components that you use to make, that was used to make this Israelite paradigm, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the R's came later, and you got even Q, believe it or not. Some Q's, like I got dudes from Iraq in my group, my Semites haplogroup TM184 group. We got like 73 people, and it's a new group, like about a little over a year. And I got people from all over Saudi Arabia, all of that, and that I can't really, like, you got to think to be in a group that is bringing up Jewish thought or whatever, and to be from Saudi Arabia or from Palestine, these people is actually just taking a risk just being in a group like that. And they got a guy from Iraq. He has people at 12 markers that match him completely, but they're actually haplogroup Q. Then you got other people, they related to people that is E's at like 12 markers, but they're actually like the guys from Somalia. These guys are 100% Somalian. So like when you're doing 12 markers or like even going up, once you get to like 32, 37, that's where it could be more accurate. But when you're talking about lower, and that's the whole argument where like Ramses the third is he R, is he E or whatever, is because they don't really have that many SMPs on that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but here's a problem with anybody guessing anything outside what they found. Exactly that. You just farting in the wind. Him and his son was designated E1B1A on the Y chromosome, and they know their father-son relationship or a first-degree relative because they match autosomes. So I'm gonna go with what the scientist says, not what a bunch of internet trolls are saying. Because basically they mad because of E1B1A. If it was anything else, they wouldn't give a damn. If it would have came out as Q1, they would they even care? No. If it was K2 or something, they wouldn't give a damn. The fact that it said E1B1A, everybody's mad.
That's called genetic bias.
That's without a doubt. It could have been, like you said, anything H. Could have been whatever. They would have not said nothing. They were like, yeah, India's right there. That's the H. That's why that's there.
Right. They wouldn't
even I could have been I.
Yeah, they wouldn't have cared, man. It would have just been business as usual. But since that gives us two E1B1A markers in Egypt, they don't like that. They don't even like the study we read today, yesterday. They don't like that study because it says that E1B1A was in the Green Sahara. They hate that shit. So.
So how do you guys feel about like the D haplogroup in Japan? Like I never really heard y'all really like do a deep dive. on that, like the imperial family and all of that going back, the Jomon, Anu. Have you ever seen the drawing in the Brooklyn Museum? If you type in Brooklyn Museum Anu, and you're
I
gonna
would
see a
say this.
tall black man with a little kid, and then like a yellow medium-sized man.
I would say this to that. I know Yeshu wants to do. We spoke about this in private, and he might even aired it that we're going to do a. We're going to walk through the haplogroup and how the possibility of it, our walk, and how we see that it possibly came into East Asia. Um, I have my own theory concerning haplogroup D and how it ended up in East Asia. Um, my personal feeling is that through the Elam, the kingdom of Elam, prior to the them being conquered a few times through wars, and I think there was at least three different groups that pretty much controlled the area after a few wars. Um, but I think that the expansion would have came into East Asia through Elam, the kingdom of Elam.
That's not interesting. You saying that, and I can see the D and the E. And that is funny because they make the same thing for L. They'll say L is, Y chromosome L is Elam. And then with T, you know what I mean? Like so it's similar to like the DE. That's the other version, the YAP negative version of it. I don't know. Have you ever heard haplogroup L be called Elam before?
Anyone who went through, so if I can have a moment with this, any during all of the different conquests of the kingdom of Elam, you would have had people being either pushed out or or walking away from the kingdom, the original Elamites walking away and creating new pockets of Elamite DNA going from the Indus Valley all the way across into East Asia, into Japan, into the Andaman Islands, into these areas because of all the different conquests. I'll leave it at that until we actually, uh, actually do a full video on it.
Peace, James. I see how you ain't, James.
Hey, what's up? I couldn't hear nothing. I just heard my name.
Yeah, this is How Music Gedalia Benetzar on Facebook that I was supposed to debate you.
Yeah, what happened, brother?
Yeah, it was the person in the comments, him egging you, egging me on, and then I don't know, you said somebody tagged you in the comments or whatever, and then you started saying whatever you were saying. So then, I was already in the motion, so like I was like, whatever, like James he wanted that he could get it too, but looking at it is like, you know what? I don't want to make an argument against DE. I don't want to do it because it's just like a hit job that I'm just trying to, because you could do that. There's outliers for every haplogroup where you could show things that doesn't really make sense to us. And we'll be like, how do you fit that in there or whatever, or this or that. So like, I ain't really want to attack haplogroup D. You said you were the creators of it, so that's why I was like, okay, maybe it would be good to debate you, but I don't want to argue against haplogroup D yet, just because I have so many brothers and I don't want to make it like a divisional thing. I feel that, yeah, as time goes on, I do believe that, when you do look at Dr. Iran, when he does show, it's not my fault that he's saying I'm 28% Israelite on his website. Whatever he's using to determine that, that's how he's using it. I actually want to create a DNA company if I ever, have enough money to do it. Definitely hire people in the community to be a part of it or whatever. And Gozi said that he would be willing to be a part of the company I actually already have a domain name purchase. It's called Lost Tribe DNA. And, as I can make custom emails for anybody, you know what I mean, that wants to be a part of losttribedna.com. And, I feel that there's arguments on different parts. I understand why Nathaniel's doing it, because he's R1B. So he wants to make K. Because obviously I could see where he's trying to go with it, because I'm haplogroup T. I'm not YAP negative, so I'm gonna say, okay, yeah, this is how you do it. These are the ones from Europe. These are the ones from here. Okay, they scattered this and that. You're gonna try to fit it, but in reality, you can't use haplogroups as far as this science with the biblical thing. You cannot mix those things and make it that it's absolute. So, if somebody feels that they can say that, then they lying to you. I feel that these brothers is very honest, always very, you know what I mean, professional with the way they conduct. They got a lot of debates underneath their belt. Their work speaks for itself. Yashub got lessons up on his page. That, yeah, I used to love them. Everybody, all the Hispanics was watching them, loving those videos like that. We love Genesis 49ers. You know what I mean? Straight up. Like,
all right, so I just take it you didn't want to cause no commotion or make it seem like you was against or any of your other brethren and stuff that didn't have the same, or that's YAP negative, I guess. Because I'm YAP negative too. And the only reason,
I know that you are now. But you always thought you was E. That there's a lot of people that make that assumption, and then they're gonna find out otherwise, and it may change, and they may have to dig deeper than people that is E. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. That's what Nathaniel Jeanson's doing. He's spinning it his way. He got a bestseller. More power to him. I've been telling Yashubi, I need to get a little documentary together, a book, something, because I do have, some research, but you got to have a story behind it to make it really, you know what I mean? So it's got to be something, being that he was part of the camps, that gives it, maybe some credibility. But at the end of the day, you don't want to attack the camps. You don't want to attack your brothers. You know what I mean? Like that, even though I know Yashub, he on some FCW, fuck the world. You know what I mean? But I just feel he does have some relationships with some people that he has love for. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't let my love for someone come between, what's true and what's false. I mean, yeah, nothing's emphatic, nothing we can say, hey, yeah, this is absolute, but we don't live in a world of absolutes. You know what I'm saying? We as human beings, we can be absolute about nothing. So we live in a world of probability. What's more probable? And all we're saying is from the evidence that we have, from the papers. I mean, it ain't like we embellishing on what the scholar's saying. We quoting what the scholar's saying. They're coming out and saying that the Shemitic line most likely descends from this E haplogroup, these Proto-Shemitic speakers. That's just what the data says, not from J, which is akin to Europeans, not from T, which also is more akin to Europeans, which is nothing wrong with that. It's just saying, hey, these are different lineages. And if we're saying one is Shem, it can't be the one that were the first ones to populate Europe. Has to be the ones in the Near East. And the ones that come out for that is haplogroup E or DE, or its parent group, DE. That's all we're saying. We're just saying this is what the data's saying. That's not saying that down the line the data can't change. They may find some more evidence that shows us something different, but right now, as we have it, that's just what the evidence says.
man, but there's some data that I could use, to support, my argument for T, and that, that there is some data that, like, if Dr. Aaron is saying I'm 28% Israelite and he's showing all of these haplogroup T for the tribe of Naphtali, then Yashub is showing his Judah, and he's like, wow, how music got like 3 or 4 on there.
Okay, can I ask you this? What? Because I'm partially familiar with his work, right? But from what my understanding is, he went to the geographical. He looked at the ancient specimens from the geographical locations from which the tribes would have settled. But like some of those haplogroups predate the nation of Israel, right? Some of those specimens predate Israel's even existence, right?
So, you know, that's the funny thing is that right now there's a haplogroup with T that on the discovery tool with family tree and on the way that it is, this is like a downstream that's like 865 years old. It goes back to Jews, this T. Because there's like T's that is going back mad deep in people's Jewish like, so like they know that this is officially part of the Israelites. You know what I mean? Undeniable. But yeah, are they, you know, the original bloodline? They can't say that, but they can say definitely these people is Jews.
Oh well, I wouldn't
back.
say that they're not part of the
autosomally or whatever possible. But I'm just saying, as far as with the, you know, as far as Y chromosome, we're not going to make the argument of that. These people, they go back, they was part of it. Now this I can tell you the exact. Hold on, just give me 1 second while I go into this here. So
I'll be back. Give me a few minutes.
So we have the carbon dating of the fossils 4,500 years, 3,500 BC, and for the Peking cave, and that they have a downstream of this, which is I don't have it here. Hold on. So yeah, that the Peking cave before it was number 1166. Now it's 1165. They corrected it. They did the big Y on it, so it's TFT 1341 9. And
Yo, what happened? What happened? Is anybody there? Anybody? Why am I not here? So what happened? Yeah, why is there dead space?
I'm talking, I thought.
You said what?
I thought I was talking.
Yeah, I stopped hearing you.
Oh well, I cut off because Jeremiah called me.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because you know you're supposed to be down here in Houston, but I'm supposed to be coming to this cookout. He now already hit the road on me.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't hear that. Go ahead, Al. Go ahead. Continue what you were saying.
Okay. So yeah, with the Peking cave samples through the discovery tool on Family Tree, if you go to it, they have one that they're giving a big Y that you just had got today. They're giving it for somebody, and that this big Y is dated to 800, like 850 years ago. So the whole thing is right now that the people in the T group that, you know, a particular one guy that he's like, how is this possible that one of the Peking cave samples has such a downstream that is dated to being 850 years, and that's what they're saying the Peking cave was. And then, you know, just for Dr. Iran, for him to be like, oh, these are 100%.
Can you hear him?
That's what I'm saying. He keep going in and out.
Oh yeah, my bad. You know what happens is that I try to go into my Facebook to see the sources so I could quote from it, and when I go into the Facebook, it cuts out the mic.
Yeah, you gotta just go in, bro. You can't, you know.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna be able to give like the specifics of you know what haplogroup it is. because it's in my Facebook and I can't look at that. But
Yeah,
I'm
just
gonna inbox you with Yashu. I'm gonna send you what I'm talking about, and maybe you could break down whatever you think it is.
Yeah, I'm already aware of it. I know what you're talking about.
So that just things like that is like, oh, are these actually newer than what they actually saying that they are, and that they're trying to say these are older, but they're actually younger or whatever. So it's interesting.
So you're disputing the age of the Natufian.
No, it's the Peking cave.
Oh, the Peking. Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking the Peking. So you're talking about 6,000 years ago.
Yeah, so that basically it's supposed to be like 4,500 BCE, and that this DNA, they had an SMP for somebody that they're saying this is only like less than 1,000 years old. This one, so it's like how is that person this downstream for this time frame that you're estimating it to be. But I'll inbox it for you. We can move on from that. It's just, that definitely I can make the argument too and bring up a bunch of stuff to try to prove T and say that the science says that this is it. Nathaniel Jeanson wrote a whole book about it. This guy is saying that these are 100% Israelites on his website. He's trying to be credible on his ancient DNA website. Why would he sell this? You know what I mean? Why?
Can I ask you this real quick?
Yeah.
Are you under the impression that all mutations happen at the same rate? Like, say something's a downstream of E, like E1A, that all E1A mutates at the exact same time, or do you understand that it's possible for them to mutate at different times? Like someone can exist today with the actual parallel haplogroup of every D and E and DE. Like someone can exist today and still have DE and produce a downstream mutation of a D or an E as a child.
I would say as far as like Yashu was just saying earlier, I'm positive for this, I'm positive for that, I'm positive, but a downstream all the way down, I would say, yeah, I really couldn't explain that. I would have to say like Jacob syndrome, where you got two Y-chromosomes and maybe one of them breaks off and eventually is something like I really, you could explain it to me how.
Okay. Well, look at it like this. Like, usually if a family has like more than 2 or 3 sons, it's likely one of those sons will have a mutation, which will give them a
Oh yeah,
founder.
I know
You see
exactly
what
what
I'm
you're
saying?
talking about now. Yeah, no, I know exactly
So
what you're
okay.
talking
So
about.
what I'm saying is that just because a member of the family, say there were 4 or 5 people born with DE, right? 2 of them descendants become E, 2 of them descendants become D. One of them's descendants stay DE consistently for thousands and thousands of years. But eventually, due to a different environment, different foods,
Yeah, exactly.
some
Yeah.
evolutionary cause could cause that DE that's been consistent for thousands of years to then mutate to either a D or an E with the descendants. You see what I'm
I
saying?
call that like incubating, that it stays in a stagnant in one region, like you said, eating the same food consistently and not moving. Now it preserved that ancient blood, like originally the way they were saying with the CTs, but they kind of destroyed that CT thing with the Natufians. That was like my favorite argument. They destroyed that one with the Natufian joints when because now they got the shotgun sequencing. So with the shotgun sequencing, they could go real deep.
Yeah, for sure. But that's kind of how we saying, like, that mutation, could be looks so recent, is because it didn't mutate until a recent time period.
Right.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Right. And my only sort of issue with the idea of the T markers that were found in the Pekin cave being younger than they are, my only issue I would have with that is that when it comes to those remains, and this is the paper just in case people are wondering, ancient DNA from Chalcolithic Israel reveals the role of population mixture and cultural transformation. The only reason I have a slight issue with those T markers being younger, like Iron Age and stuff like that, is only because of the material culture that was found with those T markers. And the material culture is of the late Chalcolithic period in the southern Levant from like 450 BC all the way to 800 BC. And it's particularly connected with a culture called, I think it's the Guzian culture or something like that. And so with it being connected to a late Chalcolithic culture, it's hard for me to say that it's Iron Age or that it's Israelite.
Yeah, you probably have to pretty much take a position that the timeline should be smaller than what it is, or shorter than what it is. But then that would kind of move Israel or
I'm moving all of world history.
pretty much all of world history. You have to move it around to fit that. That's why we kind of stay away from, playing with timelines, especially those cemented in the consensus of secular science.
Hey, Michael Rosario, you on some bullshit. Read his comment.
Wait, what did he say? Hold on.
You on some bullshit.
What did he say? Not to get off subject. Okay, so we're about to get off subject. But y'all do another one on Benaiah about his new video. I would love to hear you guys' opinion. I'll put the link in the chat for you, Michael, if you want to jump on stage, because I'll give you my impression if you jump on stage. How about that?
Oh damn.
So, but Ibri, that as far as the material culture of the Natufians, like how do you feel about that with their circle round huts, their snake consumption, likely consumption of pigs?
Oh, that's a great question. Give me a slight minute. And by the way, Michael, jump on stage, Michael. But my bad, did I cut you off your shoot?
I would say, you know who didn't eat pigs for thousands of years?
Go ahead.
Sub-Saharan Africans.
I was just about to say West Africans.
Right. So to answer your question, how? There's a great paper. I'm going to show you and everybody this paper. And I read it on my channel before. That deals exactly with what you're talking about. Here it is right here. So this paper is titled, scroll down. This paper is titled Materials and Language, Pre-Semitic Root Structure, Change, Concognate, and with Transition to Agriculture. I believe that's how you say that word. I remembered it when I used to read the paper, but basically, sort of.
I think that says concomitant.
Concomitant. Okay. Actually, hold on. We have technology. Let me just
concomitant.
Yeah, concomitant. Let me just do that. All right. So this is a good paper that kind of explains why I would say Natufians are basically the ancestors of Semitic people, because things of their material culture. Sure, we may see things like eating. Is he still there?
Well, still explaining for the people.
Well, okay, I guess I'll go ahead and do that. So the reason why I would, and this is from, by the way, the Institute of Chemistry, the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. This is the author and all that type of stuff. But anyways, I'm just going to read the abstract as to why I propose a Natufian origin for the ancestors of Semites. So it says materials and language have evolved together. Thus, the archaeological dating of materials possibly also dates the words which name them. Like, for instance, if you have fire or water, the people, in their language, would call something that. And so what they're going to do is basically work backwards from, the Semitic term for water or fire all the way back to like the Neolithic period. But anyways, let me go back to this. So thus the archaeological dating of materials possibly also dates the words which name them. Analysis of Proto-Semitic, proto meaning first, the first Semitic, Proto-Semitic material terms reveal that materials discovered during the Neolithic are uniquely triconsonantal. So basically, a lot of the Neolithic terms that were used by people like the Natufians, a lot of these terms will eventually reflect into Proto-Semitic. And again, this is more evidence that illustrates that Natufians would be the ancestors of Semitic people, despite the cultural differences. Because yeah, the Natufians, they may have like eaten snakes and stuff like that, but that still doesn't mean that they're not the ancestors of Semites. A lot of the stuff we read about in the Bible with the way the Israelites lived come later. They're later traditions. So we shouldn't expect all Semitic people to like not eat pigs and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure other Semitic groups would have done stuff like that. But anyway, so let's keep
Yeah, I don't
reading.
know of any laws against any other Shemitic groups eating pig, except I think I seen a dietary law from Assyria one time, which I think was pretty close to the biblical dietary law.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. He's right. Shemites would not have been under the same law as the Israelites, all of Shem. But he's right. In the Assyrian, not the Assyrian, the Sumerian, I believe I've seen it.
Right. We got to remember, even when it came to Abraham himself, his father worshipped other gods, or at least he was an idol maker. So, we're not really, when we're dealing with the
It
Natufians,
says they worship the moon god. I think it was a sin, the moon god sin. At least that's what they call it in archaeology today.
Exactly. And this is Abraham, the father of our faith. His father, did all that type of stuff. So again, we're dealing with a complete different time period with the Natufians. They're dealing with the ancestors of Semitic people. Anyways, back to this. So, whereas bicontinental names were utilized for materials of the Old Stone Age, that's the Neolithic, this establishes a major transition in pre-Semitic language structure concomitant with the transition to agriculture. And as we all know, or just, well, some of y'all might not know, but the Natufians were some of the world's first agriculturalists and pastoralists, which is very important in terms of the biblical narrative, because we know people like the Israelites and Semitic populations in general were often pastoralists and or agriculturalists. So let's keep reading this. So it says associations of material names with other words in the Proto-Semitic lexicon reveal the original context of material utilization. In particular, monosyllabic 2C names are associated with a pre-Natufian cultural background more than 16,500 years ago. So we even find Proto-Semitic lexicons, basically like words and stuff like that, or words and like I guess like nouns. We'll go deeper into the paper that kind of deals with that. But basically, loan words and stuff that kind of come from the Stone Age, the Old Stone Age, linking to pre-Natufian, which would be the Kebrians, but also it's going to be linked to Natufians as well. The next sentence is going to get into that. It says various augments introduced during the Natufian and perhaps even more intensively during the early Neolithic were absorbed into the roots, uh, tilting the equilibrium from 2C toward 3C roots and culminating in an agricultural society with strictly triconsonantal language morphology. I'm just going to show y'all what they're talking about because they have a good picture.
Real quick, real quick, I wanted to say concerning the dietary law with the Semites, or a basic way to put it is all of the three sons of Noah would have been under the Noahide laws, not necessarily. They wouldn't have been under the Israelite laws. They would have been under the Noahide laws, and so all three sons and their descendants from that point. So at that point, they were able to eat whatever the land gave them.
Exactly.
And let me add one comment. Also, when you're dealing with the Kebaran culture, which you named, they actually have the oldest archaeological evidence for farming, and I think it's Ohallo 2, back to like 19,000 years ago.
Right. And so it says right here, this is figure 1, a model for the pre-Semitic language chronology and its relation with the corresponding archaeological periods in the southern Levant. And this is something I tried to get certain people like, Jacob Israel to understand, because, some people try to argue that, Semitic languages come way up north from like the Caucasus and Anatolia. But no, Semitic languages come from the southern Levant, and they go as far back, starting with groups like the Kebrians and the Natufians from the Neolithic period, not in the Caucasus and stuff like that. So you see that during the Kebrian age, they had like a monosyllabic type of, like, I guess you could say, language, Tusi. And then we get into semi-syllabic with the early Natufian and late Natufian. Then we go to the transition period with pre-Pottery Neolithic A, pre-Pottery Neolithic B, pre-Pottery Neolithic C. And then finally, once we get to the Chalcolithic period, we get to Proto-Semitic, proto meaning first. And so long story short, to kind of answer your question, how, if you're still listening, I don't have an issue with the way the Natufians live, because according to the archaeology, it still would seem like that they are the ancestors of Semitic populations. I'm going to pull up a map of the Kebrians really quick, and then we'll be done. But here is the Kebrian culture. They're located in the Levant. Actually, let me go to Wiki really quick. So it says right here, the Kebrian culture, also known as an early Near Eastern epipaleo. Let me show you all the map. Epipaleolithic. Hold on. Was an archaeological culture in the Eastern Mediterranean, named after its type site, Kebria Cave, south of Haifa. The Kebrian were a highly mobile nomadic population composed of hunters and gatherers in the Levant and Sinai areas, who used microlithic tools. So these people would sort of be the antecedents to the Natufians. Is that the correct term, antecedents?
Yeah, they're the ancestors of the Natufians.
Yeah. So here's the map, stretching from, like they said, the southern Levant all the way up to Syria. And so,
yeah, because the Natufians is a mixture of them and the Mashubian culture that came out of the Nile Valley.
Right. And the Harifian as well. So I'm just going to show you this final map, and then we can be, it's kind of blurry. Hold on. Well, y'all saw that other map anyways. But yeah, that's long story short, that's I have no issue with the way the Natufians live, because again, we're just using them as a example of the ancestors of Semites according to all the data that we have.
So basically like a proxy.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think the genetic model pretty much shows that there's no way to kind of argue against them being the ancestors of the Shemitic peoples, especially seeing how the demic diffusion model shows that they pretty much brought agriculture, at least through admixture, throughout the Near East.
100% agree with that, because if you look at a map dealing with the distribution of Natufian ancestry and map ancestry, if you look at the distribution of Natufian DNA, you will actually see that here's a good map. You'll actually see that it kind of overlaps perfectly with Afro-Asiatic, particularly Semitic groups and peoples. Hold on, let me show you that really quick. But you see the Natufian distribution right there, and this is the distribution of right here of Afro-Asiatic, and then all that copies, or not copies, but all of that overlaps perfectly with the distribution of haplogroup E as well. Show that really quick. Like, it all just makes sense. It all works hand in hand with each other, and really illustrates that it's highly more likely for Semitic and Afro-Asiatic groups to be Israel, for Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to be these E markers rather than any other haplogroup. You can see right there, haplogroup E, specifically E1B1B. It all overlaps perfectly. Afro-Asiatic, Natufian ancestry, the whole shebang. And then the Natufians are connected with the ancestors of Semites. So, you know, there you go.
Great job, bro. Great job.
Thanks. All right.
When we're gonna finally start touching on Yashub, you there?
Mm-hmm.
When we're gonna start finally touching on haplogroup D and you know, their diffusion, the places they may have ended up, and
Man, D got a tragic history, man.
yeah, they do.
The Mongols was not playing, okay?
Yeah, they got pushed out a lot.
Yeah, them steep peoples was not playing with them. They wiped them out of a lot of regions.
Yeah. So the hypothesis of them being pushed out,
That's why you only
even in
found
the
them like Sentinel Island in Japan.
right. So they went to the outer outskirts of East Asia, probably because of all of the wars, especially I think the first time uh, Elam was taken over by the Sumerians was around 2500 BCE, and they fell a few times. And so, you know, from my hypothesis, I think that as people just wanted to leave or was pushed out, you know, if they wasn't killed, um, these haplogroup D carriers would have just migrated out of there just to get away from all of the wars and how they were living prior to 2500 BCE in the kingdom of Elam, trying to find somewhere to have peace and tranquility and just live their lives.
All right. Anybody else want to say anything before we close? I would answer you, Sean. After I got some West African stuff I need to get knocked out the way for Black History Month. So I got West African videos I'm gonna do on Saniki. I think the Saniki, Ouagadou, and it's another one. I can't think of. I think Timbuktu. So I will be doing that in a minute. Yes, we are answering questions. Ask your question. Avery gonna answer your question.
You hear that, James and Sean? You're gonna answer these questions? No,
I'm in. I'm sure James is into.
Ask your question.
Are you guys answering? Here, let me
You
put
could
the
come
link.
up and ask your questions. It'd be good if you come up and ask your questions because, you know, sometimes you text or you make a comment. Yeah, you make a
Click the link.
comment and we don't really fully understand the question. So just click the link and come up. You're not going to get berated or anything. Just come up and ask your question.
And click the link, Michael Roser. We'll answer your question if you click the link. Don't be afraid. It's
all
all good.
people.
We're all
He
good.
said Shalom. He teaching that African American dialect of Hebrew. Shalom, my brothers. Do you think Japheth was dark skinned from the beginning?
Yes,
say
without a
yes.
doubt.
Yes.
No.
What?
He on his BHI shit tonight.
Japheth was white.
Fallen Angel Japheth doctrine.
Brother, who was the Neanderthals? Tell me that.
But to answer his question, yeah, all of us believe that they were, we do believe that they were dark skinned. They were
Perfect
melanated.
example is Cheddar Man.
Exactly. Their hair texture might have not, we want y'all to get out your head that everybody had to look Nigerian or have the Negroid features that you guys think of every time you think of dark skinned people or melanated people. They might have had straight hair but dark skin, or curly hair, dark skin. They might have had blue eyes and dark skin, all of that.
And to be honest, that's how I also think Shem looked in the beginning too, and his early descendants looked the same way. I don't think that they had those Negroid features. A lot of those features come from mixing with pygmies.
Exactly. I agree. I concur.
Who is Barawak? Ivory?
What?
You said this is Barawak, Ivory.
I don't know
think
who
he's
that
talking
is.
about the
Nah,
language.
that's that brother who from the Hebrew Institute, who channel we went on that time, Avery, and spoke to him.
Oh yeah, the good brother.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that
Yeah,
allowed us
yeah,
over there.
yeah. He's a good brother. He's a good brother.
Yeah, good brother.
Okay, I didn't know who that was.
Yeah, ask your
Blowing us
questions
up.
away, man. Ask as many questions you want, man. Ivory gonna answer all of them. Oh, here we got one right here. How did E1B1A? Hold on, let me put it on the screen.
Dang, somebody just sitting far back.
How did E1B1A get into the Palestinian, Palestine?
Palestinian.
Well,
Yeah,
even though that,
something like that.
I mean, I would say modernly, it would likely be from the Saharan slave trade. But I think there would still be some ancient remnant of it because it was clearly there during the time of the Iron Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age.
I would concur with what Brother James just said. Also, we have to remember that the Palestinians have a high frequency. They're about 33% or so of haplogroup E. So it could be some ancient as well as more modern through the trans-Saharan slave trade and things of that nature.
Yeah, but we got to stress that ancient E1B1A have always been traveling back and forth. That's what that North African paper tell you. If they're in the north, then there is no barrier between North Africa and the Levant. So keep that in
The
mind.
Suez Canal, brother. The Suez Canal.
Shit. There's been people going back and forth between the Syro-Palestinian rift for thousands of years. And many of those people had E markers. And we can say E1B when they was there. Ramesses III is there. He says when. Brother said Iron Age.
Yeah, Bronze Age, Iron Age during the time of Israel is clearly there. At that same time, you also have, like the brother said, Ramses III that's in Egypt, ruling Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
That's right there in that corridor. And like Razib Khan said, that the same biogeographical area, whatever you find in Levant, you're going to find in North Africa. The same animals, the same humans, the same fauna.
Two tectonic plates.
I'm going to show you this. I don't know if you've seen this yet, but this is a history of the male migration in and out of Green Sahara. Go here. Traveling in and out that place for thousands of years. And like that's why you see the Bantus have a connection with the Bronze Age Levant. Look at the green arrows are E1B1A. They're going southwards and northwards.
Yeah, right. That one in the upper right corner showing you that's headed right into the Levant.
Mm-hmm. So hopefully that answers your question. I get this article. I don't know if you've been watching. I think you have. Probably already have this article. There you go, right there. Boom. All right, yeah, we answering questions, man. Somebody join the link.
Yeah, click that link. Man, why don't nobody be clicking the link on our channel, but they be doing it to other people's channel?
They scared of the boogeyman.
Judah Jedi, I don't know what are you doing? He said, okay, Fat Joe, you a Hamite too. What are you talking about?
Wait, what?
Oh, he must be talking about how. Because you know how.
Yeah, because he's haplogroup. Yeah, and he's haplogroup T. And I think this brother, he said he's Q a while ago. This same brother that you just pulled up,
Judah Jedi,
he said he's
come on the
Q1.
link.
I think he said he was Q1.
He ain't never been on the show, by the way.
No.
Click the link, Judah.
You trolling hard though. Look, he said R1B is a reason we in this. Who is the we in this situation? I don't know. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
And you said you have a group Q. R1B is your brother. Oh, I guess R1B Esau, you Jacob. I got
you. Yeah. But if he wanna really, stop the pseudo bullshit, the Yamnaya expansion would have pushed people all over the place. So, but maybe he's talking about more recent history.
Can you guess who Shorty Jored has been watching?
No. You said who they are, or?
He said, is it logical to believe E1B1A is the kingdom of Judah, while E1B1A7 will be Ephraim, vice versa, or is this illogical?
No, I don't think you can narrow down that hard.
Have you been watching live
the subclades? There's so many subclades to E1B1A period. So, like,
I'm gonna kick Lion Farm ass.
Oh my goodness!
Because he's the only person I know that do stuff like that. E1B1A7 is this dude, and then E1B1A8 is this guy.
But ask them how many subclades is to each one of these that they just put up. They wouldn't even know.
I know.
E1B1A8, E1B1A7. There's subclades to this. There's more nuance than that.
Yeah, I think it would be a lot more subclades because the one that you find in ancient Israel is a basal E1B1A. So that leaves chances for a lot more subclades than one or two, especially when we're talking about from the ancient Bronze Age till now.
Oh, this is a good one right here. Do you think the E1B1A and Ramesses was already in North Africa or came from Syria into Egypt? I know why you're asking this because we covered this before.
Connecting it to Israel?
Connected to that guy.
Yeah, because the guy that preceded him was from Syria. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of his name right now.
Something.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, something like that.
You talking about his dad, Ramses' father?
Yeah.
They said the hypothesis is he was a Libyan mercenary, but we don't know. We don't know what his actual origin is.
Right.
Well, that's pretty cool. A Libyan mercenary.
That's what they said. They said they think he was a Libyan mercenary because that's what Egypt used to hire mercenaries. They didn't have their own standing army. And so they believe it was a power vacuum that came in due to the Bronze Age collapse or whatever, and he stepped in and took over.
Oh.
Yeah, they don't know who it doesn't really say that that's his son. It says that something happened and he rose up. So it's like when you look at Ramesses III, his son killed him. So, I guess on that episode was like, well, damn, did he try to kill it? Did he kill his father just like his son tried to kill him to get the reins of the kingdom?
Yeah, that wouldn't be out the question either. I mean, just how these kingdoms would operate. you know, and how they would push people out of power or get people out of power, you know, or usurp the throne with any kingdom. So that wouldn't be out the question.
Yeah. Let me see if I can
That's some
find
Game
it.
of Thrones stuff right there.
Bro said, I've been watching Diverse Opinion. I know you've been watching Lion Form. He the only one that sit up there and try to take people clades and parse the clades out and say, okay, it's 12 clades at E1B1A. No, it's not.
Exactly. There's so many more. If you want right teaching, come over here. We're not going to take you down no rabbit holes. We're not going to do that.
Hey, everybody, they say they got to start somewhere. You know, they getting into it. They just jumping out the window with it early. They'll reel
Exactly.
themselves back over time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta start somewhere.
What's that,
Once
man?
people start falsifying, especially us, once we start falsifying your hypothesis, you know, not the actual papers, but your hypothesis. Once we start falsifying it, you know, they usually reel back in.
That is his pops, bro.
Said not?
Yeah, look, his
Oh, it said the
son is
father.
Ramses III.
I see what it said right there. The father of, yeah. I thought I was reading.
Yeah.
We read this wiki article, man, at night. I forgot what we were talking about.
Yeah, I said that was his dad.
Bro, we covered so much stuff over time. I mean, all of this stuff, like we covered so much stuff over time. We can't necessarily remember everything we covered, you know, unless we go back into our dossier and really, because sometimes we go like 4 or 5 hours and we touch on so many different parts or so many different subjects, you know, so.
Yeah.
So technically speaking, there's 3 E1B1As in Egypt.
Did I say sometimes? I should have said. Let me rephrase that. Most of the time, we go on 4 or 5 hours. So, yeah, we cover a lot of stuff in that time frame.
It even talks about genetics right there.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, he would be E1B1A. I mean, yeah, technically he would be E1B1A. So technically, there's 3 E1B1As in Egypt.
Yeah, this is what we was talking about, his rise of power. Oh, it was Setnot who was talking about his rise of power, that maybe his father was Assyrian. It was something like that, man. It's been a minute.
Yeah, he was talking about Ursu.
How he came up with that damn hypothesis or something. We don't got no proof of that shit, but right here it says the land of Egypt was overthrown from without, and every man was thrown out of his right. They had no chief mouth for many years, formerly until other times. The land of Egypt was in the hands of chiefs and rulers of towns. One slew his neighbor, great and small. Other times having come after it with empty years. Ursu, yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
A certain Syrian was with them as chief. He sat plundering their people's possessions. They made gods like him, and no offerings were presented. So I think I was like, could it be that what's his dude name again? Damn, I fucking forget his
Just
name.
call him Set.
Yeah, that he killed his dad to get the throne of Egypt.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, he was believing that maybe Set was the son of Ursu.
Mm-hmm. Because it doesn't tell you that, but it says next sentence. But when the gods incline themselves to peace, to set the land in its rights, according to their custom manner, they established their son, who came forth from their limbs, to be ruler of every land upon the great throne. And then it says his name, this long ass name here, the son of Ray, Sethnot Mariam.
Yeah, Real Diesel says Ramesses is about to be resequenced again, so we'll know his subclades soon.
Good.
And haplogroup. Well, that's cool. You know,
That's good.
we don't have no problem with that. That's, you know, that's how it should be. Like, you know, to move the science forward.
Mary Amun, that's where Moses' sister got her name from, and the Amun is where the Bible got Amen from.
Wait, what?
You don't see that?
Oh man, he going with that. Here come Meru. James pronounced it right like a motherfucker. He said Mary Moon.
Yeah, for real. Because I would have butchered that.
Mary I see it now. Okay.
Why is this not coming up?
There's nothing wrong with listening or watching different opinions, but don't go pseudo on us. Don't go grabbing it without you doing your own personal research.
The only person that can go pseudo on this channel is Darvis.
Don't go lying for him on this, brother. The brother lying for him said, "Are you in the medical field?" This nigga, just like Ron Dalton, motherfucker, a nurse assistant, think he know motherfucking genetics. Nigga, you hand tonsils and tools to a fucking what do you call them? LVN? What the hell you call them?
RN.
Yeah, registered.
Yeah. You a nurse
LPN.
LPN,
LPN is nurse's assistant.
Yeah, you an LPN, nigga. Or a phlebotomist. That's what you is, nigga. You just go draw blood from people and stuff. That's all you do. Talking about are you in the medical field? Shut your goof ass.
Yeah, like he in laboratories testing blood and stuff and DNA. Like he in there dissecting DNA and doing 23andMe tests and stuff all day.
Yeah.
He got an underground lab that is actually an old spaceship that was buried 10,000 years ago. And, they got a laboratory in there, and that's where he come up with all the scrolls.
Yeah. Run Dalton in the operation room, wiping the surgeon's forehead. Yeah, every time he break a sweat, he in there.
Patting his forehead.
Yeah.
Getting the sweat bubbles off.
Talking about, are you in the medical field? Goofy, man. Look, Adam be like, I hope he not E1B. I hate you, motherfuckers. Based on what? You don't fucking know. Like these niggas, the established science is that he E1B1A. You don't. What you meant to say was, I don't want him to be E1B1A. That was what you meant to say.
No. Wait.
I work for the National Geographic Genome 2.0 Project Call Center. Y'all should listen to me on all things DNA. Sorry, so
that's shabby, ain't it?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm the lead doctor secretary. I know all the science.
The lead doctor secretary.
He worked for the big-headed scientist, Yakub.
Lying for him.
Well, they know all about gene splicing working with Yakub, the original splicer.
You get what I'm saying? The original grafter.
By the way, speaking of pseudo stuff, I know another channel we could do a review on, but they don't talk a lot about DNA, so it'd be kind of it might be a little difficult. But I tell you off screen. I ain't gonna tell you on screen. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put the link in the private chat, and if you want to pull it up, you can. I'll do it that way. I'll just put the link in the private chat.
Hey, don't put that off on us, man.
Wait, what? Were you talking to me or someone in the chat?
I was saying, yeah, don't slide that off on us by giving us the evidence and be like, well, if you show it, it's on you.
Exactly. You know how Avery get down.
No.
You don't want to get his hands dirty.
No, bro. No, it ain't like that. Ain't like that. I told y'all about this channel before, by the way. I said this multiple times.
What about Drawback Jacob?
Wait, who? What are you talking about?
Oh, he's been out. This been a year since he did anything, and they still using his work.
He said it's not the truth. Remember?
Yeah. So I don't know what he practicing these days, and his videos go back at least 5 years. I think his most recent is about 5 or 4 years old, if I'm not mistaken.
No, this ain't the video, by the way, if anybody's wondering. I have something else in the private chat.
All right, so what we doing with Ben 9 right now? Why we got him back up?
And Cesar Borgia, most of you have no idea about the answer to these questions. You have no recollection of any history prior.
I remember seeing that dude's video.
Yeah.
I used to listen to this brother pretty heavy some years ago.
What the hell did happen?
But you started back at the beginning.
Computer fucking up.
After all, these appear to be two totally different people today. When we think of African American, we think of someone that's dark skinned, that looks like a native African, native born African, black curly hair. And when we think of a present day Jew, the most common picture that pops up is a European. So again, he has a fair question. How does one go from being an African American to being a present day Jew? Well, let's answer that question. We're going to answer that question. And to do that, we're going to use scholastic books, scholastic materials. And in particular, we like using books that are older than the 1900s. So when you open up a book and you look at the title page, and you also look at the publication date, we like using books with a publication date of the 1800s or older. And the reason why we do that is because the newer books tend to have a different history than compared to the ones that are older. And of course, the ones that are older, they were made during.
No, it's because the newer books don't have all that sci-fi fantasy shit you like. You know what I'm saying? Them old books got them aliens and shit in them. That's why. That's why you had some 18, 15 old younger. Goof ass nigga.
During a time when there was no ambiguity or when there was no confusion as to who the Jews were and what they looked like. So that is why we use the older references. So what I like to do in a lot of these presentations, I always like to start off by reading a few descriptions of the Jews according to the old references. And I do that just so that we can level set and we can reprogram our minds as to what the Jews look like.
I don't necessarily have a problem with some of these older books that they keep bringing up and showing, because in those same books, as they're showing that Negroes are dark skinned, or excuse me, that Jews or Israelites are dark skinned, they're also making reference to light skinned Jews during the same period. So, they just conveniently skip over those parts.
Yeah, they do. Or try to explain it away. Niggas said, oh, those are the Italian Jews that replaced them.
Right.
Goofy ass niggas, boy.
According to the old references. And then from there, we can get into some additional references that tell us what happened to the Jews. But let's first start off by taking a look and reviewing the references that describe the Jews according to the old references. And just one side note, I'm not going to read every single reference as far as like the title and the author and the publication date. If you could please just check out my website, https:// that's BENAYAH 4, the number 4, Israel.org. That's https:// Okay, well, let's get started. Let's first go through a couple of videos which show or describe the complexion or the physical description of the Jews according to the old references. All right. So in this first reference, it reads, "Thus the Jews are a people who have ever, according to the prophecy, dwelt alone, without intermixing with the nations to this day. Now, this separate race all descended from brown ancestors. For Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob must have been as dark as Mar Yohanan, if not darker. Exhibit every shade of color from the black Jews of Malabar, of whom we have such an interesting account by Dr. Claudius Buchanan, to the rose and lily complexion of the Jews on the banks of Elit, which was Germany, I believe. We need go no further than the Jews of southern Spain and compare them with those of Holland and northern Germany to perceive a very striking difference. It says the Spanish Jew is always dark complexion. I'll say that again. It says the Spanish Jew is always dark complexion, and his hair is uniformly black, while the German Jews is often fair as any German and has light or red hair with blue eyes." All right. So the purpose of reading this reference is to show that the Spanish Jew is always dark complexion. Always dark.
I think that when they do this, they don't make any I think that when he does this, he doesn't give any nuance. You know, if you're European and you're looking at somebody that's Jewish and you're saying they're always dark, yeah, they darker than that European. You know, they don't necessarily have to be blue, black, or nappy haired. You know what I mean? They're just darker.
Exactly. The boy silly as hell, boy.
We are going to focus exclusively on the Spanish and the Portuguese Jews. And the reason why we do that is because this is where the transatlantic slave trade started, right? The transatlantic slave trade started with these two nations. So we are going to zero in and take a look at the description of the Spanish and the Portuguese Jews during and before the time of the transatlantic slave trade. Okay, well, let's move on to our next reference. You can see our reference there where it says a new voyage to Italy. And in this reference, it reads, and I'm going to jump down a little bit in our highlighted section where it says, "'Tis also a vulgar error that the Jews are all black, for this is only true of the Portuguese Jews." Let's read that again. It says, "'Tis also a vulgar error that the Jews are all black, for this is only true of the Portuguese Jews, who marrying always among one another beget children like themselves, and consequently the swarthiness of their complexion is entailed upon their whole race, even to the northern regions." All right, well, this is yet another good reference, which shows us that the Jews are all black. In particular, the Portuguese Jews are all black. So let's keep going. Our next reference here, and I'm actually just going to read on the right-hand side. I believe it's on page.
So also, you know, this is another part of the nuance that they're not getting, or he's not, you know, because he's always pushing E1B1A, that these dark-skinned Jews that always married amongst themselves necessarily weren't all E1B1A. They could have been all one, just like we have people today who have European clades or European Y chromosomes, and they're dark-skinned. So, like, it's a lot that they're not filling in. He's not filling in here.
Page 66 near the top. And actually, let me back up here. I'll start at the bottom on the left where it says, "A remarkable fact in the history of Luango and the Empire of Congo is that the country, according to a statement which was fully credited by Oldendorf, himself a writer of most correct judgment and of unimpeachable veracity, contains many Jews settled in it, who retain their religious rights and the distinct habits which keep them isolated from other nations. Though thus separate from the African population, they are black and resemble the other Negroes in every respect as to physical character." It is probably an allusion to this case that Pennington, in his textbook, another book, says the descendants of a colony of Jews originally from Judea settled on the coast of Africa are black. All right. And actually, the section at the bottom, just read that really quick, where it says the Portuguese who planted themselves on the coast of Africa a few centuries ago have been succeeded by descendants blacker than many Africans. All right. So again, this is another reference to show that the Jews are black. And in particular, there's the Portuguese Jews who were on the west coast of Africa are black. And we will read a little bit more about that later on in this presentation. Okay, on to our next reference. And it reads, and it says, "As I tentatively survey the Jewish population on the streets of London, I fancied I could perceive three different casts of features. The first, Jewish, par excellence, and never to be mistaken." All right, so let's take a look at the first form, which is the Jewish form. And if we skip down, it says, "Of the first form, I need say little to you, begging you merely to recollect that the contour is convex and the eyes long and fine and the outer angles running towards the temples. The brow and the nose apt to form a single convex line and the nose comparatively narrow at the base, the eyes consequently approaching each other." It says, "Lips very full, mouth projecting, chin small, and the whole physiognomy, or the way they look, when swarthy or when black, as it often is," so they're often black, it says, "has an African look." Has an African look. So this is a good reference to show us exactly how the Jews look. So before, the references merely just touched on color. I like using this reference because it actually tells us how they looked, right? And it says the Jews looked African, right? They said they looked African. All right, so let's keep going. Let's go on to our next quote. And the narratives, travels, and discoveries. You can see it there on the screen. So I'm just going to forward through to our quote, and it reads, and it's going to jump a little ways down where it says, "You are not Jews," said he. "No," said I. "Christian then?" "Even so." All right, which means yes. And just a little bit of background on this quote before we finish it. So this is Hugh Clapperton. He's recounting his interaction with a sheik on the west coast of Africa. So he's recounting the conversation that took place. So Hugh Clapperton says, I'm sorry, the sheik asked Clapperton, he says, "You are not Jews," said he. And Clapperton replies, "No," said I. "Christian then," says the sheik. "Even so," which means yes, replied Clapperton. Replied I. And the sheik says, "I have read of you. You are better than Jews," said he. "Are Jews white like you?" "No," replied I. rather more like yourself. Very dark. All right. Well, I like using this reference just so that it helps explain or show that the understanding back in the 1800s was that the Jews were black. It's not that the Jews were white. It's that the understanding was that the Jews are black. All right, let's keep going. And on to our next quote, which reads, read at the top of the highlighted section. It says, thus the black color is found not only in individuals as the black Jews of Portugal, but in the tribes of the Becaris on the Red Sea, whose hair and character are perfectly Semitic. All right. So again, this reference is helping to drive home the fact that the understanding in 200, 300 years ago was that the Portuguese Jews and the Spanish Jews were and are black, right? They are black. All right. So on to our next quote, and this comes from Baruch Spinoza. Now, Baruch Spinoza is a Jew.
All right, I let him spew his shit for 1,000 years. Let me go on. Let me be honest with y'all. I put that video on so I can eat my Chinese food.
Really?
Yeah,
bro, if that was the case, you should have clicked the link I have in the private chat. Click that link. Let's watch something new.
I just played this shit because I was like, all right, let's give y'all something to talk about. Let me eat my fucking Chinese food and peace.
I stepped away for a second too, so I missed that joke, whatever that was.
He said the understanding was that they were all black at that time, right?
Yeah, that's the one thing I disagree with him on. Like,
yeah, but here's the deal. Here's some nuance to that, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. Just because, like I said earlier, just because they were dark skinned, they married amongst each other. They might have been dark skinned or brown skinned or whatever. They didn't marry each other because they were all black. They married into each other. These are people that could have had haplogroup T, haplogroup R in Spain, and were Jewish. They married each other because of their culture. They didn't marry because you was black. If you was a Jew and you practiced the culture, this is how they married. So they could have all been dark skinned or, swarthy, but that doesn't mean they all shared the same haplogroup. They married into each other because they all shared the same culture.
No, brother. We ain't supposed to mix with white people. They Gentiles, according to Deuteronomy 7, verse 2.
Yeah, more tomfoolery. But that's in my humble opinion with the Spanish and Portuguese Jews, because we know that there were Spanish and Portuguese Jews with haplogroup R, haplogroup T, haplogroup E. Some of them might have been J or I. They married into each other because that's what the practice says. We're supposed to marry people who practice the same culture.
It could be as simple as the fact that
necessarily color, because these people that had. Go ahead, James.
Oh, I was gonna say it could be as simple as the fact that the Iberian Peninsula was overrun by North Africa, and North Africans happen to be darker than Europeans. So therefore, who are they mixing with? The people they lived around, those North Africans. But then when you go further north in Europe, they're not a bunch of North African people. These are European people. So they're mixing with them. They're gonna look like them. It's just common sense.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Yeah. And you remember these North Africans had harems. They had harems. The North African Moors, they had harems in Europe. So they would have had, different color or different spectrums of color of women in their harems.
Man, that man said every single Jew during that time was dark skinned. So this is the forgotten diaspora.
But the same books, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you, bro. But the same books say that there were Jews that were red-haired, fair-skinned, but he's just concentrating on all the dark-skinned ones.
Because he's going to explain the shit away. Yeah. So this is from a 1612 report to the Inquisition. And it says, in this port, Joal, there are many white men, all of the Hebrew nation. This is back in 1612. Remember, he said you can only use sources before 1800. 1612, and it's a report to the Inquisition, and it says the Jews were white. Now what? This is why you don't say all. You ain't the definitive all, everybody.
But when you say that, Yeshub, and you read this, they're looking at you like, oh, he's saying that all the Jews were white. No, that's not what my brother's saying. He's trying to show you that there's nuance to this. There's dark skinned and light skinned Jews, especially during the CE time.
Mm-hmm.
The Middle Ages, forget about it. You got Jews looking like everything.
Yeah, not to them. They gotta be black. If it's black, it's fact. If it's white, it ain't right. Told y'all that. Avery, what are we gonna talk about on this damn channel? What the hell Avery sent me? Who
Hey,
was
your
Mel?
sister just asked you. Shari just asked you. Shuri, that's her new name. I'm gonna call her Shuri. That's her new name for now. Shuri. She just hit you with the. She said you said you was eating you said you was eating Chinese food. She said, "Give me a wing, bro."
It's an orange chicken. That's an orange chicken for you. This nigga sent me some shit. The mystery of Cain, the serpent seed. Avery on some bullshit.
Avery want to go all the way pseudo and expose all the pseudos.
Avery on some
He's starting
bullshit.
fires. Yeah, he's starting fires.
Nah, Avery. Let me go to this channel real quick. Avery childish as hell, bro. You childish. So it's a channel called The God Culture. Man, what is it talking about the Philippines for? The Philippines. Is this why you want to do that?
Wait, go ahead.
Is this why you want to review this channel? Because it talks about the Philippines being Solomon's mine or some shit.
Yeah, it talks about the Philippines being where the Garden of Eden was, and the Philippines being where what else? The Philippines being where Solomon went instead of Queen Sheba.
The Philippines is the Garden of Eden. Oh man, that's a new one.
Yeah.
Where the four rivers at?
The four rivers is actually the tectonic plates.
Right, he's using the tectonic plates. But hold on now. Hold on. This particular channel that he brung up, there's some work in there that he has that, could make some sense. The majority of it is pseudo. But I think he might be
he's a white guy.
Yeah, I know he's white. I think he might be married to somebody Filipino. No. I think he's married to, or his wife might be a Filipino. He spends a lot of time over there. But no, there's some, because he did a works. He has one on
the only good thing I can say he has is about African Americans being Israelites. He
has one on that, and it's not a lot.
He got a good one here. What territory is Ham?
Well,
push that.
Yeah, if you look at it, you'll see that the way he expands it. All right, I'm gonna let you watch it before
$1,000 a month, if not more, just from this app alone.
We don't have to address his videos on African Americans being Israelites, but the other stuff he has is pretty.
No, do the one on the lands of Ham. Do the one on the lands of Ham. Look, watch how he breaks. Watch how he separates it. Do the ones. This is the one on the land of Ham.
Yeah, the reason why I want to bring this one up because I saw it on the little, what do you call it, the picture before you see the video. You can see what lands he think is Ham, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be some funny shit.
Well, he stretches it out. He stretches it out across the whole all the continents. He stretches it out, and if you pay attention, just listen to what he says. Now, I'm not saying I believe him, but just listen to his argument.
John been studying hard, man. He been at this boy feet studying, man.
He got 3 notebooks full of notes. Your time markers.
The only notes I take is from my bros right here.
All praises.
Oh, hell no, I ain't watching this shit. You hear this music?
That's because it's sped up.
You're being biased. You're being biased right now.
That shit sound terrible. Hold on, let me skip that shit.
Hey, that sounded a bit BHI of you, brother.
You get it? You get it,
Well,
James?
you need to hear some rap music.
Welcome to Answers and Jubilees, produced by The God Culture. I'm going to keep this in.
Okay, look, Ham is Africa, Australia, what's this shit? The archipelagos, the island, the Malaysians, and all that, and then Americas.
All the dark skinned people.
All the dark skinned motherfuckers. hey.
To us on the other side of the world, huh?
I like my races like this, open. Just be open with it, nigga. Don't even fucking hide that shit. Trying to be cryptic and shit. I'm not racist, nigga. Came out the gate, nigga. The black nations is everybody that's dark as motherfucking me. Ham, nigga. Fuck is you talking about?
Intro short again. It's time to explore Noah's division of the earth, which he inherited all of it, not just the Middle East, to his 3 sons. We just covered Shem last week. This video is Ham, and I'll keep it brief, though more details are in the Book of Jubilees, the Torah calendar. Available free with maps. In fact, in ebook, it is free, and you can purchase it on Shopee and Amazon in print international. Just go to bookofjubilees.org for links. I will read Jubilees on screen and demonstrate this on a map in the first map of the world with notes. Get out your Book of Jubilees and follow along. This map is in the maps section and reading from chapter 8. Understand you cannot forget the previous mapping of Shem, nor the next of Japheth, because they all hinge on each other, and this is very obvious when you keep everything in context, which today is very difficult because there are many trying to pull things out here and there and say, oh, well, but that direction says, no, in the scheme of the directions, it cannot possibly say that. So this way you can also understand Noah pronounced a curse on either son who steals territory from their brother for all eternity. He would not have overlapped any territory, and he did not in our mapping. These territories remain, and they came to us from Noah, who was given dominion over all earth. And he says, Yahuwah put these words in his mouth. Therefore, this is actually law, a law of Noah, you could say, and certainly from Yahuwah. Nations that bleed over these territories today are breaking Noah's law, just so you know. No wonder they censored this part of Torah.
So nations that travel to a land that's supposedly Ham's, or to a land that's supposedly Japheth's, or vice versa, Shem, whatever, they breaking the law. You supposed to stay your funky ass in the land of Shem, nigga. You supposed to stay your funky ass in the lands of Ham, nigga. You
what
better
you
not
think
walk
the Tower of Babel was about, brother?
Don't you
they
walk
didn't go
your
to their
ass.
own lands.
Yeah, go to your own goddamn lands. Fuck is you walking up to the Shem land for, nigga?
But that could be falsified. That could be falsified also just by the mere fact that some of these lands overlap. The lands of Shem, the lands of Japheth, and the lands of Ham, they overlap each other. So, you know, in certain around the border regions, they overlap each other. So, you know, that could be falsified right there.
Brother,
you can falsify
God drew a line in the sand, brother, and said, Ham on this side, Shem on the other. Don't step to the territory of your brother.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's the point I'm making. It overlaps. The lands of these brothers, they overlap each other. So automatically that's already falsified. Like you said, you can't step over the line. You can't step over this border. The lands of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, they overlap each other
Brother,
at the
you gotta
border
read
regions.
between the lines of the scriptures, brother, and see where the Most High clearly said they don't overlap. I can't show you this. I can't teach you this, brother. You only can speak to the Holy Spirit. They got to reveal it to you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was told at the time. I disagreed.
The Ruach.
Hey, exactly. Me too. That's what I'm saying. It's already falsified. But go ahead, bro.
Torah. Now let's begin. Last week we covered Jubilees 8 through 21 with Shem's inheritance, and it is so clear. The only thing left, a little vague, in Noah's directions there was the southeast border of Shem with Ham. Now, this will be fully defined today. We're reading in chapter 8, verses 22 through 24. For anyone haphazardly stumbling and fumbling around with these, when we get to week 5, Noah is going to make this law as territories, though pronouncing a curse on either son who would steal from another. That's why Jubilees has been censored by, well, in the height of the Holy Roman Empire, or the Roman Empire, now under the Holy Roman Empire, ruled by Pharisees, of course. You know. Before we dive in, a quick perspective to understand here. Remember, we just reviewed in Shem's territory the banks of the Gihon River, that's the river from Eden, represents the African continental shelf. That's what it says. Otherwise, Shem enters Africa, which makes no sense and actually goes against the rest of the mapping, would not work. The Gihon River from Eden, the ancient river system, is most certainly, since the flood, on the bottom of the ocean. Now, we are not going to debate you from your position of not knowing our theory, so don't even try and comment, because we're just going to mute anybody who tries. This video is not about the rivers from Eden. We have a whole series.
Damn, you just tell that nigga we don't
That is very Teod-ish. Very Teod-ish.
You question us, we muting your ass.
That's it. You going behind the block wall.
Hey, at least he open about it.
Yeah, he
So
honest.
watch it. That's our full feed.
I can mess with an honest thief.
Exactly. I respect that. At least he's stealing in front of my eyes.
You know what I'm saying? He ain't stealing at that point. He's taking shit.
He ain't stealing my commissary. He ain't stealing my commissary while I'm in the yard.
Right. The nigga got the Garden of Eden right here in the Philippines, like a motherfucker.
Theory.
Havila is the Philippines.
Well, remember, he's saying that he's using the tectonic plates, not the land masses. So,
and Gihon is out. Okay. All right.
And then you're welcome to comment there, even negatively. It's okay. We can take it, but understand we will respond and probably put you in your place because this is very well formed. We call it a theory, yet it is far better proven than much of science today. The Gihon encompasses the whole land of Ethiopia, Kush. Now, we'll deal with Kush's inheritance specifically in week 5, which further entrenches this completely.
Hey, by what method does he come to the conclusion that his model is much better fleshed out and accurate than science today?
Because he said so.
That's all
about the method. No, it wasn't him. The Ruach revealed it to him, brother.
I think he's married to a Filipino. He has to be. He's in love with Filipino culture because he sticks to, you know, Ophir is in the Philippines. But go ahead, let's get through this because you got to go to the land of Shem too. When he does the land of Shem, the land of Ham, he has 3 different.
I like James' assessment. He said he could live there. He probably like, damn, this is the best place in the world.
Hey, bro, when you look,
listen, it's beautiful.
Cheap as hell. It's cheap as hell. You know what I'm saying? And
it's
and
beautiful.
When you got a little money in America, there's a lot of money out there, so the women treat you better, bro.
And not only that, but I would say James, you know, he traveled the globe while he was in the military, so he could tell you how beautiful the Philippines is.
Judge ourselves. When did we promote Nathaniel Jeanson's work with E1B1B? And he said apparently spread with Islamic expansions. We don't agree that that's when it expanded. We think they had something to do with the spread of Islam, but not that they started with Islam. So no, we're not promoting his shit because he thinks it started with Islam. You know, E1B1B has always been in North Africa.
This what happened when you don't pay attention in class. This what happens when you don't pay attention to when the professor is speaking.
Of course, we teach about the Ibero-Mauritians and shit. We know all that already. What?
I got a presentation on Ibero-Mauritians like 7 years old. Come on, man.
Yeah, man. Get it together.
See, modern Ethiopia is not the ancient Ethiopia, but a very small sliver. I know there's others out there that say, oh, but the Kushite kingdom was, well, even modern Ethiopia has the name Ethiopia, but it was known as Abyssinia and within Ethiopia, but a small part, not all of Ethiopia. The Kushite kingdom was not all of Ethiopia. The modern country is a very minor portion of all of Ethiopia. Now, this is identified on many maps over many centuries, of which we cover, I don't know, about 20 or so. But here are 4, beginning in 450 BC, where Herodotus names Ethiopia coast to coast, east to west. And even the South Atlantic is known in history as the Ethiopic or Ethiopian Sea. Now, we still see this in 1467 from the 4th African map of Ptolemy, and African, by the way, with Media, Ethiopia, Ethiopia sub-Egypt, but then all the way to the west coast Ethiopia interior. See, the whole central portion, largest portion of Africa was known as Ethiopia back in the day for many centuries. The same in 1743 on the Holman map, which shows the same 3 sections of Ethiopia ranging all the way across Africa from coast to coast, east to west. And again, in 1771, Sir Francis Drake, Mr. Freemason. But regardless, Africans knew this as well as Europeans. And this is firm history. In order for the Gihan to surround the whole land of Ethiopia, defined by Herodotus, even during Bible times in 450 BC, and continuing to the period even after the King James was published, they knew that was Ethiopia from east to west coast. This shouldn't be a surprise, especially not to Africans. If you just know your geography a little. Jubilees defines the banks of the Gihan as the African continental shelf, and there's nothing to debate on that. That's what he's doing. And the Hiddekel is the same, as its banks are basically the nation of Iran's continental shelf of Asia. Daniel did not have to breathe on the bottom of the ocean floor when he had his vision, because he was in Iran, next to the Persian Gulf, nowhere near the Tigris River, where he never lived and never had any association with, doesn't even mention the Tigris in all of his writings. How about that? So he wasn't in Babylon anymore at that period, according to Scripture and Watch Our Rivers from Eden series, and we vet that out and prove that from Scripture. Only an illiterate channel would pose such an illiterate question in ridicule. We publish our...
You know, I'm seeing a pattern when all these tell this dude and others. It's always, when all else fails, say that we're going off of the scripture.
Right.
Oh, we're just going off the scripture. When all else fails, just say you went off the scripture and then move on to the next fucking point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's
there
cool,
anyone
but
who
if
goes
you're not
against what you
marrying,
said?
that's cool. But if you're not marrying the empirical evidence to scripture, then no problem.
Brother, you don't see that map? That's all the empirical evidence you need.
Y'all not getting what I'm saying? What the fuck? I'm talking.
Shout out to Adam. Exactly. E1P1 is all over North Africa and Levant in the Neolithic times. Big facts. Take that and put that in your pipe. Touch thyself. Fuck wrong with you, man. Goofy.
Right, but what I'm saying is what we do. We if the empirical data doesn't match, if the biblical scripture does not match the empirical data, the scientific data, then we have a problem. We have a problem.
No, but the problem is you can't just say the Bible said so, and then that's your proof.
Right, that's what I said.
That's what I said. These guys do. They lean on that one phrase and then keep walking. Like, nigga, you still ain't proved what the fuck you said. You know
Exactly.
And
the data doesn't.
Like,
the
oh,
data
they're illiterate if they question it. That's an illiterate
Right.
question. No, nigga, you just can't answer it.
Facts.
The data doesn't support this particular scripture that you're bringing up. That's when we have a problem.
Yeah, a lot of times we interpret the scripture a certain way. What we try to do is let the data help us in our interpretation of the scripture.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
True. Yeah, for sure.
Full theory on the rivers from Eden in The Search for King Solomon's Treasure, with shorter version in Ophir Philippines Coffee Table Book, and even in Jubilees, where we have color maps in both. Or watch the series on YouTube free. You should know this, and before someone says, oh, well, that's so unscientific. Yeah, we get that all the time from people who are unscientific. Someone better tell PhD sedimentologist, whose specialty is the bottom of the ocean floor, Dr. Parsons from the UK University of Hull, as he discovered an ancient river system on the bottom of the ocean floor. Hello. And it just happens to match everything in the Genesis descriptions, and no other theory does. Plus, we find Job clearly specifies this location of the rivers from Eden and fountains of the great deep.
In order to like kind of understand what he's talking about when it comes to the land of Ham, you do have to know where he's getting his idea from when it comes to the Garden of Eden. So you have to watch that video as well. Like every video he makes, it kind of borrows off each other, you know. But you can still just watch this, you know. Oh, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I get the gist of what he's saying. He's saying that the rivers in Genesis are on the bottom of the ocean floor because of the flood. I get what he's trying to say. So, but here's the thing. Now he gets to decide where each river is. Only he can tell you, okay, Gihan, Pisan, fucking that river, this river, Hedekel, whatever the fuck, you know. Only he can say the shit.
Right. Yeah,
really twice. Second Esdras also expounds on this. The Dead Sea Scrolls nail it. I mean, the real question is, how did we miss this for so many years? Well, no longer. Watch or read for yourself. Now we have context to begin. And for him came forth the second portion, beyond the Gihan, that's the river from Eden, towards the south, to the right of the garden. That's Garden of Eden. Oh, does this say the garden is in Africa now? Well, Shem's territory, just defined, the Garden of Eden on his southeast border, belonging to Shem, which Noah repeats numerous times, which is Southeast Asia. So no, it's not in Africa. We have to leave Africa in order to get there. For those directionally challenged scholars and trolls, Africa is not in Southeast Asia. Just saying. But the garden is, thus reasoning would allow one to deduce the garden is not in Africa, period, the end. There's nothing to discuss on that. It is all the way on the opposite side of Shem on the west. So how does he get from Africa, which is where this starts? Well, he crosses the Gihan, which, by the way, does not specify direction, as it is in all directions, because the Gihan encompasses, surrounds the whole land of Ethiopia, Kush, which is all of Africa, because we already showed you it's east to west coast. The only way to get around that is on the bottom of the ocean floor. You got to be in the ocean there. It's the only way. There's no other way. So it's the whole land. Now, again, in regards,
that's another thing I disagree with, because when it comes to Genesis and the Garden of Eden, if these rivers supposed to represent the same, rivers after the flood. Oh, wait, hold
on. Hey, James said the garden. He said the garden ain't nowhere near your black head.
Ain't that what he said? Hey, he might have said it real nice and kind, but you know what I'm saying? I know what he was saying for real. Garden ain't nowhere near your black ass, way over in Asia somewhere.
Right. And if these rivers are the rivers that exist after the flood too, then you would have to say a portion of Africa is included in the Garden of Eden. Like, obviously we got
rewind the tape.
So I was just about to say, man, rewind the tape.
Yeah, that's why I said we got to do a video on this guy right here.
Hey, we don't need to do a video. We need to do a comedy album on this dude right here.
Yo, and he got a lot of stuff that we could run through, like really, really. Yeah, the work that he's put out is so much. The work that he's put out is a lot.
Oh, go ahead.
If you challenge him, you illiterate.
Yep.
Yeah, he's disrespectful. Like, but his work is like, and then he doesn't allow anybody to comment or say anything. What you call those people? I think he's like a what you call the WHIs that are Hebrew roots. I think he's Hebrew roots.
That nigga a cult member.
Yeah.
I mean, cult leader. Yeah. Oh shit, Judah Jedi. Let's get ready to pseudo. The brother said the Garden of Eden is blood fall Antarctica. All
wait, the Garden of Eden is blood falls
Antarctica.
I know why he's saying that. I know why he's saying, because underneath the snow it used to be a tropic.
Yeah,
that's why he's saying that shit.
Yeah, but what about?
But yeah, did it also be like
the ice wall? You see what his last statement, the last part of his sentence is, keep the serpent out. So the ice wall kept the serpent out. That's what it is. We doing some they got the ice wall.
What is this? The X-Files or something?
Yeah, the ice wall. The Game of Thrones. The ice wall kept the serpent out.
Oh, the whites.
Yes.
Oh, the White Walkers.
Yes, the ice wall kept the serpents out.
And when I say whites, I'm not talking about WHITE. I'm talking about WHIGHT. European.
He threw the serpent out of the garden, which is haplogroup T, which is found in East Africa and India, which were all also connected.
Oh my! So the serpent is a man, because you said haplogroup T.
I believe
He's
the
a cult
serpent is
leader.
a man, too.
I feel sorry for anybody that follows this dude. He's Q1 too. He said he's Q1.
Hey, E read.
What?
The serpent.
Oh my goodness.
The serpent is a nickname.
The serpent is a nickname.
The serpent is a nickname because he came down. Came down, had sex with the women.
You home with me tonight. Ooh, baby, gotta get you home with me tonight.
But how is the serpent haplogroup T?
I'm trying to tell you, you're not listening.
I'm
trying to explain it to you, Sean. You're not listening.
All right, okay, I'm gonna let you.
His nickname was that's what the human women called him, serpent, because he was giving them that snake.
Yeah. He was crawling and creeping through their garden. You know what I'm saying?
According to y'all, isn't the serpent supposed? According to them, according to the pseudos, isn't the serpent supposed to be extraterrestrial? But he's haplogroup T.
I mean, we just saw extraterrestrial right there.
Okay, but he's
How
haplogroup
you think human
T.
diversification happened through alien DNA coming in? How you think YAP came in? It was inserted. Aliens inserted it, brother.
That's a big fact, bro. The world serpent. They're keeping the world serpent.
That's Loki's child.
Yeah.
From Ragnarok. From Norse mythology, the world serpent.
This nigga good. This nigga good.
Haplogroup T is Homo sapien sapien. Haplogroup T is Homo sapien sapien, but at the same time, it's the serpent, the god that came down from the lightning bolt that hit the earth.
So it turns out God of War is really just a documentary.
That's Haplogroup T right there.
Pretty much.
So this is the T marker. All right.
Yeah, there's your daddy. There's your daddy right there.
Well, to be fair, he is a snake with a giant spirit in him. So I can see.
So God of War is a documentary then of human history.
You didn't know? Ancestor worship, brother.
Oh my God. This nigga's something else.
That's a dinosaur?
I mean, it was pretty cold in the first game. Maybe the first game was set in Antarctica.
Well, yeah, there was a lot of ice, bro.
Oh my God. All right.
Yeah, let's keep moving forward. I want to let's stop. Let's go through this. Let's get through this because he got one on Shem. He got one on Shem and he has one on Japheth too.
Sean, you're gonna have to blame Judah Jedi for that shit, bro. I did not do that on purpose.
Judah Jedi is a piece of work, yo. He's haplogroup Q1, he said.
Yeah.
Where did Judah Jedi go? He left the chat.
He a Hamite because his land is in South America.
That's right. Actually, he is a Hamite.
He's a Canaanite. He's a true Canaanite because that's what they say. That's what the pseudos say. Canaan was in Mesoamerica with Kukulkan and all of them.
Kukulkan, another serpent.
Oh yeah, the feathered serpent god.
Kukulkan.
I like that part.
They gave him his name too because he was laying that snake down over there too. The women gave him that name. Oh shit.
To Ham, Shem's division went to the shores or shelf of Africa, to the banks of the Gihon River. That's what Noah just told us last week. So where does Ham start here then? Well, right there in Africa,
Noah
where
told him
Shem
that last
bordered
week?
Ham, of course,
No,
which is
Noah
sensible.
went to visit him?
Did he say Noah told him that last week?
Yeah, last week Noah was in his living room.
He
So
probably did a presentation on
yeah,
Noah.
he did a presentation with Noah. Noah came down and did a presentation.
Let me see. Y'all hating on my.
Wait, what? What happened?
I hating on my nigga, bro. Y'all hating on my nigga. Stop throwing shade, man. Let a young nigga shine. Let me hear what he said.
Of Africa, to the banks of the Gihon River. That's what Noah just told us last week.
Wait a minute, Noah?
I told you, me and James caught it.
I didn't.
Hell no, Taylor wouldn't even did that. This is higher than
Noah came and did a presentation in his backyard down in the Philippines.
It's gotta
they
be
ate dog meat. They cut up some dog and some
You
cat.
probably on the beach barbecuing some dog right now.
Exactly.
How many views did this video get? In
20,000. Nothing playing.
Yeah, 20,000. 20,000.
Dang.
And this is kind of old. This is at least it's some months old, maybe like 8 months old or so. How long go back? What it say?
Three years ago.
Damn, that's that old.
Oh my God, bro. Let me hear this shit again.
It's on the bottom of the ocean floor. You got to be in the ocean there. It's the only way. There's no other way. So it's the whole land. Now, again, in regards to Ham, Shem's division went to the shores or shelf of Africa, to the banks of the Gihon River. That's what Noah just told us last week. So where does Ham start here?
Oh my goodness.
All right, don't stop. We already heard that. Let us keep going.
All right, one more time. We're clear.
The way to get around that is on the bottom of the ocean floor. You got to be in the ocean there. It's the only way. There's no other way. So it's the whole land. Now, again, in regards to Ham, Shem's division went to the shores or shelf of Africa, to the banks of the Gihon River. That's what Noah just told us last week. So where does Ham start here? Well, right there in Africa, where Shem bordered Ham.
That nigga funny as fuck, bro.
Bruh.
Ham, of course, which is sensible, just as Japheth will start right at his border with Shem as well, at the river Tina, or mountains in that whole area of Russia. Why? Well, Shem's is the foundation here, and that's clearly obvious. So somehow we have to get to the right of the Garden of Eden, or east, right? Would be east, right? East of the garden. So, but that's all the way on the other side of the world almost. So we cannot go trampling back through Shem's territory, heading east, already assigned, as Noah pronounced a curse. So can't go there. It doesn't work. How do you get to the right or east of something which has a defined border on its east side in which one cannot cross that territory in order to get there? And Noah even specifies that Ham next heads south of this intersection, and you'll see this, basically to intersect with the garden, just to the right of it, and then in order to get down to the border. So the border of Shem and Ham is just south of this intersection point, which means there is no way to get there otherwise. You have to head west. What he did is tuck away the garden at a point where the only way to reach it in these directions, when you're mapping it out, is for Ham to head west, which is the only way you get to the east or the right of something. You have to head west in order to get to the east of it. That's the way it works. Any other way makes no sense and violates Noah's law here, so it can't work. He, being about 800 years old at this point, was far smarter than you and I, exponentially. He preserved his directions. Now let's see. So Ham heads west beyond the Gihan, or he crosses it to the west, towards the south, the southern hemisphere, to the right, east of the garden. Wow. This must be the case in order to get to Shem's eastern border, yet...
Yeah, hold on, wait a minute. Why can't he go east? Why can't you
Because
go
according to scripture, the scriptures is that the scriptures that he's using says that he headed west.
What? I mean, no, I'm saying like to get to fucking Philippines, why not just go through the Indian Ocean?
Well, according to what that's what I'm saying to you. Listen to his argument. Listen to his argument. According to scripture, what he's saying is, and we have to go through the scriptures. I'm not saying he's right because I don't believe he's right, but he's saying that he had to go west. So just I'm saying, because there's more to have to decipher. There's more to decipher. I mean, and break down and refute on this, because he makes, listen, there's people that listen to this dude, yo. So listen to his full argument, and then you have to pull up the scriptures. You can't argue with this dude because you're doxxed already. Not doxxed. You can't comment. You can't do anything with this dude. So what I'm saying is, just hear him out so you can get the full scope of what he's trying to say. And I'm not saying he's right. I disagree with what he's saying, but he's saying that he's
right.
scripture to go west.
That nigga Sean, like, hear my master teach out, all right?
Nigga, if you don't stop that bullshit, I'm telling you to listen to what he's saying so you can get a full understanding of the pseudo that he's giving you.
All right. Well, I just want to point out that he said Australia and these little islands right here are all in the land of Ham. So if I'm in the land of Ham, why can't I just go north? Or fuck, I gotta west. I'm just saying. Yeah, I am.
North of his south border with Ham, according to the directions both from Shem and from Ham. Noah boxes this in brilliantly. Also, as you continue the directions, they then define themselves as next is the Indian Ocean, then a mention of South Africa, basically on the tip by name, then the South Atlantic. And it must, because from there it goes north to Gadir, Spain. So you're in the Atlantic at that point. So these are obvious, and there is no other way to really read this. Let's continue. And it extendeth towards the south. See, again, just like with Shem, you've got that same, direction there where the garden is just north of this point now. And it extendeth to all the mountains of fire. Again, remember, Shem's did the same from the other direction. It headed east to the garden, and then notes the garden is just north of Shem's southern border. They're in the far east with Ham, who is in the far east, according to these directions, yes. However, now we have complete definition. What are the mountains of fire? Well, volcanoes, right? But those are all over the world, in all three territories, actually. And the first and second largest nations on Earth for volcanoes, many do not even realize, are actually Russia and the US. See, they're part of the Ring of Fire, that whole Ring of Fire, and they're very, very large countries. So anyway, those also, when you put that together with the rest of the Ring of Fire, runs through all three territories, so that doesn't work. No, this is far more specific. We are in Southeast Asia, so we need to find what are called the mountains of fire. Well, specifically, not just general. And we do. For Indonesia has a name for its 147 volcanoes, which form a natural border in a line almost across Indonesia, even splitting the island of Borneo. At the same point at which modern Malaysia and Indonesia are divided on that island to this day. Noah did that. And that's where that precedence started. And Sabah, to the north of that border, was...
Noah divided that border.
Bruh. That's what I told y'all. Listen to the pseudo. Listen how he ties in all the pseudo. I keep telling y'all, just listen to him, man. Like, just listen. Y'all thinking I'm siding with him. I'm not. I'm telling you,
no,
listen to all the pseudo.
We messing with your ass. Stop.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. And just listen to the bullshit.
Shut, Adrian. Sean, where you go, bro? Sean,
don't fuck with you no more, brother.
What, nigga? You hit me with DOS, all kind of shit. Nigga, I said listen to the pseudo. I don't agree with him.
I
But
know
I'm
you
telling you,
don't.
listen to the
Tell
full
me
pseudo,
what
nigga.
you want to tell me. I hear it in your voice, brother. I hear
Yeah,
it in your
whatever.
voice.
Man. All y'all. All you little niggas can kiss my ass.
That wasn't me though. That wasn't me. My hand ain't even on the keyboard. That wasn't me, bro.
I know that's Avery with his little ass.
No, bro, that's your shoe.
Nigga, I'm coming back and get my bread, nigga. I'm coming to get my bread, nigga. Where my bread at? Y'all little niggas. These niggas here.
Avery, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Exactly. I know that's Avery now. When it goes that deep,
you,
it's
Stevie.
Avery.
You know you did that, bro.
Avery. No, I
Avery.
clicked it, but Avery put it on fucking loop.
Y'all know niggas is funny as hell. Listen to this nigga pseudo though. The shit get deep, yo. He convincing motherfuckers like a motherfucker. And James, if you say yeah, he got you too, I'm gonna fucking curse your ass out.
You know who's doing
But on the other note, that
hit me
nigga
with
do
the
got you
DOS.
wanting us to hear that nigga though.
Fuck you, James.
张牙舞爪健身操，祝您健康，步步高，噜的。
That's your haplogroup D brother cursing you out, motherfucker.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
All right, let's get back to the video.
Philippine territory
Adam.
in history, and many would
Where
say,
Adam at?
and do
Adam,
say,
you
it
ain't
still
gonna come
remains so
defend me, Adam?
legally, and likely that is the case. Now, Indonesia calls its volcanoes as a whole, all the volcanoes together, are called Gunung, meaning mountain, Gunung, mountains, Api, of fire. That's in Javanese, translated to English, mountains of fire. The exact same nomenclature used by Noah in that exact part of the world. Now, this is firm. We're going to offer a video just on this border region on the Garden of Eden so that it is abundantly clear. And we'll do that about week 6, I believe. But what Noah is doing here is using the Pison River from Eden as the border, just as he used the Gihon multiple times as the border and marker, and he will use the Hiddekel in the same fashion, which we will cover. Why? Well, that is the paradigm in which he is familiar. Noah's from before the flood. Remember, most of his life was prior to the flood. And his ancestor, Enoch, traveled the world carried by angels before the flood. And he wrote it down for Noah. He gave it to Noah and future generations, including us. And we have that here.
Enoch traveled the world with angels and gave him Noah a map.
You know,
well,
when
Enoch, if you
had to
notice,
go to,
if you know the book of Enoch, go ahead, James. If you,
well, yeah, I'm just gonna say Enoch had to go see the Most High, then he had to go to the domain of the fallen ones, all that other stuff in the book of Enoch.
right. So if you read the book of Enoch, you know, Enoch traveled, you know, I guess through dimensions or whatever, but that's what he's pulling this from, the book of Enoch.
Recorded in the book of Jubilees. Wow. And it extendeth towards the west to the sea of Atel. Now, it's funny because some illiterate put a supposed review, which is not a review at all. It's just a fraud, fictitious name, and we know who it is, but they put that on Amazon, and it's just a ridiculous paid blogger who is just of the most disgusting ilk, claiming we say that Noah spoke Bengali, essentially. Well, we don't, and we teach Hebrew was the language of the world before the flood, so duh, and that was just a couple of videos.
Wait, oh, wait. Hebrew is the language before the flood?
I don't know that shit.
I thought
all I know is New Hope Family Investment, bro. I knew you was a goddamn Mason. You got the tetragrammaton and you said square in a circle. You a goddamn Mason. I'm gonna watch you. You an agent, nigga.
Yo, my nigga said Hebrew was a language before the flood. Okay, why can't Bengali be the language before the flood? Fuck it. Bengali was the language before the flood. I'm going with that.
No, brother, it was English.
Yeah, English. Why can't it be English?
New King James English to be exact.
Yeah.
Hey, yep. As long as it got
16th
James
century.
in it, I rock with it.
Mr. Blacktastic. After reading some of the comments in the chat, I want to say to all reproductive maturity, please use birth control to limit the birth of people bold enough to say.
Read the chat. Let's actually look at the chat.
Man, we
let's
done this
finish
shit
this
all
video,
night.
though.
I didn't know what he's talking about too. I seen it earlier.
Yeah, let's finish this video though.
Videos ago, when one is incapable of reason and logic, which that illiterate is certainly not capable of either, we are where we are here in the directions. Okay, we are in Southeast Asia. That's where we are, and we head west into a sea. Duh, I don't know. What sea could it be? It doesn't take a rocket science to figure out this is the Indian Ocean, period. There's nothing to discuss, which, by the way, in ancient times, the Indian Ocean was called a sea. We've seen it called the Red Sea, the Arabian Sea, and even the Erythraean Sea. Now, there is nothing to discuss here on that, and nothing to debate, because we don't say what the illiterate says we say. Now, knowing this, we researched this word atel. So we did that second. First, we already determined this is the Indian Ocean, because we know where we are. We know how to read a map. Now, we've already concluded that. That's done, because we can read a map. Maybe he can't. No, not maybe. He definitely can. But anyway, find the word appears Bengali or Indian. Now, we do not need that association to prove this. It is the Indian Ocean because that is the sea to the west of where we were in the directions. Really not hard. The fact that Atal is Bengali is a bonus, which connection we do not require, but it is neat that it is there. And we are researchers who ask such questions to affirm things we already know. We do not say this is the Indian Ocean because Atal is Bengali. That's stupid. We say it is the Indian Ocean because that is the sea to the west of Indonesia, where we were in the directions. That's it. And it's nice to know that it comes back full circle and ties that Atal is, in fact, a word in Bengali. Wow. And it extendeth towards the west till it reaches the Sea of Ma'uk. Notice west, west, west. It keeps saying west because we've been heading west in these directions all along. There's no doubting that. Now, the Sea of Ma'uk, that sea into which everything which is not destroyed descendeth. Now, some try to take this description to figure out what sea, yet ancient maps draw sea monsters, especially in the South Atlantic, often. And when there, you aren't really near anything. So if you have trouble at sea, you will likely sink. And that's pretty much what it's saying. It doesn't have to be a corruption because that is true of the South Atlantic. However, no one needs that to figure out where we are because the South Atlantic has known ties as the Ma'uk Sea, and even on by name, and even on the tip of South Africa is a place called Makaka, which even Arch Charles and others figured out this must refer to the South Atlantic. Well, it has to anyway, because we're reading directions here, and we were in Southeast Asia, and we headed west into a sea. We know that's the Indian Ocean. And then we headed west into another sea. That's the South Atlantic. I mean, it's really not difficult. Now, the next portion of the directions tell us exactly where we are because we are now aligned geographically south of Spain in the ocean. So again, this is not real hard if we're looking at the directions in context. There's no other sea to consider here. Also, who is Ma'uk? Ah, that is the name of Ham's wife, Ni'alata.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is so funny to me. The nigga channel is called, well, not channel, but this segment is called Answers and Jubilees. Avery, that's funny to me because is he trying to do that because of Answers in Genesis?
You're 100% correct.
Yes, but the channel is called Answers and Jubilees. That's his whole series. Everything is Answers and Jubilees. So yeah, you're correct.
So is he beefing with Answers in Genesis or something?
No, he just wants to be like them.
Oh, okay.
But it is opposite to what Genesis says, to be honest with you, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I mean, haplogroup wise, if you put that as Shem, he will fuck it up because he didn't put all of that needs to be Shem. Australia, the Philippines, all of that. So he kind of fucked it up.
Yeah.
Right.
Because Nathaniel Jeanson is pretty much saying everything over there, for the most part, is fucking Shem from a haplogroup standpoint.
Yeah. Hey, if y'all don't quit,
well, he don't mess with
interrupting my man's master teacher and let them finish this video. Don't get some furniture moving around this month.
Well, he doesn't touch on genetics at all. Everything is scriptural to him. Like, what we was joking about with him earlier when he said, coming out of scripture, everything is out of scripture, and if you have a problem with it, you can't comment. No, you know, we don't tolerate that. Basically, was what he was saying. But yeah, this is cultish shit.
After
I don't know, his child touching ass down in the Philippines, touching children.
I want him to debate Pastor Kelly.
Oh, no, Ron Dalton.
No, Pastor Kelly. I want to see Pastor Kelly. You know what?
Nah, I think he could go at it with the Teo twins. That'll be better for me. That's the fight I want to see.
After this video,
they might agree with him on some of the maps because they create maps themselves.
Oh.
Birds of a feather.
Locked together. But after this video, you should go to his video on Queen Sheba. Where was she, in the Philippines or Ethiopia? That video.
She's in the Philippines. Let me go ahead and spoil it, right?
Bro, the way he says it. Oh man, you gotta see it to believe it. It's such a weird way how he forms that argument. Oh, if you believe that Queen Sheba was of Ethiopia, then you believe in a pedophile story. She was actually a goat woman. I'm like, what?
A goat woman?
Yeah, the Ethiopian version, she's actually a half goat, according to him.
Oh, the Nagas, the Kivra Nagas?
Yeah.
Hey, the Kivra Nagas would be a badass movie, though.
It would.
A Netflix series. We was reading that joint, Solomon could speak to animals and stuff. Has anybody looked into the Kivra Nagas on here? No. Maybe we should read it one time. Let's go through the Kivra Nagas one episode.
Black History Month?
No.
He said nah.
Ma'uk, whom he also named the city after, just after the flood. We also know Africa is Ham's, and the South Atlantic on maps belonged to Africa all the way up until the 1800s as the Ethiopic Sea, named for Ham's wife originally, Ma'uk, and as Cush, Ethiopia, took over Canaan's defaulted territory on the west coast. See, because remember, Canaan stole Israel instead and did not go to his inheritance, which was that area of West Africa. So that became Cush, Ethiopia. I don't blame him. I would have taken it too if I were him. And he was allowed because that's in Ham's territory and defaulted. Now we'll cover that, which is why his territory is so vast. And that's why Ethiopia, when you look at the directions, he has most of the east coast to central maybe, and he picked up the west coast, and that's how that happened. And that's just logic. His descendants must have begun calling it, however, the Ethiopian Sea instead at that point. We are in the South Atlantic, and we also know we are because of where we head now. And it goes forth towards the north to the limits of Gadir. Now that's Spain, well-recorded modern Cadiz. This will end up becoming the dividing line for Japheth and Ham, all the way across to the west into the Americas, which we will cover next week. Now, just as Noah did in his directions for Shem, he recaps as his custom was to be clear, and rightfully so. Otherwise, his pronouncing a curse on one living over their border into a brother's land would be unfair. And Noah was not unfair. Where are we? Well, we are in Gadir, Spain, modern Cadiz. Now, next week, this will be firmly defined by what we call the 37th parallel. That's where that is. If you draw a line from there across to the Americas, it's the 37th parallel. From Gadir, Spain, and it goeth forth to the coast of the waters of the sea. Now, wait a minute. He just headed west from Spain, just as his perspective has been all along. What sea is he talking about? This is the Ma'uk Sea, or the South Atlantic. He just crossed the Atlantic to the coast of whatever land is over there. What is that? It's the Americas. Right there in Noah's directions. America's been there all along. Columbus didn't know about it, but Noah did. Now, that is the next coast from there, and there's no other way to look at that. And also, fully affirmed in Japheth's directions coming, you'll see. Then he heads further west, now into a greater ocean, the Pacific, to the waters of the Great Sea. Now, the Pacific is far greater, or in Bible terms, the word great means largest, large, larger, is the definition of that Hebrew word anyway. Now, so he is saying, by bodies of water now, that is the recap, bodies of water. That's what this is doing. From Atlantic to Pacific. Now, he already covered the detail of the Atal Sea, or Indian Ocean. So he skips it here because he doesn't need it. He already covered that. And he goes right to the end of the directions, which is also where he began. It is full circle, and nothing else would make sense here. Till it draweth near to the Gihon River, the river Gihon. In other words, the Gihan surrounds all of Africa, and Africa is 100% Ham's. All of it belongs to Ham. It was the start and the end of the directions. Noah just took us around the entire Earth in the southern hemisphere, which is all Ham's, all of it. Though not mentioned, we believe that would also include all the way to Antarctica, which likely Noah would not even define as a continent for probably obvious reason. Then Noah brilliantly recaps again and records from the Gihan again, or Africa, and again recaps this is to the west, and goeth along the river Gihan till it reacheth the right of the Garden of Eden. He's repeating himself, which we already covered is the westerly direction in order to reach the right or east of the garden. Noah is telling us again, this must be a westerly direction. The garden is the very holy of holies of Yahuwah. So yeah, it matters immensely to Noah and to Yahuwah and should to all of us, really. And Noah uses it to define these territories. But the garden, as we said last week, must be in Shem's, not Ham's. So it is where Ham meets Shem. And Ham is just east of it. He is reaffirming the Gihan to the garden connection. Again, here at the end, which he already defined very specifically. So it's starting to really take shape. In fact, right now you can stop right there and you already know what Japheth's territory is, but Noah goes on and defines it anyway, and we'll cover that next week. And he ends with this, verse 24. And this is the land which came forth for Ham as the portion which he was to occupy forever, for himself and his sons unto their generations forever. Forever, forever. You think he might mean always, perhaps? This is the division by law of the only man who inherited the earth after the flood. No one can change them, and they stand forever. Unto all of our generations forever. Period. The end. The New Testament does not change these, nor would they. These remain, and we should all be well aware of this mapping. Wait till you see how this affects prophecy and end times, for instance, to come. Next week, Japheth and then the grandsons of Noah. Without this information, no one can possibly understand biblical geography, which means they cannot understand prophecy, not even migrations and even people groups and history. It all needs this restoration of Torah. DNA studies require this restoration, or they are in danger of misinterpretation, which we see often. We must know where these places are, and schools and even churches are not teaching this. However, this is knowledge that has been preserved and passed down through the ages. This book that many of you are holding in your hand right now originates in at least that we can document in archaeology at 150 BC. So for 2,000 years old, that book that you're holding in your hand. Wow. That is monumental, just unto itself. And then the fact that you can test it and find it to be Torah, oh, this is incredible. But we encourage everyone, test the book of Jubilees and know this for yourself. Yah bless to all.
Yeah, this guy. Yeah, this guy.
I just heard Tarzan swinging from the tree saying pseudo. Who the hell was that?
I think that was James. Or maybe that was
that was James.
Listen, man. I don't know what to say. I really don't. Like, so Ham is Australia, right below the Philippines, the Malaysians, and the Americans.
Everybody dark skinned.
Everybody that's dark, yeah.
Or copper skinned.
That's what happens.
Black or copper skinned.
This what happens, family, when you don't use science to back up your arguments.
That's when you use this mysterious Holy Spirit, because it ain't from the Most High. I don't know where yours come from.
He used the plate tectonics. That's science.
Hey, you should go to his channel really quick and let me
He used ocean rivers. You know what I'm saying? That's science.
Yeah.
No, not the.
I don't know if the scientist said what he said, but he at least referenced something.
Go to playlist. I think it'll be easier.
Linda. Is that him?
No,
he probably at one of his wife's parties, because you know them Filipinos, they come out. You know, there's a million of them, like Bato.
Keep scrolling.
How long you even know about this guy?
I know about him for probably.
We've been studying for about 5 years. Sean just getting on to it. You hear his voice.
Keep scrolling down a little bit.
You still fucking with me, little nigga?
Hey, I'm sorry. It's a running joke. I like. It's funny to me.
Actually, type in hold on, scroll. Type in the God culture, King Solomon. Just
Damn, he remember the name of the videos. Shit. Boy, he probably went to his notes real quick.
Let's see. Scroll down. Let's see.
Queen Sheba Revisited. That's it.
Are you sure that's it?
It says Queen Sheba.
Yeah, push that one then, I guess.
Let me guess. She from Morocco.
That would have been a better location.
India's in South America. I mean, not India.
Yeah, he believes that the land of Sheba and Ophir is in the Philippines.
Building your online.
So Ophir
He has
in the
a weird way of doing it.
While giving his, you reject the commandment of God to keep your own tradition while giving your fucking tradition. All right, okay.
God, that ye may keep your own tradition. Mark 7:9. We are continuing our Solomon's Gold series today by revisiting the story of the Queen of Sheba from 1 Kings, which is paralleled in 1 Chronicles. We will address the actual location of Sheba, which does not require any guessing. The Bible tells us exactly where her kingdom was, who Sheba was, where and from whom she heard about Solomon, that she desired Solomon's God and wisdom. We will address the horrible guesses that we have reviewed from most Bible scholars claiming Sheba is in Ethiopia. That's the wrong Sheba. Read the story. And Yemen, still the wrong Sheba, and not far enough either for the journey. We have heard this preached from pulpits of many different denominations, as well as Judaism, and we are shocked. After digging into this, with even a cursory reading, it is abundantly clear Sheba is the brother of Ophir, from the line of Joktan and Shem, not the son of Cush, from the line of Ham. We have thoroughly absorbed the story of the Queen of Sheba from the Ethiopian Kebra Nagast, which is not the Bible. And we find it to reference a Nephilim hybrid queen with the legs of a goat, according to its own words. We are shocked that any scholar would lend credence to a clearly occult story, which leads to Solomon having a child, which is not in the Bible, with a goat lady. Perhaps his 700 wives weren't enough, but we are confident he did not choose the goat lady. So let's jump into the story. And when the Queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon concerning the name of the Lord, she came to prove him with hard questions. And she came to Jerusalem with a very great train, with camels that bear spices, and very much gold, and precious stones. And when she was come to Solomon, she communed with him of all that was in her heart. And Solomon told her all her questions. There was not anything hid from the king, which he told her not. And when the Queen of Sheba had seen all...
Solomon saw that half goat ass. He saw that half goat ass.
He was like, I ain't never had this before. I got about 1,000 women, boy. You something
ain't had no goat humanoid ass.
Yeah, he wanted, the Nephilim, bro. He wanted to try out that Nephilim.
He saw that. He was like,
ooh, baby, I gotta get you home with me tonight. Ooh, baby, I gotta get you home with me tonight.
all Solomon's wisdom, and the house that he had built, and the meat of his table, and the sitting of his servants, and the attendance of his ministers, and their apparel, and his cupbearers, and his ascent by which he went up unto the house of the Lord. There was no more spirit in her. She had no more questions. The queen heard of Solomon concerning the name of the Lord, and she came. Note, it says she arrived in Jerusalem with a very great train of camels. But understand this. That does not mean she had to have come from a shorter distance. The Queen of Sheba could have easily traveled by ship to a port, say, Ezion-Geber on the Red Sea, and then traveled by camel from there. Assuming that because she rode camels, she came from the Middle East or Africa does not fit scripture, and we will prove this. Let's read further. And she said to the king, it was a true report that I heard in mine own land. Where is her own land? Solomon's navy only went one place, and we will show you it is Ophir. I heard in mine own land of thy acts and of thy wisdom. Howbeit I believed not the words until I came, and mine eyes had seen it. And behold, the half was not told me. Thy wisdom and prosperity exceedeth the fame which I heard. Happy are thy men, happy are thy servants, which stand continually before thee, and that hear thy wisdom. Blessed be the Lord thy God, which delighted in thee to set thee on the throne of Israel, because the Lord loved Israel forever. Therefore made he thee king, to do judgment and justice. And she gave the king 120 talents of gold. Is that all? 120 talents? Oh, 120 talents, by the way, equals 9,000 pounds of gold, approximately valued at 118 million US dollars today. She was very wealthy. And just who was the queen donating such great fortune to? To Solomon? No, to God. She was providing an offering for the temple out of the business she received from Solomon. Notice she waited till after she proved Solomon with questions, and she toured the construction of the temple to make her offering. Why not just offer it from the meeting point? All that gold must have been hard to transport. However, she didn't. She waited. She wanted to know that Solomon was talking about the God she knew from her ancestors, and we'll prove that more later. Continuing further. And of spices, very great store, and precious stones. There came no more such abundance of spices as these which the Queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. In other words, no one ever gave Israel such a great amount of spices. This is very significant, and we'll talk about it more. And the navy also of Hiram, remember Hiram, king of Tyre, who Solomon hired to run the navy to go to Ophir? That same Hiram. And the navy also of Hiram that brought gold from Ophir, brought in from Ophir. Wait, the queen gave, and Hiram's navy brought and gave at the same time? Yes, that's what the story says. The navy left right before the queen heard in scripture and returned at the same time that the queen visited. Wouldn't this mean the Queen of Sheba came with Hiram, at least at the same time, perhaps from Ophir? We'll get to that. Back to scripture. And the navy also of Hiram that brought gold from Ophir brought.
He is butchering these verses, bro. This. Are y'all familiar with the Queen of Sheba story?
No, he's not. He's not butchering the story. The Ruach is speaking through him, brother.
That's what I was getting, because I could feel it all the way over here.
I said all the way over here.
No, but when we try to tell y'all always want to say scripture, scripture, scripture. What you meant to say was, if we go off my interpretation, and if we go against it, you're going to say, oh, you're going against the Most High. I'm only reading the Bible.
Exactly. Because if you just plainly read the scriptures, she did not come with Hiram. And if I remember correctly, didn't Solomon send the ships out after meeting Queen of Sheba?
You know, I'm sorry I have to tell you this, Avery, but you may be one of the illiterates he's talking about.
Bruh.
He said if you go against him, you illiterate, brother. That's what he said. I heard him. He said he was right. He sounded convincing to me.
Man. All right, go ahead, go on, Paul.
In from Ophir, great plenty of almug trees and precious stones. And the king made of the almug trees pillars for the house of the Lord, the temple. And for the king's house, harps also, and psalteries for singers. There came no such almug trees, nor were seen unto this day. Let's stop there for a second. So almug trees had never been seen in Israel prior to that day. Correct. It is a foreign wood, and we'll cover that in an entire series because we believe we know where that wood came from. Back to scripture. And King Solomon gave unto the queen of Sheba all her desire, whatsoever she asked, beside that which Solomon gave her of his royal bounty. So she turned and went to her own country, she and her servants. That's it? She left? Did you just read the part that said she had an affair with Solomon? No, it's not there, is it? That she bore a son with Solomon? No, that's not there either. There is no further mention of what happened to the Queen of Sheba until, and we'll cover this later, Jesus actually brings it up. But first, where did the queen hear about Solomon and his God? Let's go back 3 verses, and the Bible actually tells us. 1 Kings 9:26 through 10:1, where we just were. Remember, the Bible does not actually have chapters and verses. It's fine that they are there, but we have to be careful not to cut off a story in the middle. Let's read. And King Solomon made a navy of ships in Ezion-Geber, which is beside Elath on the shore of the Red Sea, in the land of Edom. And Hiram sent in the navy his servants, shipmen that had knowledge of the sea, with the servants of Solomon. And they came to Ophir and fetched from thence gold, 420 talents, and brought it to King Solomon. And when the queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon concerning the name of the Lord, she came to prove him with hard questions. Let's stop there. Who did the queen of Sheba hear from? Well, from Solomon's navy. Where did they go? There are no other routes listed whatsoever. They went to one place.
Yo, this nigga just Michael Jordan reach at the end of Space Jam, bro. How the fuck? Why couldn't she just hear it? Because it was a famous king doing some famous shit, and that story went across the earth. You know, it usually happens, right?
Exactly. He was doing a lot of trading, wasn't he?
Yeah. So a lot of kingdoms would have knew about him. They didn't have to have direct contact with his fucking navy. But hey, this is how y'all read this shit. This is how y'all come to y'all conclusion. It had to be like this. Black and white fallacy all day. There is no other option. Just what I tell you what it is. You know, we try to warn y'all from this shit, but y'all, hey, so what's the difference between what Tail doing and what he doing? It ain't none. They do the same shit.
Ophir. Why? We prove because Ophir is the pre-flood land of gold and resources called Havilah, in which Adam and Eve, all the way to Noah, lived. Ophir is the post-flood name of the same area that changed geographically due to the flood. But the resources, oh, they were still there. Where is Ophir? We learned it is a group of islands beyond the Indian Ocean that took a 3-year journey to the Orient, east. This rules out Ethiopia and Yemen, whether alone the resources in which they returned, which are mostly not found in those areas. But we'll cover that in more detail in a later part of the series. Her exact words were, I heard in mine own land. Her own land was Ophir, in which Sheba was a portion. Back to scripture, and she gave the king 120 talents of gold, which the queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. And the navy also of Hiram that brought gold from Ophir, brought in from Ophir great plenty of almug trees and precious stones, and King Solomon gave unto Sheba, the queen of Sheba. So she turned and went to her own country, she and her servants. Note, the queen of Sheba gave to Solomon, and the navy also of Hiram that brought gold from Ophir, brought great plenty of almug trees and precious stones. Solomon gave to Sheba from his royal treasury. She turned and went to her own country, Ophir. She arrived with Hiram from Ophir, and she returned to Ophir. How do we know the queen of Sheba learned from this and took the message of Solomon's God back to her land?
A lot of people don't know this, but if you have the YouTube app on your phone, you could be using it to make up to $10,000 a month.
By the way, this proves that she did not go to Israel to have an affair with Solomon, nor to have his child. She went to learn about God and returned with this knowledge. Is there any evidence in this passage that Sheba served pagan gods? None. Matthew 12:41 and 42, and there's a parallel in Luke as well. The men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with this generation. This is referring to the final generation, which Jesus makes clear later. And shall condemn it, because they repented at the preaching of Jonas. And behold, a greater than Jonas is here. The queen of the south shall rise up in judgment with this generation and shall condemn it. For she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon. And behold, a greater than Solomon is here. Who came to hear the wisdom of Solomon? The Queen of Sheba came to hear the wisdom of Solomon. Jesus parallels Sheba with Nineveh, which repented. The queen returned to her land with Solomon's message, and they served the God, Yahweh, Yahuwah, YHWH, which is why God will use them to judge this evil generation of the last days. The Queen of Sheba, the Queen of the South, came from the uttermost parts of the earth. Did Jesus think Ethiopia or Yemen were the uttermost parts of the earth? Here's a map from Eratosthenes from 176 BC, almost 200 years before Jesus. Notice the Pacific Islands were known as the ends or uttermost parts of the earth almost 200 years before Jesus. The word used in the original Greek in the passage where Jesus is referring to uttermost is parasgi, meaning extremity, boundary, end, frontier, the ends of the earth, the remotest lands. Eratosthenes knew there was a sea past Ethiopia and Yemen. In fact, just look at the map. That sea is named after him. So he obviously knew about that one. He knew about the Indian Ocean. And he knew it led to the Pacific Islands, which he draws on the map. Ethiopia and Yemen are not the uttermost parts of the earth, and they were not considered such in Jesus's day, according to this map. But here is a second source to confirm. A little over 150 years after Jesus, Ptolemy also published a map, and it also recognizes the Pacific Islands as the ends of the earth, significantly beyond Ethiopia or Yemen. In fact, the Philippines is noted on this map as Tawalisi, according to historians. Yes, Jesus knew as a man and as the Son of God that the uttermost parts of the earth were not Ethiopia nor Yemen. In this story, the Queen of Sheba is mentioned with the land of Ophir. Why? Because Sheba and Ophir and Havilah are brothers. Yes, there is also a Sheba, grandson of Cush, son of Ham. Ethiopia is well noted as the land of Cush, and his son Sheba certainly would have had a territory near that area, but it is the wrong Sheba. We are looking for the Sheba, son of Joktan, who came from Shem, not Ham, and his brothers are Ophir and Havilah. We showed you in our last segment that the Kitab al-Magal, probably pronounced that wrong again, documents the children of Havilah, son of Joktan, built a city and kingdom which was near to those of his brothers Sheba and Ophir. Some scholars have difficulty in realizing that Sheba, son of Joktan, is different from Sheba, son of Cush. We do not understand why this has eluded so many for so long. And remember, their dwelling was from Misha, as thou goest unto Sephar, a mount of the east, Orient. Remember, we covered that these sons of Joktan lived from Misha, which is Mashhad, Iran, to Sephar, the mount of the Orient. We will tie this mountain to Mount Apo in the Philippines in the series later. Regardless, if Iran was the furthest west that Joktan's sons lived, how could any scholar place them in Saudi Arabia, Yemen, or Ethiopia, which are far west of Iran, not east, as the passage clearly tells us? Also, it took Solomon's navy 3 years to make this round trip to Ophir, Tarshish, Sheba, Havilah. Ethiopia and Yemen would both take only weeks. They just don't fit. And this next piece not only does not fit, but throws up major red flags as scholars are buying into complete occult history. This is where the claim that Ethiopia is Sheba of this passage comes from, the Kibra Nagast from Ethiopia. Most scholars appear to accept this solely based on this very suspect account. The Queen of Sheba had goat legs. Yes, this is what it says. She had goat legs and hooves. According to the Kibra Nagast story, King Solomon had heard of Sheba and had been told of her strange features, hairy legs and feet that are cloven like goat's feet. To see if the story is really true, Solomon had a floor of glass built at his court, and Sheba, these are the exact words from the writing, tricked into thinking it was water, raised her skirt to cross it, and revealed that her legs were truly hairy. Very nice. This goes on to tell us that she was healed of her goat legs and they became human. Problem: God is not in the Nephilim healing business. And if you research Genesis 6 and what happened there,
Nah, nigga. Let the story play out like we listen to your bullshit. We gonna listen to you. Don't be trying to explain it away now, nigga.
God's
By the way,
reaction.
Shu, I was calling you earlier. I wanted to point out that when he was talking about the maps and everything, he was using common era maps, not even like BC era maps when King Solomon would have lived, trying to prove, that everybody knew about the Philippines in the ancient times. But
goofy, bro. A goofy goober.
Yep.
To the manipulation of his creation into hybrid crossbreeds of man and animal was to wipe out that creation with the flood. We'll cover this in more detail in another series, but this is a false story to justify royal bloodlines and makes Christianity look like it doesn't know its own Bible. But it goes on in chapter 30 of the Kebra Nagast. It says, the night before she begins her journey home, Solomon tricks her, we're talking about the Queen of Sheba, into sleeping with him and gives her a ring so that her child may identify himself to Solomon. Following her departure, Solomon has a dream in which the sun leaves Israel. So Solomon's 700 wives and 300 concubines were not enough. He needed to sleep with the goat lady. No way. Where is the scriptural support for this? But it gets even more suspect than this. In chapter 32 of the Kebra Nagast, on the journey home, she gives birth to Menelik, Solomon's son. So, wait, we are supposed to believe that she stayed in Jerusalem for almost 9 months and birthed a baby on the way home? The Bible says she and Solomon exchanged gifts, and she returned to her land. It took them 9 months to exchange gifts? No, the Bible does not say this. The Bible does not say they had an affair at all. And who is Menelik? Supposedly the son of Solomon and the queen? Follow his bloodlines. Research it, and you will find pharaohs who lead to today's European royalty of modern times, and unfortunately, even the 45 U.S. presidents, according to Burke's peerage. In fact, according to the definition of the wood used to build the temple, pillars, and terraces, which we'll cover in great detail later in the series, the Queen of Sheba may actually have been a child. In our segment regarding the almug or algum wood from Ophir used to build the temple, we prove the algum, which is known as a red sandalwood, is in fact the Nara tree from the Philippines. In fact, it's the national tree of the Philippines. In the definition of this word, Nara, which appears to have Hebrew roots and grows up to 100 feet tall as well, we have a strong tie to the Queen of Sheba. Nara in Hebrew means she who must be admired. Admirable, wonderful, worthy of admiration. Girl. We believe this to be a tie to the attributes of the Queen of Sheba. If so, she was a girl, not a woman. And this makes the claims of the Kebra Nagast even more disgusting and outrageous. Hollywood even made a sick movie which portrayed the Queen of Sheba as a harlot. What is wrong with these people? And earlier, we referenced that the land of Cush was Ethiopia, but don't just take our word for it. In his book, Nations of the Earth, How They Evolved, author Akintola, you can figure out how to pronounce his first name for yourself, it's on the screen, states, in a generic sense, the land of all the descendants of Cush was called Ethiopia, but Sheba, the first son of Raman, Cush's fourth son, was specifically known by the name Ethiopia. The Bible agrees. Cush's grandson Sheba lived in Ethiopia. Once again, that's not Joktan's son, brother of Ophir and Havilah, which is the Sheba from the story we've been reading. This never should have gotten confused, as the Bible is super clear, even telling us where Joktan's sons lived, which is nowhere near Ethiopia or Yemen. This is just not that difficult. We agree, however, even though this author is trying to spin the Queen of Sheba as being that Sheba, grandson of Cush, we know
everybody else is spinning except him.
Pretty much, yeah.
Of course not, brother.
Same thing Run Dog was
directly
trying
to the Most High.
Run Dog was doing this shit in his book too. He's like, these people are making this up. I'm like, are you serious right now? You're gonna talk to criticize somebody else and say they shit is made up?
It's funny that he says that, the Sheba can't be the one of Ethiopia from Ham, but I'm thinking to myself, like, couldn't there just be overlap in the name, Sheba from Joktan, Sheba from Ham, because they both lived in the same geographical area and admixed with one another? Because Hamites and Shemites have been mixing for like thousands of years.
How many Michaels do you know?
Exactly.
Same principles. Stupid shit.
They all American, brother. They all Western culture, brother. The same people.
This nigga on some goof troop shit, bro.
Brother, I haven't
that
heard
he is
him
simply
say
proving the
anything wrong yet.
Nigga been 100% on point, huh? Through the spirit.
On point, bro. I've been eating it up. I ain't been able to spit out no bones yet, brother.
That brother got the spirit on him, brother.
Highly blessed and highly
This is
favored.
That's right.
the wrong Sheba. Thus, Ethiopia, nor Yemen, could possibly be the location of the biblical queen of Sheba, because that Sheba is the brother of Ophir, who lived far from there. This is actually very easy to find, especially for a so-called scholar, you would think. Is this really just an accident? Or is there a greater agenda behind such a messing up of history and the Bible? They further postulate that Saba, ancient name of a province in Ethiopia and Yemen, both is the name for Sheba. This makes no sense, as Saba is a different person, and Job actually writes about the Sabaeans, which were from Saba. They would have referred to that land by that name in which Solomon would have known. They already had trade routes established with the Sabaeans, Saba, and Solomon would not have needed to build an entire navy to go there because it was on the Red Sea. And it was not a 3-year journey. It was about a 3-week journey. We'll cover that in more detail later. For those Filipinos wondering why Saba sounds so familiar, Sabah, we cover this too, as Sabah, which means abundant in Hebrew, by the way, is in fact yet another tie to Israel. And as it represents your banana, it even fits the definition, as it is practically the most abundant fruit in that land. View our track of the Hebrew segment in this series for more Hebrew ties to the Philippines. In fact, even David places the gold of Ophir and the gold of Sheba on the very same plane. In Psalm 45:9, David writes, "King's daughters were among thy honorable women. Upon thy right hand did stand the queen in gold of Ophir." Very valuable gold. Then in Psalm 72:15, he writes, "And he shall live, and to him shall be given of the gold of Sheba. Prayer also shall be made for him continually, and daily shall he be praised." In fact, if we apply a similar logic to scholars who claim that Saba in Ethiopia or Yemen is Ophir and Sheba because Saba sounds like Sheba, scholars forget, of course, also that Saba is actually a person also listed in the Table of Nations and was even mentioned by Job hundreds of years before Solomon because Israel already traded with them. In applying this logic, however, Cebu, Philippines was originally spelled with an S and sometimes with an SH, Shebu. The Hebrew Shebu means oath. Sheba also means oath. Therefore, Cebu has just as much right to be considered as Sheba as Saba in Ethiopia would. In fact, more so because Saba was in the lineage of Ham and Cush, not Joktan and Ophir. Cebu would fit the description of the 3-year journey to the east or Orient. In fact, pursuing this line of thinking, Sheba also means the number 7. And there are 7,000 islands in the Philippines. So there is a possible tie there too. By the way, Saba is also a Filipino word for banana, and it means abundant in Hebrew, which further fits the Hebrew ties of the Philippines. The Queen of Sheba is the daughter of an oath, which again shows that she did make the trip to Jerusalem to hear about Solomon's God, just as it says, and that was her oath and purpose, not to sleep with Solomon and have his child out of wedlock. Of course, she also was not a goat lady. In fact, tying in the Hebrew definition of the Nara tree, the Queen of Sheba may actually have been a child. So Solomon's navy went to Ophir for gold, a special wood and other resources used for the temple. It was a 3-year journey matched by history. We will further show to...
They done left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
I don't think you've changed a thing. Go on, jump. No, I don't want to jump.
Yes, you do. You smoke crack, don't you? You smoke crack, don't you? Look at me, boy. Don't you smoke crack?
Yes, sir.
You know what that does to you? Huh?
No, sir.
It kills your brain cells, son. It kills your brain cells. Now, when you're destroying your brain cells, you're doing the same thing as killing yourself. You're just doing it slower. Now, I say if you want to kill yourself, don't fuck around with it. Go in and do it expeditiously. Now, go in and jump. Jump.
No, I don't want to kill myself, sir.
Somebody tell his cheerleaders to get off yo dick. Because they gonna hype every single bar that this nigga go spit. He can say something that doesn't make no sense. Like, bibbidi bobbidi boo. They gonna be like, oh shit.
Your man got the bibbidi bobbidi boo scholarship, bro. Your man said the word Sheba mean bananas, and where you find bananas, my niggas. When he said that, I was convinced. I was like, oh hell yeah, this shit possible.
It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. It's possible.
You know, I was on the fence until he said that shit.
You was on the fence.
Nigga said the bananas, and he said, "Oh, 7, and they got 7,000 islands." I'm like, this is what I be trying to tell y'all, man. Y'all watch us, and y'all like, I'm just go by the Bible. I just go by the Bible. I'm like, hey, man, you need to have something else, some external evidence or something to reference to or something. He'd be like, no, I just go. This is what happens. This is your brain on drugs. I gotta raise my third eye. I gotta decalcify my pineal gland. Oh my God, bro!
Tricking them poor Filipinos because they be giving him money too.
They gonna
like
flag
old Filipinos too, like these old folks.
Yeah, why you hating on this hustle?
The Philippines, which also fits the ships, which we'll cover later, of that era, which would have made it that far. The queen heard from Solomon's navy about Solomon's God in her own land, Ophir, Sheba. There is no mention of any other stops on this trade route, and that is significant. And no mention of setting up a trade route like the spice routes, but instead a special journey specifically to Ophir that took 3 years to get a particular type of gold and resources. Ophir and Sheba were brothers, and this is the correct Sheba referenced in this passage, not the grandson of Cush, nor even the son of Abraham, in which his later years he birthed, which is another Sheba in the Bible that we didn't even cover. All Shebas do not live in the same land, but Sheba, Ophir, and Havilah did settle together. We will prove in great detail that the ancient land of Havilah is also, in fact, the land of Ophir and Sheba and Tarshish, and we believe this is where Adam and Eve lived after the garden and their generations through Noah. We'll cover this in very great detail in the final video of this series, so don't miss that one. Thank you for watching our Solomon's Gold series. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel and view our website at thegodculture.com. Always.
Avery, how many of these videos have you watched?
I've probably seen almost all of the first half of them. Basically, like if you go to the very beginning of his channel, maybe the first 100, something like that.
Everybody that's watching, I want to see when y'all wondering why he ain't dropped shit in 3 months. That's why.
Nah, that was a long time ago when I used to watch that. That was way back in the day, bro.
Nigga been binging this nigga shit. He been
No. That was before YAP gains 4 minutes.
Nah, you ain't got a front for us, man. We love you anyway, bro.
He's like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread.
I gotta get the bros to look at this.
Nah. But it is funny.
What's another one? What's another one, man?
Let's see.
You know, I've been getting a lot of shit done ever since these videos been playing. I did laundry. Now I'm doing my work notes for last week. I'm getting shit done.
Go out of that. Oh, actually, hold on. I think he did a live conference. Type in the God Culture live conference because the dude actually shows his face.
What do you look like?
Cheddar Bob? Like a chubby white guy.
He look like Cheddar Bob. Oh, you don't
I
like
don't know who that is.
Cheddar Bob will shot himself in his leg with his own gun.
Hold on, what's another good one, man?
Type in live conference.
Oh, nobody want to look at his ugly ass. Give me another one, man.
Hold on, let me see. Go to his playlist because going to his videos like that don't.
Name of the Messiah. Does he have anything on Bengali?
Bengali?
Yeah.
Type in go to. Let me see what you got. Hold on. Yeah, go to his playlist instead because this.
What territory belongs to Shem? Shem's division to his sons.
He's got Tanglong. Hold on, I'll pull something up. Hold on, let me go on mine. Let me pull up myself.
Did Ron Wyatt find the Nephilim ark? Damn, the Nephilim's got an ark too?
Everybody got an ark, man.
Oh, damn it. This motherfucker believe that the ark landed in the Himalayas. Now I got to stop saying that shit.
Let's watch that one. Let's watch that one, bro.
That nigga say that.
Now we know where the tube got that from.
Yeah, you should be secretly watching him too, huh? Secretly watching him. I see you.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, that's where you got it from. I wondered this whole time.
Does he have an Anunnaki video?
Y'all coming out tonight, boy. Y'all all getting exposed.
Hey, does he have an Anunnaki video?
Anunnaki video? I don't know.
Blacktastic asked did he have an Anunnaki video?
Anunnaki. I think he got a Nephilim video, but I don't know about an Anunnaki video. Hold on. I think he actually has a. Actually, no, I'm not going to mention that one. But
all right, that's the one you really like. You don't want to talk about that one.
Which one?
Yeah, because it actually ain't half bad.
Which one is it?
Yeah,
it's the one talking about the Southern Kingdom.
Oh man, let me see.
Yeah, you ain't gonna find that one. But anyway, let me see if I can find something. Let me see if I can find something else. Let's see. The Rivers of Eden. I think there's one. There's some funny ones where you kind of just.
Was Cain the serpent seed?
Wait, what?
So BHIs would agree with this one right here. Was Cain the serpent seed?
I didn't even know about that.
The white man.
Yep.
That's what the BHIs would say. Cain was. I was arguing with one trying to tell me.
Real story of January 6th. Many.
Let me see this. Damn, why you gotta do 45-minute video? Really, he could say this shit in 5 minutes, bro. he could have did that last video in 5 minutes. Hey, listen, Sheba, huh?
I'm gonna put this video in the private chat. Play this one.
But he could really do these and sum them up in 5 minutes. Hey, listen, Sheba means banana in motherfucking Bengali, nigga. Boom, video finished.
And it's right because I said so.
Yeah. Fucking 45-minute dissertation. Meet the man behind what? I don't want to see this shit. I don't give a fuck how it look.
Play that one, bro.
If you don't want to play it, we're going to find out that's him.
Yo, I really don't give a fuck about. Okay, all right, fuck.
People want to know, Jashu. They want to know who Avery and Sean Master teachers are.
And his shoes, because he talks about the ark resting in.
I'm gonna tell him to take
Plagiarizing that, brother.
I'm gonna tell him to take that video down, bro. Take that shit down, bro. I can't be nigga.
Actually, when you said that land in the Himalayas, I thought you got that from the God culture.
I never even heard of this guy.
That's the only time I heard it was from him.
Nah, I just went off of the highest mountain peak, and then I went off that other paper.
That's what he said too.
I went off of Vincent Cabrera when he said the bifurcation center was in the Himalayas.
Now we gotta watch that one about the Himalayas. Now
I will watch and see what he said, man. Retarded motherfucker.
We can watch that one next. Let's watch this.
He gonna sully my shit, bro. That motherfucker gonna flag the shit out of this video.
I know, because I think he's one of those.
Hello out there. My name is Philip Pastoral. I'm the founder of the Berean Project.
Fair use.
Bible prophecy, trends, and rules. And today I'm with a new friend. His name is Timothy. Right. So Timothy, I came here at this undisclosed location. He's the guy behind the Solomon series, the God Culture channel in YouTube. So some of you have been watching this for years and have been wanting to meet you, Timothy. Finally, we get to meet you because in May of this year, 2019, there's going to be a series of conferences. I think in Luzon,
just the beginning,
and Visayas and Mindanao. The Solomon's Gold series is very interesting because he's been doing some research, and it's about, a lot of you have known, it's about the Philippines, where he's actually proven through scripture and through some research that the Philippines actually falls into biblical history, not just history, but also, I think, prophecy.
Yes, definitely.
So maybe you can share something about how did you get started, Tim? How did you get started in the Solomon's Gold series, and what did you learn along the way? What were the surprises? Anything you want to share?
Well, the amazing thing is my wife is Filipina, and we travel to the Philippines rather often. And in being here, I was looking into different channels on YouTube, I believe is where I saw this first. There was a video, Philippines as Ophir. I thought, wow, I know what Ophir is, but I've never seen anybody prove the location of Ophir. So I look at it, and of course, it's like most videos. It's a good video. It's a great claim, but you leave the video thinking, maybe. And we're at a point, because we're a research group, it's not just me, and we're at a point in our lives where we want to prove things. We want to see things proven out completely. And that's what we set out to do. We tested it first with Ophir. Can we find Ophir? Does the Bible identify Ophir? We looked at the Hebrew words. And we looked into the history, the archaeology, the geography, the science, the language, all of those things, to see if
Shiva beans banana
prove it out. And the answer is yes. It's actually the history in the Philippines is so abundant. There are things that we've struck along the way that we just never expected. We had no idea. I mean, the things I learned in school, I didn't know any of these things. I knew that there was a first lady there who had a lot of shoes and a little bit about Marcos. But otherwise, we didn't learn much about the Philippines and the U.S. But when it comes down to it, the history is so overwhelming and abundant. And then you add the scripture, and you add the science, and you add the language, and it's amazing. And so I can't really even begin to go into all of the detail that the series does. It's about 30 videos. And we prove this out like a lawyer would. Just like when a lawyer prepares to go to court. And that was our goal in all of this, because we're tired of just watching things that make claims. We're not making claims. We literally, actually, really firmly can say 100% that Philippines is in fact Ophir.
And part of the Bible.
From the Bible.
But
that's our foundation.
But the name Philippines was not used. It's Ophir.
No, right.
And Havila.
Right. As we all know, Philippines is a new name. So, what it was called before, there are names floating out there like Maharlika. We deal with that. We have a video on that. And that's actually a valid name as well. But in ancient terms, in 1000 BC, it was called Ophir. It was called Tarshish. And guess what? The king of Spain knew that, because he put it in a contract for Sebastian Cabot, and he wrote down where Ophir was.
Can you share with us what is the biblical significance of Ophir? Many of our viewers probably don't even read the Bible. Why is Ophir important, and what is it known for?
Well, it's known for gold and resources that Solomon used to build the temple. And that alone is a great story, but not enough really to even warrant our attention. To be honest, we're looking for the restoration of biblical geography. It leads somewhere. It leads to the fulfillment of prophecy. Prophecy is important, especially in this day and age. And we literally can restore the Bible geography to a point where we can know where some of these places are, where Jesus is talking about in Matthew 12:42, the queen of the south shall rise in judgment with this generation and condemn it, for she came to hear the wisdom of Solomon. Well, that's the queen of Sheba. Well, where's Sheba? Well, we prove that Sheba can be found, and it's not in Ethiopia. It indisputably is not in Ethiopia. There's two Shebas in the Table of Nations. It is the Sheba, brother of Ophir, in the Philippines.
The sons of Yoktan, not
Yes.
of Cush.
That's right.
Cush is the
That's right.
I think the traditional view.
That's right.
So,
From him.
So Christ is talking about a prophecy about the end times where people from the south, and you're saying that this has something to do with Ophir and Sheba, Philippines.
Absolutely, 100%.
So you have to watch these videos. We're going to post the links down there so you can watch this for those who have not seen it yet. At the same time, on May, we're going to have a conference. A few more questions about, along the way when you did your research, how many years have you been working on this project already?
Oh my. Specifically this project about 3 to 4 years.
3 to 4 years. What kind of surprises did you encounter? I'm sure along the way you didn't have all the answers at the very beginning.
No.
And along the way you discovered things. What were what was the journey like?
The funny thing is our journey initially was just to find Ophir. We actually didn't intend to find that Sheba was in Ophir and they're the same place. Tarshish is the same place. But then this really, really big one, and a lot of Filipinos we get a lot of comments on the channel if you haven't seen it. And many were saying, oh, well, you know what else? Philippines isn't just Ophir, it's
Yeah, you don't have to play the whole clip. You can probably start.
Yo, I can't rot the brain of my audience too much. I gotta teach y'all something, man. Because this man is, go subscribe to his channel. Fuck it, I'm shutting my shit down. Fuck it. I'm doing.
It definitely worked because he has way more.
I'm doing something wrong. Let me just share this real quick, because I'm gonna tell you. I just finished doing my my last little work orders or whatever, so I got some time now.
Yeah. Oh, you trying to run because you don't want to play this clip about Antarctica, huh? I already know the Himalayas, huh?
No, I'm saying I'm done with my responsibilities. That's what I'm telling you. I was doing stuff. That's why I was letting it slide so long. I started doing stuff. So
yeah, don't want your master teacher to be out.
Okay. So if we look in the Philippines, I think it's somewhere around here, right?
Yeah.
This circle here. I don't know if you guys see that, but right here. The Philippines. Let me match this up with a map. Maybe that'll help. Look at the world map.
Yeah, Philippines is a collection of a couple of different islands.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to show. Because remember, he said there's a sin for anybody to cross over. So you chose the wrong place.
Yeah, that place is kind of mixed.
So the Philippines right on the coast of Vietnam. So somewhere around here. What is Vietnam? Let me get a bigger image. Motherfuckers. I want a map. So yeah, off of mainland China, there's this island. So around here somewhere. So I was right, up here. The Philippines are here. And I would say, damn, most of the people there are haplogroup O. Most of the people on the coast.
Cousins to the Chinese people, yeah. Basically cousins.
Yeah. They're O. And they're C. They're O and a haplogroup C because the darker red is C. And then green is Q. They got some Q there. And then they got a little bit of something. I don't know what that is.
Probably K or something.
K is green. So they got green. Oh, maybe that is K because Q is lighter green. So they got a darker green. So K. Then there's like a little slither. I can't really tell what that is. Maybe it's brown.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, N. Haplogroup N. So that's N, K, and O. N, K, and O there. As you see, Japan has a lot of D. Remember, he said that's the land of Shem. But how do you explain that D right there and the D here in India? How do you explain that? Some S. Then, but he says Australia is.
D is ham, brother.
He said Australia is ham, but it's got a lot of haplogroup C, R, and K, just like fucking the Philippines got K. And it's got C just like the Philippines. Come on, man. What we doing? What we doing, Avery? I don't even know, bro. What are we doing here?
I don't know, man.
You know, and then I thought Japheth was supposed to have to be enlarged. Why is Japheth the smallest damn group, according to him?
Japheth to him is only Europe. All of Asia is Shem.
God damn.
Hey, you should look at the comment.
D is fun.
What? Oh,
and Rajfoot. What's Rajfoot?
I don't know.
He said catch up. You slow. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is Rajfoot? Give me a link. I need a source citation, please.
I'm gonna drop this link. See if he's gonna jump up.
What the fuck is Rajfoot?
Dude, why you curse that man out like that, asking for a citation?
Like I said, and he came in the chat. Like I said, well, that's a sassy black woman. Like I said, O is Elam and C is Mizraim. So the Philippines are Mizraim. He said some shit he made up.
Brother, you just don't understand.
They said some shit he made up. What the fuck is Rajfoot? I just put that in Google and Google cuss my ass out. Okay, I ain't new. Let me put it next to I ain't new. See what happens. I'm looking it up, bro. Give me a source. Is it Rajput? Oh, so Rajput. Later called Sidonian, I guess. There's a clan called Rajput. So that means foot to him. That comes from the word foot. Let me look at the etymology.
Oh, punt.
Put my foot up this dude's ass. He'll tell me where he got that from. Damn. I don't know, bro. I'm trying to find this. Hold on. Etymology. Etymology. Let's see. It's a Sanskrit word, a son of a king. No, that's a different language. How did Japanese get that language, bro? Is that a Japanese word, dude? You're not even responding, man, because you don't know. You're just saying shit. I'm trying to figure this shit out. Did you even do your homework on it?
No, he just watched the anime.
No, all I can see is Rajput is connected to Indians. Japanese mythology. All right, we're going to learn together, brother, because you ain't helped me out. Let me read this shit. I guess Adam know. Adam just joined. Let me read this clan history stuff he's talking about. Notes on the Mahan in the Rajput. Mahan came from the word Mathan, a Rajput later called Sidonian title or name. Today, still many Rajputs have surnames Mahan. A present-day borough, the surname Mathan belongs to Mathan Shaka, the largest Sisodia Kula, which in turn is a subset of larger Kaloid clan, in turn part of. Bro, what are you talking? Bro, you're going to have to help me out on this, man. Where did you getting this from, bro? And then I'm on a blog. You got to be trying to find out what the fuck you talking about, man. I'm going to put my foot up your ass. Then you going to be hell. All right, fuck. Might as well go back and watch the video.
Just here it's Adam. Rajput is like a associated clans. It's with the Indian caste system, kind of warrior clans. Some associate them with the Aryan invasion theory, or aka the Yamayans and haplogroup R.
Oh, okay. Thank you, brother. So I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. I didn't know what he was talking about, man. And he didn't even help me. He ain't give me no source or nothing.
The Garden of Eden. And we would respond, oh, that's nice. That's so nice. But the reality was we didn't believe that. We didn't think that we'd be able to prove that. And we went off to another series. We have a flood series. So we started our flood series. And we started looking into this book called the Book of Jubilees. Well, the Book of Jubilees has directions left by Noah that actually go around the entire earth. Well, here's the funny thing. When you map them out, and we did literally map them out turn by turn around the earth, they lead to the Garden of Eden, which is in one place and only one place on earth, and that's the Philippines. We're like, what? This is impossible. So then we start to test it, we vet it, and again, like we do, we prove it out from every angle we possibly can. So we proved that the Garden of Eden literally is located in the Philippines.
Yeah, because we all know. Wait, pause your shoot. So yeah, like we all know that Iron Age Israelites are talking about the Philippines in the Levant.
Hey, maybe
like,
maybe they had a timeshare. They had a timeshare. They went out there every so often. They put money into it. Vacated over there for a while. Had, you know.
Solomon was gone for 3 years. Maybe he was using up his timeshare.
Exactly.
Bruh.
I'm just saying.
The Book of Enoch or Jubilees are not considered part of the canon of Scripture.
Sure.
66 books. How would you defend that?
You know, when it comes down to it, for the purposes of these videos, we use the Book of Jubilees especially as history. It's a history book. It's dated to at least 200 BC. So if nothing else, it's a history book from 200 BC that just so happens to have these directions that lead around the entire
Shout out to Judah Jedi, bro. That's why I'm keeping you around, man. He's funny as fuck. Look what he said.
Oh my goodness, are the Solomon Islands?
Okay then. Okay then, nigga. That's all you need to know. It's called the Solomon Islands. It ain't called nothing else. It ain't called the Hamite Islands. It ain't called the Japhite Islands. It's called the Solomon Islands. That nigga dropped the mic and walked away from the computer. Oh, let's look it up. When was the Solomon Islands named that? Let's see. Solomon Islands. Origin. Islands were named in 1568 by the Spanish navigator Alvaro de Mendaña, who claimed that he had found the riches of King Solomon or the biblical land of gold. So yeah, there you go. That's why it's called Solomon. Because somebody in the 16th century claimed he found the riches of King Solomon.
Yep. So he's automatically right.
Yep.
He's
an eyewitness. First-hand source, primary.
It's a primary right there, boy. He said the Greekos are the people, y'all.
Because we all know we can find Semitic languages out there.
Bengali. Have you been paying attention this whole time? Bengali, bro.
Of course, brother. Of course.
Let me go to let me see. Africa, Southeast Asia, Australia, and Oceania. Let me see. Let me go to my handy dandy notebook. Let's see what I can get right here real quick. Australia. And then he said Negritos, right?
Who
your boy.
Yeah.
Your boy, man.
Nah, bro, that's your master teacher. You're the one talk about Antarctica, the Himalayas.
So Judah Jedi is claiming Shem is haplogroup N?
Q. Maybe he's saying N too, but I know definitely he say Q.
Well, he just said one of these you gonna wake up with a oh shit I shit myself moment. Shem is N.
Well, Shem is N. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Man. I don't know what he teach, bro.
Like haplogroup N is like Siberia and like northern Russia, right?
Yeah, and then you got small traces of it down there too.
It's also the brother to O.
Uh-oh.
That's pretty good.
Oh man. All right, so let's read about what he just talked about, right? This shit's crazy. N is Shem, O is Elam, P is Asher, Q is Arphaxad, R is Aram, S is Lud. The Negritos are the true BHI. Oh man. All right.
They are Negritos.
I mean,
wait a minute. How are the Negritos the true Israelites when, according to Ron Dalton, they're supposed to be Nephilim? I don't get it. Which message am I supposed to listen to?
I know.
They all say that they get their information from the Most High.
Yeah, Judah Jedi. What you got to say to that? I got Evolution of the Human Genome 2, page 191. So this is dealing with the Near Oceania and the Pleistocene. It says many of the early archaeological sites in New Guinea are found in the southeast of the island. The oldest site dates to approximately 45,000 years ago. However, there are sites of similar age found on the islands of New Britain and New Ireland in the Bismarck Archipelago, suggesting that there was further rapid and intentional movement across the strait, which separate the islands from New Guinea. These populations also managed to spread at least as far as Buka at the northernmost tip of the Solomon Islands archipelago, and Manus in the Admiralty Islands by 28 and 12,000 years ago, respectively. Curiously, despite ample evidence of settlement in Buka, and given the contiguous nature of Greater Bougainville, including Buka, there are no other archaeological sites of similar antiquity in the Solomon Islands. The only other evidence of human habitation in the Solomon Islands prior to the arrival of the Austronesian expansion to be discussed in section 10.3 and 2 is a site on the island of Guadalcanal dated to approximately 6,000 years ago. Here's the map here. There go your precious Solomon Islands. What are the islands called, Avery?
What, the Solomon Islands?
I rest my case. It says much of the genetic evidence from near Oceania comes from uniparental markers, which seem to indicate that despite a common ancestry, the early settlers formed populations which were largely isolated. From the maternal perspective, these older populations are characterized by accusations haplogroups such as QP, M27, M28N, M29, some of which that show extreme geographic specificity. Studies of mtDNA indicate that accusations haplogroups are often exclusive to particular populations or regions. Moreover, specific sequences within these haplogroups are rarely shared between populations and are frequently defined by multiple mutations. So maybe this was Queen Sheba's haplogroup. What you think, Avery?
Queen Sheba's supposed to be a girl.
Yeah, but this is maternal.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. If it's maternal, then yeah. Why not, bro?
Says
the you said so.
I know, right? It says suggesting prolonged periods of separation have allowed drift to occur. Frequencies of these haplogroups are higher in New Guinea, particularly in the highlands, which appear to have been largely unaffected by the Austronesian expansion. So I want to get the male. Let me go to the males. Right here. While many populations show strong impact of Austronesian migrants on the maternal line, discussed further in section 10.3.2, Y-chromosome haplogroups throughout near and remote Oceania are generally dominated by those of near Oceanian origin. Y-chromosome studies to date have been primarily based on SNP or STR typing and thus cannot offer the same level of resolution as whole mtDNA genome sequence studies. However, it has been observed that Y-chromosome diversity is particularly low in the highlands of New Guinea, while in remote Oceania, where a single mtDNA haplogroup of Asian origin reaches near fixation, the Y-chromosome diversity is considerably higher, and near Oceania groups are found at on average 66% frequency. These differences have been largely attributed to cultural practices and the custom of patriarchality and potentially polygyny in the Papuan societies versus a probably matrilocal residence pattern in Austronesian societies. To date, studies of genome-wide data in near and remote Oceania are limited. One study on autosomal STR variation suggested the population is genetically distinct and that population differentiation is driven less by linguistic classification than by island size and topographical complexity. However, differentiation can also be observed in groups in the same geographic regions, which are separated by languages, as had been observed in Southern Highlands and Papua New Guinea between Huli and Mindi-Kiwich speaking populations. We will discuss genome-wide data in more detail in section 10.3.3. Now, I'm sorry I'm butchering a lot of these names. I don't speak those languages. But anyway, let me get my other book by Dan Shu, because I don't think we're going to get too many Y-DNAs out of this chapter. Hold on. Let me get my book on Dan Shu. Get that real quick, Avery.
Wait, what?
You ain't did that in a long time, brother.
Gotta do it every now and then. But I'm looking at the God Culture's comment section right now. He still messages people, even like he can make a video 6 months ago, still messages them like when their recent comments.
Oh, yeah. So this is a good question for Judah Jedi. How do you explain that the Negritos are YAP positive? Some of the Negritos. Well, the Andaman Negritos.
I don't think Judah Jedi cares if they're YAP positive or YAP negative. He don't know about that.
It says haplogroup DM174 has high frequencies in the Andaman Negritos, the northern Tibeto-Burman populations, and the Ainu of Japan. But he thinks the Ainu of Japan is him for some weird reason. and also appears at low frequencies in other East and Southeast Asian and Central Asian populations. I guess the tribe, I guess Tibet is ham too. Let me see. However, there has never been evidence from genetics or archaeology that haplogroup D2 or Negritos have migrated to eastern China. In contrast, there are still many Negrito populations southern land from Malaya to Philippines. It is possible that Negritos have occupied the whole southern land in the late Paleolithic age. Therefore, these populations might convey directly from the Philippines to Taiwan to the Ryukyu. The only problem is that no haplogroup D has been found in the Negritos in the Philippines. Their paternal lineages might have been replaced by expansion of haplogroup C2 and K from Papa around 18,000 years ago using the batwing time estimation method, or much recent migration of haplogroup O from the mainland East Asia. However, due to lack of data, the history of haplogroup D as a genetic legacy of a zillion age in East Asia remains mysterious. Yo, so C2 and K, man. You got to put C in there too. That nigga said easy. Look, you ready? He said, LOL, too easy.
What was easy? I don't get it.
He said the Andaman Island is mixed with D, but they're primarily D.
Mm-hmm.
He said, you didn't disprove, or prove anything, you fool. C is Mizraim. So why is C in Australia? Why are they a part of that?
He said C is Mizraim?
Yeah.
You fool ass Negro.
We'll hand it over to Adam. Adam, answer Judah asked questions. Nah, don't go silent now.
Can you hear? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. Well, first I got a question. He didn't. What's I? Who's I? Just so I know where I stand in his eyes.
You're a Semite, I think.
I'm still trying to get my head around N being Shem. I haven't quite figured this one out.
Yeah, see, look, N. The studies trace the origin of haplogroup N to southwestern China and Southeast Asia. Our recent studies reveal that haplogroup N reaches the pronounced high diversity in Han Chinese population.
You mean the Ham Chinese?
Yeah, according to Ron Dalton, they ham. Which suggested a Han Chinese origin of haplogroup N. Those proportions in North Asia and Southeast Asia are two distinctive clades out of the Han Chinese. In this case, most paternal lineages of Uralic speakers originated in the ancestors of the Han Chinese.
Yeah, and like there is, I don't think there N is like never existed in the Middle East. Absolutely not present in any archaic samples. But I even think if you look at today, there's no N.
What
at
about
all.
S? What about S? He mentioned S.
Or STUV WX Y and Z.
He said here, Elam is O, P is Asher, Q is Arphaxad, R is Aram, and S is Lud.
I mean,
Transhaplogroups, man. This is crazy.
Does N come from, like, is this coming from just him, or is this like the accepted identification through some school?
I don't know.
It's him and his pseudo scholarship from the Bible.
The land of Shem is in Asia, brother. East Asia.
Well, I mean, as absurd as that sounds, it's still not as absurd as your man here from Harvard that you guys have been covering tonight. This Jeanson guy has gone full Harvard retard. It's
How
there's a
dare you speak against the Harvard graduate? How dare you, bro?
And a PhD at that.
Yeah, I saw a video of him because he's part of this creationist school museum. I think they did the big Noah's Ark replica.
Yeah,
that was a big bust. Yeah, so he's like their like resident scientist or whatever.
Yeah,
and
he's their home. He's their advocate. You know, he has a PhD, so he helps
hey,
them.
Erie. Hey, Sean. Shim is an N. That's racist.
Wait, hold on. I got something for that. Wait, Shem is a N. Bro.
Yeah.
That's racist! That's racist! That's racist! That's racist! That's racist!
There's a video.
You got
there's
that
a
loop on?
You know who looped that, bro. Don't even say me.
I know who it is.
Yeah, James.
This Jeanson guy. There's a really interesting video of him talking to the founder, or the CEO of this Noah's Ark school, and he's breaking down the Y haplogroups of the biblical patriarchs, and you really see the the bias towards R in it. I don't know, it's somewhere in the catalog there on the YouTube channel, but it's
a Hebrew roots thing. You know, he's part of the Hebrew roots movement. And the other gentleman that owns the channel that he's always on. What is it? Genesis. What's the name of the channel?
Answers in Genesis.
I forget.
Genesis 69ers.
Yes, Answers in Genesis. And
Did you say
is it Answers in
69ers?
Genesis?
Genesis 69ers. Is that what the name of the channel is?
That's the channel you're on right now.
That's 49ers. That's 49ers.
Oh, 49ers. Yeah. But.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's just that, from what I saw, they were like pushing the haplogroup R conveniently because they're both, are European. But the guy was sure, because he was saying they're saying the Semitic. Mm-hmm.
The Hebrew roots movement is mostly European. It's basically all European, and
right.
They operate from the standpoint that they're most of I think they're mostly out of Ireland and England and here in the Americas, so they mostly haplogroup R.
They're WHIs.
You cannot spell right
Exactly.
without the R, brother. You cannot spell right without the R, brother. So if they sitting there and framing everything towards R, I think they just might be right. That's all I think they might be correct, especially if it's R.
Naya.
Yeah, Naya.
How do you feel about that, Adam, being a survivor?
Oh yeah, I feel lucky. Yeah, reading more about it, it's like, holy shit, holy smokes, how did my peeps
you survive a genocide?
Yeah, one of the great genocides of all time. Yeah.
Because, bro, did you read that paper that talked about the bodies of those families that were found in like central, I think, Germany? And the Naya killings?
Yeah.
I was like, bro, a whole mass grave.
Hey, when they gotta go, man. Hey man, we needed more land, man. We were farming, they were just scavenging
Yeah,
and
you needed
shit, you
something
know.
for your horses, bro.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Well, horses need to graze and shit, and y'all all scattered around, hunting our horses and shit, trying to eat our horses. So we got to take you out.
We're eating all the grass. Yeah, the horses
Yeah.
needed the grass. Yeah.
What was the female equivalent to the eye markers? Who were they marrying a lot? Was it
Don't forget you needed servants to manufacture your wheels.
Hey
for your
man,
horses.
don't explain to him why we spared him.
No, the mtDNA is it's a bit more scattered, right? Like you have H and K mtDNA. I think K is the most prevalent, I think, in at least Western Europe.
Western, I don't know. All I know is that them R markers like them dark skinned blue eyed chicks, kind of like Katara from Avatar, brown skin, blue eyes. Because they killed the men, took the women, and then made them lighter skinned too, because the eye markers were a bit darker compared to the. Well, actually, no, the M9 would have been dark too, though, because of Dave Rex paper.
Yes, exactly.
They were like intermediate.
Hey, don't go
to dark
pseudo on
skin.
this. Don't go pseudo
But
on this, Avery.
I was like we're like black, like Cheddar Man and stuff.
Yeah,
Like they were
yeah.
very, very like dark skin.
But now with Dave Rex's new paper, I have to say even the M9 were dark. There you go.
Yep.
I was about to.
Yeah, which I think is pissing off a lot of the. I forget that there's this one guy who's all about the Yamaya on YouTube.
Survive the Jive? Are you talking about him?
I think so. Yeah, he's like a white supremacist, kind of Nazi Aryan thinking guy, and this just like completely ruined his life. This Reich paper.
Right. We should check out some of Survive the Jive's videos or shoot. Look at his stuff.
Yeah. I haven't actually checked him out. I was looking at him before the Reich stuff showed up this past fall, back in the summer. I'm curious what his reaction
guy.
is.
He is the Survive the Jive guy. He's a supremacist.
I just know he's really pro. Like
I would say he imply. I mean, it's oozing with implication. He might not overtly say it, but it's just like it reeks of.
Okay.
Like yeah, classic Nazi Aryan, supremacy stuff.
I've seen you've seen his stuff though, Sean, right?
Yeah, some of his stuff was not gonna front,
Yeah.
Like, some of his stuff was intriguing.
Yeah, some of it's on point when it comes to European stuff.
Yeah. So that's why I was
they getting hooked by all the YouTubers. Y'all got hooked by Answers and Jubilees. Now y'all getting hooked by who? What's his name?
Survive the Jive. Type his name in on YouTube.
Hey, listen.
He has a video on
because y'all was stuck on. Don't talk shit because y'all was stuck on Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson before he went completely pseudo with Trace.
Yeah, we were. Well, I wasn't completely stuck. I wasn't stuck on because I didn't believe in that 6,000 year shit. All I was like,
no, we didn't. There were things that we agreed with him on. Most of the stuff we didn't agree on, but there was stuff he was alluding. He was walking in a certain step, like he was headed in the right direction, and all of a sudden he went fucking left.
Maybe he watched what's his name? Answers and Jubilee. He watched Answers and Jubilee. He's like, hold my beer.
Answers and Jubilee. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I never heard that Nathaniel Jeanson dude until y'all introduced me to him, dude.
That was your man, Yeshua and Avery.
Nah, your master teacher too, Sean.
Yeah, Sean.
Y'all motherfuckers went straight. Y'all motherfuckers went straight pseudo on me for a minute.
Hey, Jedi, you still there? Look at that map right there. I put on the screen.
Man, Jedi, why don't you ever jump on the stream, bro?
He's not a real Jedi.
Because he's
Yeah.
pseudo.
He's not a real Jedi, brother.
That's true. Jedis aren't supposed to be afraid of the dark side.
Maybe he is a Sith Lord because he's scared.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
fear leads to the dark side.
One of the Jeanson videos might be worth checking out here is it's from Answers in Genesis, and it's so the guy that runs that school or whatever museum is called, his name's Ken Ham's, and it's called Ken Ham's DNA Traced Back to Noah's Son ? Exclamation mark.
I think I
And and they go through it, and he has like the Ham, Shem, Japhet kind of chart breakdown. So
He went live. He went live. Or actually, on one of their videos, he pretty much broke the news. It's quote unquote broke the news to Ken Ham that haplogroup R, and he was a part of the line of Shem. And that's why he was supposed to had revealed the haplogroup of Shem.
But it's hilarious because Ham's not understanding at the beginning. So he sees the map of Europe and the Middle East, and he sees J2, J1, and I, and he sees that the Middle East, the Arabs, and a lot of the modern Jews are J, right? And he sees the map, and he makes the assumption that he is haplogroup J.
Oh no.
Or I, until like and then Jeanson has to like walk him back and try to like do this like intellectual acrobatics session to like explain how R is actually like Shem, but the Ham is like, you can see the racism boiling up because basically Jeanson is explaining to him that his like ancestors are like Asian, Central Asian, East Asian, not European, and he's like having this like brain fart where he can't like grapple with, like, he wants to be Shem, but he also doesn't want to be like from Asia at the same time. It's fucking hilarious. Sorry, pardon me.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
I think this is it right here when he reveals to him, and he says, but he's kind of surprised. He goes, "Oh,
yeah,
okay."
That's the one. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out where it is.
This might be here on the screen.
Yeah, that's it on the screen. I'm just wearing the. It's somewhere in the video.
Oh, you mean a timestamp? You're trying to
get exactly. Yeah.
Hey, how much longer we going? Because I got to get up in the morning. You guys, I don't know about y'all, but I got a real job in the morning. What the hell y'all doing?
I was just gonna go to sleep on you, niggas.
I'm on the West Coast.
Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep on y'all too. I done disappeared. You know how many times I done disappeared on this live?
Hey, Avery. See, look, you know, open mic.
What? I'm trying to play my game, bro.
Put this video on, man. You're gonna have to pilot the ship.
Wait, this video?
Yeah, this video. Bro, stop playing. Put this video on and play it, bro.
Hold on. Put it in the private chat.
What are you talking about? You got it there already. Just started.
No, I can't push it because that's his screen.
Oh, okay.
James, are you there? Oh, he ain't even here. Dang.
What you doing? You washing dishes or something?
I'm trying to play my game, bro.
All right.
You playing video games in the middle of this?
Hey, Sean, earlier when y'all was watching that, what's the dude name? Answers to Jubilee. I was doing my laundry. I was getting shit done around the house.
I done did the dishes. I helped my wife cook. Oh man, forget about it. This live got to be about 12 hours by now.
Dang, now I'm dead.
But we carried the show the whole time. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was bedtime over here, man.
It's
All
bedtime
right,
over
I'm
here
about to
too.
be out. Yeah, let's shut this down. We get back started tomorrow. Let's shut this down, yo.
No, man, y'all gotta listen to this. This is pseudo. Y'all made me listen to y'all pseudo.
Oh, Adam, this Adam pseudo shit. Let me go listen to this. Come on, Adam.
Y'all made me listen to Answers and Jubilees, fucking Ophir and goddamn Philippines. We had to listen to like 3 hours of that shit.
Our whole time is spent on pseudo shit. Every day we got to deal with pseudo.
Man, we'll never have time to deal with real scholarship.
I'm gonna put it on 1.75.
We get to squeeze it in there every once in a while. We get to squeeze in the facts.
Yeah, I just try to tell y'all where people come from. I just try to show y'all where they come from. Let it play.
I'm here with Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson. We're in my office at the Creation Museum, actually. And this is going to be a unique program because we're talking about Dr. Jeanson's new book, Traced. Dr. Jeanson's one of our scientists here. He has a PhD in biology from Harvard University, studied a lot of genetics, and he loves history. And so this is history and genetics all together here. And as we look at this, actually today is the big reveal day too, right, Dr. Jeanson?
Yes, sir.
So you had me sent a DNA test. And
you happily complied.
I happily complied. I haven't seen the results. And we're going to find out the Ham name. Do I go back to Ham? Do I go back to Shem? Do we go back to Japheth? I know we go back to Noah.
We do go back to Noah.
And I know we go back to Adam.
And to Adam.
I know that. But I wonder which of the three sons, because Genesis 9, after the flood, tells us that the three sons of Noah gave rise to all the different cultures, nations that we have on earth. And so you have done something here that's groundbreaking, brand new book called Traced. And what you're looking at is when you take the biblical time frame and the account of history that God's given concerning the descendants of Noah and looking at the Table of Nations in Genesis 10, and then combining that with genetics research, and particularly with the Y chromosome. So the DNA test I did had to have a Y chromosome test, right? So
had to be the male inherited DNA, the Y chromosome, yes.
So not all DNA tests do that, is that correct?
Most of the tests that are out there will test the DNA from both parents, and so you always get this dilution of this genetic signal. So it only goes back a few generations because of math considerations. Whereas this one, you can go all the way back to Noah very clearly.
Oh, so you got to be careful which company you do it with to get the right test.
Which company, and then make sure you talk to customer service and make sure this is in fact a Y chromosome test, and that'll report for you the branch, or the technical term would be the haplogroup to which you belong, which is what they reported for your test, and that will tell the audience.
Okay, the haplogroup. So then in here, in the book, you've got all these charts in here, lots of charts, and you can actually go there when you have your Y chromosome test and work out what you're going to tell us today about the big reveal about my ancestry, right? So,
yes.
So first of all, tell us a little bit about this research and the book, and I'm sure you've got some interesting things to tell us with these charts here. And then this is the first of 5 in a series. Mm-hmm. So each Monday at Eastern Standard Time in America, we'll have a program. So we've got 4 more to go for the next 4 following Monday at same time as we're doing this one today. So over to you.
Yes, and for those who are watching as well, again, if you get the book, the last chart in the book, it's several pages long. You can get your Y chromosome test, or if you're a lady watching, you can have a male relative get a Y chromosome test. You can get the results, line it up. It'll tell you exactly which biblical lineage, geographic location, some of the history, the chapter to look at. So it's all contained there. And we'll talk at the end about as well if you get a result that's unusual, because there's still research to be done. There's some really interesting results, surprises that are yet to be discovered in the tree. And there's even been research in the process of writing this book. And after the book went to press, where I was working with someone who had written in saying, I got this Y chromosome result. You didn't cover it in your series, so what does it mean? And this led us down a whole interesting research path, which we'll probably talk about in the future at some point. But one of the biggest aspects of this book is this tree, and I've got it labeled up there at the top, Ham, Japheth, and Shem, and the gray letters is Spanish because we made this for a Spanish Dia Latino Day. Every person can trace their family line back to one of the 3 sons of Noah, and we'll talk about the end here in a few minutes. Probably multiple sons of Noah. I grew up thinking that Genesis 10 is sort of the beginning and the end. The people spread out, and that's where they sat. And what we've discovered is it's a really messy history that's in our DNA. And it's caused me to go back in the scripture and say, well, really, that's what the Bible teaches too. You look at the history of Israel, and they come out of Egypt as Israel, yes, but with a mixed multitude. And they come to the promised land. They don't conquer the tribes like they're supposed to, and they end up intermarrying. The sons are given to the Canaanites' wives, and the Canaanite sons are given to their wives, and there's intermixing then. You have the northern tribes conquered by Assyria, the southern tribes conquered by Babylon eventually. And this is hundreds of years before Christ. So how much more so would this play out among nations from Genesis 10, who have no religious reasons to stick together, no commands from God to do anything with their ancestry. And so that's how it plays out.
So even with all the mixing, still, when you take the biblical time frame and look at the research done on the Y chromosome gene, trace through the man and look at mutation rates and so on, you can see echoes of those historical events here and there, and you're able to sort some of those out.
Yes, and that was some of the key discoveries in lining up this tree with what the scripture teaches, is to be able to work backwards. Actually, the backstory to this research was I started by looking for the Echo of Babel, and then realized there's all this 4,000 years of at a sea of history, conquest basically, since then. And you really have to start at the present time and work your way backwards, unraveling the events that have transpired since then to get back to the beginning. And really the biological basis for all this goes back to the curse. There's mistakes that happen in our DNA on average. In the Y chromosome, there's about 3 that happen every generation. And so you can just count off in this family tree, and this particular display has, in very tiny print, the number of DNA differences in each of these branches. And that was one of the key elements in finding the genealogy of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And I think we got in slide 1 there. And this will be in the book as well. Many of the things we're going to show here on the screen are direct copies of the 235 or so color plates that are in the book. And Genesis 10, I drew out in strict geometric fashion. I think Genesis 10 is the record of who was there at the Tower of Babel, or at least the family units that dispersed at the Tower of Babel. And Shem got down to generation 6. Joktan has 13 sons. We'll come back to that point in a moment. That's relevant. And it has a clear relationship to Peleg. Peleg is the one from whom Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob descend, which that's in the tree too. I was rather shocked to find that. Japheth has a fairly short genealogy, only 2 generations before dispersal happens. And then Ham has about 3, and then a little bit, some go down to generation 4. That level of detail you can see in this tree. You can count off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so forth until these lines spread out shorter for Ham.
And you can see that because of the mutation rate in the Y chromosome.
Yes, that's what convinced me. So if anyone watching had seen our series from 2 years ago, I said we had other data to narrow down where Noah was, and I wasn't really quite sure. But to be able to see that, I can't even see it in my slide right here, so I'll look right here. To see that level of detail in Shem's line, to be able to say, okay, here's Shem, then his son Arphaxad, his son Salah, then Eber, and then there's the split between Joktan and Peleg. Once that jumped out from the tree, I said, okay, this is where Noah is. We can be confident. This is where his line is. These are the very sons of his. The other biblical data that's relevant here, this would be slide 3. There are mentions of some of these names further on in Scripture. Again, the most prominent one is the descendant of Peleg, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and the 12 tribes. So we know what happened to his line, became people of Israel, and of course Ishmael and such. I've had Muslims contact me. I don't know how they got in touch with this research, but they've watched the video series and they want to know the line of Ishmael. What happened to him? Are they related to him? You have from Japheth, you have his son Javan, translated as Greece. So the Greeks would belong to a larger group known as the Indo-Europeans. And of course, Ham, many of his descendants play a big role. The Canaanites, over and over again, son of Ham, are the long-standing enemies of Israel, the people that Israel is told to conquer. Mizraim is translated as Egypt, Cush often as Nubia or Ethiopia in Egypt. So there's a lot the Bible tells us about the fates of these men. And there's some, and about half of these men, the Bible says nothing. And that was data as well, to be able to say, here are men that the Bible mentions once, doesn't mention again. And then I said, okay, there's regions of the globe far from the Near East, Israel's geographic homeland, that the Bible doesn't explicitly talk about. There's global statements. I mean, the whole globe was covered with floods, so we know what the Bible talks about the world in its entirety. But saying, the Chinese or the Indians from South Asia or the Native Americans, you don't see those explicitly mentioned. And so you line up those 2 biblical points of silence, and that's data as well, and that lines up as well. So, for example,
so as you're looking at this, you're looking at the Y chromosome, and where there's similar mutations, you know that they're on this particular branch, and then where there's differences, they go off here. But when you see those differences in another group, they came through here. So there is a way of working it all out.
Exactly, and that's the fundamental principle.
And then the other thing I want to say is, from an evolutionary timescale, the mutation rate doesn't fit. It just, the evolutionary timescale is not right. It just doesn't make sense of what we see.
Exactly, and what makes this Y chromosome research so exciting is, and if anyone's followed us for a number of years, we've talked about the female inheritance, mitochondrial DNA. And we had a similar result there where you measure the mitochondrial differences between mothers and daughters. And again, it fits going back to Eve in this case, in the three wives of Noah's sons. We have a similar result here and more with the Y chromosome. So we can measure father Y chromosome, son Y chromosome, count the differences. Again, it's about 3, which you can dial back to 0, the first ancestor, Noah in this case.
Well, so somebody asked a question here. And by the way, there's a lot of comments and questions, and we'll get to some of these in a little bit too. But I'm trying to follow this. So how do we know Noah, Abraham, or Adam's DNA? The point is, you're looking at DNA today, looking at the Y chromosome mutation rates and what differences there are. And you can trace that back to show where you go back, and you can see certain events in history because of that.
Yes, I guess a short answer to that question would be it's a large amount of correlations. So there's nothing about a particular DNA sequence that says, oh, this is Abraham, like this letter A or this letter T in DNA is Jewish. It's more, we've got, for the males in particular, Genesis 10, a very detailed genealogy. We've got, I'd say, from about post 1000 BC, fairly detailed secular history, in which there's not that much disagreement between what secular history says and the Bible says. Pre 1000 BC, then it's all over the map. You have that sort of data. You've got actual measurements of fathers and sons to know the rate, and you combine all these data, and the pieces just fall into place. And that's what gives me confidence that I can say, for example, L and T come from, these are letters, arbitrary letters that are assigned to these various branches by the scientific community. And I try to use the consistent notation that you might hear from, let's say, genetic testing company. If you get a test, I can say L and T look like they're from Abraham because I can go back to the very base of that tree. And actually, I should back up a second here. This whole tree is reconstructed by simply taking DNA sequences from around the globe, lining them up, which is easy to do because we're all 99.9% identical. There's hardly any differences. And so it's easy to see match, 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 and there's a rare mismatch. And then this is really just a complex mathematical algorithm that's worked out. You just say, count the number of differences between me and you, between me and a Chinese person, between me and an African, between me and someone from New Guinea. And then you plug into a program, now create branches that correspond to the number of differences. And what emerges is this structure that looks very much like a family tree, where you can say, this many generations ago, you and I had a common ancestor. This many generations ago, me and the Chinese man had a common ancestor. And so this tree in this particular display we have behind us is from 600 men around the globe. Fairly good geographic sample. You've got Native Americans, you've got Europeans, North Africans, Sub-Saharan Africans, Middle Easterners, East Asians, men from New Guinea in here. So you've got a good sample of the globe, and that gives us a good picture of the overall structure and history. So that's how you derive this sort of info, and that's lining up mainstream history, biblical history, again, certain segments of mainstream history, biblical history, and then these differences, and it just pops out where that's really what convinced me this was true. Or to give maybe a historical example, as I was wrestling with this 2 years ago, what does this actually mean? Is it just as simple as 3 mutations per generation in the DNA? It was actually an American example that convinced me we're on the right path. I'd read a book by a mainstream historian, 1491, that talked about how the Native American populations before Columbus underwent this massive population collapse. And this is now heavily debated within the mainstream community itself. But I knew there was some sort of population collapse. Long story short, you can see that sort of echo in DNA. And so I thought, well, where is this? Where is this? We know that Native Americans belong to this branch. And so where is the evidence that, boom, most of them disappeared? And there's only a few survivors. And you can actually see that. And I discussed this in the book as well. And it was, so there's just a mainstream event, recent past, last 600 years or so, 1492 and more recently. And there's the echo, which you don't really see that with the mainstream timescale. They'll talk about, yes, we know there's a collapse. Yes, we can kind of see evidence for this, but that's not even the full story. There's about 300 years population declining, and then about the 1800s, 1900s, it begins to recover. That level of exquisite detail from just a century ago, 2 centuries ago, that's in that tree as well, even in this diagram right here. And I point all that out in the book. So it's all these together that make such a powerful line of argumentation. Or maybe I could use the evolutionist term. They love to criticize young earth creationists, saying there's multiple independent lines of evidence for evolution. It's not just genetics. It's not just anatomy and physiology. It's all these together. Now I can say there's all these lines of evidence to point towards the biblical timescale from mainstream history and biblical history and all that.
So when you take known events in history and the biblical time frame, and you study the genetics here and the information from the Y chromosome and so on, you can see those events actually.
Exactly.
You can see where they happen, which shows that you're making a major scientific discovery here. You're saying if the Bible's history is true, these events should show up, and they do.
Yes, and I feel like this makes it such a powerful popular argument because everyone has taken a world history class. Have you heard about the Roman Empire? Yes. You know about Genghis Khan invading? Yes, these sorts of things. And then you can say, right here in the DNA, here's where this event pops out. And you don't really see this if you have the lengthy time scale. So it's not just a generic creation argument for God did it versus evolution, but it's specifically the hero of this story is the biblical time scale, where you can be an old earth creationist, but you won't see these sort of echoes because you're still stretching out that timeline of history. This whole tree, again, time here moves from top to bottom. So they're stretching that out over hundreds of thousands of years.
It doesn't make sense. You don't see the events in history then.
Exactly. And to take this argument even further, one of the biggest arguments, we'll talk about this in subsequent episodes in the series, is evolutionists have said it's not good enough. That's what they say. Not that it's good or bad, just that's what they've been complaining about. Creationists need to make predictions. They need to make claims that we can go out and test further, and that advance our understanding of the world. That's exactly what this does. And in fact, this has spawned, and we might have to jump ahead in these slides here, a whole new research program to uncover the history of every people group on Earth. There are tribes, perhaps uncontacted tribes, or neglected tribes. They may have their own history where we don't yet know their DNA history. We don't know who they came from. This whole set of discoveries, and really this book is the beginning of a lifelong process now of being able to pull all this together. And it's exciting because you can connect this back to specific men, which I'll get to in a moment, in Genesis 10 and say, this is where your story starts, or what.
So you're going to do that for me here in a minute?
Yes, yes.
So for those that maybe just tuned in, so today's the big reveal, and we're getting to that. But I did the DNA test, and had to be a specific test that Dr. Jeanson wanted me to have. You can't just go to any company, right? Maybe you could explain that. If they're going to do this and use your chart and do what you do with me, what sort of test do they need?
Yes, the first thing I should say is this isn't necessarily a specific endorsement for me. And when I contact these companies, I do it somewhat incognito because I've had enough experience in the secular world where they know I'm from Answers in Genesis, and that shuts the conversation down. Don't have anything to do with it, which is kind of ironic. We should do research, we should promote stuff, but we're never going to fund you. We're not even going to speak to you, but we should do science somehow. And it's remarkable. I mean, a testimony to God's grace.
Well, that's happening more and more. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A testimony to God's grace that we can accomplish this much with as much opposition as we receive. But my recommendation is find a company, ask them, do you do a Y chromosome test? So Ancestry.com, for example, which may be one of the more popular ones out there, I don't think they even offer it. They'll do the DNA from both parents. That can still be useful. In fact, I talked to someone on Facebook this week. She says, I'm adopted. I don't know my ancestry, female, so I can't do a Y chromosome test. How do I figure out who I came from? And so in that case, that's the only place you can go to start and say, well, start there. Maybe it'll allow you to find some other relatives in that database, and then maybe they can do a Y chromosome test. Or that's how you can step-by-step build your own family tree. But for this sort of thing, to say which son of Noah, then you've got to do a Y chromosome test. And if you'll pull up slide 8, I've used my own example here because it's what we're going to reveal here is really just a small sliver of the Ham story, the Ham last name. And I've done a Y chromosome test, and really one of the questions we'll try to answer today is how close related you and I are, because that'll tell us as well.
Because I haven't seen the results of my test here, so.
And
so you've got to have a company that does a Y chromosome test.
A Y chromosome test, yes.
And then you ask them specifically about what did you say? Haplo? You used the word.
The technical term is haplogroup.
Haplogroup.
Just because it's it's half your DNA in a sense.
Okay.
But make sure they got the Y chromosome branch. They'll report it, and I've got a portal up. We'll put up this at the end. I've got we've set up a section of our website for people to write in to help them with their Y chromosome results if they get it. But also on the flip side for me, it's hey, do you want to participate in future research?
Okay.
Because there are viewers who may be able to help us advance these questions.
Somebody said here, I never buy books and I'm buying the book. How about that? There's people from Australia watching and all over the place here. So
slide 8, I've just got my family tree. All of us have, if you think about, go back to your grandparental line, you've got your dad's mother and father, mother's mother and father. Each of those have their own history. So there's a lot of genetic and genealogical inputs that come and become part of me, part of Ken, part of you watching. And I have to tell this myself over and over again. I get a Y chromosome test. That's only one small slice of my family line. You get a Y chromosome test, one small slice of your family line. So if you have and this is what I tried to show here in slide 11, in the context of thinking about the history of my own kids. So it's not just the Jeanson line that goes into my 4 kids. It's my wife's family side, and there's multiple genetic inputs into my wife herself. And so we've been expanding some of these Y chromosome tests. I've had mine done. I've had my mother's brother have his Y chromosome test done. I think I've got these circled here on slide 11. My wife has had her father. My father-in-law has had his done. His mother's side has a whole Facebook page dedicated to that family name. So we had that uncovered. We've had my mother-in-law's brother have his done. And so you can go endlessly almost to figure out your family tree. And what's wild is how quickly all these branches come together. I did it to find out how closely related my wife and I are, because again, there's a 95% chance based on human population history. She and I are 25th cousins or closer. And there's a 95% chance you and I are 25th cousins.
Well, we're all related, right?
That's
we're
right.
One family, we're one
That's
race.
Right.
Yep.
And what's been personally intriguing to me is, I mean, I grew up under Ancestral in Genesis and creation ministry. So it was just common knowledge. Of course, we all go back to Noah. And then to see actually all the way up close to the present, we have many common ancestors. It just adds a new perspective on the world, I guess. You view people differently now, knowing that we're all related. And this, of course, crosses so-called racial lines. You can look at someone's skin tone, and it tells you all very little about who they came from, even just 600 years ago. There's African lineages in Europe, European lineages in Africa, Central Asian lineages in Africa. We go through all this in the book, and we'll talk about some of these examples in subsequent episodes.
Somebody asked,
too.
is the book easy for the average person to understand?
I'd say it's I have the category semi-technical. It's less technical than Replacing Darwin. If people read that, it's not a Replacing Darwin starts with basically a 3-chapter lesson on genetics. This doesn't do that. This is mainly maps, family trees, a few dates. We discuss a little bit of the genetics just because my hope is unbelievers will read it too, and they'll be like, oh, this is the evidence.
It's not super technical, but it's in depth.
It's in depth. We'll get into some in-depth history too. I had a number of lay reviewers as well, and I had to simplify the chapter on China, East Asia, just because they said we don't learn this in school. So if there's international viewers watching, you'll probably find, perhaps for your location, it's oriented towards a Western perspective. But that was by design, just because many of our readers are going to be Western readers who I don't think I grew up learning Chinese history or Australian history, these sorts of things. It might have been covered briefly, and so I had to simplify it for the Western audience.
So we're running out of time here. You're going to do the great reveal.
The big reveal. So we know Ham. We talked about this early on. I've got a table in front of me here of various European nations and the branches to which they belong, sort of the percent chance of who you might come from.
Well, I was thinking, as far as I know, we worked out that the Ham name came from England. And on my mother's side, she comes from Ireland, Northern Ireland. So if I'm thinking to come from England, I guess we could go back to the barbarians or something that were killing off people. But I suspect I'd probably come more through Japheth, maybe, not really Ham or Shem. Would that be right?
That'd be a good start. I regret to say, in terms of the lines from Ham, so one of the main African lines, or Hamitic lines, I should say, that's in Europe, is this E1B1B. And in the UK right now, it's basically undetectable. So there's other parts of Europe where you can find it, in the Balkans in particular, because of the Ottoman Empire coming up that way, you can find it. But Ham, statistically speaking, based on the UK as a whole, is unlikely to come from the Hamitic line. So that narrows it down into Japheth and Shem, most likely. And traditional history, I'd say, says much of Europe would be Japhetic in origin, the Indo-European peoples. Linguistically, much of Europe is Japhetic in that sense. We mentioned that the Bible identifies Javan as the ancestor of Greece, so they're Indo-European. What's crazy about genetics is DNA records history. It's the history of peoples, for one. And you can change your language, you can't change your DNA. So you can have people who come in. So think of Europe right now. There's massive migration of Middle Eastern refugees who are escaping the Syrian civil war or whatever it is. And they tend to be Muslim, for one. They tend to have lots of kids, number two. Number three, most of the traditional Europeans are liberal and don't have many kids. And so there's no official political change happening in Europe. There's no invasion of Europe by Iraq, let's say. They're not trying to set up a kingdom there. But you've got these people migrating in, having lots of kids, and even secular demographers, people who are studying population changes, are saying it could be just a few generations before Muslims start to, or the Middle Eastern genetic lines start to dominate Europe. And Europe could end up being an extension of the Middle East. No political change, no conquest, just simply differences in reproductive rates. So linguistically, Japheth still dominates Europe. Genetically, one of the main lines in Europe, and I should say Europe as a whole, actually the two lines that dominate Europe as a whole are this R1A in Eastern Europe, R1B in Western Europe. So I've done my family line, and Jeanson is a French last name. And satisfyingly, it belonged to a French branch. It was this R1B. We'll talk about that specific history, how it connects back to Shem. It's Semitic, in a sense. One of Joktan's sons, I can say that much too, and say you can see all this branching specifically in the deep parts of it. One of Joktan's 13 sons who went to Central Asia and then migrated into Europe. UK, so just without knowing anything else, even before we did a genetic test, you'd have in terms of Japheth, there's only about 4% of men in the UK who belong to one of the known Japhetic branches, I or J, mainly I. And what dominates the UK, almost 75% of British men, is this R1B branch. So even before we took your test, there'd be a 75% chance that you and I would belong to the same branch. And would many? And lo and behold, drum roll please, you do belong to R1B. And we'll discuss some of that history in R1B. So that means you and I are probably 25th cousins at a minimum, or closer. And actually, most of the viewers, if they're watching from the United States, they're Caucasian Americans. There's 95% chance we have some sort of common ancestor. If you'll go to, if you're still there on slide 11, the other thing I want to say is that's just the Ham line, and there's many more genetic inputs into you. And then if you think about your kids, your wife's line as well.
Yeah,
and so
she goes back to Chinese, actually, her great-grandfather.
Okay, so if she had has a brother, or if a brother who has a son, he says one of these guys, you can find that genetic input. And so Chinese, most of East Asia is this O group, also Semitic, perhaps either from Joktan himself or from one of Joktan's sons. So there's a more distant relationship. What's crazy to me is we did find a relative on my wife's side who belongs to the Japhetic line. And so you look at me, I mean, my wife is pale skinned like I am, and you'd think we'd be close relatives based on the Y chromosome. And in fact, you have to go all the way back to Noah. So this R1B goes back through Shem over by Japheth to get to this I that tends to be Scandinavian or Northern European. The Native Americans, and I don't look Native American, belong to this branch Q. You and I actually have a closer genealogical relationship to the Native Americans than we do to what's probably the ancient Romans, or the indigenous European line. And so all these sorts of crazy surprises pop out of the tree because of the history of conquest, because of the history of different rates of reproduction. Again, similar to the phenomena of refugees moving in and having a lot of children. I was talking to a guy from South India. He said it used to be 2 generations ago, more heavily Christian. Now the Muslims have moved down and they've had lots of kids, he says. And so the whole dynamics have changed in 1 or 2 generations simply because they have large families. So it plays over the longer window of history a gigantic role that most history books don't talk about, because we focus on politics and who's the king and who are his subjects and who did he conquer and when did they go to war. And it's these quiet movements of people in reproducing lots of kids that tend to dominate the family tree that we see here today.
So Native Americans, they go back primarily to which son of Noah?
The lineages that we see today, this is the dominant lineage in the Americas. We'll talk about their history in much more detail in a subsequent episode. They go back to Shem, one of the sons of Joktan. They're part of this lineage through Central Asia.
So in my DNA test shows a lot of Japheth, right?
It would be Shem through this R1B.
Oh, Shem.
So you and I would both be technically Semitic based on our Y chromosome lineage.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. And there may be, you may still have Japhetic input.
Right.
Let's say if you go to mother's brother or some other male relative on the.
But it's mainly, it shows it goes back. Shem, so not Japheth.
Not Japheth and not Ham. Ham from Shem, not from Ham or Japheth.
Oh, that is really unique. Now, what about the Chinese people? Their lineage goes back to primarily which son?
Also from Shem. It's if you look at, and this is, I don't know. I do have this data here on.
Yeah, Ham looks visually confused.
Yeah, right. Exactly. He's like, what the? Because I mean, so basically, I and J are the they're the Indo-Europeans and the Indo-European spreaders in this model.
Yep, they will be Japheth.
And so is ancient Rome, according to this guy.
Yep.
Man, okay.
On slide 5, this is again, this is a diagram from the book. You get this book. I'll have all these data laid out with these stories as well, these narratives, the history that's emerged, and this biblical data shows which sons of each of these boys, or I should say, which descendants of each of these boys, Scripture is silent on their fate. And if you back up one slide to slide 4, I show that a large focus of the Old and New Testaments, just because it's focused on Israel and then Jesus' life and ministry and the growth of the early church, tends to be focused on the Mediterranean, Near Eastern area. You don't see a lot of explicit statements on ancient China or Native Americans or Sub-Saharan Africa, these sorts of things. And so that's why the candidates then, and back to slide 5, I've highlighted still in the colors there. These names are candidates for on which, so the names in which Scripture is silent on their fates are candidates for populating the places.
He's back
on the geography. And
he's back, Avery.
Yeah, I see him. I don't know why he keep popping in and popping out like that, like he's watching 5 different YouTube channels at once.
There you go, Judah Jedi. I gave you the StreamYard. Avery gonna answer all your questions.
Yeah, you hear that, Adam? You're gonna answer all his questions. And you're from Medai, Adam. So you're a you're a descendant of Japheth.
No, he's a Jedi. You was about to call him a Jedi.
No.
Most of so much of the genealogical heritage of Shem is through the 13 sons of Joktan, and almost all of those names the Scripture is silent on, so they become candidates for the Far East, for the Pacific, for the Americas, and that's how it's played out, which is part of the argument in the book for this lines up point for point for what the Bible teaches.
So through Shem came the Jews and the Arabs, right? The lineage of Christ.
Yes.
Right? And you and I primarily descendants of that lineage.
Yes, so you could say you and I are closer to the Native Americans, to the Jews,
to
the line of Christ, the Chinese, more so than to the ancient Romans and the Greeks, even though we look like those ancient statues of the Greeks and the Roman emperors. Appearances can be deceiving in that sense.
So we've really run out of time here, and we'll talk people about the next 4 episodes that we're doing here. But anything else my Y-chromosome revealed? Or was that basically the main story?
That's part 1 of your story. And in the next episode, we'll talk about what this R1.
Y'all see that down there? Ken Ham's lineage, Shem R1B.
So okay. So I guess it's the next episode where he goes into how R is Shem. That's yeah. I mean, this Ham guy's like, you can tell he's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like you're gonna make.
What the fuck? What? What the fuck? What? What the fuck?
Yeah, that must have been the shoe because
he basically just told him that like you're Chinese, basically, and the Romans are completely different. I mean, I get how like phenotypes aren't the whole story, but I mean, surely when we're talking about 2,000 years ago, ancient Rome, and 2,000 years ago, China, I don't think in the interim, in the 2,000 years that followed, that Scots Irish, mutated phenotypically from a East Asian look.
No, you don't understand. They did. You just don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, this guy on the right, I would have just started speaking Mandarin to him.
张牙舞爪健身操，祝您健康，步步高，噜的。
You know you understand that, Adam.
Yes.
Stop suppressing your East Asian heritage, bro. Stop it, bro.
B branch reveals, just as an illustration really of the crazy history that this Y chromosome uncovers. And the bigger point then in the next episode will be one of the major scientific discoveries in this biblically based, biblically grounded research is we now can trace the rises and falls of the peoples of the various civilizations. We can take people today and trace them back to specific ancestors, often surprising, and to specific locations, line them up with specific biblical events. So our line, because we're both R1b, likely goes back to the ancient Scythians. I wasn't going to mention that, but what we'll see in the next episode as well is some historically known migrations. In fact, I was just looking at a comment from someone I connected on Facebook, and a critic was asking her, what convinces you the most that this research is legit? And she said, well, it was some of these migrations, historically documented migrations that show up in the Y chromosome tree, that show up if you have a 45-year time scale. And the synthesis between these two, she said, that's what's so compelling to her.
So someone asked a question, how many generations back to Shem?
It's anywhere from approximately 150 to 140 or so. It depends on your average generation time.
That's not that many, really.
No, it's very, very short. And that's just to think in those terms condenses history. We think about ancient history, and I guess maybe because of evolutionary influence, we think about these primitive ancient people. We're amazed by what they've been able to produce, and then to say, well, in terms of generations, they're not that far back.
Right.
And to think how much transpires in a single generation, how much history, what my grandparents saw during their lifetime, I thought that it brings it so much closer to the present, makes it more real, I guess.
See, if you think about it, evolutionists claim many evolved from the ape-like creatures, 2 to 3 million years ago or something like that.
6 million, 13 million, the number changes.
Whatever it is, 150,000 years ago, supposedly modern man. But even if you take 150,000, the Y chromosome data doesn't fit with that. It's a much shorter time frame than that for the mutations that you see.
Yes, and if you think about, let's say the scenario, and I can say this is true. I mean, the Bible's true, therefore it's true, and we can see the synthesis with the Y chromosome. If you take this family tree and you say this is 4,500 years, and that's the real history, and then someone comes in and says, no, I'm going to rewrite all this. Essentially what they're doing is just stretching all this out. So what you thought was a migration of the Romans at this date, now they're bumping way back into the unknown 50,000 year ago time frame, 10,000 years ago. We got no way to check this, correct this, or even think about it. I mean, who can really picture in their mind this is what the world was like 40,000 years ago? We're good at, I can picture the pyramids when we talk Egyptians. I can picture the Persians, especially read the Bible, thinking about the events in Daniel. But 30,000 years ago, what comes to mind? And that's where all it gets bumped back to.
So it makes history meaningless then, really.
Yeah.
So can we end off with a slide telling people how they can get more information? If they get the book, you've got the charts in the book there.
Yep.
If they get their Y chromosome test, they can use those charts, and you have a website to help, correct?
Yeah, if we go to slide 12, and this link will be in the book as well. If you go to the appendix, the website is you just go to our homepage, ancestorsingenesis.org, and then you put it /go/traced. It'll take you to this. It has the supplemental material. So if there are nerds, technical people watching, that's where I dumped a lot of this technical material just to make the book easier to follow. And how do you print pages and pages of Excel tables? What is also on this page, and that's why I'm bringing it up now, there's going to be a little button where you can just scroll down that says the Hidden History of Every People Project. That is the beginning of this next phase of the research. So in slide 13, we'll show you just a screenshot of the type of information you need to enter. So your name, your email, and then a message. So it could be, I got this Y chromosome result. I can't figure out what it means. And unfortunately, there isn't always a consistent readout from these companies. Some might describe the R1b result with this terminology, and then let's say the R1b result with this terminology. It's not difficult to look up. It's not always consistent, and that's unfortunate. But I can help with that. It'd be especially intriguing if you get a result and you say I don't know what it means, or you didn't cover this particular branch, or we're very vague on this, or in one case, there's a gentleman who wrote in saying I got contradictory results in my Y chromosome result, and that happens because if the least expensive test just tests markers, so one DNA letter perhaps for the R1b branch, and if you're at the very deep part of this tree, so one of the things we want to look for now is we've got maybe 2 of the 12 tribes of Israel maximum. The other 10 tribes probably still have branches that are out there yet undiscovered. So you might have one company say you belong to T, another one might say you belong to L. Well, why is that? Probably because you're right there at the very base of it, and the test can't figure out which one you belong to. So that would be a great result to say, okay, let's get the full sequence. Or if you just want help with your Y chromosome test, use that. If you've got a result that might be of use to the future research, or you just want to say, I'd love to participate, because I've had a number of people tell me that too. That's the place to go. If you're a missionary, let's say, you're working with an unreached tribe or a neglected tribe, you say, I'd love to be able to give them, let's say, translate the Bible into their language, and then be able to connect their history back to specific men. Would love to communicate that way as well. But there's the place to go to move forward in the research.
So this is ongoing research. And so slide, 15? What does that have on there?
Oh, 15 is if there's other questions you come up with. I've set up social media platforms, not because I'm good at social media, but.
All right, so the last bit of that is just advertisement. I'm not gonna advertise him, but is there anything y'all got to add to that video?
Yeah. R1B is Shem. And that's that. What else did he be talking about? The man said it. It is what it is.
That's right. Just like what that Black Hebrew Israelite said, he was right. R is Shem. Remember that guy who found out he was off?
Yeah. Israel. What do they call themselves again? Damn, what do they call themselves over there in Atlanta, Israel?
Demona,
yeah, in Demona.
That dude found out he was R. Yep, the Israelites are R.
Okay, man. Nathaniel Jeanson is something else, bro.
The great master teacher.
I didn't know he had somebody watching from Japan. SB 1993 said he's in Japan.
Yeah, converting the Japanese, just like that dude is converting the Filipinos.
I'm moving to the Philippines.
Wow.
What in the Philippines made him think all those things? What did he see? What did he witness? I have to see that for myself.
Bro, it was a Filipino woman.
That's what. Hey, they'll do it every time, won't it?
Oh man, I got a question for just to check bias here. Judah Jedi, what's your haplo group?
Judah Jedi, man, join the link.
Yeah, click the link, Judah Jedi. You might have to ask your question again, Adam, if you didn't hear you.
I mean, I'm guessing he's haplogroup N, but
no, he not in. I know what haplogroup he is.
Don't be scared, Judah Jedi. Come on. The force is with you, is it not?
I'm trying to find more recent data, but one of the things he makes point of is the evolutionary rate of mutations within a Y chromosome.
Mm-hmm.
He set it at 3, but I think that's really a dated model. I think the study is from the early 2010s that he's referencing, and there's a more recent one from March 2021. Molecular biology and evolution, mutation rate variability across human Y chromosome haplogroups, and they kind of really go into detail and note that there's variation within haplogroups themselves as to the rate of mutation, and that it's not as previously determined, the standard rate. And actually, it's a pretty interesting paper because they kind of break down all the haplogroups and the normalized branch length of each haplogroup and show the variation.
Mm-hmm.
But it's far. It's not 3. It's not 3.
Yeah, of course, he's biasing his results to fit the 6,000 years, well, 4,500 years.
Yeah, 45. It's even younger. I thought 6,000 years was but he's a baby Earth.
He said he's Q-L53 as King David, and he says I'm Q1A.
Come on, Judah. Why don't you click that link, bro? Adam got so many questions for you.
That brother said QL53 is King David. Oh man. I'm rolling with JP58 from now on. I can't do this shit no more. I'm just gonna stick with JP58. I'm not gonna stray too far from that no more. Hey man, get on here so we can discuss the Philippines. The Y chromosome landscape of Philippines, extensive heterogeneity, and varying genetic affinities of Negrito and non-Negrito groups. And I know how you guys like picture pages. I know you don't like to read that much, so I'm gonna give you guys some picture pages tonight. You know, so click that link, man. Please click that link. Where's my picture pages clip, man? Got rid of it. Avery got rid of it.
No. But click the link Strongs. I mean, not Strongs. Click the link Judah Jedi.
What'd you call him?
Strongs. I saw the word Strongs down there.
James Strongs. Here it is here. Here's a Y chromosome map here. Oh man, it's kind of hard for me to read here. Hey Judah, I want you to point to where David's lineage is on this paper right here. Oh, you know what? I don't even see Q up here. I thought you said Q was down here, Judah. I don't see no Judah here. Okay, here's the Philippines here. Look, they're mostly O, K. The dark red's K. Oh man, that's blurry. Why is that so blurry, man? Y'all can't read that, right? Fuck. Go back. How do you God damn it. Damn it, Avery, I can't read this shit.
Wait, what?
I can't read this damn chart, bro. It's like the words are all fuzzy and shit. Hold on, let me see if I can open image in the tab.
Oh yeah. You're gonna have to double click and then not double click. You gotta use like how do I explain? You gotta use like your two fingers to click the image.
Look. And it's all blurry. I mean,
no, not like that. No. You gotta hold on. What source is that? Put it in the side chat.
I'm using my two fingers right here. Boom.
No, that's not what I mean. Put in the private chat, bro. That's not what.
So the just an interesting note on this mutation rate variability. They use the 1,000 Genomes Project, the 1 kg data set, and they use the Human Genome Diversity Project, which is the smaller sample. And they find that the mutation rate is using the 1,000 model, the 1 kg model. The mutation rate is, I think is it highest or lowest? I don't know how this. I guess it's highest in G.
Here you shoot.
So G has the highest
relative mutation rate. I think
use this one. You shoot.
The lowest mutation rate is E1B, followed by R1A and then R2A and R1B. And then if you use the HGDP, its mutation rate is E1B, R1B, Q1B, and R1A.
How did you make it do that?
I used the one by European Journal of Human Genetics. Yeah, now push the plus sign if you want to get closer.
Wow, this is way better.
Yeah.
All right, Judah Jedi. Bring your ass here, boy. I can read this one. Look, man. This is the Philippines. So the Philippines has, what's this? Let me go smaller here. The Philippines has a lot of red, so there's KM9. A little bit of N here. And then what's this over here? You got some O. You got a bunch of O's. Yeah, you got a lot of O, man. You got a lot of O. Orange is O. OM119. Dark blue is M122. Then you got two different purples, like a violet and a purple that's O. Like, so this is pretty much O and K. Yeah, man, it's pretty much O and K here. We got a little bit of P over here. I mean, P can produce Q or R, so I guess you over here, right? This the island of Judah. Judah Jedi. Are these Jews? Let me see what he's saying.
Yeah, brother, those are all Jews, bro. Well, you got a problem with that?
Hey, don't you know Jollibee's kosher?
100%.
That ain't pork sausage in the spaghetti.
Mm-hmm. It always takes two nations to make one a king and a queen. The woman's seed is from Elam, haplogroup O.
Wait, what? The woman's seed is from Elam, haplogroup O.
I'm trying to make sense of all this shit. You need to come on here and break it down. I don't get it.
Explain yourself, Judah Jedi. Just click the link, bro. Don't be scared.
Look, they were too lazy to tell us what these other haplogroups are. Motherfuckers. The grace that says others. When you go down, let me go back to it. You see those gray portions of the pie? It just says others.
A lot of other than.
Yeah. Lazy motherfucker.
Click that link.
Wait, Koreans are O, and what else? In other, and O. Yeah, pretty much O.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's not that gray doesn't represent Australia population groups rather than the haplogroups? That would make sense.
Oh, you're looking up here.
Yeah.
So how do you know what haplogroup it is? 'Cause I thought I was using this right here.
Yeah, I'm a little confused about the color coding there. Well, I guess, yeah, I mean, there's no orange in the top area, so it must be haplogroups. But then why do they have color coded for population groups?
Shit, I don't know. Maybe the letters. You see the letters? They got different colors. Look, VTN. I think that's Vietnam.
Yeah.
Is that red? I guess East Asia. Yeah, that's what it is. China is red. Korea is red. Whatever those letters mean.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Black is the Philippines. And what else? Australia. Yep.
Yeah.
Come on, Judah Jedi. I want you to break these haplogroups down on this island, bro. I'm gonna need you to break this all the way down. Where's Solomon Island at? Somewhere around here, right? I don't know, man. I'm not gonna keep trying to solve this fucking puzzle for you, bro. This is a paper. This is from a paper, bro. Here, I give you the paper here. It's from this paper here. I know what we need to watch. We need to watch a video of. Does that guy have a video about King David in the Philippines?
I don't know. I just know about King Solomon, but not King David.
Oh, here we go. Oh, that's second Exodus. Oh, okay.
Why is it the real second Exodus?
Yeah.
Somebody using a fake account?
Oh, so you got it here. Let me get your title too. Let me see if I can find a video about the Philippines.
Yeah, let's click that video on the Himalayas.
Oh shit.
Yeah, let's see that Himalayan video, bro. Let's see that Himalayan.
All right, I'm back. What the hell's going on now?
About to watch the Himalayas, bro.
I thought you were asleep.
I should be asleep. I just finished shutting down the whole house and putting my alarm system on and all that. Yeah, I'm about to leave, y'all.
Oh, let me find a video about King David in the Philippines. The brother said King David was haplogroup Q.
Wait, who?
2 witnesses.
You can't see your screen.
From Babylon to America. What's that about?
I don't know. I don't think that's his video, is it?
Yeah, this is him. A tracking of the lost tribes of Israel. Oh, I want to see that one.
Click the one that's titled Southern Kingdom. Type in the two, type in the God culture Southern.
I gotta get this one, bro. This is a good send off. Where does he say the lost tribes of Israel are in?
He's gonna say Africa and the Philippines.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
He can list his reasons, you know.
How did Esau die? Who is Esau according to him?
I actually never got to those videos. I had stopped watching a long time ago.
Who is Hashem? The rivers in the Garden of Eden found.
He has a couple of videos on those.
And he got no videos on King David.
No, just King Solomon. Type in Himalayas, bro. I want to. Second Exodus, come up if you want to come up.
Second Exodus, come up and refute this video.
There's the link right there.
I want to see Second Exodus debate this guy.
That will be a sight to see.
As you have seen, it has actually been recorded as Ophir and Tarshish. No other land has history such as that. And in this video, we will complete this timeline all the way from the beginning to 1891 even. This is good. Welcome to 100 Clues. The Philippines is the ancient land of gold known as Ophir in the Bible and history. No, it's no fable, and this has already been proven in full in the God Culture Solomon's Gold series. At the request of many viewers, we have pulled out 100 compelling clues, really proofs or evidences from this research, in which we will highlight briefs of the most compelling points. And yes, there are over 100. These videos are for those who have not had time to watch Solomon's Gold series. Also great for small groups, even in churches or house churches or whichever direction, and for teaching in schools, as they're 15 to 20 minutes roughly each. And easy to share to friends and family, especially skeptics, whom we welcome. This brief video cannot replace that 50 video series, and it cannot prove the way that it does, but this will be very effective nonetheless. So go there for full evidence. But now, part 42 of our series, 100 Clues, the Philippines is Ophir. One clue at a time. Let's start from the beginning. A little review, and we'll add to it in the end so you can see the concurrent cycle all the way through history. Yes, the very beginning of life itself. The ancient land of Genesis 2 called Havilah, the land of Adam and Eve for Eve, who in Hebrew is Hava. Havilah is a variant of Hava, which means one who suffers pain that brings forth, which is childbirth. We located this land by the three resources of Genesis 2. Gold, Philippines, #1 in all of history. Pearl, Philippines, #1 by far in all of history. And the onyx stone and marble used in construction, which the Philippines has the very strongest. #1 onyx and marble on all of Earth, from Ramblan, in fact. Yes, even stronger than Italy. We then covered that Jeremiah equates Tarshish, the land of silver, with Upaz, which is Ophir, gold, the land of gold. And Upaz is what? The gold of the Pisan River, and that is called what land? Havilah, land of Adam and Eve, the Philippines, which we saw the Book of Jubilees calls the land of creation itself, which we even prove out scientifically. This is Ophir and Tarshish, all the same through history, even though the name has changed. Originally, the land of creation was called Elda. Then it was called Havilah, named after Hava, Eve. And then it was named after the days of Noah, when he was lifted, the ark was taken into the continental Asia, and then his relatives returned years later, Ophir, Sheba, and even Tarshish, and the land is then named for them. Then we saw the gold used to overlay the walls of the temple and palace were the gold of Ophir, right? But they're also referred to as another name. Second Chronicles gives us a huge clue that this is Parvaim, which specifically is Sephar, where Joktan's sons migrated, and the Garden of Eden, where Enoch was found by his son Methuselah, all full circle. We showed you the Greeks even mapped out the location of their isles of gold and silver in the Orient as the Philippines, Mindanao and Luzon specifically. The Philippines has always been Ophir and Tarshish. Now, how do we connect this? Because Josephus tells us this Isle of Christ, the Greek source of gold, is in fact the biblical Ophir. And this makes Tarshish their land of silver as well, matching Jeremiah. It's all full circle proven at this point. Since creation, the Philippines has been the ancient land of gold, Havilah. We pick up in ancient history in 1000 BC, the Philippines was mining gold in a gold rush status. Why? Because Solomon's navy went there. 800 to 100 BC, the Greeks were traveling to the Philippines for gold and silver, their main source, mind you, and they were picking up those same Phoenician routes as the Greeks are originally the Phoenicians. Even their language, the Greek language, comes from the Phoenician language. Again, recorded in written history.
Oh, Avery. Greeks were traveling to the Philippines? I don't think anybody else heard that but me, but is he saying that the Greeks sent ships to the Philistines to get gold? Boy, I tell you, the Philippines trade in gold in China. Okay, that makes sense. It's right there. Philippine gold in Egypt. Oh my God.
In the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea in 100 AD and the map from 43 AD from Pomponius Mela. No mystery. The Chinese record this as the land, mountains, isles of gold in 200 BC, 200 AD, 300 AD, and 982 AD and beyond. Gold of Philippine origin was found in a dig in ancient Egypt, dated the 1st century as well. How did that get there? In 1200 AD, the Muslims arrived in the Philippines and they called it the land of gold. Never lost in history. Then Magellan arrives, and in his margin notes of Barbossa's journal, he scratches out Lukos or Luzon, Lucan, or Ilocos, and he writes in Ophir and Tarshish. And now we'll pick it up. In 1522, Pigafetta recorded the Philippines as Tarshish and Ophir. 1490, even before that, Columbus also recorded the isles just north of the equator in Southeast Asia, otherwise known today as the Philippines, as Ophir, Tarshish, the Garden of Eden, and Arsareth, the land of the lost tribes of Israel. In 1525, Sebastian Cabot is hired, and the King of Spain records the area that would become the Philippines as Ophir and Tarshish. Still, in the 1600s, Jesuit Father Colin refers to the Philippines as Ophir and Tarshish. Later in the 1600s, Dominican Gregorio Garcia still located Ophir in the Philippines. 1890, yep, even that late, former Prime Minister Pedro A. Paterno recorded Philippines as Ophir. And finally, contemporary and good friend of Jose Rizal, not only records the Philippines as ancient Ophir, but tells us Rizal knew it as well. Wow.
Charge your phone 40% faster with this new 4-port charging device. This 37.
See, we aren't bringing you new information. This isn't new doctrine, as some pastors have even accused. They just don't know. They haven't watched. They don't know. This is restoring an old truth that was known all through history, even in the time of Messiah, and even in the time up to the 1890s. Now, what happened then? That was when Spain was conquered and America took over, and they, being the pawn of the British, who could not stand that Spain actually found Ophir, moved to squash this truth, because they couldn't prove it wrong, so they had to squash it. And then it disappears. But this history is all still there, and very obvious and consistent through the ages, even in the British Museum, for that matter. There is no other land on all of Earth that has this history whatsoever of actually being called Ophir and Tarshish in history, in record, being called the land of gold in record consistently for thousands of years. Etymologies, name games cannot overcome this. No scholar has been able to overcome this, nor will they. As we keep saying and supporting over and over again, there is no debating. The Philippines is the land of gold in all of history. It is time this knowledge be restored and the prophecies that come with it. For those about to comment in ignorance, yep, we always get them every video. We dare you to watch Solomon's Gold series by The God Culture, the original channel to prove the Philippines is in fact Ophir and the Garden of Eden. Even here, we are breaking these into sound bites and clear points, but watch how all 100 clues tie together, and this series will blow you away. Thank you for watching 100 Clues. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to click the bell, and like us on our new Facebook, The God Culture _space Original. If you wish to skip ahead, go to the God Culture YouTube channel and watch our Solomon's Gold series in English or Tagalog. There will be a link on the next screen. We can know this truth.
They done left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
All right, let me go back because Avery done left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch.
Wait.
You left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch.
Hey man, more content.
See what the hell he's saying. Gonna ruin my motherfucking hypothesis.
How many views? You know, Benai got himself a Marvel intro too.
We have been on the trail of the real landing of Noah's Ark for several years now. We know you've been told by scholars that the Ark landed in Turkey, and that is settled, right? Yeah, us too. Yet, when we test that, it unravels very quickly as really illiterate to scripture, which tells us exactly, and I mean exactly, the region of the landing of Noah's Ark, and it is nowhere near.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Okay, so let me get this straight. This channel started refuting BHI claims. Then we looked at Jeanson. We moved on to WHI claims. And now we're on to PHI claims.
I didn't think of it like that. I didn't think of it like that.
Like this is I think this is I think everyone's trying to get a slice, you know, like the Philippines obviously went Catholic hard, and now they're trying to so we got the Filipino Hebrew Israelites. This is
Oh, man.
Jesus didn't break bread, he broke Jollibee.
But why can't they be Israelites, Adam? What's your evidence?
Well, I just was looking up this claim about the Greek thing in ancient Greeks in the Philippines, and apparently this comes from a book called History of Panay, published by Central Philippine University back in the 70s. And it's one author that makes this statement and it's basically just been sourced from this one guy ever since.
Oh,
and that
man,
the claim is that's the claim, like 31 AD, which still doesn't even fit within the timeline. So even if it's not even ancient Greeks, it's just Greeks from the ancient Roman period that were trading with the Chinese, but they make some. They even then it makes some leaps in saying that the old maps represent the
Chinese
Philippines.
than the Greeks because of the Silk Road.
Yeah. Now, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and there's no evidence to suggest they didn't go beyond the Indian Ocean.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean,
I don't think Greek ships would have sailed all the way to the Philippines. Like the Philippines specifically, you know.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I don't want to watch this shit because
No, that's because he's talking about your theory.
I like the Himalayas as a hot spot for the Homo sapiens dispersal. This is bullshit. This is bull. And I read the comments. He says the word Himalaya, the Hebrew word. Oh my God.
So next is we got TBI. The Tibetan Hebrew Israelites.
Oh my God.
Oh man. And then King David is Q. What was it? That specific haplogroup. Q.
I can find it for you.
Yeah.
Latino Israelites.
QL53. QL53 is like the overwhelming haplogroup of like indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere, as well as like a spot in kind of central Russia, right?
Oh, it's Native American. Yeah, Q.
Yeah, it's pretty much a Native American haplogroup.
So wait a minute. Judah Jedi, you really got to join now. So King David is from the Americas? Is King David from the ancient Americas? Is he a mound builder?
Bro, Jerusalem.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. What Darwin said when you need him.
He could be from Siberia. So we got SHIs as well. Just missing the T, haplogroup T, to finish that statement off.
All right, let me play this. Let me speed it up.
Turkey, it can't be. No, we don't just say that. The Bible does outright. And we covered that in our video, Where Did Noah's Ark Land? It's actually unthinkable that the Bible wouldn't tell us where the ark landed. And it certainly does. Watch that for evidence as well. We're not going to reprove that position in this video, but we will further support it. Try to debate in ignorance without reviewing our position on this video. Be muted. Our channel, our rules. I know we keep getting comments. Oh, that's so mean. Yeah, we're going to keep offering discipline. I know children say that the parents are mean for offering discipline as well. It is usually the very ones who intend harm. They complain. So like we don't know that. If these scholars could actually read the Bible, and if they would actually test what Pharisees like Josephus say with scripture. Duh. I mean, you just read a Pharisee and say, oh, everything that Josephus writes must be accurate. No, it's not. He was a liar. His history can be very good, and his theology is lousy. He even screwed up the whole Bible, telling us the wrong books based on the Pharisee canon in his day, which was a manipulated lie at that time. So, but if they actually read it, they would find his position illiterate on this. Now, what it does match, his position, is the occult claim of a Nephilim ark on that same mountain.
Bro, he called Josephus illiterate.
Even though he wrote a whole book.
He said Josephus was illiterate and he could write because he knew Aramaic and Greek, right? I think he knew Aramaic and Greek. Called that man illiterate.
I think he also would have knew Latin because he was born like in Rome.
God damn.
Or near right there in Turkey, their Mount of Salvation. That's what they term it. Now, you will even find claims from Ron Wyatt supporters, including Kent Hovind, and hopefully he's changing on that, who knows, that graves of giants are found on or near that Nephilim ark landing. Well, gee, wonder why. Was Noah a giant? Again, we aren't going to reprove that here. We released a video a long time ago called, Oops, Did Ron Wyatt Find the Nephilim Ark? And no, we are saying we're not saying the Book of Enki, nor the Epic of Gilgamesh are scripture in the slightest, though we get accused of those. Two things regularly from, well, of course, those that usually probably don't even get past the cover, it seems. Some can't even read the cover, I guess. Who knows? No, we prove our positions in long videos with tons of evidence. We aren't playing around, and we aren't speculating here. It doesn't mean there isn't an occasional speculation thrown in, but generally, we prove things. We offer sources, et cetera, especially in our books, which are even more detailed in that regard. We research to a further degree than most that we've ever found. But once again, as we always encourage, take our findings, test it, not not ridicule in ignorance. That's not actually testing, but actually prove all things for yourself. Now, what's this? India has historic evidence that identifies Noah's Ark landing on what? A peak in the Himalayas? Impossible, right? Are those ancients just crazy? And we should just throw them out because, of course, man is evolving, and everything that ancient man says must be just, well, I mean, they hardly had a brain. Come on, right? Well, no, that wouldn't be the case even scientifically in the days of the flood. So, you know, those that wrote these things, Indian legends and Indian history, are not brain dead cavemen. Okay, so you know, it's so hilarious how academia will look at stuff like this in the dumbest way possible. But see, these guys recorded multiple times, specifically Noah's Ark, not the Nephilim Ark, landed where? Well, in the Himalayas. We're going to show you on a peak in the Himalayas. In fact, of the tallest mountain. Oh, wow. And the ark slid down from there. I've heard that before. Well, you've heard it in the Bible pretty much. The sliding down is just applying logic. And here we're going to see it's actually recorded historically. The thing is, this matches the Bible account and affirms it. And that's the point of this video. Not that Indian Hinduism is scripture. Duh. We don't say that. We'll tell you right now. Hinduism is not scripture. Hinduism is not Yahuwah's religion. We are not Hindus. You don't have to put a dot on your forehead to watch this video. Okay. So there you go. Yeah, we get accused every time we use something outside of the Bible. Oh, how dare you? Well, you know, this is an historic writing that should be considered. And when it affirms the Bible in something this huge, oh my, anyone not using it is just plain willing ignorance. We won't do that. So yes, we are well aware that this is Hindu written record. Okay. This is Hindu. Got that? And this Hindu record is not scripture, but it does not mean that it cannot offer accurate geography. In this case, its geography matches the Bible, you'll see. So what we're seeking here is the ancient record of Noah's Ark landing. And how many ancient writings are there? I mean, we've shown you through the Bible, the Book of Jubilees, and many other sources from Scripture. And of course, for some, that's still not good enough. So we do expand into other things like this. But no, we're not asking you to become a Hindu because of this video. Okay, so please don't, because we rebuke Hinduism. It is actually, in fact, when you consider some doctrines in Indian culture, such as reincarnation, we rebuke that completely. That literally is the doctrine of demons because only a demon can reincarnate. We've said many things like that. So this is additional support, and we will obliterate the illiterate claims of turkeys who call themselves scholars. Literally. Oh, you are gonna gobble, gobble, gobble this up. Check it out. Quick review to start here, but again, this is not proof. We prove in the videos I already pointed out to you. Anyone attempting to debate without watching those videos on this video, you have broken the very rule we've expressed many times. You were warned. No debate in ignorance. Our channel, our rules. You will be muted. Anyone who can't respect our position enough to actually review our position can find another channel or start your own. Go ahead. You know, like the illiterate blogger who gets, 2 views, wow, for his incredible YouTube expertise, because he should be giving us advice on how to run a YouTube channel, of course, because, see, he knows, oh, no, wait, that's 0 views, 1 view. Well, he's just lighting the world on fire. Some people are just born losers. That's it. And idiots. Anyway, we have well covered Noah lived in the Philippines, ancient Havilah, the land named for Eve, Hava, and this word varies Hava's name to identify her curse of labor in childbirth, one who suffers pain that brings forth. That is absolutely proven at this point to be the Philippines. Again, watch Solomon's Gold series. Go ahead and debate over there. Try to disprove it. Go ahead. No one has in over 6 years now, and no one will. Comment on that on this video in attempted debate for a position you haven't even reviewed. Well, be muted. And that one is even more extensive. You can read our 384-page position in our book, The Search for King Solomon's Treasure, supported principally just for history by a 300-page source book. But we don't even try to prove it, right? That's hilarious. Noah's Ark was lifted from, oh, by the way, that's ophirinstitute.com free in ebook at ophirinstitute.com. Noah's Ark was lifted from the mountain in which it was built in the Philippines, which well could be Mount Arayat, which is Hebrew for Ara, earth, Yad, covered. Then it was propelled through the rising flood to the Himalayas and not Turkey. Didn't go that far, as it must be east of Shinar, according to scripture, which we have well covered already in the other videos. We're not going to go backwards, because that is where Noah's descendants came from the east of Shinar to Shinar, and that ain't Turkey, which is northwest. Done. There's really nothing to discuss on that, and that is the dumbest, most illiterate scholarship going today, and most scholars espouse it. Stupidity. We even cover the Book of Jubilees, the first cities built after the flood in the series, all near or in the Himalayas. We even cover, many other sources, but Jubilees really nails it because it tells you exactly where the 3 sons of Noah built their first communities. Noah stayed in the Himalayas on the same mountain that he landed. It was after Noah died, not on the top, by the way. I don't know why we need to say stuff like that. Do we really? Oh, how did he live under the ice on the tip of Mount Everest? Did we say he did? No. Did the ark rest all the way on the tip and stay there? No, it slid down. well, how come he didn't have an oxygen mask? Okay, whatever. We deal with that in the other video. Those people aren't actually thinking. They try to sound like it. They're really just trying to offer ridicule, and we slam that here, and we'll continue to. So basically, the first cities were built in the Himalayas. Noah stayed there. It was after Noah died that these left the area of the Himalayas for Shinar, again, coming from the mountains. That's an S, which is plural, right? Everybody knows that. We do know how to read English, don't we, scholars? No, you don't, and that's the problem. You need to learn how to read. It's mountains of Ararat, not Mount Ararat. So that mountain has even got the wrong name. But they came from the east, not the northwest. And that is fact, my friends. We know that the flood was about a year-long event, something affirmed in the Indian record as well. It was not 40 days, and it was not caused by only rain. The flood rose for 150 days. The fountains of the great deep, the root cause, as well as the windows of heaven, were then shut on that day, about day 150. I know somebody's going to say, oh, it was day 152. Yeah, okay, that's fine. You go play in the corner with your dunce hat. We're just going to move on. These are approximations, okay? That was flood peak, 15 cubits above the tallest mountain, and that is the day the ark rested, the same exact day on what can only be the tallest mountain on earth. Now, we've proven that already. How do we know this, though? Let's just do the math in a quick review. Not proof, but a quick review. First, we know Genesis describes the ark as 50 cubits wide, 300 cubits long, and 30 cubits tall. Okay, so let's look at the height, because that's what we're concerned with here. That's about 50 feet or 15 meters tall. Do the math yourself. Do the conversion yourself. Look it up. We're using answers in Genesis, and we actually told you why in Where Did Noah's Ark Land. We cover which cubit is the accurate measure, and we believe they have that right. As we covered, shipping science tells us about 60% of the ark, when fully loaded, would be below the water level. That's an estimate, got that? Which is about 18 cubits underwater. So says a retired merchant marine captive that is, well, he's an expert in making such calculations. There you go. These are complex, and he's only giving a ballpark here, okay, because it's really all anyone can do without knowing exactly what the weight of the wood, what the number of animals and the weight and how their distribution was weight-wise. There's a lot of factors, so this is a general ballpark to give a percentage, which was really what we were looking for, so we can make a general calculation. His guess, though, is far better than ours or anyone else's, especially some scientist or professor who has never captained a large ship as such. What does this tell us? We will be publishing this chart soon, but with the flood peak at 15 cubits above the tallest mountain and the ark sitting 18 cubits below the water level. Okay, everybody got that? 18 minus 15, that's the difference there. Simple math and science tell us basically there is only a differential of 3 cubits for the ark to get hung up and rest on a mountain. There you go. And it would be on the tip, on the mountain top to start. That's where it would get hung. That's where it would initially rest. And then in this case, we'll show you it slid down the slope, as it would, because Mount Everest has quite a slope. What mountain would this be? Well, 3 cubits is only about 5 feet or 1.6 meters, I believe, if our conversion is correct, the height of a short man, basically. That means the ark could not land on any other mountain but the very tallest, period. You know, all others are too short, and I mean all. The second tallest mountain to Mount Everest is K2 in China, and it's already 200 meters too short, and that's number 2. So basically nowhere close. It fails, so does number 3, number 4, number 5, and so on, all fail. None can fit. See, the Bible is this brilliant, and when you believe it and you treat it as fact, yes, sometimes things need to be reconciled. You need to correct it with the actual Hebrew words. We do that often on this channel, but the truth is still there. I know some inject Pangea at this point, and we deal with that in Where Did Noah's Ark Land? Watch it. They're creating a larger catastrophe, not even remotely thinking, and certainly not scientific. Basically, larger catastrophe than the flood, likely with a megaquake at the end of the flood that did not happen. It's not on record. The Bible would have said that if it did, and it did not. As well as the conditions of Everest at the time of the flood, which would be subtropical, not frozen, and breathing would not have been a problem either. Again, we cover that in Where Did Noah's Ark Land? Also, we are about to see the ark slid down the peak to a lower altitude. Exactly as we've said. And that is supported in these Indian histories. And the animals did not need climbing gear. How about that? Nor oxygen masks. Also, angels escorted the animals to Noah to go into the ark we've already covered, and they returned them to their habitats that were created for them, just as they did when the animals were exiled from the Garden of Eden. And we've covered that in the book of Jubilees. The exiled temple priest, the teachers from the temple, you know, the ones who taught and kept scripture, they were the only keepers of Bible canon up until the 1st century, period. Never Pharisees. And our Bibles today are Pharisee Bibles, for the Old Testament especially, today. It's time we all wake up to that. Watch our original canon series for more on that. They wrote commentaries on Genesis and left them for us to find, as we did in Qumran, which is the biblical Bethabara, the same place where John the Baptist operated and Yahushua was baptized. Yeah, that's the place. They well knew, we proved that in our original canon series. Watch that for details. Try to debate it here. Be muted. Our channel, our rules. They well knew the timeline that the earth flooded, and that flood peaked at 150 days. Then it receded another 150 days. Sometimes when you see a number twice like that, scholars get really confused. They have a tough time reading, of course. And then it took about 2 months to dry out from there in a year-long event, not 40 days and 40 nights like they taught most of us in Sunday school, and just rain. That is ridiculous. By the way, not what the Bible says. By the way, in the first sentence, you will also notice confirmation of our video titled The Original Sin Day, where we find the day Adam and Eve and Satan sinned, the day of the week specifically. Actually, we also know the day of the year because we have that in the book of Jubilees. It's the same day of the year in which the flood erupted. And it was a sun day. That was sin day, the original sin day, the first day of the week. And yes, Sunday remains the first day of the week and has always been, though not by that name, true. However, the first day of the week has always been the first day of the week. They tried to move the Sabbath from the seventh day to the first day. And specifically, they even say so. So they moved it from Saturday to Sunday in Catholic record and doctrine. Really, illiterately, they had no authority to change the creation Sabbath. No pope has that. And any pope taking such authority is an imposter, and he will be in hell, I assure you. But there it is, Sin Day. Watch that video for evidence. However, they render the mountains of Hararat with an H. In Hebrew, this would be H-R-R-T. Now, in the KJV, it's Ararat, A-R-R-T, not H-A. But here, the temple priests, and they spoke Hebrew, you realize, right? And they wrote in Hebrew as well. They also wrote in Aramaic, and they have writings in Greek. But principally, they certainly knew the Hebrew language, and they kind of knew what they were talking about. Modern scholars do not. They're using Yiddish-infused Hebrew, which is not Hebrew. It's not ancient Hebrew. It's not biblical Hebrew. In the KJV, it's Ararat, A-R-R-T. That's true. But here, they render it H-R-R-T, Hararat. And that's going to become very interesting real quick in this video. Did these temple priests know more than modern scholars? I mean scholars? By far, my friends. And we should be looking to their record before reading a commentary from some scoffer today.
When you hand someone your logo sticker, you put your brand out into the world because stickers can travel anywhere. But the last thing you want is to make a bad...
This boy's getting
However, let's go to India.
Boy, this boy making money. How many views he get on this? Ian, look how many subscribers he got. That's the 144,000.
Hey man, we're doing something wrong, you shoot.
This is biblical. He got 144,000 subscribers. That's the 144,000 mentioned in the book of Revelation.
Man, we're doing something wrong, you shoot. Our numbers.
Oh my God.
Is historic record for affirmation on this. Why India? Well, it's right there in the region of the Himalayas. There you go. And it's a very ancient culture with very ancient writings. So we know that this, if it matches the Bible, is affirmation and reliable. If the accurate location survives, no, I didn't say Hindu is reliable. I'm talking about geography here, and that's it. Got that? Okay. If the accurate location survives, that would be a perfect place where it might be preserved, and we find it is. Again, this Hindu record is not Bible. However, the geography is not doctrine, it's geography. Here's what the Sadapatha Brahmana 1816 says. This is written in the perspective in relation to India, as you will see very well described here. Accordingly, he gradually descended, and hence that slope of the northern mountain is called Alarm's Descent. Notice the ark hit the peak of this mountain and slid down. Now, Mount Everest is a perfect match to that due to its steep incline, but there's no need to speculate. It's going to come right out and tell you that's exactly where the ark landed. Can we know where that is, though? Let's go to the footnote for this passage. This is page 218 of this particular book publishing this, and the first footnote. Let's go there. According to the version of the Mahabharata, the peak of the Himalaya to which the ship, Noah's Ark, and notice where it landed on the peak of a Himalayan mountain, was afterwards called Nau Bandhana, the tying of the ship, or resting, if you will. This is Noah's Ark. Professor Weber also draws attention to Veda 1939.8. Now we're going to read that so we can see it for ourselves, where the term Navapradramsana, I don't know, I'm sure I messed that up, or gliding down of the ship, there you go, is used in connection with the summit of the Himavat, the ancient name of the Himalayas, same place, Himavat, Hararat. Interesting. So there's two sources in Indian history which record Noah's Ark landing on a Himalayan mountain peak. Wait a minute. That's what the Bible says, and it always has. This affirms Scripture. And for geography, this is accurate in that sense. Let's go to the reference, which is the third reference, really, in Indian history.
Where the Bible say Himaphat at? Where the fucking Bible? What?
No, he's saying he's going to go to Indian records to prove that the Noah's Ark rested in the Himalayas.
But he said That's what the Bible says.
Wait, what?
Didn't you hear what he just said? That's what the Bible says. Himaphat.
Go back.
The ancient name of the Himalayas, same place. Himavat, Hararat. Interesting. So there's two sources in Indian history which record Noah's Ark landing on a Himalayan mountain peak. Wait a minute. That's what the Bible says, and it always has. This affirms Scripture. For geography, this is accurate in that sense.
I think he just implied that the Bible said that.
Oh, I'm like confused. Like where that said?
Nah, Ararat means Himalayas, bro. So the Bible did technically say it.
Oh my God.
To the reference, which
how many views he get?
On average.
What's Sister E say? We jealous.
We sure are jealous.
This nigga get way more views than y'all. 15K and 144,000 subscribers.
Yeah, I think he gets more than Teo, yeah. More views, you know. I think he has more subscribers than Teo too, but I'm not for sure.
Which is the third reference really in Indian history that documents the Ark landing on a Himalayan mountain peak, as we just saw. The Mahabharata, the vessel, the Ark, reeled about like a drunken harlot. A very good description of the flood and the Ark being hurled around. And neither land nor the four cardinal points of the compass, north, south, east, west, could be distinguished. That means the mountains were covered as well. There's no point at all for anyone to see and determine where they are, even by the compass. So just as the Bible says, we have another affirmation. And there was water everywhere, and the waters covered the heaven and the firmament also. Now again, just like the Bible, into the sky, 15 cubits above the tallest mountain. Anyone who thinks the flood was anything less than above the tallest mountain, they just can't read. I know there's one who's trying to make the point in a blog, the flood was only 22 feet of water. Well, if the flood was only 22 feet of water, why did Noah bother to build the ark? And because it wouldn't even float in 22 feet of water. I mean, you want to talk about ridiculous. And yes, you get that from the Catholic Church, even from some sects. It's just ridiculous. They don't know how to read. And, O bull of Bharata's race, when the world was thus flooded, none but Manu, now that's the Indian name for Noah, and this time it is Noah, for sure. The seven rishis, well, that's a word for saint in Sanskrit, that's Noah's family. 7 + 1 = 8 on board the ark, and that's exactly what Noah's record records. Consistent yet again. And the fish could be seen. Now, there's a thing with the fish here towing the boat. And hey, you know what? Yahuwah could certainly do that if he wanted to, but that is not scripture. We're not really going to cover that, though it's here, so we'll read it. And, O king, the fish diligently dragged the boat through the flood for many a long year. That is interesting. Basically, we don't know anything about a fish steering the boat, although, hey, again, if Yahuwah wanted to, he certainly could. But no matter, the period is 1 year for the flood in this Indian history, just like the Bible. We have another match. And then, O descendant of Kuru and ornament of Bharata's race, it towed the vessel towards where? Where did the ark rest? The highest peak of the Himavat. Now, again, that's the ancient name in Sanskrit for the Himalayas. Himavat, Hararat. The ark landed where? On the highest peak of the Himalayas. That's called Mount Everest today. No, it's not growing. Talk about stupid science. They actually claim that Mount Everest is still growing at what BBC News, a supposed credible source, right, not, says it grows at 4 millimeters per year. Are you kidding? 4 millimeters? What is the margin of error for a measurement of a mountain in the middle of a continent? Thus, it's not even a clean measurement, can't be, that is over 5 miles into the sky. Well, it's a lot more than 4 millimeters, that's for sure. Then, who was the idiot who climbed the ladder to the top of Everest 300 years ago? Didn't happen. It's not growing, and it never has. Some then cite, but volcanoes can grow. Well, that's nice and can be true, except one major problem. They don't bother to consider, well, duh, Everest is not a volcano, and there is not a single volcano in the entire Himalayas, so how exactly did they rise out of the sea from the middle of a continent? Talk about stupid science. These idiots hang out in the margin of error. That's what you're seeing here, and this is what they do often for so many things. Drawing conclusions they can never draw. It's unscientific because there is a margin of error. You don't operate within the margin of error and say, oh, well, that must mean it's growing. Well, no, it could mean it's shrinking, but it actually means scientifically you don't know what it's doing. It's staying the same, and every measurement has that same margin of error. Therefore, every year that they claim it grows is a lie. If something is within the margin of error for such a measurement, far, far within in this case, then scientifically there's no conclusion to draw that it could be growing or shrinking for that matter, period. It's called propaganda in willing ignorance. It is a lie. They do not want you to believe the Bible. They don't want you to know that there was a flood. Why? Well, because they represent the doctrine of those destroyed in the flood, especially the Nephilim and their hybrids. And the Watcher fallen angels who are locked away, whose doctrine they follow, and we cover that Watcher doctrine in Answers in...
I think Ronald Dalton and Teo should team up with this guy. And make
it will be a powerful force.
Yeah, because he believes in Nephilim and all that other shit too.
The Latino Israelites need to hook up with him as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Nathaniel Jeanson.
What are you talking about, Judah Jedi? Indian text speaks of the Most High blowing up Southeast Asia during Shem's time and got Q out of there. Q came to America.
He blew it up with a bomb or something. How did he blow it up? I want to know all details.
Jude 1 and 6 is talking about Japhet, specifically haplogroup J being in the Middle East. Jude 1 and 6.
Yeah, what does Jude 1 and 6 say?
Is that the one that people say that's in the book of Enoch?
I don't know, bro. I never read the book of Enoch.
Jude 1:6, and the angels kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation. He have reserved an everlasting change on the darkness to judgment of the great day. So yeah, this is the one they say is in Enoch. And he says it's talking about Japhet specifically haplogroup J. I don't know. How did you come to that conclusion, bro?
In answers in First Enoch in our recent videos. And O Barata, the fish, then told those on the vessel to tie it to the peak of the Himavat, the peak, the Himalayas, and again, the peak of which mountain? The tallest. Well, that's Sagarmatha, or Everest in British terms, a really dumb new name named after somebody undeserving of such name. He's no ancient guy, and why would you change the ancient name? Well, the British do that often because they are hacks in history. And hearing the words of the fish, they immediately tied the boat on that peak of the mountain. That's Everest. And O son of Kunti, and ornament of Barata's race. Again, that part, nothing to do with the Bible, and certainly we're not propagating that. Know that that high peak of the Himavat, Hararat, Himalayas, is still called by the name Nawubandhana, the harbor, or the tying of the ship we saw in the other reference, literally translated, which is done in harbor. The harbor for the ark was the peak of Mount Everest in the Himalayas. There you go. Wow. This affirms the Bible account indeed. You don't have to put a dot on your forehead and become a Hindu in order to read this for geography. Duh. And use it and understand it. We all can. We do so with discernment, and that is the key. You can read anything, but do it with discernment. You can read the Satanic Bible. It's okay. You can read that, but do it with discernment. You may not want to, and I wouldn't blame you. I don't like to read it, but I have and learned tons because you start to understand the thinking of the enemy. Though, in all fairness, the true opposite of the Bible is Judaism and the Pharisee religion, not necessarily Satanism, which is just a manufactured ploy in really more modern times, mostly, at least as a marketing package.
Do you love getting high, but smoking hurts your lungs? I've got you covered. You need to try these.
Remember, again, the Nepalese name for Mount Everest.
She was talking to me.
I was about to name somebody else in YAP, but I didn't want to.
Oh.
I went for you.
Judaism is the completed, what did he say? The complete opposite. I'm writing this down. The complete opposite of the Bible. That's what he said.
Wait, what?
You didn't hear him?
No. Judaism is the complete opposite of the Bible.
Good.
At least as a marketing package. Remember, again, the Nepalese name for Mount Everest, or in other words, it's to understand the thinking of the enemy. Though, in all fairness, the true opposite of the Bible is Judaism and the Pharisee religion, not.
Oh, yeah, because he thinks the Jews, he's on that BHI stuff about the Jews. Let me put it that way.
What video is that?
I gotta scroll back through and look. But yeah, he's got beef with the Jewish people. You gotta give me a minute if I'm gonna find it.
Opposite of the Bible, Judaism and the Pharisee religion, not
necessarily Satanism.
Because he believes the Jews
manufactured ploy in really
Pharisee religion.
More modern times, mostly, at least as a marketing package. Remember, again, the Nepalese name for Mount Everest, or in other words, its actual name, because it's not Everest, that's new, is Sagarmatha, and it means head, or forehead, or temple, the part of your head, that temple, of the sea. The what? When was Mount Everest ever the forehead or head of the sea? How is that? Well, only during the flood, my friends. And the very name tells you this was still the tallest mountain, the forehead of the flood on Earth.
All right. Okay, I'll play it after this one.
All right.
At that time, still the tallest. That's what it's saying. Of course, it also told you the ark landed on the tallest, and that is Mount Everest. It's all there. That is not actually something one can question, especially since we covered David and Moses, who both say mountains don't move, but are affixed to a solid foundation, period. Either scripture is accurate or it is not. Just don't pretend to represent it if you want to go against it. They don't move positions, and that is ridiculous, and it's unscientific as well. There is no separation between continents. They're all connected. If you go to the bottom of the mid-ocean ridge, what do you find? Well, yes, you find the hydrothermal vents or volcanoes of sort. However, you will find the land is connected. They call it a ridge, okay, because it is a river, actually. They misterm that completely in order to cover up what it is, of course. Again, they try to inject Pangea, the satyr god Pan and his Nephilim breeder among human women Gaia, or Mother Earth. Well, why is she Mother Earth? Because she mothered who? Well, she mothered the Nephilim, and this is their doctrine. So there you go. The world has never had one continent in the sense of Pangea. That puzzle don't work. Ask a fifth grader. Ask them why they have to delete entire nations to try to make the puzzle pieces fit. That's called fraud. They still don't fit. They even shrunk Africa like 40% to try to force it. Again, that's called fraud. If Pangea then happened at the tail end of the flood, as even Kent Hovind has assumed very poorly, he's just not thinking that through. He's stuck in some of his programming there. He seems to have forgotten that if Everest and the Himalayas rose that abruptly, practically all life on land would have been wiped out. I mean, they survived the flood only to be eradicated immediately afterwards. That's like a Bambi meets Godzilla story, maybe? I don't know. You got to see that for yourself. No, thank you. By the way, we love this dictionary, which is authentic, as it even gives you historical applications, which you see to the right, of the actual use of this word, the Sanskrit word, with this meaning in Indian history. There it is. Can't argue with it. Wow. We've shown this map before, but real quick, as we are now going to affirm it, no one really mapped the Nepal area previously until these first two maps of the area, not in detail. Yeah, you'll see it on maps, especially some that are attempting geography of the world, but they didn't have this level of detail indeed. Here's one from Dr. Francis Hamilton, which identifies a river south of Mount Everest as Ara. A-R-R-A. And that's very similar to the KJV Hebrew A-R-R-T. Interpreted Ararat in that case. Very close. We have a surviving reference which ties this together. Also, the tallest mountains in the Himalayas are labeled here as the immotus of the ancients. What ancients? The people that live on Mount Everest today have recorded migrations in more recent history. Who are the ancients then? Well, it would be Noah and his family. They are the ancients indeed. This 1913 map also shows south of Everest an area called Ararat and another area labeled Araria. However you say it. Now look it up, and you will find here, we go again, with the dumbest etymological assumption likely in all of history, and we find these far too often. Some British idiots claim that Araria was actually named more recently by a Brit who knew the area as the residential area, but for short said R.area. So R.A.R.E.A. Wait a minute, that's not the same word. That is buffoonery. How illiterate. You mean to tell us that the British scholars accidentally screwed up the English language, misspelling the word area of all words as aria instead of A-R-E-A, A-R-I-A? Really? Now that's illiterate. That didn't happen. And in addition, well, they added an A in front of the word. Or maybe they think residential is spelled a-residential or a-residential. Duh, that is insane. No, they did not. This is illiterate. This is an ancient name. Just no maps prior really detailed the area. That's all. Araria and Ararat are very similar. Thus, the reason for these idiots to try to hide that. The British love to do that. They love to play around with history. And that's why we need to take everything they say and test it. And typically throw it out because they are illiterate buffoons. So they don't get away with it. Not this time and not here. Then we find a 1912 map of Nepal in French, and they also place that same area as Araria. That's A-R-A-R-I-Y-A. Oh, wait a minute. You mean the name of Yah? Y-H at the end? Interesting, could be. Regardless, they spell it pretty much like the British otherwise, and this is not a new name for our area. Surviving references to Ararat right there on maps, folks. Right there near the mountain where the ark landed, as it should be. Matching Indian history and the flood account wholly. Wow.
I'm going to bed. Oh, my God.
What was it?
He says Aria is a reference to Aria, however the fuck. Ararat.
Bro.
That nigga literally just said that shit, bro.
Over the past 6 months, we have been investigating as well as exposing the truth behind all of these food processing.
Also, remember the Book of Jubilees actually tells us the name of the mountain is Mount Lubar in the mountains. Got that? There's an S on the end of Ararat. So the mountain range is called Ararat, which we see references. And the mountain named Mount Lubar. Genesis only says mountains of Ararat, not mountain or Mount Ararat, which is the dumbest name ever. If you're going to make a claim, you ought to at least get that part right. You got the wrong name. And the maps we just showed preserve surviving references to the area of the Himalayas as Ararat, which the Bible clearly points to, as does Indian history. However, Lubar is specifically a label on areas of the Himalayas. Let's take a look. In 1895, Mummery was climbing in the Himalayas, and in this memorial to him, the Himalayan Journal in 1931 says Mummery descended to an area in the Himalayas called Lubar. Ha ha! Wow! It's not Mount Everest, that's for sure. But the term Lubar survives in the Himalayas. Now that is just a wow. He specifically records Lubar Glacier and Lubar Alp, or mountain or peak, whichever. The point here, obviously, Noah's descendants came from the east of Shinar to Shinar, right? From the Himalayas. And as people were migrating back to the Himalayas, especially, they would have known that that's where Noah's descendants came from, and that is where Mount Lubar is, generally in direction. However, in that age, they would have no real way of measuring, because see, they didn't have a stepladder like the brilliant scientists 300 years ago that supposedly measured Mount Everest to see that it was growing by, well, 4 millimeters, because he would be so exact in his measurement. But anyway, the point here is it makes very logical sense that they would name something or an area in the Himalayas as Lubar, having lost the reference to Mount Everest, which the British did a real good job of screwing up in addition. C.G. Bruce, I think 1910, also recorded, basically refers to the highest Alp in the area in which they were climbing as Lubar, L-U-B-A-R. Again, it's not Everest, but Lubar in the Himalayas. Wow. And in 1902, Norman Colley of the Alpine Club published the same in the Himalayas. Lubar Glacier, he references Lubar Nulla Stream in the same area, etc. So Lubar survives in history as being in the Himalayas. Imagine that. As we covered before, but this is a new chart we will publish soon as well. When you break down world population in comparison to the true location of Noah's Ark landing, we also have a match right there within the circle in which 2/3 of the entire world lives, exactly as you would expect in Noah's Ark landing. Within this area between the two.
Bro, this is not because of Noah's Ark landing in the Himalayas.
Wait, what?
He look, read what it says. This is evidence for the Ark landing in the Himalayas because 2/3 of the world's population lives within this circle. That's so dumb. No, that's more recent, bro. Haplogroup O has just been very successful.
Right. And haplogroup H.
And then you got Indians over there. They've been able to be successful and multiplying a lot. So you're just gonna add all those numbers up. Oh, well, 2/3 live here. Well, yeah, you have India and fucking China right there.
Right. Duh. And that's recent because the further back you go in history, the less humans there are on the planet.
Right.
Well, it doesn't matter if there's 6,000 years or 100,000 years. It's going to be less humans the further back you go.
Right. If that ain't a sleight of hand, I don't know what is.
And then the people just ate it up in the comments. Yeah, brother, you right.
If we invite him on our show, he won't even let us talk the way he talking on here.
Yeah, because he's really mad at this one person who apparently did a blog on him. He's just, anytime he gets a chance, he just talks about him.
That's so fucking cheesy. You're going to go to the most densely populated place on the planet. Oh, yeah, this is why, because there's more people here. Stop it.
2 largest nations on Earth in population. Did everybody hear that? I said in population, not in area. Hello. China, number 1. India, number 2 on Earth. And right there sits Nepal in between, where the Ark landed on Mount Everest, Sagarmatha. Wow. Now that is good stuff. Affirmation of our find from several years ago that Noah's Ark in fact landed on the tallest mountain, Mount Everest, as the Bible leaves room for nothing else. It never shrunk and it certainly didn't grow. We know the layout of the world before the flood. When we see these mountains, they are still there. And the very tallest still as tall as they were then. Yes, some carved and some damaged and some eroded. Yes, absolutely. Some hit by mega tsunamis at a lower point, and you see that the upper area is then cracking and starting to slide. Gee, what would cause that? Well, that would be the fountains of the Great Deep erupting, and a perfect example of proof and evidence of the flood, which the geological record is riddled with. This is the only fit to scripture, and that embarrassing occult nonsense in Turkey needs to leave the vocabulary of every scholar, or you will be called stupid, not just by us. And almost every one of them is out there repeating this ridiculous occult nonsense of the Nephilim Ark landing. Good job. Not even realizing they are calling the Bible wrong, number 1. Not sure how they missed that if they're Bible scholars. And they're calling Noah a Nephilim. No, he was not. We have over 400 videos on this channel, one for every day of the year now. many just as profound, with some 50 or so in Tagalog for Filipinos and now 6 in Spanish to start. We also have been setting up subtitles for 20 plus languages for most of our videos. Don't forget to like and subscribe and click the bell for notifications of new uploads. Join our email list as well. YouTube fails to notify often, and we will notify you ourselves at thegodculture.com. Just fill in the pop-up there.
We crushed that one, did we? It's already at the end? The hell?
Yeah.
Let me go to population history of China. History of China. You know, we can see population density from long periods of time. We can track that. He does know that, right?
I don't think you do.
So look, we go to our handy dandy wiki. So there's a population history. The horizontal graph, huh?
That's a very handy.
Yeah, the horizontal graph is the time, and the vertical graph is the population size. So if you go back 2,000 years ago, they had a less than 100,000 population to start off with. And as you can see, it stays consistent about, for 1,000 years, and then 1,400, 1,500, 1,600, you start to spike to 200,000, go back down and come back up to 200 to 400,000, 500, 600 in the 1900s, and then boom.
Yeah, you start seeing better farming, the Industrial Revolution, China begins to really boom in that time period until that communist comes into power and kills a bunch of his people. But
yeah, so basically they see this spike in population growth within 100 years. 100 years, give or take, maybe 150 right here. It booms for 500, 600,000, 1,800, 1,900s, and all the way up to where we are now. Wow. So let's see. They're relatively small. Let's see what caused this. Yeah, they were growing so much they came up with that Chinese Communist Party one-child policy.
Which is crazy because you would think you want to have a lot of your people instead of not,
Damn, Chinese.
Then they killed a bunch of their people during the hunger thing.
Yeah, I guess they only explain the Great Leap. Well, not the Great Leap, but the what made China population?
What made it boom?
Yeah.
I think it was just. Wait a minute. Go back down. Pause right there at the image. Click it.
It's a black.
It's a black man, bro.
The real Chinese are black. I already know it. Oh my god.
Original Chinese are black, bro. Prove me wrong. You got an image right there.
Oh shit, Teo gonna take this shit and fucking run with it. But now I'm gonna take it and run with it.
That's a black Jew ruling.
Mr. Black Tassis says, shout out to Avery and Yashu for ruining my life in one night. Since I've been listening to this video, I joined a gang, robbed a liquor store, started doing drugs, and got 4 baby mamas. Oh, man. That's actually a pretty good picture, too.
Yeah, for back then, 14th century.
Yeah. See, look. 1928, they're 474,000. And then 1950, 1975, they jump. They make a huge jump between these periods. What the hell happened?
Gotta be Industrial Revolution and food.
And from here, they're jumping, they're jumping, they're jumping, and they're jumping.
They're still jumping.
Yeah.
Especially when they're getting with them African women.
It's like compound interest, man.
Yeah, them and the Indians, yeah, they have the most kids. Most people, I should say. Very, very fertile.
Says the population went through many cycles that generally reach peaks along each imperial power and was decimated due to wars and barbarian invasions. The census data show that the population as percentage share of the world has a long-term average of 26% with 6% standard deviation. The minimum could be as low as 16%, while the maximum as high as 33%. In the late 20th century and the early 21st century, the percentage share has been trending down. This was caused by two opposite factors. On one hand, the world population has been growing explosively. On the other hand, in order to address the poverty issue, China implemented a strict birth policy. For the recent trends, see demographics of China and China. Wow. Wow, man. What the fuck happened? They must have been struggling with the motion, man. Golly.
Sure.
These dudes was over there getting in, man. Chinese players don't play, bro. Chinese
The
players.
thing is, you don't even, like, when I see Chinese people, I don't even see them with big families. At least I don't. Like, I never seen a Chinese person with like 5 kids or whatever. So it's like these are individual families with like a few kids, but there's a bunch of them, you know.
Mm. Wow. What's India? Population history of India.
I wonder if the population of India, do they have more H's or more R1As? I wonder what's the dominant haplogroup among them.
Says they started off with 1,000 people in 10,000 BCE. About 4,000 BCE, they went to 1 million. And then
Yeah, it's got to be the H markers, I assume.
2000 BCE, they went 13 million. 500 BC, 83 million. 400 BC, 102 million. 200 BC, 142 million. God damn. That's that
What?
compound. That's that compound history, bro. That's the compound interest. You know, start off with 1,000, and then each, if you times that by what, 100, you get 1 million. Yeah, 100. And then you keep compounding that number. But wait a minute, they dropped off here. 1,300, they drop off to 180.
Dang, they lose a lot of people.
They drop off, go back up, drop off. 1820, 210. 210 million. Wow.
I thought they had at least 1 billion. Oh, okay.
Oh, here it is. It's going up. 1941. There. They get 1 billion after the 50s.
Okay, yeah.
Just like
There's
China.
1 billion Indian people on the planet.
Proper population growth rate.
Which is funny because I don't see very many Indians.
Shit. You ever been to an Indian house? It's like a Mexican house. Everybody living in.
I'm talking about in TK. I haven't seen.
Oh yeah. I got that. That's crazy, man. Nah, man.
YouTube, I do watch Indian YouTube, but they're in the UK, so, or Dubai.
Nah, bro. That's fucking ridiculous, bro. Look, that's a sharp rise, like in a little time.
And they were going through that war with the whole Pakistan versus India situation.
They just see the Abraham because he said your seed should be how it go, your seed should be like the sands of the sea and stars of heaven.
Man. 1 billion Indians and 1 billion Chinese. And then it said that the Africa is supposed to have a spike by 2050. There's going to be a lot of Africans. Let's see. So yeah, the predominant haplogroup is H.
R1A. R1A, yeah. And L.
So most of them are Indo-Aryan. So it's really a lot of Europeans.
According to what's L? Edomites, according to Nathaniel Jeanson.
Yeah. But a lot of these people are European. Indo-European.
Sanskrit.
Yeah. Indo-Aryan says right there 75%. Very few are actually Dravidian. It's just crazy. Think about it.
Hey, that's the ultimate formula right there. Why do all these pseudos use rhetorical questions that they answer themselves with no proof and then say, if you don't agree, you don't believe the Bible? Tail camps. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the recipe.
And this guy.
Look at this, what this dude said. R1B national dish in England is curry.
Oh my goodness.
You racist son of a.
Wait a minute.
What you got against curry, bro?
That's racist!
Yeah, I want to watch the magnetic storm that threatens Earth. Might as well watch all this other shit. All right, what's another one, man? What's
The
your
one on
case?
the Jews is in the private chat.
Oh, the ones on the Jews?
Yeah. I found one.
You're about to get this account suspended. All right, let's see. What you got? Oh my God.
You see the title?
Freedom boats buy the boats and you enjoy them. Here's how it works. First, we buy and maintain a fleet of brand new boats. Then you pay a one-time fee and monthly dues. You can go online anytime using any device to boat of your choice. Just arrive at the dock. We'll be greeted by a friendly staff member. Hop on your reserve boat and enjoy your day out on the water. And
So where did the word Jew originate? Well, you might be surprised to learn it is not a Bible word. Sure, it's in translations in modern times, but the word is nowhere near a fit to the Bible word in Hebrew nor Greek, nor any other language in which the Bible's been interpreted through. It is not a short form for these words either, which are pretty much the same and never Jew. How could they change that? More so, who would take the name of God, Yahuwah, and remove it from their own, yet claim to be Yah's people? Well, the same that hid his name as well, in fact. It's time to get to the bottom of this. We are the God Culture, a group of independent researchers with no affiliation to any denomination nor organization whatsoever. We read the word and we test it as 1 Thessalonians 5:21 tells us, prove all things, hold fast that which is good. This is a brief summary of our 2 videos in the Name of God series, parts 5 and 6, as many have requested this. And in this series, we restore the name of Yahuwah, his son Yahusha, and even explain why Jehovah is also not Hebrew in any sense. Yes, we even address the modern Pharisee trying to bring Jehovah back. No, not Justin Timberlake. And he fails even in his own name, which documents Yah as the name of God, not Yeh. The names of the prophets and some kings in Israel further entrench his name as Yahu, not Yahau, Yahu, as that's his name right there many times over in Scripture. And Yah is in the Bible 45 times on a standalone basis. This is not something that can actually even be debated. We explain this in detail there. Sure, we see the word Jew many times in Scripture, but the Hebrew is never, nor could ever be, Jew. Anyone speaking Hebrew full well knows this, even based on modern Hebrew, which really, though, that is not actually ancient Hebrew. First, let's take a quick look at the J in Hebrew. Where did it come from? Well, we can't, because there isn't one, not even today. No J in ancient Hebrew, especially nor ancient Greek, Aramaic, Latin.
Even with the BHI, no J in Hebrew shit. Oh, he went that down. Oh my God, bro. Let's go to our handy dandy notebook. So I'm going to Metathesis. I feel like Blue's Clues right now any goddamn way.
Why do you feel like that?
Because I feel like I got those same little powers. Because what he's doing right now, matter of fact, I can show you, but I can tell you. Oh wait, do you know Blue's Clues?
Yeah, I used to like that show as a kid. Yeah.
What Blue can do, we can do. That's how I feel watching these shows.
feels so bizarre that grown people actually believe this stuff.
Look, this is how I feel watching this show.
Whoa, did you see that? Blue just went right into the picture of that farm. That's so cool. Hey, I think Blue wants us to follow her. There goes Blue.
Wait, Blue was a girl?
That's how I feel watching this fucking video.
Who's gonna do? We can too.
It's not divine.
Oh shit!
It's the.
Oh, now my computer's fucking up.
It's because you have to speed up.
Old French, Old German, nor Old English.
Oh, I'm fucking around. I forgot to show y'all this. What is a metathesis? Metathesis is an alteration of order of phonemes, phonemes within a word. So a great example of that is like George and Jorge. As the language changed, the name is the same, but different grammatical rules apply, and the way you pronounce certain words shift the way the word is spelled and the way the word is pronounced. So like Jorge in English is George because our grammatics allow us to say the G sound like that. But in Spanish, it's Jorge. So it's the same thing with Jew or any word that got J in it. Instead of Joshua, it's Joshua in English, so on and so forth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Don't get too far ahead of you. So that's very simple to explain. It's called a metathesis.
Check out the chart to the right, an ancient Hebrew chart. This is one of many Hebrew charts. This one's from ancienthebrew.org, and all will show you there is no J in ancient Hebrew, period. In other words, none of the languages from which the Bible was translated even had a J in ancient times, not until the Renaissance. So what gives? Why add a letter and change a word that can't even be Hebrew? A letter that doesn't even exist in any of the languages through which the Bible was translated. I mean, a rabbi would certainly know better, right? I mean, so would any translator or Hebrew linguist, right? What about scholars today? I mean, they know Hebrew. They must know this, right? Well, the answer is, of course, they know better, but they're stuck in a paradigm which accepts the very obvious fraud of including a J when it just can't be. They know better, though. It's the same with the name of God, found over 6,800 times in Scripture in Hebrew, yet you are a Hebrew linguist and translator and continue to translate the word as Lord, which is Baal in Hebrew, when you could simply correct it to YHWH, which is Yahuwah, we prove. But even if it were a different pronunciation for that matter, wouldn't you restore the actual Hebrew over a generic replacement title? Well, of course you would, but again, this false paradigm is from Pharisee land. They buy it and they apply it. We reject it, and most of you will too. Check this out. Here's a Latin chart from the 7th century BC. No J. You'll find the same with Hebrew and Greek. Here's one from 100 BC. Still no J. This is Bible times still. You see there was Y, though, and even in Greek, an I, which has the Y sound. So when translating a Hebrew word in Latin that starts with a Y, one would use a, well, how about a Y? Imagine that. They would certainly not need to make up a new letter, would they? This is Bible times. Remember that. Now, Y and I were confused, no doubt, and the same with Greek, but neither had a J, nor should J ever be confused into the formula, unless, and we'll cover. Even in 476 AD, still no J. Just then, we begin to see a W and a V, but prior to this, there was not even a V either, for V was U in Latin. There is no V in Greek and no V in Hebrew in ancient times. And J, principally Y, or maybe I. The two letters just simply did not exist yet in these languages.
Don't buy solar panels. Seriously, there is a very good reason why we're saying this. If you're thinking about buying solar panels, don't. The U.S. government...
We see this in pronunciation as Julius Caesar, which would accurately be pronounced Julius Kaiser. See, no J, but a Y sound was there. And no V, it was a U in sound, though it looks like a V when written. But it is and was a U in that day, not V. Same in Hebrew, by the way, as bet and vet. Those are the same letter, only differentiated by a dot in the center of the letter. Otherwise, even today, they are the same. Problem: those dots do not appear in ancient Hebrew, not until 1000 AD, long after the Bible was written, nor do we have one single manuscript in very ancient times and Bible times that has such a dot. Doesn't exist. We have the Dead Sea Scrolls. We have pretty much every Bible book in the modern canon in the Old Testament, and neither has such a dot. There was only B, not V. And for the Wa, or modern manipulation of Vav, which is wrong, the same, because it requires a V, which wasn't there and is not there in ancient Hebrew. the same, and it's never a V in any text of ancient times, ever. It's just not there. V did not exist in these ancient languages, nor did J. Really, we see J as a consonant starting in use around 1500 or so, really. That's about 1500 years after the Bible was written. So where does the J come from? Let's get to it. It was introduced into Europe by Ashkenazi Jews from the Russian steppes. They spoke a language that became known as Yiddish. No, it does not originate in Germany. It originates in the Russian steppes because that's where they came from, and they came speaking the language. It wasn't new, which is really an infusion of Hebrew some, but it's not Hebrew. It's also Greek, Slavic, and others. Modern Hebrew is largely Yiddish in nature, not actual Hebrew, not ancient Hebrew, as it only has trace elements of Hebrew, even in rule. That's why you'll see these new rules applied, which just plain aren't there in Scripture. One cannot apply modern Hebrew to the Bible, principally. Perfect example is Ophir. They render it with an O. O-P-H-I-R, when it starts with an aleph, which is always an A, never an O, period. No debate can be made over that. That's a mistake a Hebrew scholar could not make, even in Yiddish, yet they do. Odd. See, in Yiddish, there is a Y, which also has a J sound, and that's where that comes from. Also, Yiddish has a V. Anyone pronouncing Jehovah or even Yehovah is simply speaking Yiddish, not Hebrew. Let's call it what it is. Here's the Yiddish alphabet. Notice the Y has a J sound as well. That is where the J comes from. This is how it was introduced, not the Bible. And notice how crazy they go with J's. Everything has a J in our modern Bibles. None of them should be there. Yiddish is never a Bible language. Also, notice the Vav, which is U or W. Notice it's not even a V in Yiddish. It's U or W, the Wa. That's where the modern Hebrew Vav comes from, which is not a Hebrew connotation, but Yiddish. It's Wa in ancient Hebrew, not Vav. Now, you can see the vase. The vase base is where the that were introduced into Hebrew today from Yiddish. They don't exist. They are not Hebrew, as there is no dot in any ancient application in Hebrew. And we have them all the way to 300 BC and earlier that never make such differentiation. No dot, period. It's not there. So it doesn't work. That's not ancient Hebrew, which does not.
You see?
What you see now?
Parabola. And of course, the O has dropped. You see? So the O has been deleted, but so this word has undergone more than one phonological process, but for it's removed. And
Welcome to A's Linguistics. This channel is about all things linguistic, discussing topics in phonetics, phonology, morphology, syntax, semantics, and sociolinguistics. So let's see what we've got today.
we already covered assimilation, dissimilation, deletion or elision, and insertion or epenthesis. Assimilation was when two sounds became more similar to each other. Dissimilation is a process by which two sounds become less similar to each other. Deletion is when a sound is dropped, is removed. And insertion, being the opposite of deletion, is happening when a sound is added, which didn't originally exist. But metathesis is an interesting thing. This is, and the verb is metathesize. All right, let me start by giving an example. This word, ask. I asked him a simple question. So you would say, asked. But honestly, a lot of people say asked. Yeah. Okay, what is happening here? Okay, you have sound green and sound red switching places. Interesting. So when you have AB becoming BA, that's when metathesis is happening. Okay, that was an example of metathesis. So metathesis happens when two sounds switch places, i.e. when they are transposed. But interestingly, metathesis can be contiguous between two adjacent sounds. This implies that it may also occur non-contiguously, that is, between two non-adjacent sounds. And
we'll be dealing with non-contiguous with Jews representing a word like Yahuda or something with a Y in it, because it's two different sounds, right? They're not adjacent.
You need to keep in mind that the two sounds involved may be vowels or consonants. So I already gave you an example of metathesis from English.
So I'm going to give you an example of non-contiguous metathesis that has resulted in diachronic change. It is change of one language to another. And in this case, we have the Latin word parabola, which in Spanish has become palabra. You see, I know that parabola, and of course the O has dropped. You see, so the O has been deleted. But so this word has undergone more than one phonological process. But for what is relevant to this discussion is that the ra and la have switched places. So parabola has become palabora or palabra. Palabra. Of course, we don't have any evidence of palabora. Maybe it was an intermediary phase, or maybe both processes happen at the same time, but it's not relevant. The relevant thing is that obviously you see pal, and then we have par, and then here you have la, here you have ra. So obviously they have swapped places. A similar thing has happened in Latin and Spanish in the change of word periculum, which has become peligro, danger. So we don't concern ourselves with the changing to o here. We are not discussing that. We're just discussing the rela swapping places to la. And of course, we have ka becoming ga, which is an example of voicing, right? Again, we're not discussing that. As far as metathesis is concerned, the two sounds have swapped places. So this is an instance of metathesis. And of course, I already introduced examples from English, synchronic variation. I introduced contiguous, ask becoming ax, but I can introduce more examples from English. The word introduce, some people might say introduce. But so you see, the ra and ra has become introduce. So that's another example of metathesis. Another example of synchronic variation, or another example of variation in English as a result of metathesis, is the word asterisk. Of course, you can carefully pronounce it as asterisk, but you would often hear it as asterix. So, and the sounds ka and sa have switched places. And okay, it's interesting. Like the same phenomena is happening diachronically or synchronically across languages within the same languages, or cross-linguistically between two different languages, or between two different varieties of the same language, like Latin, Spanish. Well, that would be different languages, but in the sense that they're historically continuous.
So you'll see that across languages as well, like he's presenting. And right now we're talking about how something would have been presented, how something would have been pronounced. And again, these words don't change their the syntax. What's the word I'm looking for, Ivry? You have your semantics.
Like the meaning of the word doesn't change.
Yeah, the semantics. The semantics don't change. It's just the phonetics that change. How people are saying it change. They're still talking about the same thing, but the phonetics change. Right? So that, like, this is the issue. If I say
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
If I say Jew and somebody else says Yehudi, I'm saying the same thing. It's just that I'm saying it in, with metathesis. I never heard it said before. I always read it. He says metathesis. I'm saying it in the English tongue, and you're saying it in the biblical Hebrew tongue. Well, we're talking about the same thing. Like if I say coche and you say car, coche in Spanish means vehicle. Car is coche. It's the same word. I'm talking about the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all gotta grow up, man. Y'all gotta grow up. And what it is like our education system. It's not even our education system, because we do rag on them a lot. We don't take education seriously enough. That's why. I ain't gonna give y'all no more excuses. You was that kid going to sleep in class when this was being explained to your ass. You want to play video games, play basketball with your boys, go chase some coochie. We got to be more tight-knit on education. We're damn near in our fucking 30s and 40s and don't understand shit like this. Think about that. We 30, 40, 50 don't understand simple, basic shit like this. What are you saying, Ivry? My bad.
No, I was going to make a scenario, but I don't know if it was going to be the best one.
And then y'all only do it with select words. What about Joshua? What about any word with J? Jericho. What about that?
Right. Good example.
And what difference does it fucking make? We know what we're talking about.
Oh, here's an example. Like Kemet versus Egypt. Completely sound completely different. But we both know Kemet and Egypt is the same thing.
Uh-huh.
So now I have an example from Persian. The word kebrit, which is match, the thing that you start fire with, might sometimes be pronounced as kerbit, especially by children or in certain sociolectoral situations. And now that we mentioned children, in child speech in English, the word kitchen sometimes is pronounced as chicken. And this might even happen, like some adults might sometimes make that mistake, rarely. It may also happen when by people who have learned English as a second or third
watch
language.
English videos,
But
the rest
in
of
child
the
language,
videos.
it's a common thing.
Yeah, you stop watching
And
the
then
cock
last but not
culture.
least, I have an example from Lithuanian. Preconsonantal fricative stop clusters metathesize to stop fricative. So fricative stop becomes stop fricative. For example, the morpheme dresk has the past tense form dreske with the addition of a suffix e. Suffix e. So it takes the suffix e, becomes dreske in the past tense. So no change here. You add e, dresk becomes dreske. But the infinitive suffix is t. So it should be dresk t, but it becomes drex t.
Thanks for your time and attention, and see you again soon.
Man. And like he was sticking to the same language. When you start changing languages, you really see metathesis. So metathesis. You really see that because when you look at the same words, they're spelled different. There's different rules,
right,
that apply to different languages. Right. So like ancient Egyptian language doesn't have an R. They don't have an R. What is it? An R or L? They don't have an L sound. It's an L sound. So they don't have, like, when they say Israel, it'll be Israel with an R on it, Israel or something, like with an R on the end of it, right? Or however they will pronounce it, but that'd be an R instead of an L. So words that have L's in it, they would have to put a letter there that they're familiar with and that they're comfortable with saying. That's not demonizing the damn thing, the word. It's just another culture, another language describing the same thing the way they can describe it. All right.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know this, but if you have the YouTube app on your phone, you could be using it to make upwards.
Yiddish, also pronounced Jiddish, is synonymous with the term Jewish in language. When one is calling themselves a Jew, they are actually calling themselves a...
We've been watching this guy. He says that
he missed all the good stuff.
The Garden of Eden is in the Philippines, and also Ophir, the place where Solomon got his gold from.
Queen Sheba.
Yeah, Queen of Sheba comes from the Philippines.
The Garden of Eden.
The Garden of Eden, and all of Asia is Shem, and the 4 rivers that's mentioned in Genesis is actually the 4 Platonic plates. And so now he's saying that the Jews are fake because the word Jew should not be Jew. He said,
"Hold on, let me drop the link for you." Come on up, Amir. Come on up. You're gonna join with us.
Come on over.
If anybody else want to click the link, y'all come on too. We're going to share this experience with us, with the master teacher, the God culture.
Man, we done learned a lot tonight. Oh man, Himalaya is a Hebrew word. Arat is actually Araya.
Oh yeah, Sheba means banana.
Yeah, Sheba means banana. So where do you find bananas at? The Philippines.
Yep. There's only bananas in the Philippines, nowhere else on the planet.
Yeah, man, that's what he said. The 4 rivers are the 4 tectonic plates.
Yep.
Maybe we should watch that video next with him breaking down the 4 rivers.
Yeah, we can watch another one where he talks about that specifically. Yeah.
Hey, Amir, do you know anything about the transition of languages? Instead of using Y, they use the J instead of Y.
I mean, are we talking about the consonants and the phonemes in regards to it, or?
Yes. Because that's what he's arguing, that if you're saying Jew, it's like you're bastardizing Hebrew, or you're bastardizing the people of God.
That would be severe question begging, because Jewish is just basically an Anglicization. Yiddish is basically just means Jewish in Yiddish. And it's its own language. It developed within Asia Minor with Jews that lived there, and basically Jews that lived there, they had their own trade market, and they had their own in-group language to deal with the dealings within their group, and that's how Yiddish came about. And it began with some Persian elements, Aramaic, and whatever else was around. Then when it pushed further into Europe, then it took on partially Slavic, partially Germanic, and yeah. But the J thing, I mean, languages are like organisms. They take on, they develop over time, and they take on new traits, and that's resulted of their environment and conditions. I mean, that's just the behavior and characteristics of language throughout time. They evolve and adapt to their environments and take on, and this is how dialects develop. I mean, that's just the behavior and evolution of languages in general. I don't see how it's a bastardization in any way, shape, or form.
But he said there's no J in the Latin, no Greek, and definitely not in the Hebrew. So therefore, it's
Hebrew. That's kind of somewhat debatable. I mean, particularly with the Hebrew consonant, the gimel, there's some debate that it may have pronounced it as J in the ancient dialect. And this is completely, I mean, we don't have any documentation of how it's pronunciated at all. All we have is what's in Hebrew text and say, like, other archaeological discoveries, like with say with Judah and ancient Israel, and even with the Phoenician script and the Punic a bit, and there, because they're part of the same language family of the West Semitic language family group. So there may have been some dialectal variation where it was pronounced as J, some Ge. Just to give an example of it, is not a perfect analogy. Like in Egypt, in the Arabic dialects, in the north they pronunciate the J consonant as a G, like a G, but in the south they pronounce it as a J. So that would be a dialectical variation, and there's no reason to there's no reason to reject that there's a possibility it may have been the case with ancient Israel, given the urban, because when you have urban and rural dialects, they're going to pronunciate things differently in some instances, particularly consonants and how they shorten vowels and etc. But to say it's a bastardization is that is a claim that, like, I mean, you can grant it with Greek. With Greek, you can grant that, sure, no problem. With Latin, I can't really say for sure, because again, when Rome made certain part, like particular ones that were more closer to the western part of the Roman Empire, the areas that were under their dominion and rule, and they made full citizens, even there you're going to have dialectical variation, because their colonies were basically military generals who would retire, set up, etc. but your average populace was just basically Romanized indigenous populaces, and they come from a different group, different language, and they're going to have some variation with their dialect of Latin. So even then, but basically saying it's a bastardization, that's a claim that requires actual tangible data, and I've yet to come across any shape or form of data to support that claim.
Okay, someone's asking, so how would he say the Messiah name and the Most High name? So how do you invoke the deity? Because people say it matters how you say it. You have to say it in the Hebrew or say it in its proper tongue. What would you say to that?
Based off of the documentation that we do have, particularly in the Hebrew text, it would God's name would be Yahweh or Yahweh, depending on how you want to pronunciate that particular last syllable, whether it be a long E class or like a shortened I vowel variation, what have you. It depends on that. Particularly Jesus' name in his name would have been in Aramaic because Yehoshua is a more Hebrew name. It became shortened, abbreviated to the Aramaic Yeshua or Yeshua. So that would be the more proper pronunciation.
Okay, because certain people that believe that you have to invoke their names in their tongue. I don't know why they believe this, but that's what's floating around the internet.
Yeah, they're biting off of the sacred name movement on that one. They believe the exact same thing. You have to say it this way. This one that would be more accepted, say, by academia, like ancient Near Eastern languages and literature scholars, and Second Temple Jewish, etc. All of them was they'll be like, no, that's a corruption. How it was pronounced was this way. Literally consonants with injection of nothing but A class vowels, full scale.
So it's okay if someone says, so how would you transliterate those names in English?
YESHUA for Jesus in Aramaic, Yahweh, YAHWEH.
Okay.
Basically, like you would probably see on the internet.
Okay. All right, Rel Ruger. I hope that was a good enough answer for you, brother. Let's get back to this video, man. You missed a lot.
Yeah. So
or Jid, Jewish.
No. Go ahead. Continue.
Is Jiddish. It's the same. These were the Ashkenazis who call themselves Jews. It's their term. The Bible doesn't. And who is Ashkenaz anyway? Well, this tells much. Ashkenaz is a son of Japheth who inherited, the Russian steppes, areas like Poland, for instance, which is the origin of that influx of Ashkenazi so-called Jews into Europe. Now, there's nothing wrong with being Ashkenazi, but they are from Japheth, period. End of discussion. Nothing wrong with being Jiddish, but inserting your nationality in place of Hebrews who are not Jiddish and not from Japheth, that's simply called fraud. In fact, they tell us we are the tribe of Judah, which they tell us erroneously because they've never actually proven that. And we should require them to do so, by the way. And boastfully in definitions, Judah means praised. What, are we to praise Judah? Not in Scripture. Yet that is the basis of Zionism, really, a political movement akin to communism. In fact, another system designed by the son of a rabbi, look it up, Karl Marx, was the son of a rabbi. Well, we have yet to see any such track. We can follow, and we do this in our Lost Tribe series, the Pharisees, especially from the writings of Josephus into the Russian steppes and into Europe, but those are Pharisees. But we cannot follow the lost tribes of Israel there. They didn't go there. Isaiah 11 is clear. Now again, they've been scattered, but they principally have 3 areas. And these 3 areas are the same 3, according to Isaiah, from which they will return. They are the same in which they migrated in mass. None are in the Russian steppes nor Europe. Those are Pharisees in migration, especially in mass, not Hebrews. It doesn't mean that there aren't some Hebrews. Hebrews are in every nation on earth, we prove. They are. However, they're not modern Jews. Phariseeism is today called Judaism. It's the same religion. It's the same thing with the Second Temple rituals taken out. That's according to the Jewish Encyclopedia. So go blame them. Judaism is not the biblical religion, but in Mark 7:9, especially among other places, is said by Messiah to be against his commandments. No wonder they would remove the name of God from theirs. He's not their God. See, they were never his, and really by their choice, because they can be, but they choose not to be. Revelation 2:9 and 3:9 are clear that there is a synagogue of Satan who say they are Yahudim, a Hebrew or Greek word, pretty much the same, and are not, but do lie. Where are those people? How did we lose track of those people in history? Well, we don't. We find them, and you can track them very easily. They were in play in the days of John the Revelator, all the way through to the end times. In fact, the Dead Sea Scrolls calls them the sons of darkness. That's their term, not ours. And they were Aaronic Levite priests who opposed Yah's people and the Levite priests, kicking them out of the temple, who are called by his name. I mean, literally, his name is in theirs. I'll show you. Is it really a wonder why they chose a title that does not have Yahuwah's name? First, let's look at this name Judah in Hebrew and then Jew. Both are erroneous in translation.
What Bible do you read? And how do you know it's the right one? There's only one version of...
This word begins with the name of God, Yad-Heh-Wah, Y-H-W, Yahu. Then there's D, another H at the end. And this spells in Hebrew, Yahudah, very close to Judah, but of course there is no J. And let's correct these erroneous dictionaries, says this is the name of God within. So who is to be praised? Is Judah to be praised? Does this just mean praised? No, absolutely false. This is Yahudah, Yah be praised. Big difference. See what happens when you remove the Y and suppress the name of God in this name? Really poor scholarship. Now let's look at the word Jew. Well, the 74 times it is used in Scripture, Hebrew and Greek, never once is it rendered Jew in Hebrew nor Greek in the original language. Even this rendering is fraudulent when you look at the actual word in Hebrew, which we will next. This word is also used in the Old Testament to refer to all 12 tribes of Israel. So no, it is not an association of only Judah, nor even the southern kingdom only. Yes, the New Testament appropriately calls Hebrews Yahudim, which is this word, as they are. But that's only because the northern kingdom is gone. They went into captivity and they never returned. The southern kingdom returned from Babylon, and even in the New Testament, that includes Benjamin and part of Levi. So still, it's not just Judah or Yahudah. In ancient Hebrew, we have the same first three letters as the name of God again, Yahu. Then a D again, almost the same as Yehudah, but a different word, which both derive from Yahuwah, the name of God, not from each other. This is the singular word for one person, Yahudi. Does that really look like Jew to you? And the plural for the people is Yahudim. The I am is plural. That's not Jew, is it? Nor can it be shortened to such. See, here's one of the uses of the word Jew in Esther in the Old Testament in Hebrew. Yes, it's there. It's not Yeh, it's Yah. This is established in the names of the prophets, which we cover in part 2 of the Name of God series, such as Elijah, which in Hebrew is Eli Yahu, Yahu being God, Yahuwah. The short for this name is not Jew. That's ridiculous. It's Yaz. Wait, they are his people branded with his name. His people would never remove his name from theirs unless perhaps they're not his people. Or just as the prime minister whose father chose a Hebrew name in place of his Polish one as Netanyahu, meaning gift of God, where Yahu is the name of God. There it is right there. This is no secret even in modern Israel, folks. Someone just thought, yeah, but what about the Greek? I'm glad you asked. Here's the Greek transliteration in the New Testament of the word Yahudi or Yahudim of Hebrew origin. It is Yahudias, Yahudia, pretty close as Greek usually is. What it most certainly does not lead to is the word Jew, even in short. A fraudulent word not of origin in any language in which the Bible has been translated from. It is Yiddish, Jiddish, Jewish, and it doesn't belong in the Bible. Let's get it out. See, these Ashkenazis moved into Germany and Europe. They called themselves Jews or Jids or Yids. You see Martin Luther dealing with them head on. Of course, he's called an anti-Semite, yet they're not even Semites, Shemites. That's their word, by the way, not a Bible word, even in German, though originally there was no J, even in German, and this was actually pronounced Yud. The Ashkenazi Jews settled in Europe from the 5th to the 10th centuries and beyond. Thus, they are not the biblical migrations of the lost tribes, in which the northern kingdom migrated about 1,000 years before that, and the southern kingdom returned to Judea, really Judea, from Babylon, and then were dispersed around 70 AD, long before these Ashkenazi migrations from the Russian steppes and also into the Russian steppes occurred, as those are Pharisee migrations. After the lost tribes were already gone. The lost tribes of Israel were not there for the Bar Kokhba revolt. They were already removed from the southern kingdom even. However, this is the introduction of the J, which may have even deeper origins. Bear with us on this. For the Jude originate in 2 places, well known as occult pockets, very large claims coming from these 2 pockets. First, there is Ein Gedi or Ein Jadi or Ein Judi, which is the location of the Essenes, the secret cult from Egypt. Yeah, the word Essene is Egyptian, very easy to find. Scholars don't seem to bother many times, and it means secret. Yes, we know its origin. Ein Gedi really bears the meaning eye of the goat, even, as Ein is eye more so than fountain. Gee, what cult could that be? Certainly not one who were the keepers of Scripture, which they didn't, according to history. No, in our original canon series, we find no Essenes in Qumran, which is 25 miles north of Ein Gedi, home of the great Essene find. That's what Ein-Gedi is called, the Essene find in archaeology. Yet archaeology for Essenes found in Qumran, 0. So this is well known in scholarship, yet ignored. Then there's Mount Judi, known as Jubal Judi, Judi Mountain or Judi Da. These J's really originate in Persia ultimately, and these Ashkenazi Jews do as well, thus the term Farsis or Pharsis. That's a Persian. They were taken into Samaria as a Samaritan replacements of the northern tribes of Israel who never returned because they were replaced. They attacked Judea from Samaria. Moda'in is in Samaria, not Judea, in what they call the Hasmonean Revolt, which was a conquest of the...
Wait a minute. Something just popped in my head. Wasn't Judea known as Judea during the time of the Romans, or no?
It was until they changed it to Philistina.
Yeah, they changed it to Palestine. Yeah.
Yeah. It was it was changed to Romanda Palestina after the Bar Kokhba revolt, if I remember correctly. But before that, it was called the Roman province of Judea. So, yeah.
It was called Judea.
Yeah, that was just basically the Latin. That was just a Latin way of saying Yehuda, Judah.
But that sounds a lot like Jew.
Exactly, because Jew in Hebrew is a Yehudi. It's basically a noun, a gentilic noun. It literally means Judean, but words over time take on a much wider semantic usage and domain, and came to include anybody that was basically adherent to the Jewish religion, whether they're of lineal or non-lineal descent of Jacob, because right around this time, Jews were mostly living abroad, only a fraction returned from the Babylonian exile. And over time, with the Hellenization and Romanization, you basically had Jews doing some sense of proselytization and converts. Basically, it takes on much wider semantic domain usage. Now, how it's used, and even someone in that period in time, it became much more wider expansive in its usage to also include those who converted to Judaism.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know how he addressed this, because he says he acknowledges it's called Judea at one point in time. So I don't know. I don't know how it comes from the people that spoke Yiddish. I don't know. Let's watch the rest of it.
The temple, especially, and Judea, fulfilling Psalm 83. Yes, that's already happened. Watch our Lost Tribes series, and the Psalm 83 war is there as well. Well supported. Mount Judi, Turkey, you may know, claims to be the location of Noah's Ark landing in fraud. Yet it's northwest of Shinar, and the Bible says Noah's descendants came from the east. So it's wrong. And that the Ark landed on the tallest mountain, and that one just so happens to be 12,000 feet too short. That's not a little, but still makes it into so-called scholarship. It doesn't work, however. So they are the ones propagating a false claim for Noah's Ark. And then we have Ein-Gedi or Ein-Judi's false claim of the Dead Sea Scrolls, of which not a single copy of scripture originated there, but all 25 miles north, essentially in Qumran, almost all of it, 99% of it. And who lived there? John the Baptist. That's where he baptized Messiah in Bethabara. We prove that. Watch our original canon series. It was the home of the biblical keepers of scripture, the Aaronic Levite priests. Wow. Imagine that. If we found a library kept by Aaronic Levite priests, we should jump up and down, because that's what we call the Bible for that day. The ones driven out of the temple specifically. So these were the high priest caliber, in fact, and those with him. Ein-Gedi or Ein-Judi is called the Essene find, yet scholars claim they live in Qumran when the community documents their identity is Aaronic bloodline priests many times, and not one time does it ever say that they are Essenes, ever.
Get the whole squad together at Cidercade. Just $10 to get in, then get
So who are Yah's people? The ones who bear his name, the Yahudim, Yahudi, or Yahudia, or Yahudias in Greek, all the same Hebrew in Greek. There is a Y or I in Latin. There is one in all of the languages through which the Bible has been translated. So who on earth would have to introduce a new letter into all these languages, and they do in all of them, in order to make the word Jew fit? It does not. It cannot. Essentially, anyone calling themselves a Jew is one who is not a Hebrew. They're literally saying, I'm not a Hebrew, by using the term. They do not know how to speak ancient Hebrew or the real Hebrew, or best possible case, they're simply deceived, and many certainly are. Worst, there are certainly those among them, especially at the top, who are deceiving Pharisees. No, most Jews have no clue, but the Pharisees at the top know. They know what they're doing. Yes, they even deceive their own. Again, for more detail, this is only a brief of 2 videos found in the Name of God series. Check it out. Thank you for watching our Resolve series, Resolving the Doctrines of Men, restoring what the Bible really says, and it never uses the word Jew. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to click the bell. Like us on our Facebook at The God Culture, _space original. Share this video with others and check out our website at thegodculture.com. We now have about 250 videos on YouTube for you to test, and in English and Tagalog.
All right, man. Any thoughts on his assessment?
It doesn't say Jew because it's not in the well, of course it doesn't literally say Jew. It's because nobody at that time was speaking modern or medieval English. Like, come on, that's nonsense.
I know.
Not only that, but that A right there, where it says a Yahudim, it has an A class vowel when it should be a very short schwa, very short, almost silent I class vowel. Because Hebrew Grammar 101 dictates this, that the accent is going to be stressed on the final syllable, and when you add, like, say, a plural suffix, or any suffix at all, there's going to be vowel reduction. And in other words, the stress of the syllable is going to be on the ending of that word. So that A class vowel needs to be dropped for a very short I class vowel.
Oh man. Real Ruger says the name is Yahuwah. Whose name is Yahuwah? What are you trying to say here, Real Ruger? Are you saying it shouldn't be Yahweh, it should be Yahuwah? Ramal Yahoo says, my thing is, how can his name be Yahweh, but you see Yahoo almost everywhere? You want to address that?
Yahoo is the same as Yah and Yahweh. The only difference is both Yah and Yahoo are abbreviations of the name. In essence, it's still referring to the same deity.
Yeah. What else you got? Real Ruga, man. Just go subscribe to the man. I see you like his teachings. Go subscribe. Hit that notification bell.
Real Ruga knows the truth. The master teacher knows all, bro. He gets his information from the Most High himself. Stop it, bro.
So what you mean is these people are blaspheming?
Wait, what? I didn't hear you say it again.
Are these people blaspheming here in this video?
No, you and Amir are blaspheming. Speaking against the master teacher.
Yeah, how dare we come against the most brilliant linguists on YouTube?
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
Okay, I'm gonna break up with Billy and go out with you, but you have to tell him.
But he's your boyfriend.
He's your best friend.
Look, he just went out for soda. We're gonna have to figure this out before he gets back.
All right, if he comes back with a Pepsi, you tell him. If he comes back with a Coke, I'll do it. Yoo-hoo chocolate drink? Oh, Billy, you're the only one for me.
Yeah, you're the best man.
Yoo-hoo chocolate drink. Buy any other beverage, and you could be making a terrible
Wait,
mistake.
what's this? Why do we go back to the 90s out of nowhere?
Yoo-hoo chocolate milk. I thought it was Yahoo. I was like, is this what I was talking about? Yahoo. Oh man. Avery, man, if you want to share something from him, you got to do it.
Yeah, I'll find something on Eden.
You got to share it on
Wait, he has another video. He said the Hanukkah hoax. I want to watch that one.
Is it about the Rugrats episode? Because I'm going to tell you something. I knew about Hanukkah. I learned about Hanukkah through Rugrats. I think I was like 10 or 11 years old. That was the first time I ever heard about Hanukkah. It was Rugrats.
I put the video in the side chat, by the way, private chat.
No, you share it for me, man. I'm about to go to bed, bro. It's almost 1.
Yeah, that was where I first learned about Hanukkah too. It was through Rugrats.
Really?
Yeah. My childhood was in the 90s, so yeah.
Me too. Yeah.
How old are you, Amir?
I'm 34, going on 35. So
okay, yeah, 90s.
A little
Okay.
bit older than me. Yeah, 31.
Well, he's older than you.
Yeah, about 3 years.
Dang. Okay.
Yeah. But he remembers that Rugrat episode, man. Tommy Pickles and his dad. They're Jewish. So they had
I never knew the Rugrats was Jewish.
They kept Hanukkah, and the babies like played out the scenes of Hanukkah. I guess they were the Maccabean revolt. You know, when I was a kid, I didn't understand it. I was like, oh, okay, that's what they do. All right.
yeah, is the Maccabean revolt and the candle in the temple burning for 8 days straight till they could find enough olive oil to keep until they could replenish it with olive oil, and because the candle in the temple it's run by oil and that only lasts for so long, and they didn't have enough, so they had to it basically kept burning until they could replenish it with enough oil. That's yeah.
Videos in the private chat, by the way.
I want you to play it so I can lay down and go to bed, man. Ramal Yahoo says, is Joshua more accurate for Jesus' transliteration name from Hebrew, or is Jesus more legit than someone believing his name in English is Joshua?
Well, Joshua and Jesus, they're both the same in Hebrew and Aramaic. The only difference is that Jesus is a Latinization of the Greek Jesus. Jesus is Greek, and that's a Greek transliteration of the Hebrew and Aramaic Yehoshua and Yeshua. And when it became part of the Latin tradition, and Jesus is the Latinization of that name in Greek, Jesus, and Latin influences English, so that's how we get the name Jesus. Regardless, it's still referring to the same person. There's not something special going to happen on pronouncing it a different way. That's literally trying to treat the name like some magic talisman, which I can't. Yeah, that's what I see with like sacred name movements and people like this arguing this specific pronunciation. They're treating it like a magic talisman when in reality it doesn't matter how you pronunciate or vocalize it. You're still referring to the same person.
Oh man, have you heard this one? Someone said that actually Jesus is another way of saying Zeus.
There's a video that my friend Sentinel Apologetics did on that in response to a cult leader, because this cult leader wrote a book called Access Behind the Veil, where he argues specifically this, that the name Jesus comes from Jesus, and Jesus means Hail Zeus. Maybe you could pull it up, but he takes a clip from Michael Heiser's episode, the Naked Bible Podcast, where he describes it as bunk, utter nonsense, because in Greek, Zeus is spelled with a zeta, whereas in Jesus is spelled with a sigma. That completely divorces any etymological relation between the two.
There's groups that teach that, man, that if you use that word, that you're invoking the god Zeus.
Yeah, they're begging the question with that, and they need to justify that from the Greek language itself, and they can't. They're just operating based off of a similarity of a homophone when the two have no etymological relation in any way, shape, or form.
Right. All righty then. Avery, take it away, man. I need you to pilot. I'm getting ready to go to bed, brother.
oh boy, what is that title? The Hanukkah hoax? Notice the question mark, because we are going to test this new feast added to the Bible. Why is there no mention of it in Scripture ever? Oh, we know we're told once, but we'll open with that right away, and we'll test it. The Bible establishes 7 feasts annually. There were other occasions, however, though not rising to the level of the 7 feasts. But did any ever include this December event called Hanukkah, the Festival of Lights? Let's see what the word says, as well as true history, even from the very Levite temple priests who were exiled from the temple in this story's continuation. In fact, that history is there, though largely untold and ignored, but very valid, and no longer ignored now. It's time to resolve the doctrines of men. Get ready for a massive revelation every believer should know. Messianic pulpits following Judaism immediately go to this one and only verse, John 10:22. And it was at Jerusalem, the feast of dedication, and it was winter. And Yahushua walked in the temple in Solomon's porch. Now, it is fact that this word dedication in Hebrew is the word Hanukkah. That's true. Then we are told, see, Hanukkah's in the Bible. Well, yes, Hanukkah, or the word dedication in English, is in the Bible 11 times. And dedication.
By the way, if you ever want me to pause because you want to say something, just tell me.
Yeah. Well, saying it's not there in the Bible, yeah, it literally says right there, that particular passage, John 10:22. I mean, that, well, I'm assuming this person is going by the Protestant canon, and yeah, the Protestant canon leaves out the book of Maccabees, but as far as I'm aware, the patristics, the church fathers and early church didn't leave this out. So, but even without it, you still have this issue here with John 10:22 with and it was at Jerusalem, the feast of dedication, and it was winter. Sorry, but that is Hanukkah. There's no getting out of that.
Dead, another 24 or so. You could look at it other ways as well. But typically it refers to the temple, especially dedication itself. And it even has, we'll show you, a feast to commemorate it. It does. But it's not one of the 7, but it is an historical marker nonetheless. But on what date, and does it match the celebration called Hanukkah or dedication? Well, here's what we know so far. This scripture only says it was winter. Messiah is where? He's in the temple at the feast of dedication. Dedication of what? Dedication of the temple. Well, which one, right? There were 2. It's the second one, and that's the one still standing, which he's standing in at that point. Is the Bible really silent, though, on when the first and second temples were completed and dedicated? Really? One would have to believe that and then ignore scripture completely in order to arrive at December as the date of Hanukkah or dedication, the feast of dedication from the Bible. But see, the Bible's not silent on this at all. Again, this is the feast of dedication in which Messiah was in the temple. It's the dedication of the temple. The temple was commemorated basically at its completion. Now, we know there were 2 temples, so do either of these dates jive with his claim of December? That's the real point. The first temple was dedicated about 950 BC, so let's cover that quickly. In Kings and Chronicles, both on the Feast of Tabernacles in the 7th month, or Ethanim. During that biblical feast, thus, it's not a separate feast. This is about late September or early October. And by the way, the temple, the first temple, is still celebrated in that feast to this day, or at least it should be. Now, that's not December, is it? Not even really near it. But the first temple was destroyed by Babylon, or actually, First Esdras says, the Edomites burned it down. Oh, now that's another video.
Any thoughts?
Wait. Who does he say the Edomites are again? Who is he saying the Edomites are?
Oh, I forgot. He has a video on it.
Damn it. I want to know.
He has a video on it, but you know.
We're going to be watching this shit for 2 days.
See. There's
only so many people, but
this is like taking pieces of script. This is just taking parts of First Kings and Second Chronicles and taking John 10:22 and trying to say, oh, it's this, this is just like pulling a preset packet when they're written in different contexts at different and talking about two entirely different things. Like this is just ad hoc as shit. Sorry.
When the southern kingdom returned from Babylon, Ezra records, wait a minute, that's in the Bible canon, isn't it? So let's be clear, this date has been there all along, and it is only willing ignorance which moves to another date ignoring this one. That's all it could be, or perhaps a completely false story, which we will deal with. In Ezra 6, the second temple was completed and dedicated on the 3rd of Adar, which is the 12th Hebrew month. Not December, no. It's late February, early March. The Hebrew year does not match the Roman year. The beginning of the Hebrew year, Abib 1, is basically late March, essentially, mid to late March. So there's just no fittingness. It just doesn't work. And come on, they know this. They just simply ignore it. The book of First Ezra is also written by Ezra, but a second witness here from the 1611 King James, notice the old English there, says the date was Adar 23. But no matter, it's Adar, which is not December. It's late February to early March. It just doesn't work. The second temple was completed according to Ezra the prophet, a Levite whose lineage was exiled to Qumran, mind you. Hello, we're telling that history from his people, yet again, continuing his story, which is the way it should be. So, the temple priests, not Maccabees, which they rejected as the sons of darkness. That's what they say many times over, and they have nothing but pretty bad names to call them as the basically source of evil among mankind in large degree. He places it in Adar in 515 BC, pretty much. Now that's late February, early March, or in the winter, as John 10 says, matching it completely. But now we know John 10 is not talking about December. Doesn't work. The Feast of Dedication, or Hanukkah, was celebrated in the Bible, and it's right there for all to see. It is not December, nor did it or could it change. Now, this is what Messiah was doing in the temple for the feast, commemorating the second temple. Did the Hasmoneans rebuild the second temple? No. Was there a third temple? No. Therefore, this date doesn't change. You don't rededicate the temple, which is still standing. That's illiterate. Now notice, he did not hang out there much, and that is because the son of Yahuwah from heaven, well, he was not welcome there in a defiled temple already. Why do you think he calls them hypocrites, brood of vipers, seed of Satan, the synagogue of Satan? Hello, how is it that we don't read what he said of all things? There's even that guy out there, Jesus' words only, which is pretty ignorant because it means even throw out most of the Gospels because, well, they're not all his words. But even if you just did that, do you at least believe the words of Messiah himself? Or would you rather just take the words of conquerors of the temple who defiled it? Oh, did that happen? We'll show you. Now, even within those walls, those defiled walls, they plotted to have him killed.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, he's basically positing a hypothesis that the Feast of Dedication was in timing of the first and second temple, and he's positing a lot of ad hoc to try to explain it. He's not showing any data to support it.
All right.
And the more ad hoc you posit, the less probable that hypothesis is, and the more probable its negation is.
And even found the perfect, sinless son of Yahuwah guilty of breaking their twisted Talmudic law, which is the opposite of Torah. So he said, if you believe him, in Mark 7. Again, whose word do we take? Should always be Messiah's overall, right? Even over Paul. So then they'll lie and tell you, well, the Hasmoneans, well, they rededicated the temple, and, well, they moved it to December, to a pagan holiday, which I'll show you. Okay, please produce one scripture in which Yahusha, the son of Yahuwah, endorses such. He doesn't. Didn't happen. Not one time in the entire New Testament, in fact. And Paul was a Pharisee prior, so he well knew the traditions of the Pharisees, yet he never writes of keeping a Hanukkah feast in December. Never mentions this story of light. Never mentions the 8 days, nor the miracle oil that lasted far beyond its visa, which is an embellishment added centuries later anyway. Not even found in Maccabees for that matter. He would have rebuked it if he did, but there was nothing to rebuke because the modern Hanukkah was manufactured far later based on the Festival of Light, an occult festival from Persia, just as this cult of Persia infused the worship of Yahuwah into their gods in 2 Kings 17. Read it. And this is what they installed in the temple, defiling it as well. Again, please produce any verse which says such in actual scripture that condones what they did. It doesn't exist. The Greeks did not defile the temple. There's no scripture on that either. Thus, no need to rededicate it. And kicking out the erroneous Levite temple priests over 1,000 years of precedence as the keepers of the temple and the practice and scripture, that's not a rededication of the temple. It's called theft.
Any thoughts?
Hey, Amir was like, hell no, I can't do no more of this shit.
Yeah.
The Greeks did not do anything to the temple.
Yeah, tell me you haven't read First Maccabees without telling me you haven't read First Maccabees. Even further, tell me you haven't read anything on the Second Temple Jewish period during the Hellenistic period without telling me you haven't read any of that. Because, like, this is clear example. This individual has not read anything on it outside of he's only reading scripture and trying to reconcile all this with it. He's not looking at all the other contrary data. That this is literally just he's trying to prove his hypothesis by coming up with these explanations, but these are ad hoc posits. But he's not explaining all the other contrary data that doesn't support it. Sorry, but the Feast of Dedication in John 10:12 in the winter, it did. And he's trying to reconcile that dating with that, but you're not showing any data that supports that. This is really severe question begging.
And any ceremony from there forward is illegitimate and illegal in Bible terms, period. There's nothing to discuss. There's nothing to debate. Again, we cover this in detail in Who Defiled the Temple. But here again is the history written by the temple priests who were exiled to Qumran by the Hasmoneans and Pharisees in their infrastructure. So let's have a quick look. In the commentary on Nahum, the exiled Levite temple priests, those like Ezra, essentially. Again, he was 400 BC, but still the same, cut from the same cloth. They record this history, interpreted their interpretation of this passage in Nahum by the temple priest, mind you. This concerns Demetrius, king of Greece, who sought on the counsel of those who seek smooth things to enter Jerusalem. Now we cover and connect these who seek smooth things are the Pharisees and Hasmoneans. Watch that video and we'll show you. The temple system, essentially, at this time, which was illegitimate and illegal biblically and remains so today as we call it Judaism. That's what Judaism is. It's not a biblical endorsed religion. It's the opposite. It's rebuked in the Bible many times by Messiah himself. Now, keep reading. But Elohim did not permit the city to be delivered into the hands of the kings of Greece. Now, it's talking about in war and complete utter control. Did they pay taxes to Greece? Yeah. Yes, they did. Were they part of the Greek Empire? Yes, they were, just as they were part of the Persian Empire before. But no war, no battles. It was a peaceful takeover. And Greece did not force its ways on Jerusalem. It didn't happen. That is a lie. Keep it up, and we'll see even the time frame. From the time of Antiochus, now we know who he is. There's an Antiochus I, about 60 or so years after Alexander the Great. And then there's Antiochus IV, I believe, Epiphanes. Okay, he's the one that supposedly defiled the temple, but see, this covers that period. So no, he didn't, according to the temple priests. So until the coming of the rulers of the Kittim, which is Rome, that's what they call Rome. Kittim is one of the, I believe, grandsons of Japheth. So it makes sense that they would call him that. But then she shall be trampled under their feet. Now, in other words, the narrative in Maccabees is a lie. The Greeks did not defile the temple, nor even war in Jerusalem. Thus, there is no need for a rededication. Thus, no Hanukkah in December, period. Again, watch Who Defiled the Temple, where we deal with this in detail. So this reports historically the Greeks, including Antiochus, even the fourth, even Epiphanes, did not defile the temple and did not attack Jerusalem. It was peaceful. So who did defile the temple then? By the way, we cover even Demetrius in the history there too, so go watch. Wouldn't you know? They tell us this too, yet ignored by those that are supposedly scholars of the Dead Sea Scrolls. They're stupid. They ignore this, and they cannot any longer. The Levite temple priests reveal this in their commentary on Habakkuk. Again, valid, recorded history written by exiled temple priests, found, dated in archaeology to the 1st century AD. This is a far greater value than any Pharisee writing, period, because these are the temple priests. They're the ones who have the authority. No Pharisee ever did. They stole it. For the violence done to Lebanon, this is from Habakkuk, shall overwhelm you, and the destruction of the beast shall terrify you. See, this has come true already back in that era, and you'll see. Because of the blood of men and the violence done to the land, the city, and all its inhabitants. What does this mean? Interpreted by the temple priests. This saying concerns the wicked priest. Now, who was that? Even Giza Vermes, who we're reading from, and many others, recognize this is a reference to the Hasmoneans. No, not just one priest. Some of them try that, which is just utter ignorance. The whole lot of them, all Hasmoneans, period. As they call them, the sons of darkness, not son, singular. They call them those, that's plural, who seek smooth things. And we deal with that in who defiled the temple in more detail. Watch it. Inasmuch as he shall be paid the reward, which he himself tendered to the poor. For Lebanon, now that's where? That's the Samaritans. This is saying, identifying the Hasmoneans with the Samaritans. The wicked priests, the Hasmoneans, came from Lebanon, Samaria, because they are. So, for Lebanon is the council of the community. Now that's in this passage. And the beasts in this passage, in prophecy, are the symbol of Yehuda who keep the law. See, this has already come to pass at this point in history. The temple priests whom they exiled. As he himself plotted the destruction of the poor, now they're talking about the temple priests and the true followers who made themselves poor for Yahuwah. So will Elohim condemn him to destruction. Indeed. And they talk about this much more than this one passage. It is all over the Dead Sea Scrolls. You trip over it all over the place, yet these scholars write and write and write and write, and they're just so ridiculous that they can't see what's right in front of their nose because they live in a paradigm that obscures this to the point where they have a veil. They can't even see it, even though it's in plain English, and you can see it for yourself. That's the actual fragment. As for that which he said, Habakkuk further reads, because of the blood of the city and the violence done to the land, interpreted by the temple priests. The city is Jerusalem. So we know where we're talking about here, where the wicked priest, who's that? The Hasmoneans, committed abominable deeds. And, what did he do? What did the wicked priest do? Well, who defiled the temple? Defiled the temple of Elohim. There it is. He did. It's right there in writing, in history, well documented to the 1st century AD. This is the best history possible, and yet ignored. Did Greece defile the temple? No, that's a lie. The very breed who fraudulently control the Qumran narrative, lying about the Dead Sea Scrolls, we've caught them many times, we've exposed them already. They lie about what is and what is not scripture, and they have no authority to choose what is and what is not. We found the library of those who did have the authority and were the keepers, and that library is called Bible. They're the very ones that are condemned in these writings. How about that? Pharisees are the priest structure along with Sadducees and scribes, Samaritan scribes, not Bible ones, mind you. They are the replacements of the northern kingdom in Samaria, who conquered Yahudia and the temple in 165 BC, and they defiled the temple, not the Greeks. This is history, real, documented history, not made up. This is fact, dated to the 1st century AD. Finally, where Habakkuk says, the violence done to the land. Now, these temple priests, again, tell us how to read this in prophecy, in understanding and interpretation. These are the cities of Yehuda where he robbed the poor of their possessions. So he didn't just take over the temple, he robbed the people. And that practice is happening to this day by the very same lineages. Wow. The Hasmonean revolt was the defiling of the temple, never the Greeks. It was the conquest of Yahudia. And this is the origin of the modern Hanukkah celebration, not the Bible. And not Yahuwah, who hates this feast and rejects it. It is not his, but the defiling of his temple and the justification used for the conquest of Yehudia and the temple, it's a lie. The Greeks were not forcing Hellenism. It is the Hasmoneans who actually do so in practice because they're the Hellenists. Just look at their own identification on their own coins. We covered that in other videos in the Lost Tribes series. Their coins are full of such symbols because that is their own practice. What hypocrites. But that is no mystery because Messiah called them so. Hypocrites all. They were never followers of the Bible. How exactly can any Messianic or Jew repeat with a straight face this lie? Again, Peter called it willing ignorance, because no logic could possibly progress in this direction. But this is also known as the Festival of Lights, right? Now they light the menorah. What could possibly be wrong with lighting candles in the menorah? I mean, the menorah, that's biblical, right? That's from the temple. Well, yes, the menorah is in the temple in Scripture. However, it was defiled at the time of the Hasmonean conquest, thus of no value moving forward. And it continues to be defiled every year, and sometimes by many, many times, in this holiday called Hanukkah in fraud. That's not Scripture, but the opposite. Just like Mark 7 warned us the Pharisees represent. Well, this Festival of Lights, by the admission of the rabbis even, I mean, come on, they come right out and tell us these things. It's also not of biblical root, but a Persian religious practice, which makes sense because that is their infusion according to 2 Kings 17, all the same. And that is the religion called Judaism today, which is only rebuked in Scripture. Yahuwah hates it. Reading from My Jewish Learning.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, the whole the Dead Sea Scrolls commentary on those passages, the whole beef with the Dead Sea Scrolls community, of the Qumran community with the temple, was that the priesthood was not being run by the Zadokites. In other words, not by the priesthood proper. Because by this time, there was the priesthood was basically aristocracy and those that were wealthy, and the priesthood was determined by that. It wasn't determined by a specific clan, which would be the Zadokites, and that was the beef. It wasn't because of a particular holiday. And this individual just shows he doesn't. He literally is disparaging scholarship, claiming it's so plain obvious, but they're ignoring it. No, part of scholarship in regards to Second Temple Judaism and early Christianity, you literally have to know the language. You literally have to skim. You literally have to go through all the literature. You literally have to read this from A to Z, and you have to defend your dissertation before your peers who are well trained in this area in order to get a PhD. But and claiming that you have the true knowledge, I'm sorry, unless you're going to defend this in peer review, which I highly doubt he will. More probably he's going to probably be laughed out of academia. I'm willing to bet if he submitted a paper on this, it would be rejected outright for good reasons. It's because there's literally no data to support it. Matter of fact, I went ahead and looked up that particular word in the passage in John that he was appealing to try to reconcile that. It's, the Greek is ekainia, basically dedication or renewal. Well, literally renewal, and it gives. And how that word is used in it's the same word in John 10:22, Feast of Dedication, known as Hanukkah, and the Feast of Lights, beginning the 25th of Kislev, roughly November, December, to commemorate the purification and rededication of the temple by Judas Maccabeus on the date in 165 BC. And it gives the references, basically how it's used in First Maccabees 4:36-39, and verse 54 as well, and chapter 5 verse 1, and Second Maccabees 10 verses 1-8, and also Josephus in Antiquities 12 3:16. And etc. Basically, this is the same word used to reference in Hanukkah, in not just it's used in first and second. It's not just used in John 10:22. It's also used in First and Second Maccabees, and even in Josephus. So, and it gives a clear timeline that it's within winter, between November and December. So this individual, sorry that his hypothesis is going to have a hard time explaining the data. That basically the data does not line up with his hypothesis, and that makes it less probable than the alternatives.
Duly noted. Duly noted.
Yep, this is their words, not ours. Link at the bottom. There is a great deal of evidence that in much of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, the winter solstice was a time for imploring the sunlight to return and celebrating its readiness to do so. Now, is that a Bible practice? Never. In Rome, the 25th of December was the birthday of Jesus. Oh, no. What's that? Of the unconquerable sun. It fails to mention that's the god called Mithra, the sun god, also known as Tammuz, who is rebuked in Jeremiah. What an idiot scholar, yet again, playing along with willing ignorance, blah, 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 blah. I'm an occult idiot. That's what he's really saying. Okay, check this out. In Persia, at the winter solstice, the common people set great bonfires. Oh, it's so great. And their rulers sent birds aloft bearing torches of dried grass. Oh, it's such a beautiful occult nonsense. Persia and Rome, why? This is the Persian religion, which Constantine the Great was high priest of Mithraism. That's the god being worshipped here, Mithra, the sun god of the unconquerable sun. That's him, even in Rome, but he came from Persia, all the same. He's a Nephilim god. He was not a Catholic, by the way, not Constantine. In many accounts, not until his deathbed confession did he become Catholic. He infused Mithraism, which is what he would do as high priest of Mithraism, a Persian religion. And he did it with the Bible, and Judaism has done the same in Samaria since 2 Kings 17, which is why they worship Ashima, Hashem, same etymology. They still worship the same gods. It hasn't even changed. And they put it right in front of our nose, and we just ignore it. They even continue the Samaritan practice of not pronouncing the name of their God. Of course, their God is not Yahuwah. So why would they use his name? They removed it from the name of his people even, not to mention scripture over 6,800 times. That is abominable. But his people are never Jews. That's not even Hebrew. They're Yaz, which is short for Yahudim, the actual Hebrew word in pronunciation. Who would take his name off theirs? Those who are not his. That's who. Neither are biblical. Neither are the biblical relationship even with Yahuwah and Yahusha. We are told in scripture to observe. It is a short leap to surmising that the Syrian Greeks may have chosen the 25th of Kislev as a time to desecrate the temple by making their own sacrifices there precisely. Of course, that didn't happen. That's a lie. Because it was a time of solar and lunar darkness, the time of the winter solstice and the waning of the moon. Well, why do you still celebrate it? Come on. Think. And it is a short leap to surmise, here's what he thinks, that the Maccabees, when they took the anniversary of that day as the day of rededication, that's stupid. That is because the Hasmoneans, or Maccabees, already observed this Persian religion since they replaced the northern kingdom in Samaria. They are the imposters, the replacements, the infiltrators who infuse Yahuwah's religion into theirs, and they mess it up. They do not represent the Bible, but the opposite. And here it goes on. They were rededicating not only the temple, but the day itself to Jewish holiness, because at best, Jewish holiness day is the day of the sun god in scripture, of course. Where? Nowhere. This is stupid. It is ignorant. This guy is no scholar. He is an agitating, absolute deceiver. This is a lie. Now, we're capturing a pagan solstice festival. Oh, just touches your heart, doesn't it? No. Yahuwah hates it. That had won wide support among partially Hellenized Jews. Well, why rebuke them and get them to come out of Hellenization? Just join them, because that's what the Bible says, right? Where? Nowhere. In order to make it a day of God's victory over paganism. Stupid. Never. That is not scripture. Is that how Yahuwah ever operates? The Pope did this too. He Christianized pagan festivals. Oh, it's now Christianized. Oh, we can still keep our pagan festival and not be condemned. Is that how the Bible works? Yeah, the Bible says to do that where? Never. Not once. Ever. It always says the opposite. Read Jeremiah 10. And notice the Christmas tree especially is called out, called pagan, and Jeremiah doesn't try to assimilate and make it his worship, but warns us all to rebuke it and stay away. And he calls them some very strong language, such as fools. I know we use that word and it's unbiblical, yet it's in the Bible many times. People just aren't reading. Even the lighting of the candles for Hanukkah fits the context of the surrounding torchlight honors for this sun. He just completely damned the festival. Exactly. It's sun worship, not Bible. They are defiling the menorah. That is what they're doing, and it's despicable. The menorah represents, according to Zechariah.
What's your thoughts on that? The menorah is sun worship.
Well,
hey, Rue, let me drop the link here for you, bro. The menorah is sun worship. Wait, hold on, that's the wrong one. Let me Let me drop this in for Rue. Get in here, Rue. I want to hear your.
Bro, get in here, bro, please. Just so just that Tammuz reference. I'm sorry, but from what I've read from Mesopotamian religion, etc., and cult and mythology, the feast for Tammuz, the original is the Muzi. It was in mid to early summer. It was not in winter. So I don't know where in the blue hell this dude is getting that it was in winter. The Mithra reference, yeah, he's right. It does originate from Persia. The problem is there's no evidence that he was celebrated at all on December 25th. There's no evidence for that. None, zilch, nada. So he's just pulling this nonsense off of the internet, but you will literally find no primary data for any of these claims. They're all nonsense. There's no evidence for them. So he's just pulling stuff off of what he finds on the internet, which has there's no evidence to back him up. I don't know if he referenced the Sol Invictus part, but even then, that's still sketchy because originally it started out from December 17th to December 23rd. And over time, as the period goes along, sometimes it was expanded, sometimes not. It varied from period. Depending on what period it varied, but Christmas and Hanukkah, there's no correlation between the two. And see what else was it? I mean, with regard to Hellenization of Judah or Judea, Jews only accepted Hellenization up to a certain point. They were okay with bringing Greek in. They were okay with gymnasiums. They were okay with bringing schools in. It's when, but the moment you start bringing gods into the equation, foreign gods, they was like, nope, stop, no. And they literally would riot in light of that. Like, they were okay with certain things, but the moment you started bringing in other gods or trying to follow the temple or interrupt their traditional practices, that is where their red line was. Like, I'm sorry, but this dude just shows how I'm sorry, but everything here is that this guy is saying is nothing but complete word salad.
All right.
The menorah represents the 7 eyes of Yahuwah, according to him. I believe it's Zechariah 4. I think it's 1 through 10. As he is all-knowing and everywhere, omnipresent. Notice that is not part of their story either. Defiling him and using his system of worship is filthy, disgusting. Now, is it a coincidence that Catholicism chooses December 25th, the end of Saturnalia in Rome, which was taking place at the time of Messiah even, in sun worship, as now they call it Christmas, having something to do with Messiah when it's the exact opposite time of the year from his birth? No, not at all. They and Judaism share the same origin, the same religion from Persia, and you see it infused throughout. Neither are biblical even from their root, and both are an infusion of the worship of Yahuwah into their worship, their Persian worship, in order to appear as something they are not. See, they say they are Yahudim, but are not, but do lie. Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. They're still operating that way, according to Messiah in the last days, for 2,000 years, and they're easy to find if we look for them. But that is their foundation, not the Bible. Yahuwah.
What's your thoughts on
Like the December 20. First off, sun worship was not even in Second Temple Jewish thought's mind. Such was anathema. Like the December 25th and Christmas, there was a reason for that. It had nothing to do with sun worship. It was because church fathers in the West were basically speculating and trying to narrow down Jesus' birthday from the day of his birth to his crucifixion, and December 25th. That was the conclusion they arrived at. It was based off of they're trying to reconcile the timing of Jesus' birth and his crucifixion, and that was the date they arrived at. And it wasn't the very first reference we get to that is Hippolytus, and that was prior to Constantine even showing up on the scene. So I'm sorry, this is just pure cringe and ignorance of early Christian and early and Second Temple Jewish history. Yeah.
All right.
Has always rejected such infusion, and Christmas is just as bad as this holiday. And by the way, whose pockets are you lining when you buy your pagan presents? Well, the same Maccabees, Hasmoneans, Pharisees, the same money changers Messiah turned over the temple tables to rebuke. No wonder they love Christmas, even though it's not Jewish. So is the Festival of Lights, the modern Hanukkah, in December, a hoax? You better believe it is. It is a fraudulent history written by the conquerors of the temple, who stole it and defiled it. Absolutely disgusting. This festival is their celebration of their evil acts, according to the temple priest, whom they exiled illegally and stole from. It is time we all awaken to these things once and for all and speak out against such ill-contrived, illiterate evil, such as modern Israel and Zionism represents. The land of Gog of Magog, the spiritual Sodom and Egypt, according to Revelation 11, who is the seat of the harlot of Babylon, which is why you find her worship there, even though named differently. It's the same. Come out of her, my people. Don't we know that the beast will rule from Jerusalem? Are we not reading? Restore his worship and his ways. We hope you have learned something once again as we resolve the doctrines of men. Yah bless to everyone.
What's your thoughts on that final bit?
Yeah, the Babylon in the Book of Revelation was referencing Rome, not Jerusalem. Like, come on, like, just reading Revelation. Revelation was literally written to churches in Asia Minor that were dealing with the pressures of Greco-Roman influence that was surrounding them, like the empire cult and the socioeconomic dynamics. And it literally references 7 hills, and there was only one city that it was referring to, and that was literal geographic Rome. Like, yeah, this you literally have to be completely ignorant. And sorry for repeating that, but just going through ancient Jewish and ancient and early Christian history and how they read this, they clearly reference this is talking about Rome, particular Revelation. It's talking about Rome. It's not talking about this is David De Silva best describes this reading of Revelation as in referring to like modern day things. That David De Silva best describes it as playing Ouija board with the Bible. Rue, exactly. Oh gosh.
Well, are you there, Yeshub? Because I'm going to end the show here if you're not.
Go ahead, Andy. I gotta get up. Sorry, 1:30.
You go rest tomorrow? Or I guess today.
Yes, I do.
Oh snap! Yeah, we can end it then.
But before you end it, play the link in the private chat real quick, just on that Zeus claim.
Yeah, I can play that real quick.
Yeah. I left the time marking of where it started at.
Okay.
Done a recording where you're.
So we're gonna watch this 3-hour video really quick, and then we'll let you guys go. No, I'm playing. I'm joking around. You said this is your friend?
Yeah, he's the one that made the video.
Okay. Is this his YouTube channel? Sentinel Apologetics?
Yeah, that's his YouTube channel.
Dang, 50 something subscribers. Okay. 50,000. I meant, my bad. Sleepy, bro. All right. Got some cuneiform in the background. I like that. Akkadian cuneiform or Sumerian cuneiform, whatever. Anyways, let's get started.
Okay, there's a really good scholarly word for this. And
by the way, you have to tell me where to stop.
So, say stop maybe 3 minutes in, because that's he basically Heiser condenses the argument of why the Jesus Zeus connection is nonsense.
Okay. Well, just tell me whenever I need to stop then.
All right, sure.
And just want you to be listening here so you don't miss it. And that word is bunk. Okay, it is utter nonsense. If you come across someone that's saying Jesus comes from Zeus, you should just hang a sign around their neck that says, I don't know the Greek alphabet and I can't spell any words in Greek. Okay, Jesus comes from Hebrew Yehoshua or Yeshua. It was the shorter form was common after the exile. When the Old Testament was translated, put into Greek at the Septuagint, they retained the short one, Yeshua, and then they made it declinable in Greek. That means that you could have a nominative form, an accusative form, so on and so forth. They made it declinable by adding an S at the end. And they made Jesus. Jesus, the S sound there, both of them, are sigmas in the Greek alphabet. Zeus is a zeta, Z. So Jesus spelled with a sigma, Zeus spelled with a zeta. Okay? They're not even the same letter in the Greek alphabet. And it's very easy, again, for anyone who knows the languages to know where Jesus came from. It's a transliteration with an S added in Greek to make it declinable. That's all it is. The Dictionary of Paul and his letters has a nice little comment here. Again, it's kind of interesting. Mystery, mysterion in Greek, appears 20.
Yeah, that's basically the whole argument against the Zeus Jesus claim. Like, because Jesus comes from Latin, which is Jesus, and Jesus is the Latinization of the Greek Jesus, and Jesus is spelled with a sigma, whereas in Zeus is spelled with a zeta. That completely destroys any etymological connection, because Jesus is the Greek transliteration of Yehoshua, Yeshua. Because as Heisu noted, to make it declinable, because in Greek you have inflections, you have the nominative, genitive, dative, and accusative. Jesus is the Greek transliteration of that Hebrew Aramaic name to make it declinable in the language to write it out. So yeah.
All right, got it. So thanks for coming on the show, man, and everybody else that came. We're going to end it. What'd you say?
Yeah, no problem, bro. Glad to join, even though it was late, but still.
We got a good workout, bro.
Oh yeah.
Especially on this YouTube channel called The God Cultures. We'll need you back when we review his other videos.
Sure. Yeah, I'll drop in when I can, when I'm not busy with work. But yeah, I'll drop in when I can on some of the cringe stuff that comes up.
All right. Well, you got anything to shoot? If you ain't asleep already.
Good night.
All right. Good night, y'all. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom aleichem, והשם יברך אתכם.